Lin Nai possessed the lowest level talent in the world, and among the 35 students in his class at Yecheng University, he was the only one who hadn't awakened to a sequence profession, becoming the burden everyone despised. The young female counselor, Yang Xian, called him to her office with a frosty expression. Looking at the laid-back troublemaker before her, she pulled a file from the desk drawer and said coldly, "This is the list of our class's successful sequence profession awakenings from last month. 13 students completed their awakening before enrolling, and the remaining 21 all transitioned last month. The class monitor, Liang Wei, has reached a strength of 1.9, just a step away from becoming a level 2 extraordinary. His Thunder Mage profession sequence is within 179, and with such talent and effort, his future is limitless." Yang Xian's gaze grew sharper. "But you've made no progress. Your soul power is still at 0.5, the same as when you enrolled. What have you been doing all day? Not only are you neglecting your training, but you're also disrupting class harmony." Lin Nai quietly touched his nose, saying nothing. In truth, he had been secretly working hard every night, but the lack of progress made it even more embarrassing. In this high magic world, talent was everything. His A-level talent was rare even among poorly gifted students, practically a congenital disability. The school doctor had frowned at his medical report, predicting he might never break through to level 1 by graduation, and even if he did, his awakened profession sequence would be beyond 1,000. Naturally, his classmates saw him as an outcast. University students formed teams by class to carry out school missions, requiring full cooperation to survive the dungeons. Lin Nai, being a burden, not only failed to contribute but also took a share of the mission rewards, which made him unpopular. "The school has made a decision regarding you," Yang Xian said with a snort. "The vice principal believes continuing to support you is a waste of resources. Henceforth, your share of the class's training resource subsidies will be suspended. I hope you can reflect on your issues. Even if you lack a talent for training, you should at least learn to get along with others." Lin Nai didn't argue. He simply said, "Understood," and left the office. After school, he walked with his hands in his pockets to a small street shop, feeling dejected. As a transmigrant, he lived in this world for 18 years. 300 years ago, the appearance of interdimensional gates had turned this place into a high magic world. The revival of spiritual energy had granted humans the ability to cultivate extraordinary powers, but it also brought a constant invasion of monsters and beasts. As Lin Nai ate fried noodles alone, he couldn't help but reminisce about his university days in his previous life. Back then, though he had no girlfriend and was dirt poor, he at least had a few dorm mates to play games, barbecue, and share heart-to-heart talks. In this strength-dominated world, however, the weak were destined to be burdens. His classmates' gazes were either openly mocking or barely concealed contempt, while the more cultured ones offered suffocating pity. Late at night, Lin Nai packed a pancake to take home. He didn't live on campus. Staying in the dorm would only mean lying there alone. Suddenly, it started raining heavily. He ran to a hallway to take shelter, where he noticed a girl curled up under the eaves. She looked about 17 or 18, her wet hair clinging to her pale cheeks, her thin white dress almost see-through, with a gruesome wound on her right shoulder. It was a face that could topple a kingdom. Lin Nai quickly averted his gaze after a brief glance, having little experience interacting with the opposite sex in both his lives. He hesitated for a moment before inviting the girl upstairs to escape the rain. This somewhat awkward girl followed him inside without even wearing shoes. Seeing her staring at the pancake with a rumbling stomach, Lin Nai couldn't help but smile. He handed her a towel and some clean clothes, then asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The girl looked up and softly replied, "You want her?" Her voice was delicate and gentle, like wind chimes swaying in the summer breeze. The young girl had changed into a new outfit. Lin Nai's clothes were oversized for her petite frame, with her smooth, white shoulders occasionally slipping out of the collar. After drying her hair, Yi Wanner obediently sat on the sofa, holding a flaky pancake in both hands, nibbling on it hungrily. Lin Nai brought over a first aid kit, intending to treat the seemingly naive girl. However, as he approached, he was stunned by a shocking discovery. Yi Wanner's right shoulder, which had previously been marred by a deep bloody gash extending to her back, now appeared smooth and unblemished, as if carved from flawless jade. Not a trace of the injury remained. Sensing Lin Nai's astonished gaze, Yi Wanner looked up timidly. Holding the half-eaten pancake, she asked softly, Do you want some?" Lin Nai frowned in thought. He couldn't have been mistaken. The wound had definitely been there. He glanced at the white dress she had changed out of, which was stained with blood, tattered, and dirty, evidence of a fierce battle. "Your shoulder? It's already healed?" Lin Nai finally asked. Yi Wanner glanced at her shoulder and answered simply, "My people have this kind of self-healing ability." She then looked at Lin Nai apprehensively and asked, "Is there something wrong?" "Your people?" Lin Nai sensed something amiss. "What species are you?" "Yi Wanner, a fallen angel," she replied softly. Lin Nai's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Half an hour later, Yuaner sat across from Lin Nai, recounting her ordeal. So, that's how it is. I got lost and ended up in a strange dimension, hunted by the Lord there. That world was the domain of the nightmares, and I fought with them, barely escaping. Then I got caught in a twisting vortex of the interdimensional space and lost my way, and somehow ended up here. As she finished, the girl began to stammer, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. She noticed Lin Nai's continued look of astonishment and lowered her head shyly, her face flushing. Still bewildered, Lin Nai suddenly thought of a question. Wait, I thought nightmares are also a demonic race? Why were they hunting you? Yuaner shook her head gently. The demonic races are mostly opposed to each other. Some are even mortal enemies, like werewolves and vampires, succubi and fox spirits. Lin Nai nodded thoughtfully. He recalled his knowledge of demonic races. Fallen angels, also known as dark angels, were ranked second among all demonic species. Humans were not always opposed to all demonic races. Some had even formed alliances with them. Fallen angels were on the whitelist. Despite this, being so close to a demonic being for the first time, Lin Nai felt a bit uneasy. In his mind, demonic creatures were supposed to be terrifying, ruthless, and brutally savage. Human authorities only cooperated with certain, more amiable demonic races with great caution. Lin Nai remembered encountering demonic creatures during his dungeon raids in the otherworld. Most of them left an impression of sheer brutality, with some being grotesque and terrifying. He recalled many of his classmates being frightened to tears during their first encounter, with some too scared to move, never returning from the otherworld. Yet now, faced with Yuaner, whose appearance was so adorable and harmless, Lin Nai found it hard to reconcile this with his image of a demonic being. Anyone seeing this cute, seemingly innocent girl would never guess she was one of them. So, what do you plan to do now? Lin Nai asked. Do you remember the path through the interdimensional tunnel? Yuaner thought for a moment and shook her head slowly. I don't remember, and I'm injured, unable to maintain interdimensional travel for long. Lin Nai glanced skeptically at her pristine shoulder. But I thought your injury was healed? It's my wings that are injured, Yuaner explained. They were hurt by the twisted currents during interdimensional travel, so I need some time to recover. Lin Nai suddenly remembered that as a dark angel, she should have wings, though they were currently hidden. He silently marveled at how different the physiology of demonic beings was from humans. Lin Nai pondered for a moment, a troubling thought flitting through his mind. If humanity were truly struck by the chaos of an interdimensional rift, finding even a milligram of ashes would be considered a scientific miracle. He looked up at the unfamiliar black-winged angel girl before him and decided to offer some help. Let me help you get in touch with our human night watchmen. Our race and you black angels are currently allies, so they'll definitely help you reach your people, Lin Nai said as he prepared to make a call. However, just then, a delicate hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Lin Nai looked down to see Yuaner gazing up at him with big, watery eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Actually, I don't want to contact them. Lin Nai scratched his head, puzzled. Why not? Don't you want to go home? Yuaner lowered her head, her voice even softer. Not really. Lin Nai furrowed his brows, a thought crossing his mind. Could this girl have run away from home? But looking at her innocent demeanor, she didn't seem like a rebellious teenager. As he contemplated, Yuaner's watery eyes looked up at him again, tentatively asking, Can I stay here for a while? Lin Nai was momentarily speechless. Huh? Yuaner's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly added, I mean, if it's too much trouble, then never mind. Lin Nai thought it over carefully, weighing the pros and cons and answered, Well, trouble. It's not really. Thank you. A hint of joy flickered in Yuaner's eyes. Thank you for what? I haven't agreed yet, Lin Nai replied, feigning seriousness. Oh, Yuaner's expression dimmed instantly, and she shrank back a little. Lin Nai was silent for a moment, reflecting. Most single, normally oriented men, if they found such an innocent and beautiful girl on the street, probably wouldn't have the heart to turn her away. Of course, it depends on the situation. Some people are naturally cautious and aware of their own limitations, believing that a girl approaching them for no reason might have ulterior motives. After all, many people wear masks these days, and who knows what someone seemingly pure is really like. Lin Nai quickly assessed his situation was a bottom-tier resident of Yi City, a struggling student from an ordinary second-rate university, having lost his school subsidy, and still needed to pay the Transcender Association's tax every month. With neither wealth nor power, what could a scheming girl from another race possibly gain from targeting him? However, he was indeed financially strapped at the moment. He could barely support himself, let alone afford to support another person. Lin Nai glanced at the girl in front of him, recalling that she had just eaten a 5 yuan flatbread. He might as well get his money's worth. You can stay here, Lin Nai finally said, but you'll have to pay rent. Upon hearing this, Yuaner lowered her head. her small hands clutching the fabric draped over her lap, and softly said, "But I don't have any money to give you." Lin Nai's lips curved slightly. "That's okay. You can pay me back in other ways." Yi Waner looked confused. "Huh?" Lin Nai leaned back on the sofa, making a phone call, his gaze occasionally drifting to Yuaner, who was busy in the kitchen. Despite the girl's reluctance to contact her kin, he decided to report to the Watchers in Yecheng. After all, her identity as a demon descendant couldn't be ignored, even if she seemed harmless. "All right, we've got it on our end. Thank you for the report." The voice on the other end of the line was weathered but polite. After a brief pause, he added, "But are you sure the demon angel with you is named Yuaner?" "Yes, she looks exactly like the girl in the photo you sent me, and the iris scan matches," Linnai replied, puzzled. "Why? Is there a problem?" "Not really. It's just that her personality doesn't quite match our records," the Watcher vaguely replied. Linnai was even more confused. Never mind. As long as the iris scan confirms it's her, there's no issue." The Watcher seemed reluctant to elaborate. "So, are you going to take her away?" Linnai asked suddenly, a hint of tension in his voice. The Watcher considered for a moment before responding. "It's better not to. The Black Angels are currently our most important allies. If she wishes to stay with you, let her be. But try to prevent her from using her demon abilities in the city unless necessary, to avoid causing panic and rumors among the citizens. We'll send someone over in the next few days to conduct a more detailed registration." "I understand." Lin Nai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this shy, introverted demon didn't seem like someone who would cause trouble. The Watcher suddenly added, "Oh, and although she's chosen to stay there, you should probably avoid provoking her. She might not be easy to deal with." "Huh." Lin Nai was momentarily taken aback. "That's it for now. We'll be in touch. Goodbye." The Watcher hurriedly hung up. Lin Nai stared at his phone, bewildered. Hard to deal with? This girl seemed to be the most easygoing demon he'd ever met. Just as he was lost in thought, Yuaner emerged from the kitchen. She wore an oversized, pure white shirt that reached halfway down her snowy thighs, with a pink cat apron over it, looking both pure and adorable. "Landlord." The girl bowed slightly, her voice soft. "I've finished washing the dishes." "Oh?" Linnai stood up in surprise. "You washed all the dishes I left for 2 days in the time it took me to make one phone call?" To confirm, he quickly walked into the kitchen. To his astonishment, not only were all the dishes sparkling clean, but the entire kitchen had been thoroughly cleaned, looking brand new. Linnai looked at the girl in disbelief. He had assumed that asking a demon girl to do housework would be lucky if she didn't break anything. He hadn't expected her to be so capable. Feeling Linnai's intense gaze, Yuaner blushed and shrank her neck. "Landlord, did I do something wrong?" "No, you did great," Linnai said, rubbing his forehead. "Have you lived in the human world before?" "No." "Then how are you so much better at using human things than me?" "Dish soap, faucets, sinks?" Linnai was amazed to find that she seemed to understand the purpose of these items perfectly, even cleaning the often greasy parts of the range hood. Yuaner tilted her head in thought. Maybe it's a racial trait. We Black Angels are like this. We have strong learning abilities and can absorb environmental knowledge quickly. We can understand the principles of common human technology and everyday tools after seeing them once." Linnai's expression was complex. "Wow. It's like the Trisolaran civilization meeting Earth humans." He recalled the legends of the demon race's Black Angels, whose dimensional world was said to be vastly larger than Earth's, with not only formidable power but also a level of technological civilization far beyond humans. It seemed these rumors might be true. Though this girl appeared naive and shy, perhaps even socially anxious, her intellect was likely a crushing advantage over humans. "Landlord," the girl asked cautiously, "is there anything else you need me to do?" Linnai snapped back to reality, looked at the girl and said, "Oh, no, you can go rest." Though she seemed particularly capable, he didn't want to exploit her just because she was simple. Besides, the fallen angels were notoriously difficult to deal with, even among demon races, ranked among the top. Even the usually domineering Watchers didn't dare to control her actions. If Linnai pushed her too hard, who knew what her family might do in response? Yuaner's eyes lit up. "So, does that mean I can stay here?" "Yes." Linnai pointed to the room next to his own. "There's a bed in that room. You can sleep there. At night." Yuaner whispered, "Okay. Thank you." Her cheeks flushed a little, showing her slight unease. Linnai looked at the fallen angel girl in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle. "You fallen angels are quite interesting. You seem socially anxious, yet you dare to casually move into a stranger's house. Aren't you afraid of being tricked by bad people?" Yuaner's face grew even redder, and she lowered her head to explain softly. "My aunt says I'm too timid and need to practice more, to take the initiative in communicating with people. I mustn't be so introverted. Need to be brave, assertive. Can't bring shame to the Black Angel clan." Linnai, hearing this, wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. You should get some rest. Okay. You should rest early too. Good night, Mr. Landlord. Yuaner said goodbye politely. You don't have to keep calling me Mr. Landlord. Lin Nai waved his hand. I'm Lin Nai. After seeing Yuaner off, Lin Nai found himself pondering the sudden addition of such an unusual demon girl in his home. Since crossing over to this world, he had spent 90% of his time living alone. His parents were extraordinary warriors, but they joined the Interdimensional War when he was very young and ultimately died in another world. Their remains never returned. That battle had cost humanity dearly, and if not for the Black Angels as allies, a large number of demon armies might have invaded human cities. His parents had left him only this 70-square-meter apartment. He hadn't been to school these past few days because his classmates had gone with the teacher to explore an interdimensional realm, leaving him behind. The day before yesterday, he went to school to find the classroom empty. So, he had stayed home, sitting in front of his computer for self-study. Having a girl at home felt quite strange. But Lin Nai hadn't forgotten his situation was an orphan, without school subsidies. Without income from missions, he would soon be unable to afford tuition, let alone the taxes from the extraordinary society. Late into the night, Lin Nai still sat at his desk, surrounded by a stack of textbooks on extraordinary professions nearly half a meter high. He was browsing online commissions on his computer, hoping to take on some simple interdimensional collection tasks to earn some living expenses. Lin Nai sighed and patted the textbooks beside him. Rank talent, what a setback. After all this time, my soul power hasn't improved at all. Life's really unfair. He didn't have any special abilities, just the most mediocre training talent. Despite his frustration, he continued to practice according to the methods in the textbooks. After a while, Lin Nai remembered there was a reference book in the study, so he got up to fetch it. Having grown accustomed to living alone, he forgot there was someone else at home and opened the door directly. What he saw left him stunned. Yuaner was sitting cross-legged on the bed. A pair of beautiful, full black wings unfolded behind her. She seemed to be tending to her wings and only opened her eyes when she heard Lin Nai's gasp. Ah! The girl screamed. Whoa! Lin Nai quickly shut the door in fright. But he soon realized something was off. Wasn't she fully dressed? Why scream so loud? Lin Nai helplessly knocked on the door. Please, come in. Yuaner's soft voice came from inside. Lin Nai entered to find Yuaner curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, half her face buried between them. Her black wings were still spread out, strikingly prominent in the dimly lit room. A young girl stood in the center of the room, her face soft and pure, her petite and delicate frame starkly contrasted by the large black wings behind her. Those magnificent wings almost enveloped her entirely, their deep, dark hue exuding a subtle hint of mischief. This striking contrast made one inclined to take a second look. Lin Nai said somewhat helplessly, your clothes were just fine. So why did you shout just now? Yuaner blushed slightly and murmured, my wings are rarely seen by others, and I called out instinctively. Lin Nai nodded, his gaze drawn to the intriguing wings. Though he had never seen a fallen angel's wings before, now that he had, his curiosity was piqued. He stepped forward and asked, are you healing? The girl nodded softly, yes. Lin Nai's eyes wandered to the bedside, where he noticed an unfamiliar bottle containing a shimmering blue liquid. Pointing at it, he asked, is this your medicine? Yuaner explained, it's a medicine developed by our race using unique resources from our dimension. It's very effective for treating damage from interdimensional energy. An idea popped into Lin Nai's head, and he tentatively offered, then perfect, applying it to your wings must be tricky. How about I help you? No. No need. The girl's face turned a deep shade of red, her neck and ears burning as well. Her black wings instinctively pulled in closer, and her voice took on a flustered tone. I can manage on my own. Lin Nai's lips curled into a slight smile, suddenly feeling playful. He sat beside her, speaking casually, it's all right. You've helped me with so much earlier. It's only fair we help each other out. But, Yuaner tried to protest, but Lin Nai had already extended his hand. The black wings were right there, and Lin Nai couldn't resist gently touching them. For him, it felt like petting a cat, or perhaps more like stroking an owl's feathers. However, this light touch sent a shiver through Yuaner's entire body. Her face flushed bright red, and her neck and ears turned a soft pink, as if she might start steaming. Lin Nai was taken aback. Was she really that sensitive? Realizing his joke might have gone too far, he quickly withdrew his hand. But it was too late. Yuaner slowly raised her head, and Lin Nai was shocked to see that her eyes had changed color. The once pure black, akin to obsidian, had transformed into vivid, dangerously alluring crimson. Lin Nai stared into Yuaner's eyes, momentarily dazed. Suddenly, without warning, Yuaner kicked him off the bed with a loud thud. He landed heavily on the floor, completely bewildered, barely having time to react. As he tried to get up, Yuaner's second kick followed swiftly. Her small foot pressed down hard on Lin Nai's chest, slamming his back onto the floor again. He grimaced in pain and let out a strained groan. Damn. The kick showed no mercy. The girl with black wings and crimson eyes was a far cry from the shy, gentle young woman she had seemed before. She let out a cold snort, her bewitching blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Nai, her demeanor entirely transformed, exuding an icy aura. Scoundrel! Yuan'er snapped, finally showing your true colors, daring to take advantage of me? Lin Nai struggled to defend himself. What advantage did I take? Before he could finish, he felt her bare foot grinding into his chest, making it hard to breathe. Just then, a black feather floated down, landing right on his face. Yuan'er sneered. Still denying it? With that look on your face just now, I know exactly what you were thinking, Lin Nai explained in exasperation. It's like petting a cat. What could I possibly be thinking? Petting a cat? Yuan'er looked at him suspiciously, not quite understanding. Or maybe more like petting an eagle? Lin Nai muttered under his breath. Either way, it's just fluffy. I'm not into furries. Her eyes darkened, and she pressed down harder with her foot. What did you say? Lin Nai gritted his teeth, feeling as if his ribs were about to be crushed. Damn, is she serious? Is she really trying to kill me? He thought in panic. Pinned to the ground, Lin Nai's fingers curled and pressed into the floor. Suddenly, his inner soul power erupted. With a roar, he burst up from the ground. Yuan'er's delicate eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. This human soul energy level was only about 0.5, not even enough to awaken any abilities, just a mere mortal with a grasp of soul energy. Yet he managed to escape from under her foot? Lin Nai flipped backward, putting 2 meters between them. A faint, colorless soul energy emanated from his body as he assumed a defensive stance, wary of another attack from the demonic girl. He glared at her coldly. Hey, don't push it. Yuan'er smirked. Hmph, who told you to get handsy? Frustrated, Lin Nai retorted. I was just trying to help, okay? You asked to stay because you had nowhere to go, and I let you. Is this how you repay your landlord? Yuan'er leisurely sat on the bed, elegantly crossing her long, pale legs, her eyes glinting with intrigue as she looked at him. Oh, are you mad? Quite the temper. I was just teasing you, only stepped on you twice. Was it that painful? Lin Nai's expression remained cold. Not funny. Yuan'er scoffed. Stop pretending. You talk a good game. All about being helpful. Can you honestly say you didn't have any little thoughts? That bringing me here didn't spark any strange ideas? That you didn't imagine something might happen? Lin Nai fell silent. Yuan'er chuckled, her red eyes captivating, narrowing into slits. Why so quiet? Admitting it? Lin Nai was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Thinking is one thing, doing is another. If I didn't think at all, it would mean I'm not a normal person. Yuan'er tilted her head, pondering his words, then nodded. That's more like it. I'm satisfied with that answer. At least you're more honest than the hypocritical and foolish humans I've met before. Seeing that this dark angel had no intention to continue fighting, the soul energy around Lin Nai gradually dissipated. He paused, scrutinizing the mysterious girl before him, and asked skeptically, Tell me, why did your personality change so suddenly? Are you a split personality? Well, you could understand it that way, Yuan'er replied with a playful smile. Or you could see me now as, my self-protective state. Self-protective? It's the state I enter automatically when I sense danger around me. Yuan'er shrugged. Can't help it. Her personality is too soft, always getting bullied and never fighting back. Without me, even her aunt would be worried sick. Lin Nai suddenly understood the complexity of the enigmatic girl standing before him. Linnai's question broke through the silence of Yuan'er's contemplation. Did you just say she? So are you still Yuan'er? Or do you have 2 souls in your body? Yuan'er shrugged and explained. Of course, I'm still me. Whether it's the current me or the she from a moment ago, it's all the same person. I just use she for convenience. Then why is there such a big difference in personality between you two? Linnai pressed further. Yuan'er thought for a moment and found a metaphor that humans could easily understand. When I sense danger, my body secretes a special hormone that temporarily alters my personality. But my cognition, memory, and abilities remain unchanged. It's like how when humans get drunk, their personalities can change significantly, and they might say or do things they wouldn't normally dare to. But does that mean you're not you at that time? Linnai suddenly understood. So you're saying she felt I was a threat just now? He was a bit speechless because he truly meant no harm. At most, he just wanted to tease her a little. What else? Yuan'er gave him a sidelong glance. It's only been 2 days, and you're already ready to help someone apply ointment. In a few more days, are you planning to give someone a back rub and foot massage with essential oils? Linnai was momentarily at a loss for words. Yuan'er suddenly stood up and leaned in close to Linnai, their faces just 2 centimeters apart. Her warm breath brushed against his face, causing his heart rate to quicken, though he tried to maintain his composure. Be grateful, Yuiner said with a radiant smile, lightly touching Linnai's cheek with her index finger. If you weren't somewhat good-looking, I would have kicked you in the face just now. Linnai remained silent. Yuiner leaned in closer to his ear and whispered, why are you acting so serious? I can hear your heart beating faster. You don't really want me to step on your face, do you? Linnai's expression almost cracked, his face twitching slightly. As someone who had been single for 2 lifetimes, he felt his ears burning. This kind of conversation was something he couldn't handle. All right, stop messing around. Linnai gently pushed her away, expressionless. You shouldn't feel threatened now, right? I just came to get a book. You should change back and get some sleep. It's late, don't cause a fuss. Yuiner responded. Linnai took a deep breath, walked over to the bookshelf, grabbed a few reference books he needed, and left the room without looking at Yuiner again. Yuiner sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, watching the closed door with an amused expression. Hmph, still kinda cute, she muttered to herself. Back in his room, Linnai placed the reference books down and sat heavily in his chair. This is just ridiculous, he muttered. He finally understood why the night watchman had warned him about this demon girl being difficult. Yet, this readied version of Yuiner seemed to fit more with his long-held impression of demons. After a while, there was a gentle knock on the door. Who is it? Linnai asked cautiously, still somewhat wary from the earlier encounter. It's me, the landlord. A soft voice came from outside. Linnai breathed a sigh of relief. It was the familiar voice of Yuiner in her normal state. He got up to open the door, and there she was, bowing deeply as soon as he opened it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let her out and hurt you. I'm really sorry, she said urgently. You're not hurt, are you? Linnai chuckled wryly. It was hard to stay mad at this version of Yuiner. It's fine, he said. I forgot there was someone at home and barged in without knocking. So it's my fault? No, 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 it's my fault, my problem. No, it's my fault. It's mine. It's my fault. All right, then it's your fault, Linnai said. So how do you plan to make it up to me? The girl was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Linnai watched her confused expression and smirked. She was definitely more endearing like this. The readied woman had been too much. But seriously, Linnai pointed to the clock on the wall, which read 3 a.m. Why are you still up this late? The girl pursed her thin lips. Actually, we demons are less prone to fatigue at night than during the day, and we require very little sleep. Linnai nodded. I see. He had also been struggling with insomnia recently. Despite his outward appearance of indifference and apathy, which made his advisor think he was a hopeless case, Linnai was actually more anxious than anyone, though he never spoke about it to anyone. Linnai then noticed the clothes Yuiner was wearing. She was still in the oversized t-shirt he had given her when she first arrived, and the shorts were his too. Her own white dress was completely ruined and unwearable. After a moment of thought, Linnai said, since you're not sleeping, how about I take you out for a bit? Yuiner looked at him blankly and asked, where to? To the mall, to buy you some clothes, Linnai explained. Our city is known as the city that never sleeps. Even in the middle of the night, the malls are open, the streets are bustling, and there are all sorts of snacks lined up. Many people work night shifts, so it's not uncommon to be stuck in traffic at 3 a.m. Buy clothes? Yuiner instinctively waved her hand. No need. I can't let you buy me things when I'm staying at your place. You've been helping me with chores these past few days. Consider it your payment. Plus, you don't have any other clothes to wear here, right? Actually, what I'm wearing now is fine. Don't worry about it. Just listen to me. Let's go. With that, Linnai didn't give Yuiner a chance to refuse, taking her hand and leading her out. Yuiner was momentarily speechless, so she could only follow Linnai out of the room. The chill of March nights lingered in the air. In the evening, Yuiner wrapped herself in Lin Nai's jacket, looking particularly petite. The oversized sleeves hit her fingers, and the hem reached her knees, resembling a dress. Lin Nai held the young girl's hand as they navigated the bustling night food street. The narrow road was mostly occupied by a variety of stalls, forcing them to walk closely together. Our human realm might not be as advanced as your Black Angel realm, but the city is quite lively, isn't it? Lin Nai said with a smile, suddenly realizing the girl behind him had been silent for a while. He turned around to see the girl with her head down, her neck red like a boiled shrimp, almost steaming. Lin Nai waved his hand in front of her face, a bit helplessly. Hey, are you okay? The girl didn't respond, still blushing and dazed. Hey, Lin Nai raised his voice. Huh. The girl snapped back to reality, looking at him in confusion. Lin Nai thought to himself, could it be her first time holding hands with a boy? But then he realized it was his first time holding a girl's hand too. He let go of her soft, slightly sweaty hand and said, just stick close to me, don't get lost. He was worried her state might attract that crazy readied woman. Okay, Yuiner replied softly. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a women's clothing store. Lin Nai explained that ordinary clothes in this era weren't expensive because they didn't have any additional attributes. The truly expensive ones were those enchanted brand clothes that provided significant boosts to the wearer's basic attributes. This kind of store was meant for the lower-class poor. Linnai began picking out clothes for Ewaner. How about this one? This set looks nice too. Try that one as well. He bought her 5 or 6 outfits, including underwear and personal items. Every time he asked if she liked something, her response was always, it's nice. So Linnai ended up choosing based on his own taste. Suddenly, a lazy, sultry voice came from behind. Hey, how's it going? Got enough money? Need big sister to pay for you? Lin Nai turned around to see Ewaner's dark red eyes looking at him, with a playful smile. Why are you out again? Lin Nai asked in surprise. Why can't I come out? Ewaner said innocently. I only said I'd automatically switch to protection mode when sensing danger, but I never said I couldn't come out when there's nothing going on. Then why are you out now? Oh, she's on her first date with a guy, and she might feel shy, so she hid away and asked me to handle it, Ewaner explained. Is that even a thing? Lin Nai was incredulous. Ewaner draped her arm lightly over Lin Nai's shoulder, her lips close to his ear, teasingly saying, How about it? Want big sister to pay the bill for you? Just call me queen, and I'll take care of you for a day. How about that? Lin Nai replied helplessly, Can we not dream? Besides, do you even have human currency? Ewaner was about to answer when a commotion erupted outside. Many customers rushed out of the store, looking up at the sky, talking amongst themselves as if observing something unusual. Lin Nai and Ewaner followed them out, and the scene before them was astonishing. The moon had turned a deep, pure black, and the sky was a dark, eerie red. This was no ordinary lunar eclipse. The citizens had never seen such a phenomenon and were speculating about what could be happening. Ewaner sensed a peculiar magnetic energy and murmured, What a strange energy reaction. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the dark sky, as if splitting it in two. The trail of the lightning lingered in the air, and the space seemed to warp. A thunderous boom echoed, shaking everyone to their core. Suddenly, a wave of black mist swept in. The world before Lin Nai's eyes abruptly changed colors as an eerie gray and white spread from the west, merging with the swirling black fog. Within the dense mist, light and shadows intertwined, and the twisted space became a chaotic blur. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone's movements and expressions on the street were suspended in that single second. Only Lin Nai was able to move freely, clearly seeing the frozen expressions and postures of each passerby. From the chaotic mist came a chilling sound. The wails of the dead, sharp string music, and the cries of tortured spirits all mingled together. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the haze. It was a mysterious figure clad in a white robe, wielding a massive silver scythe. Lin Nai stared, unable to discern the person's features. The figure seemed to glance up at Lin Nai, their blood-red eyes meeting his. In an instant, Lin Nai felt the world spin around him, as if being sucked into a powerful vortex. A bizarre silver-gray light enveloped him, and the soul energy within him uncontrollably merged with the chaos. With a loud crash, Lin Nai's consciousness plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the city, 2 night watchers leaned against an off-road vehicle, smoking and chatting. They were discussing rumors of a celestial-level dark angel arriving in Yi City. As they spoke, a blinding black light suddenly descended from the eastern sky, and the world was instantly engulfed in eerie chaos. Stunned, they watched as the chaotic tide swallowed them. Their ears were filled with terrifying sounds, hissing, crying, the cawing of crows, the screams of the undead, and the wails of chaotic creatures. This state lasted only a few seconds. The 2 experienced night watchers snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat, exchanging bewildered glances. Realizing this might be a sign of the divine sequence manifesting, they immediately decided to inform headquarters. Hey, wake up, will you? I don't want to have to carry you home. A slightly exasperated female voice roused Lin Nai. He groggily opened his eyes to find Ewaner crouching beside him. Finally awake? What happened to you? How did you suddenly pass out like that and fall? Ewaner trailed off, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. And you're supposed to be extraordinary, yet your constitution is so weak. I didn't sense any toxic elements in that strange fog. Lin Nai sat up, noticing that the passers-by had dispersed and the moon in the sky had returned to normal. How long was I out? He asked. About half an hour, Ewaner replied. I was about to step on you again like last night if you didn't wake up soon, and this time I would have aimed for your nose. Lin Nai didn't respond, looking down at his hands. He suddenly sensed that something had changed within his body. At night, Ewaner crouched beside Lin Nai, gently poking his cheek with her slender fingers. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you spacing out? Did you hit your head when you fell last night? Lin Nai brushed her hand away, sounding slightly annoyed. Stop it. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a serious expression. I think I saw someone just now. Who? Yuaner asked, intrigued. Lin Nai's face was solemn as he slowly described, someone draped in a white robe, holding a silver scythe. They emerged from the chaotic gray mist, seemingly coming for me. But I couldn't see their face clearly. Upon hearing this, Yuaner's brow furrowed. Great. Our landlord's gone crazy. Can't even tell dreams from reality, she thought to herself, annoyed. It took so long to find a comfortable place to stay, without anyone bothering me, and now I might have to move again? Just then, a piercing siren suddenly blared throughout the city. It was an 11 alert for Yi City, indicating an incursion by alien entities into the dimensional city. The unexpected alarm sent pedestrians into a panic. Warning! Warning! Blared the broadcast. Unidentified extraterrestrial beings have invaded the dimension. All Yi City residents currently outside should return home immediately and activate their protective barriers. All sentinels, prepare to defend. The streets descended into chaos. Citizens scrambled to flee, rushing home. Street vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls, with some abandoning them altogether to escape into underground shelters. Yuana frowned and complained. What's going on? I just came to this dimension for a holiday, and now there's an invasion. She recalled the human dimensional barrier system, thinking that an invasion shouldn't have happened so suddenly. Could the city authorities have been negligent? She turned to Lin Nai on the ground. Hey, I'm on vacation. I don't want to get involved in your human dimension wars. Let's go home. She reached to grab Lin Nai's wrist to pull him up. However, Lin Nai looked pale and weak. I can't find the strength to stand. He tried but couldn't even lift his arms. What? Yuana bit her lip. You can't be serious. Do you want me to carry you? Lin Nai didn't respond, feeling his strength ebbing away, even losing the energy to speak. At that moment, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed from afar. Hee hee. The sound lingered in the streets, as if from another world, enveloping everything in a sinister atmosphere. Yuaner looked up to see a bizarre creature shrouded in chaotic darkness crawling out from the mist at the street corner. The creature's appearance was grotesque, a face full of tumors resembling a mournful human visage. It crawled on all fours towards Yuaner and Lin Nai, emitting a strange wailing sound. An undead creature? Yuaner recognized the species immediately. She had expected an attack from some demonic race, but it turned out to be an undead, unseen in the material plane for ages. The creature moved slowly at first, but suddenly charged at them as the distance closed, its wailing turning into a terrifying laughter. Lin Nai remained unable to move, sitting on the ground. Yuaner stood motionless, her face expressionless. The hideous undead monster leapt towards Lin Nai and Yuaner. Yuaner merely lifted a slender, white finger and, with incredible speed and precision, flicked its forehead as it lunged at them. Boom! The undead creature instantly disintegrated, its decaying body bursting into a foul-smelling blood mist, spraying at a 45-degree angle and spreading over several meters. Yuaner grimaced and flicked her fingers. Ugh, gross, all sticky. She wiped her fingers on Lin Nai's clothes. Just then, a dozen more undead creatures crawled out onto the street, seemingly intent on surrounding Yuaner and Lin Nai. At that moment, the eerie undead creatures suddenly halted, even cautiously retreating, as if they had seen something that instilled deep fear in them. Yuaner glanced around, a smirk of disdain playing on her lips as she scoffed, "Now you're scared?" However, she quickly realized that these not-so-bright undead creatures were not frightened of her, but rather, their gaze was fixated on Lin Nai beside her. Yuaner turned her attention back to Lin Nai. This time, she noticed that although his eyes remained closed, a grayish-white aura of soul energy enveloped him. This aura, like a thin veil, wrapped around his entire body. Its energy wasn't particularly intense, yet it acted like an invisible vortex, subtly drawing in the surrounding energies. Suddenly, the undead creatures let out a series of piercing wails. Yingying Hao. Awa. Ajai. Following this, their decayed bodies spontaneously ignited, consumed by a bizarre black flame. The creatures' bodies gradually vaporized, turning into wisps of soul-like essence, all of which were absorbed into Lin Nai's body. Even the worldly-wise Yuaner couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. This was a spectacle she had never witnessed before. Meanwhile, on a nearby street, a group of night watchmen was preparing for the impending battle. One of them jokingly said to his companion, "Old Tang, if I die today, remember to deliver my letter to my son. Shut up with the bad omens. Do it yourself," his companion replied irritably. "Come on, I'm just saying. In our line of work, you always have to be ready for the worst," the man muttered. Despite the light-hearted words, everyone knew that today could very well turn into a brutal bloodbath. The invasion of otherworldly beings signaled that the dimensional barriers had been breached. The enemy's ability to silently and directly break through the human realm's defenses was a testament to their formidable power. Suddenly, Tang Hongshan, a middle-aged night watchman, barked, "Enough chatter. They're here." Raising his long sword, all the night watchmen immediately assumed defensive stances. From the southwest side of the street, over 20 grotesque and terrifying undead creatures emerged. A young night watchman gasped, "What race are these?" "They're terrifying," Tang Hongshan calmly explained, "demonic spawn. It's normal for them to look ugly, but I've never seen these particular creatures before." "Enough talk. Prepare for battle." "Yes," the night watchmen responded in unison. The 6 night watchmen and the undead creatures were still several meters apart, their soul energy concentrated, ready for a life-and-death struggle. However, just then, the undead creature's state suddenly turned bizarre. Mysterious black flames inexplicably erupted on their bodies, and their flesh began to melt and evaporate under the eerie blaze. The creatures let out agonizing wails, convulsing and writhing in pain, until finally, like extinguished lamps, they transformed into soul energy that was barely visible to the naked eye and dissipated before the night watchman's eyes. This soul energy rose into the air, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, drifting in the same direction. The night watchmen exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. "What's going on?" they all asked in unison, utterly baffled by what had just transpired. Tang Hongshan was ready to sacrifice himself to defend Yecheng, but he never expected the situation to suddenly reverse. The monstrous horde before him retreated like a receding tide. The once dark red sky gradually returned to its natural state, and the haunting cries of the departed faded away. A young night watchman beside him asked in confusion, "Captain, what's going on?" Tang Hongshan remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed. "I don't know either. The recent level alert indicated an invasion of at least 10,000 interdimensional creatures. With Yecheng's defense capabilities, we should have faced a fierce battle. But now," he trailed off, and the night watchmen exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of relief and puzzlement. Suddenly, Tang Hongshan recalled the earlier phenomenon. A deity-level sequence had appeared, followed by the invasion of Yecheng by otherworldly creatures of an unfamiliar species. "This can't be a coincidence," he murmured to himself. "There must be a connection." The young night watchman pressed further. "Captain, have you thought of something?" Tang Hongshan shook his head, bringing his thoughts back to the present. "Forget it. It's nothing. Let's get in touch with headquarters." The scene shifts to Lin Nai, who slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a vast, gray ocean. His first thought was, "Am I still dreaming?" The world before him was shrouded in gray sky, a gray sea, and gray rocks. A gray mist hung over the sea, eerily silent, without the slightest sound of waves. On the gray rocks protruding from the sea, Lin Nai saw objects bound by chains. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were grotesque, decaying undead creatures. Each one had its limbs securely chained to the rocks, unable to move. As Lin Nai approached, these creatures displayed expressions of sheer terror, desperately recoiling as if he were the most frightening thing they had ever seen. Studying them closely, Lin Nai suddenly realized these were the very undead creatures that had invaded Yecheng, the ones that had been flicked away by Yi Wanier's finger. Lin Nai found himself standing on a small, solitary boat, drifting aimlessly across the silent gray ocean. Scattered across the sea were numerous similar rocks, each with a creature bound upon it. As he contemplated the meaning of this bizarre scene, he noticed a white wooden door standing inexplicably at the bow of the boat, with a sign reading, "White Death's Office." "What a strange dream," Lin Nai muttered to himself. "I might as well take a look inside." Without much hesitation, he reached out and pushed the door open. A blinding white light enveloped Lin Nai, and as his eyes adjusted, he found himself in a spacious room. The approximately 100 square meter space was arranged like an office, but with a unique style. Directly opposite was a massive black, classical bookshelf, occupying an entire wall. Beneath the bookshelf was a desk and chair. The floor was covered with a soft gray and white carpet. The room's color scheme of gray, silver, and white was accented with touches of black, blending classical charm with a futuristic feel. Lin Nai looked around in amazement, noting the stark contrast between this room and the gray ocean outside. He carefully observed the room's furnishings. To the left was a large floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the eerie seascape outside. Against the right wall stood a coat rack with a luxurious white hooded robe hanging on it. "This robe looks way too aristocratic. Could it be the Grim Reapers?" Lin Nai wondered aloud, gently touching the garment. On a wooden weapon rack nearby rested the most striking item in the room, a massive silver-white scythe. Lin Nai hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist reaching out to grasp the handle and lifting it. The scythe was a towering 2 meters tall, taller than Lin Nai himself, gleaming with a menacing silver light. Lin Nai picked up the silver scythe and was surprised to find it perfectly balanced and comfortable to wield. His fingers grazed the intricate patterns and lines on the blade, and he couldn't help but marvel, This is the first time I've seen such a beautifully crafted weapon. After admiring it for a moment, he carefully placed the scythe back in its original spot. Turning his gaze to the tall black bookcase, Lin Nai noticed it was filled with a variety of books. He randomly pulled out a thick brown leather-bound book, the cover boldly displaying Roster of the Undead Prisoners. Driven by curiosity, he opened the book, revealing a series of unfamiliar names and details. Name, Shizi. Race, God. Position, second-generation Thunder God. Renegade. Undead status, escaped. Whereabouts unknown. Name, Shun-in. Race, God. Position, seventh-generation God of Courage, deceased. Undead status, escaped. Whereabouts unknown. Name, Tian Hao. Race, God. Position, fifth-generation God of War. Renegade. Undead status, escaped. Whereabouts unknown. Name, Shihun. Race, God. Position, seventh-generation God of Swords. Renegade. Undead status, escaped. Whereabouts unknown. Lin Nai furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. These were clearly not part of any mythology he was familiar with, nor did they belong to any legends from Earth. Could this be a record of deceased and renegade deities from the divine realm? Putting the book down, he picked another from the shelf. Its contents were equally surprising. Name, Ghost Ruler King. Race, Demon. Class, Fierce Beast. Level, Wraith. Undead status, escaped. Whereabouts unknown. Name, Brooklyn. Race, Demon. Class, Nightmare. Level, Sinluo. Undead status. This one records demons, Lin Nai muttered to himself. Could this place have once been a prison office? And it seems that the prisoners here were not ordinary undead. As he was lost in thought, a recessed area on the wall caught his attention. Embedded in the niche was an unusual white skull. Lin Nai wondered aloud. I can understand a skull in the Grim Reaper's room, but why is it embedded in the wall? He reached out to touch it, and suddenly, the skull's eyes lit up with a red glow, exuding a hint of technology. Startled, Lin Nai stepped back. The skull not only illuminated its eyes, but also began rotating its neck, producing a clicking sound. To his astonishment, it even started to speak. Oh my heavens! Look what I've just seen. Lord White Reaper, you've come back to life? This is indeed a momentous occasion, the skull exclaimed excitedly. I thought I would drift alone in the vast sea of the undead for billions, or even trillions of years, but here you are, alive. It seems our divine civilization is not entirely extinct after all. Lin Nai was taken aback, unsure how to respond to this sudden enthusiasm. He took a deep breath and tentatively asked, What's your name again? The skull paused, then replied, Oh heavens, have you forgotten my name? I am your most loyal assistant, secretary, butler, and chauffeur, the last and greatest, most advanced, most perceptive AI of the divine civilization Mosey. Mosey? Lin Nai paused for a moment, then asked, What's your relation to Moss? Moss? What's that? The skull replied, confused. Lin Nai shook his head. Never mind. Mosey continued excitedly. Oh, no matter what, it's wonderful that you're back. We could sing a song about it. However, after you disappeared, most of the malevolent spirits imprisoned in the sea of the undead rebelled. They've escaped the undead world and fled to various lower worlds, so we don't have many to accompany us in song and dance anymore. Lin Nai pondered, recalling the roster he had just seen. The final status of those deities and demons was mostly escaped, whereabouts unknown, which seemed to explain the situation. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the left, towards the creatures bound to the rocks in the sea of the undead outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Those creatures, were they once escaped prisoners too? He asked. Yes, Mosey confirmed, but I just received information that over 10,000 heinous spirits have been recaptured and returned to the sea of the undead. I should have realized it was because you returned, but I'm really curious, how did you survive the apocalypse of the gods? Are there any other surviving deities like you? Lin Nai paused, feeling a bit awkward as he replied, Probably not. Is that so? Motzi said with a hint of regret. That's truly unfortunate. Lin Nai slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. He felt a soft, comfortable object beneath his head and a faint fragrance lingering in the air. For a moment, he thought he was still dreaming. Am I back home? Lin Nai wondered to himself, letting out a soft sigh. He heard the familiar clacking sound of his old computer keyboard. Startled, he thought, Wait, if I'm here, who's using my computer? Just then, a gentle female voice spoke. Hey, having a nice nap? Lin Nai suddenly realized his situation. He was resting his head on Yuane's lap, who was in her red-eye mode, sitting by the bed playing computer games. The room was small, with the computer desk right next to the bed, allowing her to play from there. How did I get back here? Lin Nai asked, his voice still a bit dazed, yet he didn't rush to get up, instead contentedly continuing to lie there. So soft, he mused to himself. Without turning her head, Yuan remained focused on her game. Of course, I carried you back. Consider it a thank you for buying me all those clothes. Thanks, Lin Nai replied, suddenly remembering something. Oh, right, what about those invading monsters? Has the city lifted the alert? Yuan finally turned to him, looking surprised. You're asking me? Don't you remember what you did? It's the first time I've seen such a dramatic sequence awakening. What exactly is your awakened profession? Lin Nai was taken aback, realizing he had indeed successfully awakened his sequence ability. He could feel that his soul power level had reached 1.0. This discovery shocked him, as his previous level was only 0.5, far from the threshold for attempting a sequence awakening. Could it be? Lin Nai suddenly realized this might be related to his recent dream. No, calling it a dream now seemed inappropriate. It was clearly something that actually happened. He noticed a familiar white wooden door in his mind, the very door to the White Death God's office. White Death God, Lin Nai murmured to himself. That must be the name of my sequence profession, but I'm not sure about the exact sequence number. I'll probably need to check the system at school to confirm. As Lin Nai was lost in thought, Yuan suddenly stood up, causing him to roll off her lap and onto the floor. Damn! Lin Nai exclaimed as he got up, rubbing his head in irritation. What was that for? Yuan glanced at him. I'm hungry and need to get something to eat. So of course I had to get up. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? Yuan turned her back to him, her cheeks slightly flushed. She silently thought to herself, this guy can't even sleep quietly. I carried him back with good intentions, and he ends up dreaming and using my lap as a pillow. I wanted to tease him when he woke up and watch him blush, but he shamelessly stayed put instead. Idiot. Yuan muttered under her breath before saying, it's no fun. I'll let her come out and keep you company. I'm leaving. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan's eyes returned to their normal color. Coming back to her senses, her face turned bright red, from her cheeks to her ears and neck, as if realizing the foolishness of her actions after a drunken night. Mr. Landlord, I didn't mean to offend you, Yuan said, bowing deeply. I'm sorry. Lin Nai sighed. It's okay. I don't blame you. And I've told you, just call me Lin Nai. Okay. Lin Nage, Yuan stammered. Lin Nai didn't say anything further, falling into silence. He attempted to open the white wooden door in his mind. It opened effortlessly, allowing him to enter the office and the sea of souls without needing to be in a dream. Though he didn't fully understand what had happened, at least he had awakened his sequence profession, even if it was a sequence number far beyond 1000. It was something he could finally tell his late parents about. Lin Nai exhaled deeply. His parents' only wish was for him to awaken a sequence someday. They didn't expect him to achieve greatness or fame, just hoped he could find his place in society and no longer be looked down upon. Lin Nai's thoughts drifted far, recalling his parents' hopes. His gaze naturally turned to the cityscape outside the window, where the headquarters of the Night Watchers stood tall. Tang Hongshan hurriedly returned to headquarters with a few members of the Night Watch team. He pushed open the meeting room door, which creaked as the wooden frame moved. Captain, we're back, Tang Hongshan announced, his gaze sweeping across the room. Inside the meeting room, 8 people were seated around a round table, clearly engaged in an important meeting. Tang Hongshan felt a jolt of anxiety, realizing that nearly all the senior leaders of the Night Watch were present. Besides the captain, there was a stern, authoritative-looking middle-aged man with a square face at the center of the table. The director himself had been alerted. Tang Hongshan regretted not knocking first. Xiao Tang, you're back just in time, Captain Lu has said. How did it go? Tang Hongshan snapped back to attention. Oh, right. We were prepared to fight to the death against the invading aliens, but unexpectedly, those alien creatures seemed to be affected by some force, igniting and disintegrating on their own. Who asked you about that? Lu Ha interrupted. Huh. Tang Hongshan was momentarily confused. Lu Ha stared into his eyes. Did you find the person who awakened the divine sequence? It dawned on Tang Hongshan then. The high-level leaders had gathered for a meeting not because of last night's alien invasion, but due to the individual who had awakened the divine sequence. He quickly gathered his thoughts. The emergence of a divine sequence is a 1 in a billion event, possessing absolute uniqueness, entirely independent of other sequences. This means that until the death of an awakened person with a divine sequence, no one else can awaken the abilities of that specific divine sequence. Those who awaken these sequence abilities inherit a portion of the corresponding deity's powers. In Yin Kingdom, and indeed across the entire human realm, a divine sequence had not appeared for many years. Lu Ha inferred the outcome from Tang Hongshan's expression. I suppose you haven't found them yet. No, Tang Hongshan replied regretfully. Everything happened so suddenly last night. First, the anomaly, then the planar invasion. Those alien creatures appeared and vanished so abruptly, leaving us all bewildered. We spent the entire night on high alert, fearing those monsters might reappear. Lu Ha rested his hands under his chin, contemplating. Last night's planar invasion was indeed sudden. And clearly, those previously unseen alien creatures weren't demonic offspring, but other interdimensional species. Initially, I thought the planar barriers had weakened, so I immediately sent people to check. The results showed the extra-dimensional barriers were intact, with no signs of damage. Intact? Tang Hongshan exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? This is real, said a senior officer of the Night Watch, his expression grave and his head shining baldly under the lights. His eyes were bloodshot from staying up all night. After conducting research throughout the night, we discovered that the bizarre black lightning over Yeching last night caused a distortion in the dimensional space, creating a rift and opening a new door to another dimension. Those terrifying creatures emerged from this newly opened portal. Tang Hongshan furrowed his brows and asked incredulously, is such a thing possible? Two-dimensional portals appearing in one city is unprecedented. Lu He crossed his hands on the table and spoke slowly. The danger level of this new dimensional portal is still unknown, and the world beyond it remains unexplored. The authorities have decided to temporarily name it Yeching Portal Number 2. We've already cordoned off a 1-kilometer radius around the portal, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching it. He paused before continuing. But let's put this issue aside for now. We suspect that the appearance of Portal Number 2 is related to the phenomenon of the divine sequence awakening yesterday. There's no doubt that someone in Yeching has inherited the power of a deity. A divine inheritor. Tang Hongshan's expression grew serious. Also known as an apostle of the gods, representing the will of the divine. Such individuals are extremely rare worldwide and are undoubtedly valuable national assets. He paused before asking, which deity do you think this apostle represents? Lu He met Tang Hongshan's gaze and delivered a shocking answer. Divine Sequence Number 0 White Death God Carlos. Tang Hongshan looked puzzled. What? Sequence 0? Weren't there only 108 ancient deities? I've never heard of a Sequence 0. Captain, could you be mistaken? I remember the Death God sequence number is 13. Lu He shook his head. Not the Death God, but the White Death God. White Death God. Tang Hongshan was even more confused. Lu He explained. The Death God oversees the souls of all living beings after death in the mortal realm. In contrast, the White Death God governs the souls of all deities and demonic beings across the universe. He is also responsible for imprisoning gods who have committed serious crimes, those who betrayed the divine race, and demonic beings captured and detained by the gods. Tang Hongshan was stunned. This god sounded powerful, yet why had he never heard of him? A young Night Watch member scratched his head and voiced the question on everyone's mind. Captain, if that's the case, why isn't this deity recorded in the ancient scrolls of the old gods? Lu He glanced at the young member and explained, because the White Death God was declared a renegade by the God King and stripped of his divine status long before the ancient gods perished. The young Night Watch member was left speechless. At that moment, the director suddenly slammed his hand on the table, interrupting their discussion. Enough of this nonsense, he said sternly. These are just speculations from our researchers, and we cannot be certain if it's truly the legendary White Death God, as this divine sequence has never appeared before. Regardless, a divine apostle has indeed emerged. You must immediately investigate and locate the individual who has awakened the divine sequence. Once found, bring them back and have them sign the system. Apostles possess unimaginable potential, and we must ensure they remain under our control, not fall into the hands of those gene companies or the Wuxing Society. Tang Hongshan straightened up immediately. Yes, sir. With that, he gripped his sword and turned to leave the office. As he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Oh, sir, there's one more thing. Whatever it is, it can wait, the director interrupted. The priority is to find the apostle who has inherited the divine power. But I believe this matter is equally important and should be brought to your attention, Tang Hongshan insisted. The director raised an eyebrow. Then go ahead. Tang Hongshan spoke earnestly. Yesterday, we received a report from a citizen about a black angel who got lost in the temporal rift and accidentally arrived in our human dimension. They are currently staying at that citizen's home. A black angel? The director said in surprise. Is that so? He pondered for a moment before continuing. The black angels are important allies to humanity. Without their help during the last dimensional war, human civilization would have faced catastrophic destruction. Why haven't we brought this black angel to the bureau? Tang Hongshan coughed lightly. Well, it seems the black angel prefers to stay with the citizen. Ridiculous. The director frowned. How can this be? After all, they are demonic beings. Which black angel is it? Have you asked? It's Yuaner, Tang Hongshan replied. The director was taken aback. The war weapon nurtured by the black angel civilization? Yes. The director fell silent, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he said slowly, all right, fine. We'll discuss this matter with the black angel civilization later. For now, Focus on finding the divine inheritor and ensure you locate them as quickly as possible. Tanghongshan, yes. At 2:50 p.m., Lin Nai stepped through the school gates. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A glimmer of hope surged in his heart. Perhaps his newly awakened sequence ability could help him regain his school stipend. He also urgently needed to discover what his sequence ability truly was. The development of human civilization had systematized the training of extraordinary professions, from warriors to swordsmen, from soul gunners to mages, and on to psychics, summoners, and ghost tamers. The school could tailor the most scientific training plan for each student based on system calculations. This included not only training steps but also skill point allocation suggestions after each level up. By following this method, students were unlikely to go astray. In contrast, self-explored paths could easily backfire. Lin Nai didn't head straight to the classroom. Instead, he turned into the counselor's office on the second floor of the teaching building. He peeked inside and found only their class counselor, Yang Xian, present. Her desk was piled high with test papers and student assessment reports, and she appeared to be grading them. Yet, her expression occasionally broke into an inappropriate, silly smile, which puzzled Lin Nai. Upon closer inspection, Lin Nai noticed a phone hidden beside Yang Xian's papers. She was secretly watching a variety show. Lin Nai internally criticized. No wonder the class's assessment reports are always the last to be released in the entire grade. Pretending not to notice, Lin Nai gently knocked on the door. The knock, knock, knock startled Yang Xian, who hurriedly covered her phone with the papers. Seeing it was Lin Nai, she breathed a sigh of relief but showed a look of impatience. Come in, Yang Xian said, her tone clearly annoyed. Lin Nai approached Yang Xian's desk, about to explain his awakening last night, but Yang Xian interrupted him. Lin Nai, you've gone too far. Yang Xian raised her voice. Stop playing dumb here. Count for yourself. How many days have you skipped class? You haven't been coming to school or even asking for leave. Do you not want to study anymore? Lin Nai was both amused and exasperated. The class was empty these days. Everyone went to the other world to complete quests, and there were no teachers giving lessons. Why would I come to school? Yang Xian was even more infuriated. How dare you? Why do you think you're the only one without a quest? Why didn't your classmates include you in their team? Can you meet this semester's task quota? Even if you're the only one left, you could still self-study in class. What kind of attitude is it to skip class directly? And the other students returned yesterday afternoon. Why didn't you come yesterday? They didn't inform me when they left. How was I supposed to know when they'd be back? Lin Nai defended himself. Still making excuses? Yang Xian's face was full of disdain. Lin Nai, you're the worst student I've ever seen. Poor grades are one thing. Your lack of talent is something I can't blame you for. But what disgusts me the most is your attitude, you know? Look at yourself, lazing around all day. Do you even resemble a student? Yang Xian took a deep breath and continued. I can see it. You have no intention of continuing your studies. Since that's the case, let's make it official. With that, she pulled a slip of paper from her desk drawer, signed it swiftly, and tossed it to Lin Nai. Congratulations, you're expelled, Yang Xian said coldly, with not a trace of sympathy on her face. Lin Nai stared at the expulsion notice in his hand, his lips moving slightly as if he wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. He looked up at Yang Xian, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Are you serious? Lin Nai finally asked. Yang Xian straightened her back, her expression cold and arrogant. The vice principal has already made it clear. If you cause trouble or make a mistake again, you can be expelled immediately. Just look at it. His signature and stamp are right there. She felt a sense of relief, thinking she could finally rid herself of this underperforming student. Someone who, after more than half a year in university, was still stuck at level 0.5 and far from awakening, was not only damaging her reputation as a counselor but also dragging down the school's employment rate. Lin Nai was silent for a long time before slowly picking up the paper stamped with the school's seal. He mocked himself quietly. Well, isn't this something? Just awakened my sequence yesterday, and I'm already expelled. How about that? Yang Xian crossed her arms, saying coldly, you were never fit to continue training here. With your abilities, you won't get into any big company after graduation. You should find a factory job and stop wasting time here. Once you figure things out, maybe you can find another school. But I doubt any school would take a student with an A-level talent. Lin Nai looked down at the paper, flicked it lightly, producing a crisp snap, then looked up calmly and asked, Counselor, do you really think someone like me has no potential to awaken sequence abilities? Obviously, Yang Xian replied scornfully. According to national statistics, the probability of awakening for a level talent is 0.03, 3 in 10,000. Especially for someone as unambitious as you. She picked up a ruler from the table, pointing at the computer screen in front of her. See this monitor? If a student like you can awaken, I'd eat this computer screen right here. Lin Nai expressionlessly pocketed the paper, speaking softly, "You must have quite an appetite. I'll be going now. Thank you for your care over the past 6 months. I wish you good health. Hopefully, the next time we meet, your appetite will be just as good." Young Xian didn't respond, simply leaning back in her chair with crossed arms. "Goodbye," Lin Nai said as he turned to leave. Young Xian watched his back, sneering. No wonder he grew up without parents. Hmph. Lin Nai walked out of the school, glancing up at the gloomy sky as the sun began to peek through. He pondered his next steps. Should he find another school? Although he had awakened his sequence ability, the specific sequence number and potential were still unknown. Would he become part of the supernatural, summoning, or martial arts professions? Shaking his head, Lin Nai temporarily shelved these thoughts. He spotted a bubble tea shop by the roadside and queued up to order 2 cups. As he waited, he overheard a conversation between 2 young men nearby. "Hey, have you heard? Another dimensional gate appeared in our city," said the long-haired youth. "I heard," replied the crew-cut man. "It's incredible. A city with 2 spatial rifts. They say last night's phenomenon caused the spatial distortion. Too bad the night watch has already sealed off the area around the gate. Otherwise, it could have been a great money-making opportunity." "Make money? Are you crazy? You dare enter an unexplored gate? Who knows what the other world is like?" "Precisely because it's unexplored, there's money to be made," explained the crew-cut man. "You know, when a gate appeared in Frost City, a friend of mine was among the first explorers. He found some valuable items there and sold them to a genetics company. He struck it rich." Lin Nai listened, thoughtfully stroking his chin. A new gate? Last night's phenomenon? Could it be related to his sequence awakening? "Sir, your bubble tea." The shop assistant placed the drinks in front of Lin Nai. "Oh, thank you." Lin Nai picked up the bag with the bubble tea, pulled up his hood, and left the shop. At that moment, Tang Hongshan, wearing a black trench coat and chewing on a cigarette, walked by with 2 night watch members. They brushed past Lin Nai. "Tang, do you know where to find the Apostle of the White Death?" asked Yang Xiaochuan, unable to contain his curiosity. Tang Hongshan confidently blew out a smoke ring. "Of course, something this simple can't stump me." He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a photo. He just went to retrieve last night's surveillance footage. The eerie scenes of undead creatures invading Yi City, suddenly bursting into flames, and their souls scattering are vividly clear. Even more surprising is that all the souls flew in the same direction. Through careful analysis of the road surveillance, they quickly pinpointed a target. Yang Xiaochuan stared at the photo, frowning slightly. "So young? Looks like a college student." Lin Yushi eagerly leaned over, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, he's a really handsome guy." Yang Xiaochuan, hearing this, responded with a barely detectable hint of jealousy. "Handsome? Just average, I'd say." Tang Hongshan, with a cigarette between his fingers, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "I've already found his information through the city's facial ID system. He's a freshman at Yi City University. We can go straight to the school to find him." "Captain Tang, you always have a way," Yang Xiaochuan said with a smile. "All right, enough flattery." Tang Hongshan waved his hand. "Let's go. The university classes should still be in session. Let's find that kid and bring him back, so we can report back." "Great, great." Lin Yushi clapped her hands excitedly. "Once he joins the Night Watchers, let's get him into our team. Finally, we'll have a male member to boost our team's looks." Tang Hongshan and Yang Xiaochuan exchanged glances, and Tang Hongshan scratched his head. "Why does that sound a bit off to me?" The 3 of them arrived at Yi City University and headed straight to the principal's office. Tang Hongshan showed his credentials. "Captain Tang Hongshan, Night Watchers City South 3rd Squad." The principal, upon seeing the Night Watchers, immediately put on a nervous smile. "Ah, Captain Tang, a pleasure to meet you. How can I assist you?" "We're here to find a student," Tang Hongshan stated bluntly. Has one of our students gotten involved in some incident?" The principal looked a bit anxious. "Indeed, they have," Tang Hongshan replied seriously. "Last night's phenomena in the sky, you're aware of them, right?" "Yes, yes," the principal nodded. "The news has been covering it all day. It's terrifying to think that otherworldly demons could suddenly invade. Thankfully, no damage was done." "No, last night wasn't an invasion by otherworldly beings," Tang Hongshan explained. "Those phenomena occurred because a young man in the city awakened the powers of an ancient deity. Our investigation shows that he is a student at your school." "Really?" The principal was so surprised he nearly jumped up. "A divine apostle. There are only a few of them nationwide. I can't believe one emerged from Yi City University. This will surely bring great fame to our university." Tang Hongshan nodded slightly, showing his approval of the investigation results. The principal, excited, pressed for the student's name. Tang Hongshan explained. "Through the City ID network search, we found out his name is Lin Nai. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach him by phone, so we had to come to the school in person." "Lin Nai?" the principal murmured, furrowing his brows as he quickly searched his memory for the list of outstanding students at Yeching University. As the person responsible for issuing monthly stipends and training resources, he was familiar with these students. However, the name Lin Nai didn't ring any bells. At that moment, the vice principal knocked and entered. "Principal, are you busy?" His gaze swept over Tang Hongshan and his group, showing a puzzled expression. The principal eagerly introduced, "Old Wang, you came just in time. These gentlemen are night watchers from Yeching. They say a student at our school has awakened the divine sequence." Divine sequence? Really? The vice principal's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Hongshan nodded in confirmation and explained their purpose. "We're looking for a student named Lin Nai. He should be a freshman at your school. According to the city citizen system, he hasn't awakened a sequence before. His soul power level is only 0.5, and his talent rating is E. He hasn't determined his extraordinary profession yet. Such a unique student shouldn't be common at your school, right?" The vice principal's expression turned peculiar. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Oh, Lin Nai, of course I know him. This kid left a deep impression on me. Although his talent isn't great, he's very hardworking. I always had a hunch he'd achieve great things someday." Tang Hongshan, slightly impatient, said directly, "We have other duties to attend to and can't delay too long. Please call him here. I want to talk to him." The vice principal nodded repeatedly and immediately dialed the counselor's phone. Moments later, the female counselor, Yang Xian, hurried in. "Vice principal, you called for me?" Yang Xian noticed the unfamiliar faces of Tang Hongshan and his group as she entered but didn't inquire further. The vice principal cleared his throat. "Teacher Yang Xian, where is Lin Nai now? Please bring him here immediately." Yang Xian displayed a proud smile. "Oh, him? Don't worry, vice principal. I've already expelled him as per your instructions." The words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone in the room stunned. "What?" the vice principal exclaimed. "When did I ever authorize you to expel a student?" Yang Xian, puzzled, replied, "Wasn't it you who gave me the expulsion notice? It even had your stamp on it. Without your authorization, how could I have the power to expel a student?" The vice principal was left speechless, unable to respond. The principal, shocked, pointed at the vice principal, about to speak when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His face turned pale, and he bent over the desk. "Principal." The vice principal and Yang Xian rushed to check on him. "Call 911. Tang Hongshan frowned, not expecting the situation to escalate like this. Lin Yushi chuckled. "Expelling a divine inheritor. What a remarkable story. Captain Tang, what should we do now?" Tang Hongshan, with a serious expression, said, "It seems we'll have to find him ourselves. He shouldn't have gone far. Let's go." With that, the three quickly left the office, embarking on an urgent mission to find Lin Nai. The three of them hurriedly exited Yi City University, the noise outside the gates still lingering. Suddenly, Tang Hongshan's communicator emitted a series of urgent beeps. He furrowed his brow, and with a mere thought, a futuristic transparent panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. On this virtual interface, a flashing call icon stood out prominently. Tang Hongshan tapped the answer button, and the urgent voice of the squad leader immediately filled his ears. "I've identified the White Death Apostle, but there was an unexpected issue, and we haven't located him yet." "What? How could this happen?" Tang Hongshan's expression changed dramatically as he listened intently to the report. As the conversation progressed, his face grew increasingly grave, and he finally said in a deep voice, "I understand. I'm heading over right away." After ending the call, Lin Yushi noticed the tense atmosphere and asked with concern, "Captain Tang, what's going on? Why do you look so worried?" Tang Hongshan took a deep breath and said heavily, "There's been an incident at the newly appeared Gate 2. The squad leader reported that unidentified demonic creatures emerged from it and attacked an entire team of night watchers stationed nearby. 2 colleagues were killed on the spot, and the others were severely injured." Yang Xiaochuan was taken aback, incredulously asking, "What? How could this happen?" Tang Hongshan sighed and explained, "Gate 2 just appeared, and Yi City's authorities haven't had time to establish a dimensional barrier. I had a feeling something bad would happen. It seems the creatures from the other world are trying to take advantage of this opportunity to invade the human realm. Now, the creature has infiltrated Yi City, and its whereabouts are unknown." Lin Yushi urgently asked, "What should we do now? Should we go after the creature that entered Yi City, or head to Gate 2? And what about the divine successor?" Tang Hongshan was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then decisively said, "Let's go to the scene at Gate 2 first. As for the divine successor, we'll have to address that later." Lin Yushi hesitated. "But Captain Tang," the director seemed to prioritize finding the divine successor above all else. Tang Hongshan removed the cigarette from his mouth, exhaling a ring of smoke, and spoke with calm determination, "Yushi, remember this. Our only priority as night watchers is to protect humanity, safeguard the city, defend our comrades, and repel the creatures. Everything else comes second. Lin Yushi paused for a moment, then stood straight, her eyes shining with determination, and solemnly replied, yes. Late at night, Yuwaner stood alone in front of the mirror at home, carefully examining herself in the Gothic-style black and white maid outfit. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. This outfit was bought for her by Lin Nai last night. As instructed by Lin Nai, the girl in the mirror had tied her hair into 2 cute ponytails, adorned with an exquisite headdress. The maid dress, with its black and white contrast, accentuated her slender figure, while pure white stockings wrapped around her long legs, and she wore a pair of black patent leather shoes with round toes. Even though she looked quite stunning in this outfit, Yuwaner couldn't shake off a vague sense of embarrassment. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to the other clothes laid out on the sofa. A JK uniform, a Lolita dress, a Cheongsam, and a white uniform paired with a pencil skirt. All of these were carefully selected by Lin Nai for her, and while each was beautiful, something about them felt off to the young girl. Just then, the sound of the door lock turning echoed through the room. Lin Nai had returned. I'm back, landlord first. Lin Nai's voice came from the doorway, but it abruptly halted. Yuwaner hurried over to greet him, bowing slightly, almost slipping up again with her words, you're back? Lin Nai froze at the sight of the girl in her maid outfit. He took a sharp breath, thinking that this was quite unexpected. When he bought the clothes yesterday, he was merely trying to tease this innocent girl by purchasing a bunch of maid outfits, JK uniforms, and OL suits. Although he also bought some regular clothes, he hadn't anticipated she would actually wear this one. Clearly, this pure girl from the Black Angel civilization didn't understand the connotations of a maid outfit in human society. Noticing the change in Lin Nai's expression, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly asked, is something wrong? Does it not look good? No, it's perfect for you. Lin Nai sincerely nodded. What do you think? Does it match the aesthetic of your Black Angels?
Yes.
The girl looked down at her outfit. I really like it. That's great then, Lin Nai said, settling onto the sofa. I think this outfit is tailor-made for you. I suggest you wear it every day. Could you get me a glass of water?
Sure.
The girl turned and went into the kitchen, quickly returning with a glass of water. Here you go, Lin Nai.
Thanks.
Lin Nai took a sip. Even the water seemed sweeter. As he drank, he stole a glance at the adorable, innocent ponytailed girl standing beside him. Although he knew it wasn't right, he couldn't help but feel that anyone would be tempted to tease such a cute and naive girl. At that moment, his mind flashed back to the reedied girl who always wore a contemptuous smirk. He shook his head, silently advising himself to let it go. Oh, by the way, this is for you, Lin Nai said, handing her a bag of milk tea from his bag. What is this? Yuwaner asked curiously as she took it. A drink from our human world. Yuwaner held the cup of milk tea, cautiously taking a sip with her delicate lips. The creamy sweetness blossomed in her mouth, leaving a lingering taste on her tongue before smoothly sliding down her throat. It's very sweet and delicious, the girl said, her voice tinged with shyness. But after spending the past couple of days with Lin Nai, she had grown more comfortable and spoke with less hesitation. As long as you like it, Lin Nai replied with a smile. Yuwaner knelt on the sofa beside him, her long legs clad in white stockings pressed together, as she sipped more of the milk tea. It was her first time tasting something so delightful. She marveled at how impressive humans were to create such a delicious drink. Although the Black Angel civilization boasted more advanced technology, most of it was used for interdimensional warfare, leaving their daily life advancements lacking compared to humans. Suddenly, the girl remembered something and asked curiously, Lin Nai, weren't you supposed to be at school today? Why are you back so early? Lin Nai shrugged. Oh, I got expelled. Yuwaner was taken aback. What? Why? Didn't you just awaken to a sequence profession? Life is just full of surprises sometimes, Lin Nai said with a hint of helplessness, then proceeded to explain the events of the day to Yuwaner. After listening, the girl fell silent, then softly asked, are you feeling sad about it? Sad? Lin Nai rested an arm behind his head, a little, but not too much. Yecheng University is just an average school, nothing much to miss. He explained that in this era, students automatically signed a contract with their school upon enrollment. The school provided resources and training, while students had to comply with the school's requirements and complete assigned tasks. Now that Lin Nai was expelled, the contract was naturally terminated. If he could transfer to a better school, it might actually be a good thing. Lin Nai still didn't know the level of the profession he had awakened to. But as the reedied girl had pointed out, it was rare to see such a commotion over the awakening of a single extraordinary sequence, so it probably wasn't a worthless profession. Yuwaner recalled her own past experiences. Being treated and humiliated like that, regarded as a burden, how could one not feel sad? She pursed her lips and softly asked, is there anything I can do to make you feel better? Hearing this, Lin Nai felt a strong tug at his heartstrings. Seeing the serious expression on the young girl sitting beside him, Lin Nai couldn't help but let his mind wander. The contrast between her pure and kind demeanor and her suggestive words sparked little scenarios in his mind. He shook his head abruptly, determined to dispel any inappropriate thoughts. No, no. Lin Nai silently admonished himself. She's just a kind-hearted girl trying to comfort me. I can't let my mind drift to weird places. He forced himself to focus, trying hard not to think about the intimidating woman with red eyes. As a distraction, Lin Nai said, "Why don't you make me some noodles? I'm a bit hungry." The girl beamed with a pure smile and readily agreed. Okay. She got up cheerfully and headed to the kitchen. Lin Nai watched her leave, marveling at her incredible ability to learn. Despite having only been in the human world for a few days, she had already picked up cooking skills. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Nai began to think about his next steps. Having been expelled, his immediate priority was to find a new school. He knew that university students received a monthly stipend and resources for cultivation. As a newly awakened extraordinary individual, he needed the guidance of a school to plan his future cultivation path. Lin Nai took out his phone to browse the admission websites of other universities in the city. However, as he opened a webpage, a notification popped up. Sorry, your ID number has been suspended due to unpaid charges. Please pay promptly. Puzzled, Lin Nai opened the phone app to check the details. It was the second day of the month, and his phone bill was already 3,408 yuan overdue. He was speechless, as he had had 80 yuan in credit just a couple of days ago. After reviewing the messages about deductions, he found that last month's charges totaled 2,810 yuan, and none of these services could be unsubscribed. Lin Nai couldn't help but sigh. The cost of living in this world really leaves no room for those at the bottom. He contemplated the current state of affairs. Students were relatively fortunate, at least receiving a school stipend each month. But those without talent, already in the workforce, had to take on high-risk, high-reward tasks known as cannon fodder missions to pay for the exorbitant living costs, spiritual energy tax, and genetic loans. In Yin country, and indeed the entire world, a policy of elite focus training was in place. Talentless extraordinary individuals held no value in this era. In the era of high martial arts, sheer numbers were no longer decisive. 100,000 talentless level 1 extraordinaries couldn't compete with a high-level extraordinary. Conversely, a high-level extraordinary could easily achieve feats beyond the reach of tens, or even hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. Just as Lin Nai was lost in these heavy thoughts, the girl rushed out of the kitchen, looking flustered, and shouted, "Mr. Landlord, Mr. Landlord." Lin Nai looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" The girl anxiously explained, "Well, the gas in the kitchen won't turn on. The meter on the wall says it's due to unpaid fees." Hearing this, Lin Nai was momentarily speechless and could only sigh in resignation. With no other choice, Lin Nai reluctantly took the girl in the gothic twin-tail-made outfit out for dinner. It was dusk, and the setting sun lingered on the horizon as the streets bustled with traffic. Passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to the girl following Lin Nai. Her fair skin had a slight pink hue under the sunset, and the gothic white-made outfit accentuated her long legs. People turned their heads, some even stopping to take a longer look. Groups of pedestrians whispered among themselves, pointing and commenting. "Wow, did you see that? Such a cute girl. Those legs and the white stockings, just wow. Mom, I'm in love. With a sister that cute, even what she leaves behind must be rainbow-colored. I'm so jealous of that guy. He's really lucky." Yi Wanner walked behind Lin Nai, bombarded by these comments. Even if she couldn't make out every word, she felt the intensity of their stares. Her cheeks blushed as red as a ripe crab, wishing she could hide behind Lin Nai. Finally, she couldn't take it any longer. Gently tugging on Lin Nai's sleeve, her head bowed, she whispered, "Lin Nai, why are they all staring at me?" Lin Nai scratched his ear, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Wanner already possessed a captivating beauty, and with such an eye-catching outfit, it was hard not to attract attention. The girl buried her face into Lin Nai's back, muffledly asking, "Is it because there's something wrong with what I'm wearing today?" "No, no, not at all," Lin Nai assured her. "What you're wearing is very common among humans." "Then why are they?" "Because you're naturally beautiful, that's why. But last time we went out, I didn't notice so many people staring at me." Lin Nai was stumped, unsure how to explain. Meanwhile, some passers-by had already started taking photos of the girl with their phones. "I can't take it anymore." The girl was on the verge of tears. I need to hide for a while." Her eyes began to glow red. Realizing she was about to retreat into her second persona, Lin Nai quickly stopped her. "Hey, wait, don't." He definitely didn't want that reedy woman to find out he addressed her like this. "Listen to me," Lin Nai said earnestly. "Didn't you say you wanted to practice being less socially awkward and shy? As a dark angel, you should be brave and assertive, right?" Yi Wanner pouted. "But," Lin Nai spoke softly, "think of this as a form of training. When you can face others' strange looks without flinching, You'll have transformed. Training. Yiwaner hesitated, timidly lifting her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw people still sneaking photos. No, I can't. She buried her head again. Linnai thought for a moment and suggested, how about this? If you feel embarrassed or unsafe, just hold my hand. Huh. Yiwaner's face turned even redder. Hold? Hold hands? You might be misunderstanding, Linnai explained. In the human world, holding hands is a sign of trust. It's normal for couples to hold hands. Is that so? Does holding hands mean something different among you dark angels? Yiwaner hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out and grabbed Linnai's hand. Linnai maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he felt a jolt. How is it? Feeling better? Linnai asked, trying to sound casual. The girl responded softly. They quietly headed towards the nearby food street. Though Linnai didn't look back, he was surprised to notice the girl had suddenly become quiet, not even making a sound. Yiwaner kept her head down, focusing entirely on their joined hands, oblivious to the surrounding stares. Just then, a group of people in a nearby bubble tea shop spotted Linnai through the window. Hey, Liang. Isn't that Linnai from our class? Liang Wei looked up, a glint in his eyes behind his thin glasses. A boy with freckles exclaimed, Wow, when did that guy get such a pretty girlfriend? Exactly, a blonde-haired boy added indignantly. I heard he just got expelled by the counselor today. He's been in college for half a year, and his soul power level is still stuck at 0.5. How does a loser like him end up with such an amazing girlfriend? It's unbelievable. But now that he's expelled, who'll have their points deducted if our class fails a task? Heh, it'll just be whoever's at the bottom. Right, we'll just find someone else easy to pick on. Liang Wei sipped his bubble tea without saying a word. The pockmarked guy suddenly flashed a mischievous grin, revealing a set of yellow teeth. With a quick glance, he turned to Liang Wei beside him and said, Brother Liang, how about I go and have a little chat with him? Liang Wei shot him a cold glance, fully aware of the guy's intentions. He replied indifferently, Go ahead, but remember, it's your idea, not mine. Got it? As one of Yeqing University's elite, he felt it beneath him to bully someone insignificant, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. The pockmarked guy grinned obsequiously. Heh, don't worry, Brother Liang, I know. Meanwhile, Lin Nai was standing in front of a few street food stalls, the aroma tantalizingly wafting through the air. He turned to the girl behind him and asked, What do you feel like eating? Yiwaner replied nonchalantly, Anything's fine. Lin Nai shook his head helplessly. All right, asking you is pointless. Yiwaner suddenly seemed to remember something, hesitated for a moment, and whispered almost inaudibly, Aren't you out of money? Do you still have enough to eat? Lin Nai reassured her, Don't worry, back when I did tasks for the school, besides the cash rewards, I saved up some citizen points. I can use those to pay. He wasn't too concerned about his current financial situation, thinking it was more important to fill their stomachs first, and once he got to the school and received his stipend, he could cover the expenses. Let's walk a bit further and see, Lin Nai said, ready to lead the girl onward. Suddenly, Yiwaner seemed to notice something, her delicate nose twitching slightly. She grabbed Lin Nai's sleeve, nervously saying, Lin Nai, this smell? What's up? Lin Nai asked, puzzled. Yiwaner looked around warily. There's a strange magnetic field up ahead. I feel like I'm smelling some kind of interdimensional creature. Interdimensional creature? Lin Nai was taken aback, his expression immediately turning serious. In the city? Are you sure? Yes. The girl nodded affirmatively, her eyes flickering with anxiety. I can't tell what species it is, but I can sense the otherworldly aura on it, the kind you only get from traversing different dimensions. And with such a powerful magnetic field, it might be really strong. Lin Nai furrowed his brow, thinking this was odd. An interdimensional creature in the city, yet the alarm system hadn't gone off. Could it be that some creatures from the previous dimensional invasion had slipped through the cracks and infiltrated the city? At that moment, an annoying voice suddenly sounded behind them. Hey, Lin Nai. Lin Nai turned around to see the pockmarked guy and a blonde guy approaching with malicious smiles on their faces. Of course, Lin Nai recognized these two. They were his college classmates. However, neither of them were particularly decent people. Every class has a few who love to gossip, and even in college, as adults, their behavior remained poor. These individuals were lackeys of the class president, Liang Wei. Cautiously, Lin Nai scanned his surroundings with his peripheral vision and, as expected, saw the bespectacled Liang Wei leisurely approaching with a cup of milk tea in hand. Liang Wei was tall and slender, with a scholarly appearance, one hand in his pocket, exuding an air of confidence. As class president, Liang Wei was already a level 1.9 ability user in his freshman year, a prodigy according to the counselor. He was well-liked in the class, adept at networking, and always willing to help others. He led the organization of every class task, and most classmates were willing to follow his lead. However, Lin Nai had his reservations about Liang Wei, considering him a hypocrite. During a previous task, Lin Nai had accidentally discovered that Liang Wei had colluded with the counselor to embezzle over 50 of the task rewards, exploiting his classmates' trust. When confronted, Liang Wei privately approached Lin Nai, feigning friendliness while subtly threatening and enticing him to keep quiet, warning that otherwise, Lin Nai might not be able to continue at Yecheng University. Ultimately, Lin Nai only received his rightful share, neither accepting any benefits nor reporting their actions. Firstly, he lacked evidence, and secondly, even if he had evidence, the school would likely favor the talented Liang Wei over him, a mere level 0.5 student who might never awaken. "It's you guys," Lin Nai said calmly. "What do you want?" The pockmarked guy smirked. "I heard you've been expelled?" Lin Nai shrugged. "Yeah." He didn't understand what the other was so pleased about. The pockmarked guy chuckled. "Since that's the case, you should return the points you owe the class. You can't just leave and expect the class to clean up your mess, can you?" "I don't recall owing any points," Lin Nai frowned. The blonde guy chimed in. "Oh, you do. Last time, during the class's dimensional task, we failed to defeat the demon-level creature because you were too weak and kept holding us back. Don't you think you should take the blame for that?" Lin Nai shot him a cold glance. "I wasn't even there that time. You guys didn't even bring me along. Then you should take the blame even more," the blonde guy said matter-of-factly. "Without you, we were short one damage dealer, but the task difficulty didn't change. Don't you think you should be held responsible?" Lin Nai inwardly scoffed. If the task had succeeded, these guys wouldn't have given him a dime. Their intentions were clear: to squeeze the last bit of value from him now that he'd been expelled. "Get lost," Lin Nai said curtly, unwilling to argue further. The blonde guy was momentarily stunned, then sneered. "Interesting. This kid's gotten bolder lately. Must be putting on a brave face because his girlfriend's nearby." "Huh?" The pockmarked guy chimed in. "Hey, pretty girl, you should see what a loser this guy truly is." With that, a sinister grin spread across his face, and he suddenly unleashed his soul power. The strength of a level 1.2 power-type warrior was fully revealed. He launched a piercing punch aimed directly at Lin Nai's face, the wind howling with the force. Lin Nai instinctively stepped back, effortlessly avoiding the blow. The pockmarked guy looked surprised. How had this kid's physical attributes suddenly improved? His reflexes were fast enough to dodge the piercing punch? Though Lin Nai had just awakened and didn't yet know how to use skills from his sequence profession, he clearly felt the enhancement in his physical attributes. After dodging the attack, he retaliated with a punch to the pockmarked guy's abdomen. "Ugh!" The pockmarked guy cried out in pain, staring in disbelief. Isn't this guy supposed to be level 0.5? How has his strength suddenly increased so much? The blonde guy hesitated, thinking the pockmarked guy had merely been careless. He immediately unleashed the power of a level 1.3 warrior, raising a leg for a roundhouse kick aimed at Lin Nai's head. Lin Nai raised his arm to block, surprisingly catching the blonde guy's roundhouse kick with his hand. The blonde guy stared at Lin Nai in disbelief. "You idiot," Lin Nai said coldly, twisting the blonde guy's leg from its raised 120 position to an extreme 210 split. "Aha!" The blonde guy's scream echoed down the street. Liang Wei, watching from a distance, witnessed the scene and felt a flicker of curiosity about Lin Nai. Interesting, he thought. His strength has suddenly increased so much. Did he secretly inject some kind of gene-boosting drug to forcibly upgrade? Liang Wei's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. He recalled how Lin Nai had seemed eager to expose him last time. Well, this is a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Let him know that those without talent should keep their heads down. Liang Wei sneered, his hands rising slightly with fingers curled. In an instant, crackling blue lightning gathered in his palms, like dancing sprites. He swiftly pressed his hands downward, and the electric light vanished into the ground. Lin Nai, who was helping Huang Mao with a split, suddenly felt an inexplicable current surge through his body. His muscles convulsed violently, as if controlled by an invisible force. "Hissed," Lin Nai gasped, his strength draining away as he staggered to one knee, barely managing to support himself with his hands to avoid collapsing completely. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze locking onto Liang Wei in the distance. Liang Wei's fingers still flickered with faint blue energy, a slight smile playing on his lips. Lin Nai understood immediately Liang Wei's extraordinary profession, ability sequence number 179, Thunder Manipulator. This lightning-based ability, especially at lower levels, was more about control, allowing the user to secretly and skillfully manipulate electrical forces. They could inject the tiniest currents into their enemies, stimulating nerves, causing muscle spasms, paralysis, and even incontinence, shock, or brain death. Advanced thunder manipulators could kill multiple people instantly with faint currents, undetected. Their electricity could bypass protective energy fields of the extraordinary, disrupting every energy node in the body, rendering abilities useless. Liang Wei adjusted his glasses, secretly pleased with himself. This move, called Silent Thunder, was his first-tier ability. It could silently send electricity through the ground to paralyze opponents. It not only immobilized them but also inflicted ongoing torment, like countless ants gnawing at their flesh, causing unbearable pain. So, it's nothing impressive after all, Liang Wei thought. It seems Master was mistaken. With such strength, how could Lin Nai be a divine inheritor? To think I had to test him, what a waste of time. He snorted. Honestly, which deity would choose someone as worthless as Lin Nai with an A-level talent? Just then, Liang Wei's heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming mental pressure suddenly descended upon him, as if a pair of blood-red eyes were coldly staring at him. You like playing dirty tricks? A cool voice echoed directly in his mind. Liang Wei was instantly thrown into panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. This voice didn't come from his ears but resonated inside his brain. Someone was communicating directly with his mind. The intense mental pressure made it hard for him to breathe, and he showed a flustered expression. He looked up to see the girl in a gothic, maid outfit standing by Lin Nai, arms crossed, her blood-red eyes fixed on him. Her flawless face was icy and expressionless, yet exuded an intimidating aura. Liang Wei's pupils dilated suddenly as he stared in disbelief at the girl beside Lin Nai. Beneath her seemingly innocent and adorable exterior lay an incredibly powerful mental force. Not only that, he suddenly realized something was off with Lin Nai as well. Under normal circumstances, anyone below level 2 would be completely immobilized by his Thunder Silence attack. However, through the current transmitted to Lin Nai, Liang Wei was shocked to find that this guy's body seemed like a bottomless pit. Under the pressure of the lightning, it felt as if something within Lin Nai was about to awaken. Unexpectedly, Lin Nai slowly stood up under the oppressive force of Thunder Silence. He looked up at Liang Wei, his eyes turning a cold silver gray, reminiscent of a boundless gray ocean that could easily draw one in. Immediately, Liang Wei's consciousness was filled with the image of a figure in a white robe, wielding a massive silver scythe. Liang Wei trembled all over, as if his soul was being stared down by the Grim Reaper. No, no, don't. Under the dual mental pressure from Lin Nai and Yuaner, Liang Wei finally broke down. His abilities collapsed abruptly, revealing a terrified expression as he desperately scrambled away. Yuaner's eyes gradually returned to their obsidian color, and Lin Nai came back to his senses, muttering in confusion, "What just happened?" It seemed like the white death god appeared in my consciousness again. Nearby, two henchmen, Ma Zi and Huang Mao, sat dumbfounded on the concrete ground, watching Liang Wei flee. Lin Nai glanced at them and said, "Your boss has run off, shouldn't you be chasing after him?" The two exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then followed Liang Wei, calling out in the distance, "Brother Liang, wait for us." From a second-floor window afar, a man set down his binoculars and murmured, as expected of the inheritor of divine power, able to withstand the attack of a 1.9-level extraordinary being without even mastering any of the White Death God's abilities. A slightly chubby man next to him asked curiously, "Boss, is this person really the White Death God's apostle? He hasn't used any abilities yet. How did you figure it out?" "The spirits that appeared in Yi City last night weren't ordinary spirits. They were demonic spirits," the boss explained calmly. "Really? I would never mistake them," the boss said, gazing at Lin Nai in the distance. "Go talk to him. Offer him the best terms. But remember, no threats." Why not? "This kid will attract attention from many forces. We're just acting quickly. We don't want things to get out of hand," the boss replied. "Don't ask too many questions, just go." "Yes," the chubby man replied. Meanwhile, at the Night Watcher's headquarters, the director was reviewing a tablet handed over by Captain Lu He. The screen displayed a magnetic field sensing map of Yi City, with black spiral regions covering the city. "Are these the creatures that came through Gate 2? The director asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes," Lu He explained. "The one that injured the Night Watcher stationed at Gate 2 was actually the first creature to come through. The rest just followed it out. From the moment Gate 2 appeared, I knew nothing good would come of it," the director sighed. "What are the power levels of these creatures?" "We don't know yet. We can't fully monitor them," Lu He replied. "However, these creatures haven't openly hunted in the city yet. They're all hiding, seemingly afraid of something." "You mean the White Death God?" "I believe so," Lu He said. "Last night, the White Death God's apostle used a mental vortex to wipe out many spirits in an instant. Although it might have been an accidental use, I think those creatures are already afraid." The director nodded in agreement. "The Night Watchers will do our best to capture these creatures," Lu He continued. "But the problem is that they're hiding all over the city. Should we sound the alarm to notify the public?" "Let's not. After what happened last night, sounding the alarm today might cause panic," the director said, staring at the tablet screen. After a long silence, he asked, "How long will it take to establish a new dimensional barrier?" At least 3 days. All right, we'll just have to do our best. The scene shifts to Lin Nai, who is standing with his arms crossed, sizing up two men in suits sitting in front of him. One wore glasses and had slicked back hair, looking very refined. The other was slightly chubby, with a warm and friendly smile. Having dealt with someone like Yang Wei, Lin Nai knew better than to judge by appearances. They were currently in a roadside cafe, where Lin Nai had initially planned to take Yuan for a meal, but these two suited men had stopped them, saying they wanted to talk and offered him coffee. Lin Nai noticed that the suits they wore were high-end, enchanted brands, indicating they had significant backing. The slightly chubby man in the suit spoke first. "You're Lin Nai, right?" "Yes," Lin Nai replied curtly. "This is my business card," the chubby man said with a smile, handing over a card to Lin Nai with both hands. "Please take a look." "Gene Corporation?" Lin Nai narrowed his eyes, cautiously assessing the two men in suits before him. As an ordinary citizen, he was no stranger to the name. Gene Corporation is a powerful multinational conglomerate known for researching the potential of extraordinary human genes. But their business extends far beyond that. From telecommunications to transportation, from trading extraordinary resources to tourism and entertainment, Gene Corporation has its hand in nearly every industry, often reaching monopolistic levels in several fields. Their influence stretches not only across Yin country but also reaches every corner of the globe. Sitting nearby, Yuan heard the mention of Gene Corporation and her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she remained silent. The slightly chubby man in the suit flashed a confident smile. "That's right. We just witnessed your performance. As expected of someone who has awakened a divine sequence. Even without fully mastering an apostle's abilities, you managed to cause a 1.9 level Esper's powers to backfire. Truly enviable potential." His gaze merely glanced over Yuan, evidently not considering the pretty girl to be of any significance, assuming she was merely Lin Nai's ordinary friend. "Lin Nai, a divine sequence?" The chubby man continued. "It seems you don't really know what kind of sequence profession you've awakened, do you?" Lin Nai remained silent, which was a tacit acknowledgement. "Perfect, let me enlighten you," the chubby man said, taking out a tablet and swiping his finger across it before handing it to Lin Nai. Every extraordinary individual has the chance to awaken a profession once their soul power level reaches 1.0. There are many extraordinary professions humans can awaken to, such as warriors, swordsmen, mages, espers, soul gunners, summoners, and mechanics, to name a few. These professions are officially ranked in a sequence, with lower sequence numbers indicating higher potential and limit. He pointed to the information on the tablet. For example, the kid who ambushed you is a sequence number 179 Lightning Esper Thunder Controller. But the ability you've awakened doesn't fall within the conventional sequence professions. Because you've awakened the power of an ancient god. Lin Nai frowned. Ancient god? Is there such an awakening? He had never heard of such a situation. The chubby man seemed to have anticipated Lin Nai's question. "It's normal that you haven't. The divine sequence is a completely independent existence and also unique. There were only 108 ancient high gods, meaning that out of billions of people worldwide, only up to 108 can be chosen by a god to inherit their power. Those who inherit a god's power are also known as apostles. While gaining power, they often bear the mission bestowed by the god." At this point, the bespectacled man in the suit nudged the chubby man with his elbow and softly corrected. "It's 109 now." "Oh, right, 109. The chubby man quickly amended, his smile undiminished. Lin Nai pondered for a moment, then looked directly into the eyes of the chubby man. "I want to know, how did you find out about my sequence awakening?" He hadn't told anyone about it, thinking only he and Yuan were aware. The chubby man's grin widened. "That question is quite simple. The city is full of surveillance. Last night's celestial phenomenon, those creatures whose souls vanished after death, were all drawn to you, and they've probably been absorbed by you now, right? And then you investigated my details?" Lin Nai pressed further. "That's a necessity," the chubby man admitted frankly. "To unearth potential talent, we stop at nothing." "So, you're here to recruit me?" "Exactly. Gene Corporation is sincerely inviting you to join us." "And didn't you just get expelled from your school?" The chubby man couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, I almost laughed myself silly when I heard that. I wonder what your principal's face will look like when they realize they've expelled a god's heir." Lin Nai suddenly fell silent, as if contemplating something. The chubby man observed his reaction, expressing admiration. "Lin Nai, you truly have the demeanor of someone destined for greatness. Learning that you've awakened a divine sequence, yet not showing a hint of excitement? Impressive." "Oh, it's not that." Lin Nai calmly looked at the two men before him. "I was just considering how likely it is that you two are con artists." The chubby man and the bespectacled man exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The chubby man quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "Lin Nai, you needn't worry about such things. Trust me, No scam group would dare impersonate Gene Corporation employees. Lin Nai leaned back thoughtfully. So whose divine ability have I awakened? The chubby man replied with a smile. Divine Sequence 0, the White Reaper Carlos. Lin Nai listened to the introduction by the slightly chubby man in the suit, his brow furrowing slightly. This particular deity, the White Death God, was once responsible for imprisoning criminal godlings and demonlings in ancient times, overseeing their souls after death. However, fate took a turn, and this enforcer violated divine law, leading to his expulsion from the divine ranks by the God King, branding him a renegade. The chubby man in the suit continued, there are a total of 108 sequence deities in the world. Over the past few centuries of spiritual awakening, apostles inheriting the powers of these deities have emerged globally. Yet, the apostle of the White Death God has never appeared. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. It's widely believed internationally that since the White Death God was expelled from the divine ranks, he is not included in the 108 sequences and is thus defined as Sequence 0. As for his power, he shrugged. No one dares to claim he surpasses the other gods. Of course, there are rumors that he might be stronger than the top 12 main gods. As Lin Nai heard this, the register of undead prisoners he saw in the White Death God's office flashed through his mind. He nodded to himself, thinking, these two are telling the truth. The chubby man in the suit clasped his fingers together on the table, looking serious. We are here on behalf of the head office to extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. We've looked into your background and know you've lost your school subsidy and are financially strained. If you agree to join our genetics company, you'll immediately receive a generous signing bonus. Lin Nai remained expressionless at first, but his eyes lit up at the mention of a signing bonus. He couldn't help but ask, how generous? The chubby man in the suit smiled confidently. For someone who has lived in poverty for most of his life, the lure of money is indeed great. Confidently, he held up a V sign with his fingers. This amount? Lin Nai's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, 2 trillion? The chubby man's expression froze at the question. The slightly chubby man in a suit wiped the sweat from his forehead and awkwardly chuckled. Lin Nai, you know that's impossible. I was just joking. He took a deep breath and got straight to the point. So, how much are you offering? He gestured. 2,000 gold dragon coins. The gold dragon coin is a high-denomination currency used internationally among the extraordinary for purchasing expensive training materials and items. Each coin is infused with soul power, ensuring its value. For those with exceptional talent, the monthly resources needed for training can be extremely costly. Lin Nai looked the slightly chubby man up and down skeptically. Just 2,000 gold dragons for a signing bonus? You guys are pretty generous, huh? Of course, we never skimp when it comes to talent acquisition. The man in the suit said earnestly. And rest assured, Lin Nai, this is just the signing bonus. Once you become our official employee, there will be more benefits. A minimum monthly salary of 3,000 gold dragons, plus task bonuses, abundant training resources, and a personalized training plan crafted by our company's top expert team. You'll become a pillar of the Yin Kingdom. No, the entire human race. Lin Nai asked directly, but I'll have to unconditionally carry out all your orders and tasks, right? The man in the suit chuckled awkwardly. Well, employees do need to work, after all. Do you have a contract? I'd like to take a look, Lin Nai asked. The man in the suit handed over a small magnetic card. Lin Nai swiped it on his phone sensor, instantly displaying the electronic version of the contract. He decided to go home and study it carefully. I'll go back and think about it. I'll get back to you in a few days. Is that okay? Lin Nai asked. Of course. Let's exchange contact numbers first, the man in the suit said with a smile. Lin Nai nodded. My contact number is 159, X times X times X. After jotting it down, the man in the suit stood up confidently. He believed Lin Nai would make the right choice. Joining the Gene Company promised wealth, women, power, and a bright future. Well then, we'll be off. Just contact me once you've decided, the man in the suit said. All right, Lin Nai replied. As the two men in suits were about to leave, Lin Nai suddenly stopped them. The man in the suit turned back with a smile. What's up, Lin Nai? Have you already made up your mind? No, Lin Nai said. I owe 30,000 in phone bills, and I'm worried I won't be able to reach you. Could you pay it off for me first? The man in the suit was stunned. In the end, they left. Lin Nai glanced at the phone balance showing an extra 27,000 and smiled slightly. He casually draped an arm around the girl's shoulder and said, Hey, sis, let me treat you to a big meal. Night Wanner was silent for a moment, then hesitantly spoke, Lin Nai? It's best if you don't join that Gene Company. Why? Lin Nai asked, looking at her. Night Wanner pursed her lips. In the Dark Angel world, we have similar companies, and they seem to be collaborating with this human one. They're all a bunch of lunatics. Once you join, you'll lose your freedom. Lin Nai raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll think about it carefully, Liang Wei ran to a secluded place and splashed his face with water several times to regain his composure. He recalled the earlier scene. The mysterious force within Lin Nai almost backfired on his lightning abilities, and the sight of the blood-red-eyed girl and the white-robed figure with the silver scythe had left him shaken. His phone suddenly vibrated. Hello? Lu? Liang Wei answered. It's confirmed? He's really a divine successor? I see. Hanging up, Liang Wei felt conflicted. He had always considered Lin Nai a failure, yet now he had truly become an apostle. It was hard for him to accept. Liang, class leader. The pockmarked and yellow-haired guys ran over, panting. Liang, what happened earlier? Why did you suddenly take off? The yellow-haired guy asked. Liang Wei didn't want to admit the truth, so he made an excuse. Oh, nothing. Just remembered something urgent. The pockmarked guy was still complaining. Damn. How did Lin Nai suddenly get so strong? Ouch, I'm in pain. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, making them shiver. The pockmarked guy rubbed his arms. Weird. Why did it suddenly get so cold? And this alley is usually busy, but today there's no one around. This wind feels eerie. The yellow-haired guy sneered. What's so strange about that? After yesterday's monster invasion, those cowards must be afraid to come out. Look at you, getting scared by a little cold wind. Hilarious. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange hiss came from the darkness not far away. The sound was low, cold, and hoarse, unlike anything a normal animal could make. The three of them shuddered in fear, and even Liang Wei felt a chill, stopping in his tracks. Class leader, the pockmarked guy said fearfully. You heard that too, right? Liang Wei forced himself to stay calm, staring ahead. Who's there? Playing tricks? 3 students were on edge, nervously staring into the darkness ahead. In the shadows, a tall humanoid figure seemed to flicker in and out of view. The unsettling silence around them was broken only by the sound of their quickened breaths. The blonde-haired boy tried to sound brave, though his voice trembled slightly. Who's there? Come out. Why are you scaring us? The tall figure finally moved. As it slowly emerged from the darkness, a strange sound accompanied its scraping, 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 like metal dragging across the ground. Liang Wei and his companions' eyes widened in terror as they realized it wasn't human, but a humanoid undead creature. Its face was half handsome like a normal person, but the other half was grotesque and terrifying, with skin as pale as sap, revealing its bones. A battered helmet was tangled with frosty white hair. Its body was partly covered in damaged armor, while the other half was an ethereal blue spirit light, resembling burning dark ice. Its long arms dragged a massive, jagged greatsword, the blade marred with dark red stains, one half metal, the other half a mysterious blue spectral shadow. Liang Wei gasped, and the pockmarked boy and the blonde-haired boy reacted similarly. They had never seen an undead creature before, and their first thought was, a demon spawn. Judging by its appearance, aura, and the overwhelming pressure it exuded, it was certainly no low-level demon. Run! Liang Wei and the pockmarked boy reacted swiftly, immediately turning to flee. The blonde-haired boy hesitated for a second, standing frozen before realizing his companions had already bolted. By the time he snapped back to reality, the towering undead creature was already upon him, the shadow of its giant sword looming over his face. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the alleyway. Meanwhile, Tang Hongshan, Lin Yuxi, and Yang Xiaochuan arrived at the scene of the incident at the second spatial gate. The sight before them was more gruesome than they had imagined. Over a dozen night watchmen lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their wounds and groaning. Many were severely injured, with severed limbs scattered around. Blood stained the ground, and medical personnel were busy transporting the wounded on stretchers. The area was in chaos from the battle. Tang Hongshan furrowed his brows, thinking. For a single creature to escape from the spatial gate and cause such severe casualties, it must at least be a Wraith-level entity. Yang Xiaochuan crouched down to assess the injured, reporting, Captain Tang, these wounds appear to be inflicted by some sharp blade, very clean cuts, and the direction of the wounds is remarkably consistent. Lin Yuxi surveyed the surroundings, adding, not only that, but that wall over there has been sliced cleanly in half with a single strike, and those 4 large trees were also cut down mid-trunk, with the same direction as the wounds on the injured. Yang Xiaochuan exclaimed in surprise, so you're saying all these marks came from a single sword strike? Tang Hongshan's expression grew increasingly serious. He pondered. What level of demon spawn could take down over a dozen night watchmen with a single strike, while causing such extensive environmental destruction? Could it be the legendary Dark Blood Sword Demon? No, the Dark Blood Sword Demon is of the infernal level. Demon spawns are categorized from low to high as fiends, phantoms, wraiths, infernals, and myriads, with rumored lord and king levels above that, though almost no one has seen them. If it truly were an infernal-level demon spawn, these people would have no chance of survival, and the demon spawn wouldn't have held back. Tang Hongshan crouched beside an injured person, dipped his finger in some of the wound's blood, and handed it to Yang Xiaochuan, saying, Xiaochuan, analyze the blood composition. Yang Xiaochuan quickly retrieved his laptop from his backpack, placed the blood sample on the sensor, and typed rapidly on the keyboard. Suddenly, he wore a puzzled expression. Huh? That's strange. What is it? Did you get the results? Tang Hongshan asked. I did, but… Yang Xiaochuan looked perplexed. There's no trace of demonic energy contamination in the injured's blood. Could it be that it wasn't a demon that attacked the night watchman? Tang Hongshan mused. Lin Yushi was taken aback. Not a demon? Coming from the other side of the spatial gate. What else could it be if not a demon? Yang Xiaochuan looked up with a complex expression. That's what I was about to say. You might not believe it, but while there's no demonic energy contamination, there's a reaction indicating divine energy contamination. Tang Hongshan and Lin Yushi both looked shocked. Are you serious? Tang Hongshan pressed. Yang Xiaochuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, this typically only happens to those attacked by an apostle. As far as we know, only apostles possess even a faint trace of divine power. Lin Yushi scratched her head in confusion. So what does this mean? An apostle attacked these night watchmen? An apostle came through the spatial gate, attacked humans, and then vanished into the city? Tang Hongshan turned to a scene coordinator. Is there any surveillance footage? The coordinator replied, there is, but it's already been disabled. The creature that emerged from the spatial gate seems to possess some sort of domain ability, and all standard electronic devices near the gate were knocked out the moment it appeared. Tang Hongshan remained silent, and the coordinator continued. However, the conscious witnesses at the scene have described the creature's appearance to us. They said it was a tall humanoid being, engulfed in a blue flame, with white hair, wearing tattered armor, and wielding a massive greatsword. Tang Hongshan, Yang Xiaochuan, and Lin Yushi exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion and unease. Tang Hongshan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. Our understanding of this world is still too limited. Perhaps, aside from the apostles, there are indeed other unknown creatures that possess some of the powers of ancient deities. Yang Xiaochuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, wow, if we catch such a new creature with divine powers, won't our bonus for this month at least triple? Lin Yushi immediately knocked him on the head with a small fist, exclaiming in exasperation, can you aim higher? I think it could increase 30-fold. Tang Hongshan shook his head helplessly and said seriously, all right, enough joking around, you too. We need to find that mysterious creature with divine power as soon as possible. Don't forget, that's divine power we're talking about. Even an apostle with less than one of divine power can destroy a city, let alone this mysterious creature, whose power we know nothing about. Lin Yushi and Yang Xiaochuan immediately dropped their playful demeanor and responded solemnly, yes. Although they like to joke around usually, they never slacked off when carrying out tasks. This intruder was different from the past. It could block human conventional equipment, making the situation even more urgent. Tang Hongshan turned to Yang Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, it's up to you to find out where that mysterious creature is now. Got it. Yang Xiaochuan swiftly placed his laptop on the ground and began typing skillfully, a confident smile spreading across his face. Finally, it's time to showcase my real skills. Scene shift to the southern part of the city, a bustling food street. Lin Nai sat there dumbfounded, watching the girl across from him. This girl, named Yuaner, appeared delicate and charming with graceful manners, eating without even showing her teeth. However, the speed at which she devoured food was astonishing. In just half an hour, they occupied 2 tables, one for the dishes and the other piled high with empty plates and bowls, each stack over half a meter tall. Lin Nai looked at the girl, his expression stiff. Yuaner noticed Lin Nai's expression and her cheeks flushed. She cautiously asked, aren't you eating anymore? Lin Nai swallowed hard and gave a wry smile. I'm full, he thought to himself. Luckily these regular foods don't contain spiritual energy and aren't expensive. Otherwise, it would be like having a black hole in her stomach. Most people couldn't afford to feed her. Watching the girl continue to eat, Lin Nai waved down a server. Could we have 5 more plates of fried noodles, please? The server glanced at the towering stack of empty plates nearby, their mouth twitching awkwardly. I'm sorry, but we've run out of ingredients for the noodles because of this young lady. Lin Nai sighed. All right, then 3 bowls of plain rice, please. Coming right up. The server had just replied when a piercing scream echoed from the distant street corner. Lin Nai turned alertly towards the source of the sound. A blood-soaked figure staggered towards them, a look of terror on his face. Lin Nai recognized him as Liang Wei and wondered, what could have frightened him so badly? The next moment, the pursuer of Liang Wei appeared around the corner, a spectral creature engulfed in blue flames, wielding a massive, tumper-long sword. The creature's white hair flowed, half human, half monster face, leaping across rooftops and trees with incredible speed. leaving a trail of eerie blue light. Lin Nai frowned. As a white death apostle, he immediately recognized it as a creature carrying the aura of the undead, similar to the one that emerged from the new space gate on the night of his awakening. Help! Help! Please save me! Liang Wei desperately ran out of the alley, shouting in terror. The blood on him belonged to his lackeys. He barely escaped thanks to his quick reflexes. However, Liang Wei had barely shouted when the undead creature with the sword caught up to him with incredible speed. The creature swung its sword horizontally, a black line slicing through Liang Wei's waist. In an instant, his body was severed at the waist, his terrified expression frozen in place. Blood splattered like ink across the nearby tree trunk. Roar! The undead creature stood on Liang Wei's corpse, letting out a ferocious roar filled with violent rage. The sword in its hand seemed to absorb Liang Wei's blood, slightly mending its damaged blade. The sudden appearance of such a terrifying monster caused chaos in the street. People screamed in panic and fled in all directions. The shop owners abandoned their stalls, scrambling to escape. A monster! Another monster invasion in Yi City. Quick, notify the night watch. Yi Waner put down her chopsticks, turning anxiously to Lin Nai. Lin Nai ji? Lin Nai's eyes darkened, and without a word, he grabbed the girl's hand. Let's go. They joined the fleeing crowd. Lin Nai was on high alert. This undead swordsman was clearly much stronger than the undead creature from that night, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. The people on the street scattered in all directions, but the undead swordsman's cold eyes immediately locked onto Lin Nai and Yi Waner. It fixed its gaze on Lin Nai's back, bearing sharp fangs with eyes flashing with fury. The undead swordsman moved with incredible speed, leaping high and landing directly in front of Lin Nai and Yi Waner with a thunderous crash. Lin Nai was forced to stop in his tracks, sighing inwardly. Amidst the bustling crowd, why had this creature chosen to fixate on him? He lifted his eyes to meet the gaze of the undead monster, whose icy blue eyes stared back coldly. The creature opened its mouth, emitting a low, guttural sound as it slowly raised its battered greatsword. Its face was a stark contrast between a handsome human visage and a grotesque monstrosity, with gleaming white teeth that were especially terrifying. Despite its already frightening appearance, Lin Nai could read a deep anger in the creature's expression. It glared at him as if he were a mortal enemy. Its expression seemed to silently roar. "I've finally found you." Lin Nai furrowed his brow, puzzled. What was this undead creature's deal? It was as if they had met before and Lin Nai had somehow wronged it. Suddenly, the surroundings lost their color, turning into a monochrome scene. The undead swordsman seemed to possess a unique domain, affecting everything around it. Faint sounds of weeping echoed in Lin Nai's ears, initially mistaken for tinnitus. Alongside the crying, there was a man's desperate screams and pleas, which eventually turned into insane shrieks. Lin Nai soon realized these sounds were emanating from the undead swordsman before him. Studying the creature's half-human face, Lin Nai felt a strange familiarity. He hesitantly asked, "Do I know you?" Huh. The blue flames in the undead swordsman's eyes flared up, clearly provoked by Lin Nai's words. It let out a raspy, sinister growl and swung its great sword at Lin Nai. Lin Nai's eyes widened in shock as the creature attacked without hesitation. His body reacted instinctively, swiftly dodging backward. The sword's edge barely missed his chest. The undead swordsman, seeing its attack miss, quickly adjusted its stance and swung the sword back again. Lin Nai. Yi Waner urgently pushed Lin Nai to safety. The sword's sharp energy sliced through a vending machine and two streetlights, toppling trees and collapsing buildings, sending dust billowing into the air. Lin Nai rolled and got to his feet, nearly engulfed by the swirling dust. He coughed violently, waving away the particles. Although he had awakened as an apostle of the White Death, he hadn't fully mastered his powers yet. His physical abilities were greatly enhanced, but he still didn't know how to use specific skills. This might be enough for someone like Liang Wei, but it was clearly insufficient against a high-level undead creature like this. This is tricky, Lin Nai thought to himself. The undead swordsman charged again, swinging down with a powerful strike. Lin Nai gritted his teeth and rolled aside, avoiding the earth-shattering blow. He grabbed a brick from the ground and, using his explosive strength, leapt behind the undead swordsman. Concentrating all his soul power into the brick, he smashed it against the creature's head. Smack! The blow was ineffective. The undead swordsman didn't budge, while the brick shattered in Lin Nai's hand. The creature turned and swung its sword, the blue energy shattering the remaining half of the brick into dust. Lin Nai was sent flying several meters, crashing into a wall with a wince. The undead swordsman pursued relentlessly, raising its sword again. Just then, Yi Waner suddenly appeared in front of Lin Nai, unleashing dark red flames that forced the creature back. She calmly watched the monster, her obsidian eyes steady. She turned and asked, "Lin Nai, are you all right?" Leaning against the wall, Lin Nai panted. I'm fine. Just a bit numb from the shock. This thing's really strong. He looked at Yuiner, falling silent. He had thought this seemingly timid and shy girl, even as the second-ranked black angel among the demons, wasn't the combative type. Clearly, he was wrong. Yuiner had easily repelled the undead swordsman, suggesting she was at least a wraith-level demon. After a brief silence, Linnai asked, Aren't your wings still injured? Are you okay? Yuiner remained calm, her tone steady and composed. It's not a big issue. Though her eyes were still their usual black, her demeanor in battle was completely different from her usual timid self. The undead swordsman seemed to realize that this seemingly delicate girl was the real threat. The blue flames on its body burned more fiercely, concentrating on its greatsword. The creature launched another fierce attack. Yuiner was unperturbed, her clear eyes narrowing as she formed a seal with her hands. Dark descent. Amaterasu. A powerful psychic storm caused her black hair to flutter, her gothic-made dress swaying with the force. In the next moment, an overwhelming and terrifying power emanated from her petite form. Boom! This time, a vast and more potent dark red flame spread from Yuiner like a heat wave, incinerating everything within a 300-meter radius, except for a small circle around Linnai that she deliberately spared. Shops, furniture, food stalls, trees, streetlights, flower beds, bus stop signs, everything touched by the Amaterasu flames was reduced to ashes. Linnai was left speechless, only able to exclaim, What? Whoa! Linnai stood dumbfounded, looking around in disbelief. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning, and where lush greenery once thrived, nothing but barren ground remained, not even a single blade of grass. Scattered dark red flames flickered across the scorched earth. The only thing left standing was the half-ruined wall behind him. Lin Nai's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, Is this truly the power of the second-ranked race among the demon kin? An eerie silence enveloped the area. The nightmarish attack had leveled the surrounding land, leaving only the heavy scent of gunpowder and the sound of swirling air. Yet, Lin Nai keenly sensed that the undead swordmaster was not so easily defeated. His presence still lingered. Even Night Wanner grew silent, cautiously sensing her surroundings. She, too, seemed to realize that the creature was not dead. After a brief pause, Lin Nai couldn't help but ask, Where did he go? Night Wanner scanned the area, listening intently, and after a moment of contemplation, she quietly replied, I don't know, but he's definitely still alive. Suddenly, Lin Nai sensed something and shouted, Watch out above! Night Wanner looked up just in time to see a massive shadow descending rapidly from the sky. Roar! The undead swordmaster let out an earth-shaking roar, delivering a fierce strike from high above. Night Wanner reacted quickly, ready to defend herself, but at that critical moment, the clear sound of a blade rang out. Zheng! A figure darted in front of Night Wanner with lightning speed, leaving only a blurred afterimage and a sharp glint of a blade. It was a man in his 40s, with stubble on his chin, wearing a black, high-collared coat, and wielding a straight sword that glowed with white light. Clang! The undead swordmaster's greatsword clashed violently with the man's sword, creating a deafening metallic crash. The shockwaves nearly shattered the eardrums of everyone present. Tang Hongshan gripped his sword tightly, a confident smile playing on his lips. Phew, made it just in time. His entire being erupted with soul power, revealing the full might of a level 6 Night Watcher. The two weapons vibrated intensely in the air, producing a resonant hum. Little girl, get back! Tang Hongshan shouted, veins bulging on his neck. The young girl looked at the sudden appearance of this uncle, momentarily confused. Quickly, Tang Hongshan urged again, It's not safe here. Oh, okay. The girl finally snapped out of it and obediently retreated to a safe distance. Tang Hongshan gritted his teeth, holding his ground against the undead swordmaster for several seconds before ultimately succumbing to the creature's strength. Another thunderous clash of weapons ensued. Tang Hongshan was forced back, his feet carving a 6 to 7 meter long trail in the ground. Lin Nai stood frozen, still trying to comprehend where this sudden uncle had come from. Tang Hongshan retreated to Lin Nai's side, glancing at him with a weathered expression and asked, How are you, kid? Badly hurt? Lin Nai replied, I'm not hurt. Tang Hongshan casually brushed a strand of hair from his forehead and said calmly, Good, then get to safety. Leave it to us Night Watchers to handle this. Protect yourself. Before he could finish, the undead swordmaster suddenly lashed out with a chain, striking Tang Hongshan's face hard. The blow knocked him to the ground, leaving a vivid red mark on his rugged face. Lin Nai was taken aback. What? The undead swordmaster made a strange hissing sound at the fallen Tang Hongshan. Its mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, drool dripping from its menacing maw. At this moment, a frustrated female voice chimed in. Captain Tang, The commander did tell you to cut back on the dramatic lines during battles. Suddenly, thousands of pink bubbles appeared out of nowhere, converging on the undead swordmaster, enveloping it completely. The creature looked bewildered, clearly unsure what these bubbles were. Standing not far away, Lin Nai squinted her eyes and raised 2 fingers, commanding, burst. Boom. An explosive sound reverberated as the pink flames engulfed the undead creature. It let out ear-piercing screams, completely consumed by the fire. Seeing this, Lin Nai emerged from the shadows, exhaling in relief. It worked. Yang Xiaochuan, with his laptop bag slung over his shoulder, rushed to Tang Hongshan's side, exclaiming, "Whoa! Captain Tang, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Tang Hongshan, with Yang Xiaochuan's help, wobbled to his feet, gripping his sword, just a bit dizzy. Lin Nai stared in amazement at the scene unfolding before him. Lin Nai covered half her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment, she turned around and approached Lin Nai with a spring in her step. The girl had a radiant smile on her face, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Hello, you're the divine apostle chosen by the White Death God, right? Your name is Lin Nai?" she asked cheerfully, her voice brimming with excitement. Lin Nai carefully observed the girl in front of him, Lin Nai. She seemed like a bright and beautiful girl, approximately 1.65 meters tall, and appeared to be around his age. She was dressed in a brown and white baseball jacket, paired with a black miniskirt that revealed her fair and well-proportioned legs. Although she wasn't in uniform, based on what Tang Hongshan had said earlier, Lin Nai guessed they were together. Lin Nai." He nodded in confirmation and then asked, "Are you the Night Watchers?" Lin Nai's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. That's right. We are from the 3rd squad of the Night Watchers in Yi City. My name is Lin Nai, and that's Yang Xiaochuan." She pointed behind her and added with a hint of helplessness, "And the one who was a bit embarrassing just now is our captain, Tang Hongshan." She clapped her hands excitedly and continued, "Great. Not only did we catch the invading interdimensional creature, but we also found the divine successor. Now we won't get scolded by the director." Lin Nai's eyes flickered as he sensed something. "You were looking for me?" Lin Nai widened her already large eyes in surprise. "Of course. You're the apostle inheriting the power of ancient gods. Your awakening sequence in the southern part of the city 2 days ago alarmed the authorities. Not just us, but all the major forces in the city are probably searching for you." Lin Nai suddenly recalled the genetic company that had approached him earlier. It seemed that news of his awakening had indeed spread. The technological level of this world was too advanced, making it impossible to keep such information hidden from the major powers. Lin Nai seemed eager to say more, but just then, a raspy growl interrupted her. "Huh." The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The undead creature, dragging a large sword, was emerging slowly from the pink smoke. Its body was severely damaged, covered in sticky, pink substance resembling bubblegum. The creature's face showed a furious glare, clearly enraged by the series of attacks. The expressions of Lin Nai, Lin Nai, and Tang Hongshan immediately turned serious. Yang Xiaochuan gasped and exclaimed, "Whoa! This monster isn't dead yet." Tang Hongshan raised his straight horizontal blade, its edge glinting with the cold light under the sun. Lin Nai's gaze turned wary, her body tensing slightly. She spoke in a low voice, "Xiaochuan, your data analysis was spot on. This creature does indeed possess a fragment of divine power. It's faint, but it's definitely some form of divine energy. It won't be an easy opponent." Yang Xiaochuan boasted loudly, "Of course. My computer never makes mistakes, you know?" Lin Nai, however, was the calmest of the group. He quietly observed the undead swordsman, his brow furrowed. The creature had a partially human face, yet Lin Nai was certain he had never seen the man it belonged to. So why did it seem so familiar? Suddenly, a memory flashed through Lin Nai's consciousness, memories of the White Death God, Carlos. Countless images sped through his mind like a fast-forwarded movie. Orders, captures, trials, executions, cries, pleas, imprisonment, the sea of the undead, a long 300,000-year incarceration, and every name on the roster of the undead prison, along with the images of the gods. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Nai's forehead as he absorbed the vast influx of information. With his current human strength, his brain could barely handle it, feeling as if his mental faculties were being severely compressed. Finally, one piece of information stood out clearly in his mind. Name, Shurhun. Race, God. Position, 7th generation sword god. Renegade. Undead status, escaped. Whereabouts unknown. Lin Nai's pupils contracted sharply as he finally realized the true identity of the undead swordsman before him, sword god Shurhun, a former renegade god imprisoned in the sea of the undead. After the fall of the divine civilization, all souls imprisoned in the sea of the undead escaped, scattering to various distant, non-material worlds. Upon leaving the undead world, Shirhan devoured numerous wraiths, souls, evil spirits, and demons in the non-material world. Over tens of thousands of years of torment, he managed to reforge his sword and part of his divine body, but he had also transformed into this half-god, half-demon, half-undead monstrosity, a far cry from the sword god Shirhan. Lin Nai remembered. Tang Hongshan lit a cigarette, clenching it between his lips as he gripped his sword tightly. He said in a deep voice, "You all step back. This guy is strong, and you can't handle him." Lin Yushi advised anxiously, "Captain Tang, maybe we should reconsider. I don't think even you can defeat it." Just as Tang Hongshan was about to respond, the undead creature let out a roar and swung its great sword, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword energy. Swift. The powerful sword energy swept Tang Hongshan, Lin Yushi, and Yang Xiaochuan off their feet. Tang Hongshan barely managed to stabilize himself by stabbing his sword into the ground, retreating several meters. Yang Xiaochuan rolled like a ball for over 10 meters before crashing into a protruding rock. Lin Nai, however, remained motionless, standing in place, lost in thought. "Huh." The creature Shirhan charged at Lin Nai, swinging its sword down. Lin Yushi shouted in alarm, "Hey, watch out." Lin Nai still did not move, but just as the great sword was about to strike him, his body suddenly shifted to the right, leaving a trail of gray-white afterimages, perfectly dodging the lethal blow. The creature Shirhan appeared momentarily stunned, then swung its sword horizontally again. This time, Lin Nai lifted his head, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. He felt a certain soul power gathering in his hand, and in his mind, a silver weapon appeared, the silver scythe he had seen in the White Death God's office. Bow. With a serious expression, Lin Nai instinctively raised his hand. In an instant, a massive silver death scythe materialized in his grip. Clang! The death scythe clashed with Shihin's great sword, emitting a resonating sound like a tolling bell. Roar! Shirhan let out a cry of pain, the sound waves from the clashing weapons seemingly inflicting damage on its soul, forcing it to retreat rapidly. Lin Nai bit his lip, clearly struggling to fully control this power. The death scythe appeared in his hand for less than half a second before dissolving into gray-white light and disappearing. Lin Yushi stood there, stunned, unable to believe what had just happened before her eyes. What was that just now? A white object briefly flashed in Lin Nai's hand, vanishing in an instant. Amidst the intense flow of soul energy and the swift movements of both sides, no one could clearly see what happened. The creature known as Tin Souls saw Lin Nai's scythe disappear and charged with his great sword again. At that critical moment, a graceful figure appeared like lightning in front of Lin Nai. It was Yiwaner. Yang Xiaochuan, witnessing this scene, was shocked. Wow, is she willing to die with him? He couldn't help but marvel. In times of crisis, you see people's true hearts. Such a beautiful and adorable girl is willing to shield him from a blow. It's enviable. The sword blade sliced through the air, its cold, blue gleam threatening to cut the petite Yiwaner in two. Lin Yushi closed her eyes in fright, unable to watch. However, when she opened her eyes, trembling, she saw an astonishing sight. The damaged great sword was suspended above the girl's head, as if time had stopped. Upon closer inspection, the sword was slightly trembling. The arm of Tin Souls holding the sword bulged with black veins, its fangs bared, and blue energy leaked out, clearly straining with all its might. But there seemed to be an invisible barrier around the girl's body, preventing the sword from advancing any further. Yiwaner appeared completely transformed. Her pupils had turned a blood-red garnet color, and her once innocent and adorable face now exuded a cold, sinister allure. She slightly curled her lips and softly said, "A descendant of the gods? Interesting." Yiwaner raised her right hand, clutching a dark red chaotic orb between her fingers. She squeezed it tightly, causing it to explode, releasing a mist-like surge of dark red energy forward. Tin Souls was hit by the energy, sent flying over 50 meters like a cannonball. Debris flew, and the ground cracked as its already damaged armor and flesh were further shattered. Tang Hongshan recognized the move in shock. Soul-devouring hand. This girl is a demonkin, and at a myriad form level. Could she be the demonkin reported by citizens a couple of days ago? Lin Nai glanced at Yiwaner, thinking, in the end, she did step in. 10 souls lay on the ground. A large hole blasted into its right chest, with ghostly blue flames burning within. Yiwaner walked over slowly, her eyes filled with amusement and disdain. Once exalted gods reduced to this pitiful state. Your divine power has become so tainted. Your afterlife must have been quite the adventure. How many demon souls did you devour to end up like this? These words seemed to enrage Tin Souls. Its grotesque face twisted further, and it grabbed its great sword, rising again with a thunderous roar. Roar! Yiwaner raised her hand again, sneering, how foolish. However, as Tin Souls reached Yiwaner, it suddenly changed tactics. It plunged the great sword into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, then abruptly turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Yiwaner, Lin Nai, Tang Hongshan, Lin Yushi, and Yang Xiaochuan were all stunned. The creature known as Tin Souls had chosen to flee. Coughing amidst swirling dust, the scene was chaotic, with visibility blocked by the haze. As the dust gradually settled, everyone realized with shock that the monster, Shirhun, had vanished without a trace. Lin Nai inwardly criticized, surprised that this once powerful deity would flee so cowardly. His gaze swept the area, assessing the aftermath of the battle. Tang Hongshan waved a hand to clear the dust before him, gripping his straight sword tightly as he stood up. He coughed a few times, his voice hoarse. Xiaochuan, Yushi, are you both all right? Lin Yushi quickly responded. Captain Tang, we're fine. She gave a brief report. I had a brief encounter with Shirhun, and my arm was grazed by sword energy, but it's not serious. Yang Xiaochuan echoed. I'm unharmed too. He looked around, puzzled. Did that otherworldly monster escape? It seems so, Tang Hongshan replied, his tone complicated as he glanced at Yiwaner not far away. He speculated inwardly about the mission, having not only found the White Reaper's apostle, but also gained a lead on the god-powered monster, and unexpectedly encountered a fallen angel of the Wanxiang level. Tang Hongshan couldn't help but wonder if this black angel's arrival in the human realm was truly accidental, or if there was more to it. Lin Nai examined his hand thoughtfully. In the critical moment earlier, he had managed to summon the silver scythe from the White Reaper's office. How exactly did he do it? Lin Nai tried to recreate the sensation but found the knack elusive. He sighed inwardly, realizing how challenging it was to control this ability. Yiwaner's eyes gradually returned to their normal black. She approached Lin Nai, concerned. Lin Nai ji, are you okay? I'm fine, Lin Nai replied, snapping back to reality. He looked at the young girl before him and gently patted her head. Thanks to you. The girl lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her clothing buttons. Tang Hongshan promptly contacted the Night Watchers' headquarters to give a concise report. He mentioned finding the creature that had harmed a squad of Night Watchers, noting it was an unknown, otherworldly species with partial divine power, but unfortunately, it escaped. He also mentioned locating the White Reaper's apostle and promised to try persuading them. After hanging up, Tang Hongshan sheathed his long blade and approached Lin Nai. Student, are you hurt? Lin Nai shrugged. Just minor scrapes, nothing serious. Tang Hongshan nodded, then turned his attention to Yiwaner. I presume you're Princess Yiwaner of the Black Angels? Hello, I am Tang Hongshan, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Night Watchers in Yi City. Caught off guard by the sudden greeting, Yiwaner seemed a bit flustered. You? She quickly bowed slightly and replied politely, hello. Tang Hongshan was puzzled by Yiwaner's sudden change in demeanor and turned to Lin Nai with a questioning look. Lin Nai rubbed his nose and explained. Nothing to worry about. She has social anxiety and doesn't often interact with strangers. Seeing Tang Hongshan still confused, he added, oh, she has a dual personality. Don't mind it. She becomes like that when she's startled. Tang Hongshan nodded in realization. I see. So, the person who called about taking in a lost black angel girl from another plane was you? That was me. Lin Nai tilted his head. So, you're the guy who answered the phone that day? Yes, Tang Hongshan replied, amused by the coincidence. He quickly returned to the main topic. Lin Nai, we'd like to invite you to join the Night Watchers. Your awakening is a god sequence with great potential. Lin Nai fell silent, seemingly weighing his options. Tang Hongshan, not rushing him, suggested, why don't we discuss this further in the car? All right, Lin Nai responded briefly. Tang Hongshan smiled and turned to Yiwaner. Princess Yi, this must be your first visit to our human realm. Would you like to come to our Night Watchers headquarters in Yi City? We warmly welcome allies of the Black Angels. Yiwaner hesitated, glanced at Lin Nai, then nodded. Sure. The Night Watchers SUV was parked by the roadside, a large vehicle seating 7. Everyone began to board. Before getting in, Lin Yushi quietly pulled Tang Hongshan aside and whispered, Captain Tang, the information team just texted me saying the Gene Company has already approached Lin Nai. Tang Hongshan frowned. Lin Yushi continued worriedly. The Gene Company offers better terms, resources, and benefits than we do. There won't be an if. Tang Hongshan interrupted her firmly. Tang Hongshan appeared serious, his brow furrowed. He whispered to Lin Yushi, the director has given an ultimatum. We have to win him over, no matter what. This must succeed. Failure is not an option, Lin Yushi asked worriedly. But how are we going to persuade him? Do you have a plan? Tang Hongshan took a deep breath and explained. There's no other choice. He's part of the divine sequence, with seemingly limitless potential. The strongest apostle in human history, the successor of the sun god, reportedly wielding up to 21 of the sun god's power. With his strength alone, he could fight 1,000,000 demons. With a mere flick of his hand, he could destroy a small dimension. He continued, if a country can produce an apostle with more than 10 of divine power, its international standing will skyrocket. The number of apostles a nation possesses is a symbol of its strength, even more intimidating than nuclear weapons. Lin Nai frowned and said, young people these days aren't interested in dreams. They're all about money. Our night watchers are the poorest among the major factions. Tang Hongshan patted her shoulder, winking as he said, no worries, leave it to me. Haven't you seen my charm? He grinned with a confident smile. Relax, I've locked the car doors. If he doesn't agree, nobody's getting off the car today. After they got in, the SUV slowly drove away. Watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, a male and female figure emerged from the roadside. They were both dressed in attire resembling that of Taoist priests. The tall, thin man stroked his chin with interest, saying, a war weapon cultivated by the Black Angel civilization, stronger than I imagined. The apostle of the White Death God and the war weapon of the Black Angel race. It's quite intriguing how these two happened to meet by fate. A young girl with double bun hairstyle beside him asked, Master, what do you mean by the war weapon of the Black Angels? The tall, thin man chuckled and replied, it's a pitiful child. Rather than a war weapon, it's an experimental product developed after billions of years of research by the Black Angel civilization. However, it's the finest experiment. In the off-road vehicle, Tang Hongshan began to showcase his persuasive skills. Like a seasoned pro, he casually draped his arm over Lin Nai's shoulder and enthusiastically explained the benefits of joining the Night Watchers. Let me tell you, we've got plenty of girls in the Night Watchers. Tang Hongshan's eyes sparkled with a playful tone. Sure, our training can be tough, but we're all about family. Half of our instructors are beautiful older women, and they teach Hansen. The teachers are gentle and understanding, always willing to help students with any worries. The senior girls are friendly and outgoing, always eager to tease the younger guys. I always tell them to tone it down, but they never listen, he continued. And we don't have any rigid rules about relationships. If you want to date, go ahead. Our leaders even encourage having 5 kids, with benefits and subsidies during maternity. Other than training and missions, you're free to do what you like. Noticing Lin Nai's expression, Tang Hongshan quickly added, if you're shy, introverted, or not good at dating, no worries. We have monthly social events, and we guarantee you'll find someone. Our team is full of wingmen ready to help. So, what do you think? Consider joining us. You won't regret it. He spoke enthusiastically, almost like a charismatic recruiter. Lin Nai, sitting across, looked at her captain with disdain. She thought, so this is his recruitment strategy? But given the circumstances, it might be the best he can do. The Night Watchers' benefits aren't as competitive as those of the major corporations. Companies like the Gene Corporation offer signing bonuses of 2,000 gold dragons, with generous salaries, subsidies, and resources. In comparison, the Night Watchers, as a government-affiliated combat organization, can't compete financially. Tang Hongshan felt proud of his pitch. He believed that someone like Lin Nai, just 18, would be interested in dating. At that age, with hormones raging, girls are a major attraction. Tang Hongshan had been there himself, and now as an experienced man, he thought he had it in the bag. However, he miscalculated. Lin Nai remained expressionless, showing no interest. Tang Hongshan hesitated, wanting to continue his pitch but unsure. He wondered if Lin Nai might be more interested in boys. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaochuan wasn't paying attention to their conversation. His eyes kept drifting to the serene and beautiful girl sitting next to Lin Nai. Yu Wanner, in her gothic white maid outfit, seemed like a character straight out of a manga, making his heart race. He was captivated by her cuteness. Yu Wanner, gazing out the window, turned her head and gave a simple glance. Yang Xiaochuan blushed, quickly looking down and fiddling with his fingers, staring at his legs. Lin Nai then said calmly, actually before you, the Gene Corporation already approached me. Their offer is better than yours. Tang Hongshan broke into a cold sweat. Damn, those Gene Corporation bastards are quick. They beat us to it. He cursed inwardly but maintained a serious facade. Lin Nai, you shouldn't be fooled by those capitalists. They may offer a lot, but their pitfalls are just as numerous. Joining them could ruin your future. I didn't agree to their offer, Lin Nai replied. Tang Hongshan's face lit up. Haha, that's the spirit. But I didn't refuse either, Lin Nai continued. I told them I'd think about it. Tang Hongshan was left speechless. Enough, Captain Tang, stop talking. Lin Nai interjected with a glare, then turned to Lin Nai with a friendly smile. Lin Nai, we Night Watchers are genuinely interested in talented individuals like you, especially as a god's inheritor. You can set your conditions. Though our resources are limited, we can apply for what you need. Given your potential, as long as your demands aren't excessive, I'm sure they'll be approved. Lin Nai pondered for a moment, then nodded. I'll think about it. Great, take your time, Tang Hongshan said, suddenly adopting a sorrowful expression, covering his face with one hand. Sigh, Lin Nai, there's something I haven't mentioned. Lin Nai looked puzzled. My old roommate, he's terminally ill, about to die. Tang Hongshan said, feigning tears. His dying wish is to see a god's apostle join the Night Watchers. So, please, you must join us. Lin Nai was unimpressed. That story's a bit old. Lin Yushi nodded in agreement. I think so too. Tang Hongshan was left awkwardly silent. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Night Watchers' headquarters. Tang Hongshan stepped out, brandishing his sword, his coat billowing behind him. If no one had seen his antics in the car, he might have seemed like a dashing, rugged man. Several Night Watchers at the entrance gathered around. Captain Tang, you're back. How did it go? We heard you found the creature that injured Squad 1. Don't worry, I handled it, Tang Hongshan said coolly, gesturing behind him. Plus, I brought back a newly awakened god's inheritor and a visiting dark angel. The Night Watchers looked at Lin Nai and Yuaner with amazement, as if they were rare pandas. Yuaner, overwhelmed by the sudden attention, quickly moved closer to Lin Nai, quietly holding his hand. Lin Nai was surprised, looked back at her and smiled. Social anxiety kicking in? No, Yuaner replied, looking down. Really? I'll work on it. Stick with me then. Okay. Trailing behind them, Yang Xiaochuan stopped, feeling heartbroken, as if he heard his heart shatter. Hey, what's wrong? Lin Yushi asked, noticing him. Yang Xiaochuan sighed. I just got my heart broken. Lin Yushi looked puzzled. Lin Nai stepped into the headquarters of the Night Watchers, where a tense and mysterious atmosphere filled the air. Lin Yushi led them to the primary reception room, gracefully serving them steaming cups of tea. Please make yourselves comfortable here for a moment. Tang Hongshan has gone upstairs to report to the director, she said with a smile. Yuaner took the teacup and thanked her politely. Lin Yushi blinked in surprise, evidently intrigued by the courteous demon. During the wait, Lin Yushi's lively personality quickly dispelled the room's somber mood. She chatted animatedly, her topics bouncing from one subject to another without the slightest hint of awkwardness. Suddenly, she patted her chest and laughed. Oh dear. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lin Yushi, 19 years old, a level 4 transcendent, and my profession is Sequence 69 Pink Demolition Specialist. I'm skilled in various explosive abilities and large-scale attacks. She then gestured to the young man beside her. This is Yang Xiaochuan, also a 19-year-old level 4 transcendent, with a profession in Sequence 94 network engineer, specializing in technology. Yang Xiaochuan, hearing her downplay his combat skills, pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, thinking, if I really put my mind to it, I wouldn't be too shabby, you know? Lin Nai was somewhat surprised to learn their ages. They were only a year older than him, but were already level 4 transcendents. Reflecting on his time at Yecheng University, where Liang Wei was hailed as a prodigy at just level 1.9, and how he himself failed the first round of the Night Watchers interview, Lin Nai couldn't help but marvel at their prowess. Lin Yushi warmly said to Lin Nai, you're an apostle who inherits the power of a deity. Your potential far surpasses ours. You'll surely become a great hero protecting human civilization. Lin Nai, expressionless and uninterested, replied, a great hero, huh? Lin Yushi asked, puzzled. You don't seem excited at all? Isn't becoming a great hero, admired by all, the dream of most boys? Lin Nai shrugged, his tone flat. That was probably my dream back in elementary school. Why did you stop dreaming about it? Lin Nai's eyes dimmed for a moment. Because both my parents died in the planar wars, leaving just me at home. All expenses fell on my shoulders, and every month I worry about not being able to pay the spiritual energy tax. When survival is a struggle, how can you still dream of being a hero? Lin Yushi was stunned, then quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. Lin Nai responded indifferently. For him now, dreams had become a luxury. He had only two simple wishes, to earn money and to protect those around him, though there were few left. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, a knock on the door interrupted. Come in. Tang Hongshan entered, finding Director Peng engrossed in paperwork. Director, I'm back. Director Peng acknowledged without looking up. I heard you brought back the Apostle of the White Reaper. Has he agreed to join the Night Watchers? Tang Hongshan hesitated. Not yet, but he made a condition. If we can fulfill it, he's willing to join. Director Peng finally lifted his head, meeting Tang Hongshan's eyes. What condition? Tang Hongshan recalled Lin Nai's words in the car. He wishes to have the right to refuse missions under reasonable circumstances. Director Peng was silent for a moment. Then a smile crept onto his lips. This kid is something else. Tang Hongshan was taken aback. He had expected Director Peng to reject the condition outright. Director Peng interlocked his fingers, placing them on the desk. It's perfectly normal to set conditions. There are only 109 apostles who wield divine power worldwide. He has the right to make demands. His request isn't unreasonable, just unexpected. I thought he would ask for money, resources, or women like most would. So, You're saying we should agree? Tang Hongshan asked. Of course, we should agree, Director Peng said. Not only agree, but we should also offer him additional benefits. Whatever signing bonus the Gene Company offers him, we'll double it. Tang Hongshan's mouth twitched. Do we have that kind of budget? Of course not. Director Peng replied calmly. I'll cover it myself. The office of the White Reaper. Lin Nai opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. He could now effortlessly open the door in his mind and enter this mysterious space. The AI skull on the wall, Mosey, immediately greeted him with a melodious aria. Oh my esteemed White Reaper, you have returned, what a delightful surprise. You have come home 200,000 years and 325 days early, and on behalf of the 10,000 souls in the Sea of the Dead, I welcome you back. Ignoring its enthusiasm, Lin Nai walked straight to the black bookshelf and took down the prisoner register of the necropolis. He turned to the page of the monster Shurhun and began to read carefully. Name, Shurhun. Race, God. Position, 7th generation sword deity, traitor god. Time imprisoned, 300,000 years. Soul status, escaped, whereabouts unknown. Reason for imprisonment, made a deal with demons, convicted of treason, ordered for trial by the 6th generation God King He Jun. White Reaper's note, falsely accused. Lin Nai pondered for a moment, and then flipped through several other pages. He noticed that almost all the deities labeled as traitors, except those whose divine bodies had perished, had falsely accused noted beside them. Interesting, Lin Nai murmured, recalling the look of resentment and anger in Shurhun's eyes when they met. If he was indeed wronged by the divine realm, then his reaction made sense. Mosey sighed wistfully. Master, you are so indifferent. Lin Nai turned around speechlessly, and Mosey continued. Master, your personality seems to have changed a lot. You used to be more cheerful. Is there something on your mind? Oh, right. Given that the civilization of the gods has perished, even someone as optimistic as you must find it hard to bear. Lin Nai thought that this AI assistant was rather absurd. He decided to ask something more practical. Mosey, what exactly did the sword deity Shurhun do back then? Why was he judged by the God King? Mosey paused and replied, well, there's just one thing you need to know to understand. Shurhun's father was the previous God King at the time, the 5th generation God King, Gran. Lin Nai slightly opened his mouth, then closed it again, saying softly, I see. I didn't expect that even the civilization of the gods had such political intrigues. It seems your memory loss is quite severe, Mosey commented. Lin Nai decided to go along with this and make up an excuse. Yes, I can recall very little now, including my divine power, which is far less than it used to be. He worried that his current power might not even be 0.000, one of the real White Reapers. This AI, which seemed a bit flamboyant, might actually be quite shrewd. If it figured out he was a human imposter, it could cause trouble. Mosey explained, that's normal. Your Sea of the Dead once housed trillions of magical and divine souls, but now there are only a little over 10,000 left, so your divine power has certainly diminished. Lin Nai raised an eyebrow and asked, my divine power is related to the number of souls in the Sea of the Dead? Of course, Mosey replied. Each soul imprisoned in the Sea of the Dead can enhance your strength. If some have signed a contract with you, they can be commanded to assist you in battle. Lin Nai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What about the souls of deities? Can I command them to? Mosey explained, certainly, as long as they are willing to sign a contract with you and sell their souls. However, generally speaking, deities are proud. They would rather be eternally imprisoned in the Sea of the Dead, enduring the most painful torment, than sell their souls. Lin Nai narrowed his eyes and whispered, I understand. Subsequently, Lin Nai left the office and arrived at the Sea of the Dead. This ocean remained gray and lifeless, with the distant wails of souls echoing in anguish and rage. He approached a rock where a terrifying and grotesque demonic soul was firmly bound by black chains. The creature recoiled in fear upon seeing Lin Nai, emitting whimpering sounds, but the chains kept it immobile. Lin Nai opened the prisoner register. Name, Shadow Demon Wolf. Race, Demon. Type, Ferocious Beast. Level, Malevolent. Soul status, Imprisoned. This wolf-like demonic soul was one of the prisoners who had escaped from Portal 2 in Yeching a few days ago and was recaptured by Lin Nai. Recalling Mosey's words, Lin Nai knew he had two choices for these imprisoned souls. Either form a contract with one and make it a battle companion, or destroy its soul and let it merge with the Sea of the Dead, enhancing the White Reaper's power. He raised the scythe of the White Reaper, and the shadow demon wolf whimpered in terror, trembling as if begging for mercy. Lin Nai looked at it coldly and said, though you are a low-level, weak demon, I do indeed need some helpers right now. I offer you two choices. Sink into this Sea of the Dead, or submit to me and sign a contract. After serving me for a while, I will help your soul reincarnate. The shadow demon wolf's eyes lit up, and it chose the latter without hesitation. Very well. Lin Nai extended a hand. lightly touching the shadow demon wolf's head with a finger, slowly channeling his divine power. A shrouding light enveloped the demon wolf, and soon, a mark of the White Reaper appeared on its forehead. Lin Nai woke from his slumber to find himself on the couch in the Night Watcher's lounge. As he stretched, a thunderous crash interrupted him. A figure plummeted from above, landing heavily on the expensive wooden coffee table in front of him, shattering it to pieces. Lin Nai's eyes widened in bewilderment as he surveyed the scene. What on earth is happening? Have monsters invaded the headquarters? He muttered to himself. Upon closer inspection, Lin Nai recognized the person sprawled on the broken tablite was Yang Xiaochuan, a fellow night watcher alongside Tang Hongshan. Yang, trembling and terrified, pleaded for mercy. Spare me. A cold, alluring voice filled the room. Lin Nai turned to see Yuaner standing there, her eyes blood-red, a playful smile on her lips. So, do you still want to look? She asked coldly, her gaze chilling. Yang Xiaochuan, his face a mask of fear, stammered, Sister Yuaner, I was wrong. I just misspoke. Yuaner narrowed her eyes, her tone dangerous. We're not that close, are we? What did you just call me? Yang Xiaochuan quickly corrected himself, his voice shaking with terror. Sister Yi, Your Highness, Goddess Yi, I'm sorry, truly, I didn't mean to offend. He turned to Lin Yushi, pleading, Yushi, please, help me out here. Lin Yushi, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, her expression cold. You had it coming. Yuaner waved her hand, and Yang Xiaochuan was suddenly lifted into the air by an invisible force, then hurled against the wall, leaving a deep dent. He groaned in pain. Lin Nai finally snapped out of his daze, confusedly asking, What exactly is going on? I just took a nap, and now there's a fight? Lin Yushi sat next to Lin Nai, explaining simply, While you were asleep, this idiot kept staring at Yuaner's legs and accidentally said, So white? Yang Xiaochuan defended himself. I was just looking. I didn't do anything. Yuaner sneered. Oh? And you think I didn't notice you trying to brush against my hand while serving tea and coffee? Yang Xiaochuan fell silent, despair etched on his face. Lin Nai understood the situation, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang Xiaochuan. He realized that Yang had triggered Yuaner's defensive instincts, provoking the reedy demoness. Yang Xiaochuan, pitifully, turned to Lin Nai, pleading, Lin Nai, could you please ask Her Highness to forgive me? I really didn't mean it. Lin Nai shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Still, considering it was the Night Watcher's headquarters, he tried to mediate. Yuaner, you've beaten him up already? Maybe let him go now? Surprisingly, Yuaner smiled and said, All right, since it's Lin Nai asking, I'll let it slide. With that, she released her grip, and Yang Xiaochuan slid off the wall, landing hard on the floor. Yuaner dusted her hands off and sat next to Lin Nai, playfully winking at him. Lin Nai quietly admonished her, Can't you restrain yourself a bit in someone else's place? Yuaner feigned innocence, but I feel uncomfortable being stared at by anyone other than you. Lin Nai shook his head, knowing she was teasing him on purpose. Just then, Tang Hongshan returned. Seeing the chaos in the lounge, he asked in shock, What happened here? An earthquake? Yuaner cheerfully explained, Oh, nothing serious. We were just playing a little ping-pong game while waiting. She glanced at Yang Xiaochuan. Right, little brother over there? Yang Xiaochuan shuddered at her voice, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Yeah, Captain Tang, we were just playing a game. Tang Hongshan gave Yuaner a knowing look, thinking she was indeed as formidable as her dossier suggested. He turned to Lin Nai, saying, Lin Nai, the director has agreed to your terms. He handed Lin Nai a contract. Moreover, he's offering you double the signing bonus the genetics company proposed. Lin Nai was slightly taken aback. I didn't ask for that. Yes, the director offered it willingly, Tang Hongshan explained. Lin Nai fell silent, understanding the director's intention. The extra signing bonus was clearly a gesture to win him over. Voluntary rewards and involuntary acceptance were worlds apart. For a leader, a few words of encouragement and affirmation could inspire loyalty and dedication from their subordinates. Tang Hongshan handed a pin to Lin Nai, Sign here, and you'll officially be one of us Night Watchers. Lin Nai took the pin and, without much hesitation, signed his name on the contract. Tang Hongshan shook Lin Nai's hand warmly. Welcome aboard. Let me take you to get the system set up. Lin Yushi jumped up excitedly. I'm coming too. Tang Hongshan nodded, then turned to Yang Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, head down to the garage and bring up the data box I left in the car. Yang Xiaochuan grumbled. Captain, I'm still injured. Tang Hongshan shot him a glance. Come on, it's just a scratch. You're not a little girl. Though Yuaner had tossed Yang Xiaochuan around like a ping-pong ball, she had been careful not to cause any serious harm. As a level 4 transcendent, Yang Xiaochuan's physical resilience was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Xiaochuan Yang let out a resigned sigh and obediently took the elevator to the parking lot. He felt a pang of regret. This budding romance was over before it even began, leaving a terrible impression on his crush. He hadn't even held hands, yet he'd already been beaten up. What a disastrous day. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Xiaochuan stepped into the underground garage on the first basement level of the Night Watch headquarters building. He walked towards his SUV, opened the door and retrieved a data case, muttering to himself, Captain Tang really needs to stop being so forgetful. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure was forming silently behind him. It coalesced into a bizarre humanoid creature, its cold, crimson eyes fixed menacingly on the unsuspecting Xiaochuan. While Xiaochuan was inspecting the case for any damage and preparing to put it away, the creature suddenly lunged at him with lightning speed, clinging onto his body in an instant. What the heck? Xiaochuan finally sensed the danger, but it was too late. A strange force wrapped around him, rendering him immobile. A sharp, grating voice whispered in his ear, Heh, don't worry, friend. I'll help you achieve whatever you desire. But first, I'll need to borrow your body for a while. Heh, what are you? Xiaochuan was terrified and struggled desperately, but it was futile. The eerie creature seemed to have no physical form, like a wisp of black mist, seeping into Xiaochuan's ears, nose, and eyes. Get out of my body. You. Xiaochuan's voice grew weaker until it faded completely. The shadowy creature vanished along with it. Moments later, Xiaochuan slowly raised his head, his eyes vacant and lifeless, but a sinister smile curled on his lips. Meanwhile, Lin Nai, Yi Weiner, Tang Hongshan, and Lin Yushi entered a spacious room filled with cutting-edge technology and a variety of sophisticated instruments. Several lab-coated researchers were busy at work. Tang Hongshan addressed Lin Nai seriously. Next, we're going to help you activate the system. It will assist you in mastering your abilities more effectively. Lin Nai asked curiously, System? What's that? Tang Hongshan smiled slightly. You'll find out soon enough. A young researcher approached Lin Nai, holding a device that resembled a supermarket scanner. He explained, We're going to inject the system core into you. It might sting a bit, so please bear with it. Though Lin Nai didn't fully understand, he nodded lightly. The researcher aimed the device at the back of Lin Nai's neck and gently pulled the trigger. With a beep, Lin Nai felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, but gritted his teeth to endure it. A few seconds later, a transparent system interface appeared before Lin Nai's eyes, accompanied by a series of prompts. Beep beep. System activated. System is scanning and analyzing your body attributes. Analysis complete. System bound to your genes, currently in initial state. All settings are default. AI is calculating your basic attributes and sequence abilities, and has planned the optimal training route for you. To his surprise, Lin Nai realized that only he could see this interface. Tang Hongshan explained, Now you understand. This is your personal system, controlled by your consciousness. It can help you with many tasks. With a little exploration, you'll get the hang of its basic functions. With a thought, Lin Nai accessed the system's main menu. The initial system page was sparse, featuring only a few options: personal attributes, inventory, skill tree, system shop, quest list, contacts, and equipment factory. Lin Nai thought to himself, this is just like a video game interface. Tang Hongshan chuckled. How about that? The kind of cheat that only protagonists have in online novels, we can now achieve it through technology. Lin Nai nodded in admiration. It's truly amazing. He first opened the inventory, finding it empty for now. Then, he checked his personal attributes. Basic information. Name, Lin Nai. Age, 18. Level, 1.0. Occupation, White Death Apostle. Social position, Night Watcher of Yecheng, intern member of the 3rd Squad in the Southern District. Points, 20 base attributes. Health, 8 units. Depletion results in death. Strength, 7 units. Impacts your physical attack, burst damage, and sustained damage. Agility, 9 units. Affects your movement speed, flexibility, and attack speed. Spirit, 12 units. Influences your mental state. Soul power limit, casting speed, magical attack, skill cooldown speed, and resistance to external mental interference. Intelligence, 12 units. Affects your logical thinking, learning ability, and judgment. Stamina, 10 units. Impacts your endurance and health points. Defense, 6 units. Affects your physical defense capabilities. Resistance, 7 units. Influences your defense against special damages like magic, poison, burning, and cold. Soul power, 50 units. Your total soul power, required for using sequence abilities. Depleting soul power will lead to unconsciousness. Divine power, 3 units. Your total divine power, needed for using certain special abilities of a deity. Depleting divine power will result in a weakened state. Turn the page for detailed attributes. Lin Nai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the translucent attribute panel floating before him. His fingers trembled slightly as he gently swiped the screen to the second page. More detailed attribute information rushed at him, From attack power and explosiveness to vision and hearing, even microscopic data like cell strength and metabolic functions were listed. When he saw private attributes like sperm quality and hair texture, he couldn't help but gasp, a hint of embarrassed blush spreading across his face. Standing nearby, Lin Yushi and Tang Hongshan silently observed Lin Nai's reaction and exchanged a knowing smile. They recalled their own expressions of shock when they first activated the system, seeing it now mirrored in Lin Nai. A mischievous glint appeared in Lin Yushi's eyes as she nudged Tang Hongshan's arm and whispered, "Hey, this is the first time we've encountered an awakening of the divine sequence. Aren't you curious about his personal attributes?" Tang Hongshan glanced at her, his tone tinged with resignation. "Don't get your hopes up. That's top-level classified information. Every extraordinary individual's personal data is absolutely private. Unless he chooses to share it, not even the chief of the Night Watch Bureau has the right to view it. Only the state has access to such information." Lin Yushi stuck out her tongue and muttered with a hint of disappointment, "I was just curious." Speaking casually, Tang Hongshan asked, his gaze fixed on Lin Nai. Lin Nai nodded slightly.
Yes.
A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Tang Hongshan continued to explain, "Besides personal attributes, you can store various daily items, weapons, and gadgets in the inventory. You don't need to carry them with you all the time. You can download them directly through the system when needed." He gestured for Lin Nai to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Lin Nai took his phone out of his pocket. He focused his mind, and the phone vanished from his palm. Opening the system's inventory, he saw an empty slot storing the phone. The inventory displayed, Watermelon 14 Plus smartphone. Description: an old model smartphone from the year 318 of the Spiritual Energy Revival, produced by Gene Company. Lin Nai concentrated again, attempting to download the phone from the inventory. A progress bar appeared on the virtual panel before him, the data reading rapidly. In no time, a mass of data coalesced in his hand, reverting back to the phone. "That's amazing," Lin Nai exclaimed in awe. Tang Hongshan chuckled. "The initial inventory has 20 slots, and each slot can hold up to 100 kilograms. However, the inventory can be upgraded, and you can purchase upgrades in the system store. It really feels like playing an online game, where everything costs money," Lin Nai muttered under his breath. Tang Hongshan became serious. "Just a reminder. While the system is convenient, never store all your important items in the inventory." "Why is that?" Lin Nai asked, puzzled. Lin Yushi interjected, "Because the system is still just a system, and retrieving items requires downloading them. If you ever lose signal, and you don't have anything essential on you, you'll be in trouble." Lin Nai widened his eyes. "Lose signal?" "Well," Lin Yushi shrugged. "Although our human network coverage is quite comprehensive, and you can use the system signal even in different dimensions, there's always a chance of something going wrong." Lin Nai asked curiously, "Have you ever encountered a situation where the system lost signal, and you couldn't download weapons?" "Never." Lin Yushi stuck out her tongue. "But every Night Watcher mentor tells newcomers this, at least advising them to keep a soul-powered gun or a short knife on them." Lin Nai nodded in understanding. Tang Hongshan continued, "In the system store, besides upgrading system functions, you can buy various weapons, tools, firearms, protective gear, daily necessities, and food. Basically, anything you can think of is available there." He further explained, "In the skill tree, you can view and enhance your abilities as a White Death God. The system will analyze the best skill training plan. The task list shows the tasks assigned to you by the Night Watchers, and those you are currently undertaking. You can also accept tasks independently in the task hall, and earn considerable rewards upon completion. I don't need to explain the contacts, do I? You can link your messaging accounts like WeChat and QQ to it. The equipment factory allows for the modification of firearms and weapons and can enchant equipment. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Lin Yushi playfully pointed at herself. "You can also ask me. When you join the Night Watchers University, you'll be my junior, and I'll definitely have your back." Tang Hongshan placed a hand on her head. "Yes, you can ask her too, though she's a bit unreliable at times." "I'm not unreliable," Lin Yushi protested indignantly. At this moment, Yi Wanner's eyes turned red. She wandered around the room, casually inspecting the high-tech equipment, nodding in approval. "Not bad. It seems your human technology has improved quite a bit." Tang Hongshan smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness Yi, for the compliment. The dimensional war continues, so we humans dare not slack off. We're striving for progress in both martial arts and technology." Yi Wanner snorted softly. You've progressed to about the level of kindergarten in the Black Angel dimension?" Tang Hongshan was about to respond when a programmer approached with a tablet. "Captain Tang, the data analysis is complete. It's confirmed that Lin Nai has awakened as Sequence 0 God White Death God. All indicators are normal, and the system installation is complete." Tang Hongshan nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Nai hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I test the system myself somewhere nearby? I'd like to explore it on my own." "Of course," Tang Hongshan agreed. He understood that Lin Nai, having just awakened his system, was eager to explore his apostle abilities. At that moment, Yang Xiaochuan returned. He kept his head down, his gaze cold as he slowly scanned the room. Yet no one noticed anything amiss. Captain Tang, your data box. Yang Xiaochuan handed the box to Tang Hongshan, his voice devoid of emotion. Oh, thank you. Tang Hongshan accepted the box, completely unaware that the person beside him was no longer the real Yang Xiaochuan. Perhaps he was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Having found the apostle of the White Death God, the next step was to deal with the demons infiltrating and hiding throughout Yi City. Lin Nai sat down in an empty spot. He opened the skill tree and found that he could currently use 3 apostle abilities. Skill 1. Gray Nether ILV.1. Effect. Your pupils turn silver gray for a certain period, allowing you to see all souls within a certain range and perform a mental attack on target enemies. It can intimidate undead creatures, with a certain chance to induce fear. The stronger you are compared to the target, the higher the fear chance, and vice versa. Click for detailed attribute information. Skill 2. Soul Reap LV.1. Effect. Each of your attacks deals an additional 10 soul damage. When a divine or demonic creature dies, you reap its soul. This effect only applies when using the White Death God Scythe. Click for detailed attribute information. Skill 3. Undead Summoning. Effect. You can summon the undead you've contracted with to assist you in battle. Current contracted undead. Shadow Demon Wolf 3. Click for detailed attribute information. Each skill's detailed information page includes guides on how to master your abilities and which paths to circulate soul power to maximize the skill's potential, preventing newly awakened superhumans from ruining their own cultivation through trial and error. Lin Nai recalled that he had once used the Grey Nether Eye purely by chance. Now, with the system, he knew how to skillfully use and develop his abilities. Linnaeus closed his eyes, and his consciousness once again entered the White Reaper's office. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, wondering if he could use the system here. With a sense of experimentation, he reached out to pick up the White Reaper's scythe. In an instant, a data panel appeared. Weapon, White Knight. Quality, Divine. Attributes, Physical Attack 70, Burst 55, Attack Speed 30, Strength 9, Spirit 10, Divine Power 1. Traits, Sharpness, Tenacity. Description. The sole weapon of the White Reaper, Carlos. The pinnacle of divine technology fused with Carlos's divine power. Cannot be stored in the inventory, only summonable by an apostle. This weapon's power increases with its host's strength. Linnaeus raised an eyebrow in surprise. The system could actually be used, and it could analyze items from the divine civilization? He speculated it might be because the system was bound to his consciousness, and the White Reaper's office existed within his mind as well. Driven by curiosity, Linnaeus explored the office. He picked up Carlos's personal pin, and the system immediately displayed its attributes. Item, Carlos's personal pin. Quality, Divine. Description. The favorite pin of the White Reaper, Carlos. Anything written with this pin can never be erased, so be careful where you write with it. Next, he examined the White Reaper's hooded robe. Item, White Reaper's hooded robe. Quality, Divine. Attributes, Movement Speed 30, Movement in Darkness 70, Defense 10, Resistance 10, Soul Power 30, Divine Power 1, Charisma 10. Description. The outfit Carlos preferred for attending divine balls, imbued with the scent of many goddesses. Cannot be stored in the inventory, only summonable by an apostle. This garment's power increases with its host's strength. Linnaeus couldn't help but marvel. He didn't expect the office to hold treasures beyond the Reaper's scythe. But judging by these descriptions, he began to question whether Carlos was truly a respectable deity. Mosi observed Linnaeus's unusual behavior and couldn't help but speak up. Master, if you're feeling lonely, I can keep you company. But you're the last hope of the divine civilization. You can't afford to go crazy. Hearing this, Linnaeus approached Mosi, hesitated for a moment, then gently placed his hand on the skull. Mosi was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected gesture. Linnaeus tried to use the system to analyze Mosi, but only received an error message. Name, Mosi. Species, AI life form. Attributes. Description. Note. System error, unable to analyze this target. Linnaeus fell silent. It seemed using a human civilization system to analyze the pinnacle technology of the divine civilization was indeed presumptuous. Yet, he remained curious about how the system managed to analyze White Knight's attributes. Mosi shyly lowered his head and said, Master, please don't do that, it scares me. You're a god and I'm an AI. Our union won't rebuild the divine civilization. Linnaeus couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite cheeky. With that, he released his hand and carefully examined the spacious, bright office, pondering the potential secrets it might still hold. Subsequently, Linnaeus re-entered the Sea of the Undead. Over 10,000 undead creatures were still imprisoned there. He contracted a few shadow demon wolves as summons, but quickly realized that summoning too many creatures wasn't practical. Each summon consumed soul power, and even with the White Reaper's robe, his soul power cap was only 80 points, allowing him to summon at most 4 shadow demon wolves. Linnaeus decided to convert the remaining undead into the sea's water. With a thought, a ripple spread from beneath his feet, swiftly covering the entire sea. Countless undead perished in an instant, letting out harrowing wails. Moments later, the sea of the undead returned to silence. Linnaeus felt immense power surging into his body, dramatically enhancing his attributes, making him feel as if he were about to explode. The system continuously chimed, notifying him of his increased abilities. However, this rapid enhancement made Linnaeus uncomfortable. His face turned pale, veins bulged, and he was enveloped in a silver-gray divine aura. As his consciousness was engulfed by white light, Linnaeus suddenly opened his eyes. Night was leaning over the nearby table, poking his cheek with her finger. Startled by Linnaeus's sudden awakening, a hint of suspicion flickered in her red eyes. What happened? Did you fall asleep looking at your data panel and have a nightmare? Linnaeus panted heavily, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. He was just a level 1 transcendent, and absorbing over 10,000 evil-class undead at once was clearly too much. Linnaeus looked at his hands, feeling the changes in his body, and incredulously muttered, "It's nothing." In the evening, Yuwaner cast a lingering glance at Lin Nai, her thoughts unknown. Her crimson eyes remained fixed on him, making Lin Nai somewhat uneasy. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Lin Nai couldn't help but ask. "Lin Nai, you're good-looking," Yuwaner replied bluntly. Lin Nai was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, "When I drifted into the Sea of Spirits earlier, was she watching me the entire time?" Yuwaner rested her head sideways on the table, squinting at Lin Nai. The pressure-distorted features of her face did nothing to diminish her beauty. If anything, they made her look even more adorable. "Why are you so gentle with her but so harsh with me?" Yuwaner suddenly asked. "What do you mean, her and you? Aren't you the same person?" Lin Nai responded. "Yes, the same person," Yuwaner pouted. "But when I appear, your attitude suddenly turns sour. You speak so softly to her." Lin Nai explained helplessly. "Isn't it obvious? She's quiet, obedient, and gentle. You, on the other hand, always give me a headache the moment you show up." Hearing this, Yuwaner frowned slightly, stomped on Lin Nai's shoe with her foot, and ground it forcefully. She thought to herself, if they weren't at the Night Watch headquarters but at home, she'd definitely knock him to the ground and stomp on him hard. Lin Nai looked at Yuwaner across the table, thinking how childish this fallen angel could be. "Let go," he said. "No," Yuwaner stubbornly replied. With his left foot trapped under Yuwaner's right foot, Lin Nai tried to push her leg away with his right foot. Yuwaner, of course, wouldn't back down and used her left leg to block Lin Nai's right leg. Sitting at the table in the corner of the room, they appeared calm on the surface, but under the table, their legs were engaged in a fierce battle. Yuwaner's legs were slender yet inexplicably strong. As a powerful demon of the highest order, her strength was far beyond what Lin Nai, a mere level 1 transcendent, could handle. Moreover, Yuwaner wore silky stockings, making her legs as slippery as eels, and Lin Nai couldn't suppress her at all. After a few rounds, Lin Nai was defeated, his legs firmly trapped by Yuwaner's, unable to move. "So, do you give up?" Yuwaner asked, her crimson eyes gleaming with triumph. She reached out a finger and brushed it against Lin Nai's cheek. "Call me sister, and I'll let you go." "Keep dreaming," Lin Nai replied coldly. Just then, Tang Hongshan's voice came through. Hearing it, Yuwaner finally released Lin Nai's legs, leaned back with an air of nonchalance, and sipped her drink calmly. Lin Nai cast a resentful look at the reedied woman across from him, thinking how impressive her composure was. If she were in her normal state, Yuwaner would probably be so embarrassed she'd want to disappear. No, the normal Yuwaner would never do something like this. What Lin Nai didn't know was that despite Yuwaner's calm exterior, her heart was pounding. No one could hear it though. Tang Hongshan approached, unaware of what had just transpired between them. "Come with me to the conference room," he said. "We need your help regarding that interdimensional creature with the giant sword." "Okay." Lin Nai agreed, standing up and glancing at Yuwaner. Yuwaner waved her hand, still sipping her drink. "You Night Watch folks have your meetings. I'll stay here and wait for you." So, Lin Nai followed Tang Hongshan into the conference room. Inside was a large round table with about 8 or 9 people seated around it. An older man stood up, smiling as he extended his hand. "Hello, Lin Nai. It's nice to meet you." "And you are?" Lin Nai asked. Tang Hongshan cleared his throat. "This is Lu He, the captain of the Night Watch in Yecheng." Lin Nai realized and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you." Lu He smiled. "I heard you've joined the Night Watch. That's wonderful. It's not every day we get an apostle inheriting divine power in Yecheng. The director wanted to meet you himself, but unfortunately, he had urgent matters to attend to, so he had to leave." But there will be opportunities later. Lin Nai nodded lightly in agreement. Please, have a seat. Luha offered. Once everyone was seated, Tang Hongshan got straight to the point. Lin Nai, the interdimensional creature wielding the giant sword with divine power that appeared in Yachingdo's, it have anything to do with your sequence awakening? Lin Nai didn't hide the truth and answered honestly, yes. Tang Hongshan opened his mouth, thinking that the captain had guessed correctly. Was it an undead creature? Luha asked, his eyes fixed on Lin Nai. Yes, Lin Nai confirmed with a nod. Captain, what is an undead creature? Lin Yushi asked curiously from the side. Luha explained to Lin Yushi, you can think of the undead as something like ghosts or spirits. In the world of extraordinary scholars, it's believed that undead creatures are special life forms created from a living person's lingering attachment to the world and unresolved grievances. Most ordinary undead have lost their self-awareness and become what we call walking corpses. He continued, typically, undead creatures only appear in non-material worlds. The sudden appearance of so many undead in Yeching means either a high-level extraordinary person with ill intentions has summoned them, or an apostle of the death god or the white death god has manifested. Lin Yushi's eyes lit up, and she said with a playful smile, so, Captain, when you saw the anomaly in Yeching that day, you guessed it was the white death god's apostle appearing? You really know a lot. Luha chuckled and shook his head. Haha, you always know how to flatter, but even if you butter me up, I won't let the school's instructors go easy on your training. Lin Yushi pouted. Captain Lu, I didn't mean it that way. Luha waved his hand and said seriously, all right, back to the point. Old Tang has already told me that the undead creature you encountered had a faint divine power. He turned to Lin Nai, since you're the white death god's apostle and these undead appeared because of you. You must know the origin of this creature, right? Lin Nai nodded, yes. He then briefly explained the matter of the 10 souls to the gathered night watchers. Lin Yushi's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying that undead creature was originally the 7th generation sword god of the divine civilization? A true deity once? Lin Nai nodded affirmatively, yes. The night watchers present were all astonished. The divine civilization had been extinct for a long time, and no one had ever truly seen a deity, only heard of apostles inheriting ancient divine power. To think that today, a former god had appeared in Yeching. Even though this god had lost their original form and become an undead creature, the fact remained incredibly shocking. The second space gate had just appeared, and it would take 2 more days for the new dimensional barrier to be established. In the conference room, Captain Lu Ha of the Night Watch scanned the faces of those present and said gravely, the director has already gone to arrange this matter. Our task now is to find the 10 souls and any other undead creatures that have emerged from the second space gate. Tang Hongshan placed his straight sword on the table and said confidently, don't worry, Captain. Leave it to our team. We will get the job done. Lu Ha intertwined his fingers on the table and reminded, apart from the 10 souls, the other undead creatures are mostly at the Xiechong level, with some at the Chimei level. They're relatively manageable, but there are many of them, so stay vigilant. Understood. Tang Hongshan nodded in agreement. Lu Ha paused before continuing. Additionally, the authorities have arranged for people from the Daojia Company to assist us in clearing out the creatures. Tang Hongshan frowned. Daojia Company? Does this mean the authorities don't trust us night watchers? Why involve them? Lu Ha gave a wry smile. It's the authorities' decision, so let's not complain. Besides, having more help can speed up the elimination of these creatures, allowing the citizens to be safe sooner. Hearing this, Tang Hongshan said no more. Lu Ha turned towards the door and called out, Mr. Cha Ijo, please come in. The door opened, and a tall, slender man entered. He appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing a black Taoist robe, with skin so fair it seemed unnatural for a man. Following him was a girl around 16 or 17, with a doll-like face, large eyes, and wearing a blue and white Chong Sam. Her expression was naturally fierce, yet her doll-like features gave her a touch of cuteness. Lin Nai couldn't help but think of a popular anime character from his previous life, a Taoist girl named Yaoji. Cha Ijo smiled and said, I've heard the general situation just now. Our Daojia will cooperate with the Night Watch to complete this task. Please guide us, Captain Tang. Tang Hongshan shook his hand and said, all right, since it's the authorities' decision, I have no objections. Cha Ijo continued, no matter what, eliminating these creatures and removing the potential threat to the city is our shared goal, isn't it? Tang Hongshan nodded in agreement. That's right. At this point, Lin Nai spoke up. I can help too. Lu Ha looked at him and said, Lin Nai, you've just joined the Night Watch. Technically, you're still an intern, and you've only recently awakened. Your level is just 1, so you shouldn't be taking on such dangerous tasks. Lin Nai pointed to his eyes and said, my ability can help locate those undead creatures. Lu He's eyes lit up. Oh, really? If you can pinpoint the locations of those undead creatures, this will make things much easier. Otherwise, Finding them in a city with millions of people would be like searching for a needle in a haystack unless they actively reveal themselves. Yang Xiaochuan, standing nearby, felt a jolt upon hearing Lin Nai's words and instinctively stepped back. However, recalling his own abilities, he calmed down a bit, and his tense expression eased. Cha Izhou smiled slightly and said, "The Apostle of the White Death naturally has a deterrent effect on those undead. I also believe Lin Nai should join this mission." Lin Nai glanced at the Taoist, wondering if this guy knew about the White Death's abilities. After considering for a moment, Lu He said, "All right, Lin Nai, you'll accompany Old Tang and Mr. Cha. Don't get separated. You haven't yet started formally training your abilities, and at your current level, you can't handle Xiechong level creatures. Do not overexert yourself." He then turned to Tang Hongshan and instructed, "Old Tang, take care of him." Tang Hongshan patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Captain. With me around, he'll be fine." Lin Nai remained silent. Lu He and Tang Hongshan were unaware that he had already absorbed over 10,000 souls in one go, but it didn't matter. He didn't plan to reveal that here. The collaboration between the Night Watch and Daojia should be enough to handle the creatures, so he might not even need to step in. Cha Izhou said, "Well then, I'll go make preparations." With his right hand behind his back, he headed out, saying, "Jiangzhou, let's go." "Yes, master." The girl, who bore a resemblance to Yaoji, followed suit. Lin Nai thought to himself, so they are master and apprentice? As Cha Izhou and Jiangzhou left the conference room, they saw Yuaner sitting in a corner outside. "Princess Yuaner," Cha Izhou greeted her. Yuaner was sitting with one hand supporting her face and the other stirring ice cubes in her cup with a straw, looking bored. Hearing the voice, her crimson eyes glanced at the tall, slender man in Taoist attire. "Who are you?" Yuaner asked. At this moment, Lin Nai, Tang Hongshan, Lu He, Lin Yuxi, and Yang Xiaochuan exited the conference room together. "Then the action plan is set," Tang Hongshan said, patting Lin Nai's shoulder. "Lin Nai, we'll be counting on you later." Lin Nai nodded, "All right." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the room. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and a blazing inferno surged past everyone. Everyone was stunned. "Well, what's happening?" Even Lu He was taken aback. Had their Night Watch headquarters just exploded? As the flames subsided, a girl stood there, holding a dark red flame in her hand, with a massive hole blown in the floor-to-ceiling window beside her. Yuaner's expression was icy, and she seemed quite angry. Lin Nai observed the scene and thought, as expected. He wasn't exactly surprised, but he was curious about who had provoked this girl to the point of blowing a hole in the Night Watch building. "What the heck?" Tang Hongshan exclaimed, rushing to the hole to look down. "Did someone just jump out of here? This is the 20th floor. WTF. Someone get over here and help put out the fire. It's on fire, hurry. What the heck happened here?" Lin Nai walked over to Yuaner, glanced at her and sighed. "I was only gone for a moment." "What happened?" "Nothing," Yuaner said with a blank expression. "I just encountered someone annoying, and it's been dealt with." Lin Nai was at a loss for words. Lin Nai glanced down at the task list, where the details of his newly assigned a level mission were displayed on the screen. Assist the Night Watchers of Yecheng and the Dao Company in locating the undead creatures that have invaded the city. The reward is 500 gold dragons and 5 Night Watcher points. Lin Yuxi noticed Lin Nai's expression and mistakenly thought he was dissatisfied with the reward. She quickly explained, "Since your job is just to find the undead creatures and not to fight them, the task difficulty and reward are relatively low. Don't worry, as you grow, you'll be able to take on more challenging missions." She patted her chest confidently. "By then, we can team up, and as your senior, I've definitely got your back." Lin Nai smiled slightly and responded softly, "All right." Tang Hongshan finished inspecting his straight sword and declared, "Great, let's get ready to head out." At that moment, Captain Lu He approached Yuaner with a polite smile on his face. "Your Highness Yi, this must be your first visit to our human realm, right? They're going on a mission now, so how about staying here for a chat and a cup of tea with us?" Yuaner crossed her arms, her blood-red eyes casting a cold glance at Lu He. "You don't expect me to stay and compensate for your headquarters losses, do you?" Lu He twitched his mouth, admitting, "I did have that thought." After a moment's pause, he added, "But of course, there are other things I'd like to discuss with you." Yuaner was silent for a moment before replying in a neutral tone, "As you wish." Lin Nai joined Tang Hongshan, Lin Yuxi, Yang Xiaochuan, and a group of Night Watchers as they exited the building. 3 vans were already parked outside, ready to go. Tang Hongshan began assigning tasks. Aguang and Nan, you take a few people to the north of the city. Lao Zhang, Dingzi, you take some to the east. Lin Nai, Yuxi, Xiaochuan and I will head south, while the second team covers the west and center. Everyone should bring a magic detector, although its effectiveness on these unprecedented undead creatures is uncertain. If you encounter a 10-soul level threat, don't engage directly, report and request backup. Remember, avoid civilian casualties and refrain from fighting in crowded areas. Understood? A Guang, carrying a soul-powered rifle, replied with a playful grin, "Don't worry, Captain Tang. We're not rookies. We know how to handle it. Dealing with a few wicked-level undead is a piece of cake." Tang Hongshan nodded. "All right then, let's move out." Lin Nai followed Tang Hongshan and the others into a van. Also in the van were two people from the Dao Company, Cha Yizhou and Jiang Zhou. However, they were covered in black soot, emitting a burnt smell, and although their hair had been tidied, a few strands were clearly singed and curly, as if they had just escaped a fire. Seeing their condition, Lin Nai immediately understood who Yuana referred to as that annoying person. Tang Hongshan asked in surprise, "Mr. Cha Yizhou, what happened to you?" Cha Yizhou wiped his face with a handkerchief, maintaining a smile as he replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just a little accident while playing a prank with a friend." Tang Hongshan looked at their disheveled state and couldn't help but comment, "This doesn't look like a small prank." Lin Yushi quietly leaned over to Lin Nai and asked in a low voice, "Why do these Dao Company people look like this but keep smiling?" Lin Nai shook his head and answered softly, "No idea. Maybe he thinks keeping a smile is cool." Jiang Zhou seemed to overhear their conversation and turned to glare at Lin Nai with wide eyes. The van drove for a while before entering the southern district of the city. Tang Hongshan turned to Lin Nai and said, "Lin Nai, as we drive through the area, let us know if you sense any undead creatures nearby." "Okay," Lin Nai said, closing his eyes and beginning to focus his soul power. Following the system's guidance, the flow of his soul power became exceptionally smooth. A few seconds later, Lin Nai opened his eyes, now a silvery gray, reminiscent of cold volcanic ash. Sitting in the front row, Cha Yizhou was momentarily stunned, finally showing an expression other than a smile. Impossible. How did this kid's soul power become so pure all of a sudden? Tang Hongshan, unaware of the change in Lin Nai's aura, was focused on the undead. "How's it going?" Lin Nai's eyes moved slightly, and he pointed in a direction. "Over there. Qiu Lake Amusement Park. There's an undead creature." "Qiu Lake Amusement Park? Huh? Alright, then we'll—" Tang Hongshan stopped mid-sentence, realizing something was off. "Wait. Qiu Lake Amusement Park is at least 2 kilometers away. Can your eyes see that far?" Before he could finish his question, Lin Nai pointed in another direction. "Over there. The department store also has an undead creature. And over there, Yeching University, there are 2 undead creatures. Over there, the city dump also has 1. Tang Hongshan was stunned, and Lin Yushi and Jiang Zhou were both wide-eyed in shock. Tang Hongshan swallowed hard and asked, "Just how far can you see?" Lin Nai thought for a moment and estimated, "I should be able to see the entire southern part of the city." For a moment, everyone was speechless. Lin Yushi muttered to herself, "So this is the potential of an apostle? It's unbelievable." Cha Yizhou gave Lin Nai a deep look, thinking, "It seems the power of the White Death is far greater than our company's system simulation suggested." Yang Xiaochuan, who was driving, turned back to ask, "Captain, where should we go first?" Tang Hongshan pondered for a moment before deciding. "Yeching University is the closest, and there are 2 undead creatures there. Let's head to Yeching University first." "Got it," Yang Xiaochuan replied. Meanwhile, at Yeching University, Yang Xian was moodily packing up her office. She had just been scolded by the principal and removed from her position as a counselor, told to go home. Those night watchers claimed Lin Nai was chosen as an apostle by the White Death? That's absurd. Are the deities blind? As Lin Nai's former counselor, Yang Xian knew this student well. Lazy, mischievous, antisocial, completely hopeless. How could someone like that inherit divine power? It was. Kicking out a student who inherited divine power undoubtedly made her a laughingstock. But Yang Xian was indignant. It was the vice principal who instructed her to do so why was she the one being fired? A school like this isn't worth staying at. Yang Xian muttered to herself as she packed her things. Just then, a sinister, raspy voice suddenly came from outside the window. Yang Xian frowned and turned her head cautiously. The office was empty, but she had definitely heard a strange sound. She walked to the door, glanced around, but the hallway was deserted. Could it be a prank? She wondered. Just then, in the shadows behind Yang Xian, a mass of black mist silently gathered, gradually transforming into a humanoid figure without a solid form. This eerie entity crawled towards her without making a sound. Yang Xian turned around, catching sight of the shadow unexpectedly. Her eyes widened, and her hair stood on end. A wave of fear washed over her, and she opened her mouth to scream, only to find her voice trapped in her throat. The shadow split like a living creature, turning into countless thin strands that swiftly invaded Yang Xian's orifices and pores. She collapsed helplessly to the ground, only able to let out a faint whimper. The last vestiges of survival instinct drove her to claw aimlessly, trying to grasp at something, but even her fingernails were invaded by the shadow. The shadow enveloped her like a web, silently dragging her into a dark corner. A bald-headed teacher happened to pass by the hallway, glancing suspiciously into the office. Was there something there just now? He muttered, shaking his head and continuing on with his textbooks. Meanwhile, a van pulled up in front of Yeching University. Tang Hongshan, holding a straight sword, opened the door and said, "Let's go. Time to move." "Wait a minute." Lin Nai suddenly spoke, frowning, a hint of doubt flashing in his silver-gray eyes. Something's off. The two spirits in the school suddenly vanished. Tang Hongshan looked bewildered. How could they just disappear? He turned to Lin Nai. "Is it because you still haven't fully mastered the power of the White Death God, and your ability failed again?" Lin Yushi chimed in. "Lin Nai, is it that you haven't quite grasped the White Death God's ability yet?" Lin Nai shook his head. "No, it shouldn't be that." Apart from the two spirits in the school suddenly vanishing into thin air, I can still see the locations of spirits in other places. Sitting in the front row, Cha Ijo narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Soul Devourer." "Soul Devourer?" Lin Yushi repeated, puzzled. Cha Ijo explained, "Regular undead creatures can move freely in the material world because they have a shell. The most common are skeletal warriors, which are formed from human warriors, adventurers, or soldiers who died in another realm. But soul devourers are different. They were the lowest-ranking demons in the demon realm, without a fixed form, existing only as dark energy bodies. When they act in the material world, they can only hide in darkness, like in shadows. However, they have a special ability to forcibly enter a host's body, feeding on the host's soul while merging with it to mask their presence. Once they've completely consumed the host's soul, they can fully control the host's body, replacing them." He continued, "Once this special demonic undead parasitizes a host, even our Taoist clear mirror technique can't reveal their true form." Tang Hongshan and Lin Yushi exchanged glances. Lin Yushi said incredulously, "Just a low-ranking demon from the demon realm, and it has such a powerful ability? Isn't your Taoist sect specialized in exorcising demons? You can't even detect them?" Chaijo chuckled and explained, "You're mistaken. It's precisely because they're low-ranking that they have such abilities. Never underestimate low-level creatures. In nature, there are countless examples of seemingly weak creatures that have carved out a niche in the food chain like butterflies camouflaging as leaves to deceive predators many times their size. Stick insects blending perfectly with branches. Or mimic spiders disguising themselves as ants to infiltrate ant colonies and devour ant larvae right under the noses of other ants. To survive, weaker creatures often exhibit remarkable abilities." Lin Yushi was left speechless. Tang Hongshan scratched his head, silently wondering whether this guy was from a Taoist sect or a biology research institute, as it sounded just like a lecture from a college professor. In the driver's seat, Yang Xiaochuan heard this conversation and smirked slightly, as if Cha Ijo's praise was directed at him. Who would have thought there are some not-so-stupid humans among these foolish ones?" Yang Xiaochuan thought smugly. As he absent-mindedly glanced at the rearview mirror, he was startled to find Lin Nai in the back seat also looking at him through the reflection. Her silver-gray eyes were calm and clear, yet they sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly looked away, avoiding eye contact with Lin Nai in the mirror, as cold sweat trickled down his face. This guy, surely not? Yang Xiaochuan wondered, trying to suppress his unease. A moment later, Lin Nai's voice came from the back seat. "So, the two spirits at Yeching University suddenly disappeared from my sight because they found hosts and are hiding?" Cha Ijo nodded in response. "That seems to be the case." Lin Yushi interjected anxiously. "What should we do then? If we don't find those soul eaters quickly, won't the souls of the people they've possessed be devoured?" Cha Ijo remained calm and explained, "With the apostle of the White Death around, we should be able to find them. Lin Nai has only just awakened her sequence, and her mastery of the gray underworld isn't refined yet. In fact, the gray underworld I can see not only the spirits in the city, but also the souls within ordinary people. Although the soul eaters merge with the host's soul to disguise themselves while consuming it, with careful observation, you can still distinguish between the two. It's like a butterfly disguised as a leaf. No matter how good the disguise, it's still just a disguise." Lin Nai raised an eyebrow and replied succinctly, "Got it." Cha Ijo continued, "As long as we take Lin Nai around the campus and carefully observe each person's soul up close, we should be able to notice something." Lin Yushi looked troubled. "There are so many students at Yeching University. How can we possibly observe each one closely? It's like being given a picture of leaves and asked to find the butterfly disguised as a leaf. Maybe you could find it with a closer look. But if you're taken to a whole forest and asked to find it, that's nearly an impossible task." Cha Ijo shrugged, looking slightly resigned. "Until Lin Nai fully masters the gray nethereye, this is our only option. Otherwise, we might have to abandon the mission." A serious expression appeared on Lin Yushi's face as she said firmly, "That's not acceptable. This involves saving two lives. If the spirits completely take over the hosts, we'll never find them again. Once they blend into human society, who knows what kind of damage they could cause." At that moment, Lin Nai spoke calmly. It's all right, leave it to me. I'll do my best. His voice carried a hint of determination. Lin Yushi glanced at him and, after a brief pause, said, all right then, Lin Nai, thank you for your hard work. She then playfully punched Tang Hongshan on the shoulder. Captain Tang, don't forget to request additional compensation for our junior when we get back. This mission is clearly harder than in a level. Tang Hongshan nodded in agreement. Got it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he placed a hand on Lin Yushi's head and teased. Hey, you little rascal, Lin Nai's only been here half a day and you're already siding with him? When I risked my neck to save you guys from the other realm, I don't recall anyone asking the captain to increase my pay. Lin Yushi giggled. Well, you're so stingy. Every time you get a bonus, you spend it all on dating instead of treating us. Tang Hongshan blushed. Is this really the time to bring that up? Lin Nai stood silently, watching the playful exchange. Not far away, Jiang Zhou observed them quietly, a subtle hint of envy in her eyes. She looked at her master, then back at them, remaining silent. Cha Izhou spoke again, his tone serious. In fact, even if we find the two hosts possessed by the soul devourer, we have another problem. Lin Nai raised an eyebrow. What problem? Cha Izhou explained. The soul devourer has no physical form. It merges with the host's soul. To kill it, you have to kill the host. What? Lin Yushi exclaimed. Does that mean whoever is possessed is doomed? Tang Hongshan frowned. Isn't there a better way? Cha Izhou replied. Our Taoist exorcism talismans can expel the soul devourer from the host's body. However, forceful expulsion might damage the host's soul, leading to loss of spirit, memory gaps, emotional detachment, or even complete mental breakdown. Lin Nai asked seriously, is there a way to avoid harming the host? There is, Cha Izhou said, but it involves convincing the soul devourer to leave on its own, which is nearly impossible. It won't leave until it fully consumes the host's soul. Lin Nai nodded, deep in thought. The group got out of the car. Tang Hongshan told Lin Nai, take a good look at how our human souls appear. When you find the soul devourer, you'll need to recognize it. All right, Lin Nai replied, scrutinizing Tang Hongshan, Lin Yushi, Cha Izhou, and the others. Through his gray nether eye, they appeared as blue human-shaped shadows, representing their souls. Yang Xiaochuan, hearing this, felt a chill and subtly moved to the back of the group, ready to escape if necessary. However, Lin Nai observed for a moment without any unusual reaction, and calmly said, I've got it. Yang Xiaochuan relaxed, smirking internally. So much for the so-called envoy of the White Death God. Can't even see through my disguise. Tang Hongshan declared, all right, let's begin. Cha Izhou turned to the girl in the kippa-like Taoist robe beside him. Xiaozhou, you and the young night watchers look like college students. Accompany Lin Nai around the campus. Captain Tang and I will keep watch outside. If any spirit beasts try to escape, we'll be ready to act. The soul devourer is hiding in human bodies, and having night watchers and Taoist members openly inspecting might drive it further into hiding. It's best not to alert it. Jiang Zhou respectfully replied. Yes, master. Lin Nai glanced at the quiet Jiang Zhou, thinking she seemed about 16, like a high schooler. But in some ways, she wasn't that young. Lin Nai, Jiang Zhou, Lin Yushi, and Yang Xiaochuan entered the university. Watching them leave, Cha Izhou turned to Tang Hongshan with a smile. Captain Tang, interested in wrapping up the mission faster? Huh. Tang Hongshan was puzzled by what he meant. Cha Izhou grinned. These spirit beasts are scattered all over the city. Hunting them down one by one is troublesome. I have a quick method to catch them all at once. Want to hear it? Tang Hongshan raised an eyebrow, thinking, why didn't you mention this before we set out? We've been running around the city for ages. Still, since the government sent this Taoist to assist the night watchers, he must have some skills. Let's hear it, Tang Hongshan said. I need to set up a formation, Cha Izhou explained, and I'll need your help. Meanwhile, Lin Nai, Jiang Zhou, Lin Yushi, and Yang Xiaochuan were walking through the campus of Yecheng University. Lin Nai hadn't expected to return here after being expelled. Many students were playing basketball on the sports field, and Lin Nai scrutinized each one. Lin Yushi watched him with concern. Lin Nai, using the gray nether eye continuously. Want it drain your soul power too much? A bit, Lin Nai admitted, but I can manage. Lin Yushi thought for a moment and took out a drink-like item from her inventory, handing it to Lin Nai. Here, take this. Lin Nai accepted it and examined it closely. Item, soul power recharge drink. Quality, common. Effect, restores 1 soul power per second for 100 seconds. Consecutive uses within an hour will reduce effectiveness. Description, produced by Gene Company, quality assured. Lin Nai smiled, thanks. Heh, no need to be polite with your senior. Lin Yushi laughed, then sighed. But this isn't a long-term solution. This university is huge. How long will it take to find them this way? Lin Nai, do you have any ideas? Lin Yushi stood in the campus as night fell, feeling utterly perplexed by the daunting task ahead. She turned to the silent young Xiaochuan beside her and couldn't help but tease. Hey, aren't you usually the chatterbox? Why so quiet today? Come on, offer some ideas. Yang Xiaochuan let out an awkward laugh and replied in a low voice. I'm not as smart as you. I don't have any ideas. Lin Yushi rolled her eyes, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Just then, Lin Nai spoke up calmly. Perhaps there's a way. Lin Yushi's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, Oh, let's hear it. Lin Nai glanced around, his gaze settling on the students still playing basketball under the lights in the distance. He realized that using conventional methods to find two spirit-devouring creatures among thousands of university students in a short time was impossible. Even if his soul power could sustain the gray nether eye, by the time they found the hosts, their souls might already be devoured. It's almost 9 p.m., Lin Nai said. Once these students finish playing, they'll probably head back. Where do you think they'll all go at this hour? Lin Yushi pondered for a moment before realizing, the dorms? Lin Nai nodded in confirmation. Excitement flashed in Lin Yushi's eyes as she quickly pieced together the plan. Right? During the day these students could be anywhere, but at night, what else would they do but go back to their dorms to sleep? Are you suggesting we pretend to be dorm inspectors and check each room? However, Lin Nai dismissed this idea. Checking room by room is still too slow. I have a faster method. What is it? Lin Yushi asked curiously. Lin Nai looked directly into her eyes and said, Start a fire drill. Lin Yushi was momentarily stunned, thinking she might have misheard. Even Jiang Zhou, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Nai, clearly finding the suggestion too outrageous. Lin Yushi regained her composure and said wryly, Lin Nai, the reward for this mission probably isn't enough to cover the cost of a building, is it? Lin Nai chuckled and clarified, I didn't mean literally setting a fire, just creating a scare to get everyone out. Lin Yushi sighed in relief and then asked, Why scare them all out? Lin Nai pointed to his eyes and explained, in my vision, I can see the outline of every person's soul. I've observed that when someone's emotions change, their soul's color also changes. The more intense the emotion, the more noticeable the change. Lin Yushi suddenly understood. Ah, I get it. When their soul colors change, you can tell who the spirit-devouring creature has possessed. Even in a crowd, such a distinct person would stand out. Lin Nai smiled and nodded in agreement. Yang Xiaochuan remained silent, but his eyes grew deeper. He thought to himself, Lin Nai is quite clever to come up with such a method. But it doesn't matter how smart he is. He surely can't imagine that someone by his side is already possessed by a spirit-devouring creature. Finally, Jiang Zhou spoke. So, what exactly should we do? Lin Nai's gaze returned to the students still playing on the court. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll act once the dorm's lights go out. Meanwhile, at the Night Watcher's headquarters, Lu Ha leisurely brewed tea for Yuaner. He spoke slowly. Earlier, I got a report about a visitor from the Black Angel civilization who accidentally got lost during a dimensional journey and ended up in Yecheng. I thought it was just some young black angel still wet behind the ears. Yuana rolled her eyes and downed her cup of tea in one gulp. Lu Ha chuckled and continued. I never imagined I'd have the chance to drink tea with the legendary war ace of the Black Angel civilization. It's war weapon. Yuana corrected casually, crossing her legs. There are so many powerful demonkin in the Black Angel civilization. I'm hardly an ace. Lu Ha laughed awkwardly. I thought you might prefer a more flattering title. There's no need for that. Things should be what they are. Yuana shrugged. Too much flattery just gives me goosebumps. Lu Ha nodded thoughtfully. Heh, you're quite different from other black angels I've met. He paused, then shifted the topic. So, did you really get lost during your dimensional journey? Yuana didn't respond. Lu Ha pressed on. Do you need me to contact your family? No. Yuana replied quickly. Lu Ha touched his nose, probing. Forgive me for asking. But, did you run away from home? Yuana's silence only confirmed Lu He's suspicion. Don't worry, I won't report you, Lu Ha said with a chuckle. You're welcome to stay as long as you like, even at Lin Nai's place. Yuana responded coolly, you said it yourself, so I don't owe you any favors. At night, Yuana gracefully and swiftly finished her cup of tea in one gulp. Lu Ha observed her, and a question that had been lingering in his mind suddenly resurfaced. After a brief pause, he carefully asked, by the way, I've been meaning to ask, in your Black Angel organization, is it common to wear maid outfits? Yuana was taken aback by the question, her brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Seeing her reaction, Lu Ha felt he had his answer and, suppressing a smile, continued, Who bought you this outfit? Yuana opened her mouth but found herself momentarily speechless, a hint of bewilderment flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, in another location, Lin Nai was intently explaining a plan to her companions. She spread out a hand-drawn map of the school on the ground, tracing her finger across the paper. This is the boys' dormitory, she explained. At Yeching University, the dormitory has 2 hallway exits, which usually ensures a safe escape. But if this hallway catches fire, they'll only be able to use the east side exit. Lin Nai turned to Lin Yushi with an expectant look in her eyes. Yushi, I'll leave the task of driving them out to you. These college students are low-level extraordinaries, and a regular fire won't scare them. You need to make it look as terrifying as possible without actually burning the building down. Can you do that? Lin Yushi smiled confidently, assured of her abilities. Of course, I'm the best demolition expert in the South City 3rd Squad. Today, I'll show you what explosive art looks like. More impressive than any Hollywood blockbuster. She paused to think and then asked, but what about the girls' dormitory and the faculty housing? This trick might work once, but not a second time. Lin Nai reassured her. Don't worry, I have other plans for those areas. Lin Yushi nodded in understanding, placing her trust in Lin Nai's plan. Lin Nai continued to elaborate on the positioning. I'll be on the 3rd floor of the building across the street with binoculars. As soon as I spot any suspicious individuals, I'll notify Jiang Zhou downstairs to take action. She looked at Jiang Zhou and asked, any questions, Jiang Zhou? Jiang Zhou replied succinctly, got it. Lin Yushi looked at Lin Nai with some concern. What about you? Being alone in the building across the street. What if you encounter danger? Lin Nai replied casually, that's why I have Xiaochuan with me. She turned to young Xiaochuan, who was standing by the wall, and asked, Xiaochuan, can you join me? Leaning against the wall, young Xiaochuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he nodded. Sure. Linnai, Lin Yushi, young Xiaochuan, and Jiang Zhou quickly took their positions. Lin Yushi expertly operated the system and connected the team voice chat. Clearing her throat, she said, Linnai, I'm ready on my end. Jiang Zhou's cold voice followed. I'm ready here too. Great. Linnai raised the binoculars, focusing on the distant boys' dormitory. He whispered then, let the show begin. Okay. Lin Yushi replied, then warned, but you might want to cover your ears. The art is going to be loud. She pulled a piece of bubblegum from her hoodie pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. After chewing for a while, she blew a bubble the size of a balloon, letting it float in the air. Lin Yushi continued this process until more than 20 bubbles hovered around her. Looking up at the bubbles, she recalled Linnai's words and murmured, the bigger the commotion, the better, right? Linnai said it needs to be something that will shake these students to their core. She frowned and thought, these college students are at least level 1 transcendence. This might not scare them. With that, she retrieved another pack of bubblegum from the system inventory and continued her bubble-blowing work. As time ticked by, Jiang Zhou grew impatient, slightly furrowing his brow and asking, not done yet? Almost, Lin Yushi replied, her mouth a bit sore from blowing bubbles. She looked up and saw over 300 pink bubbles floating in the air. This should be enough, right? She wiped the corner of her mouth and clapped her hands together, channeling her soul power. Superpower million level simulated nuclear explosion 3D special effect technique. As her words fell, the floating pink bubbles started to merge, growing larger and larger. Meanwhile, a sleepy student yawned as he walked out of the dormitory. I shouldn't have pulled an all-nighter yesterday. I still haven't recovered, he muttered. Lately, everything's been going wrong, and someone clogged the dorm bathroom. Resigned, he headed to the public restroom in the hallway. Once there, he lit a cigarette, unzipped his pants, and began to relieve himself. In his haze, he noticed something pink rising outside the bathroom window. What's that? The student groggily moved to the window to look outside. A pink bubble, the size of a hot air balloon, was slowly rising past the 4th floor bathroom window. He was baffled, his mouth agape, and the cigarette fell into the urinal. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the bubble's surface, and a blinding white light shone through. The bubble burst completely, and the white light engulfed the outside world. Boom! The explosion was deafening, as if an interdimensional blast had occurred, lighting up the entire sky. Following this, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the air. The student was dumbfounded, screaming in terror. What the hell? After that earth-shattering explosion, not only the students in the boys' dormitory, but also the people across the southern city, were jolted awake, leaping out of their beds. What the heck was that noise? In the Yeching University boys' dormitory, a group of students, clad in pajamas or shirtless, rushed out in panic. Did the dimensions collapse? Or did the demons blow up the dimensional barrier? Damn, what was that? My eardrums are still ringing. Suddenly, a student pointed outside in horror, shouting, look outside, everyone. His body trembled with fear. The other students flocked to the windows, staring in shock at the scene outside. Some even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. The outside world looked like a hell on earth. 100-meter-high wave of flames roared, burning fiercely. Various dazzling lights flickered within the flames, and explosions echoed continuously, as if something was still detonating. The fiery wave was gradually advancing towards the dormitory, as if it would engulf the entire building at any moment. What the hell is that? Run. The fire's coming. Help. In an instant, a group of shirtless students, clad only in boxers, frantically scattered, shoving and shouting as they dashed downstairs. Linnai silently put down the binoculars from the opposite building. Although he had indeed instructed to make a big scene, this was perhaps too much. How was it? Pretty impressive, right? Lin Yushi asked proudly over the system voice chat, like a student eager for praise. It's definitely more spectacular than any disaster movie effects, something you wouldn't even see in a cinema. Linnai paused for a moment before saying, "It is quite impressive." Impressive, my foot. Jiang Zhou's angry voice chimed in. Your effects were so blinding that Linnai's view from that direction was completely blocked by your explosion effects. How is he supposed to observe those people? Lin Yushi was taken aback. Oh, I didn't think about that. No worries, Linnai said calmly, raising the binoculars again to continue observing. The gray nether eye has semi-transparent capability, so these effects won't be much of a hindrance. Lin Yushi sighed with relief. That's good. Otherwise, I would have messed up the mission. Linnai, have you found the student possessed by the soul devourer? Don't worry, I'm still looking, Linnai replied softly, carefully scanning the crowd of students rushing downstairs with the gray nether eye. Meanwhile, standing behind Linnai, Yang Xiaochuan gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. This guy is definitely not easy to deal with, he thought to himself. He's the apostle of the White Death God. If we let him grow, we souls who barely escaped the sea of the dead will eventually be dragged back. With a cold gaze, Yang Xiaochuan quietly approached Linnai. His right hand slipped into his pocket, feeling the sharp blade inside. In Lin Nai's gray nether vision, the souls of almost everyone in the entire dormitory building flickered between deep purple and dark blue, as if they had been terribly frightened. Except for one guy, who, despite pretending to be in a panic, had a soul that showed no fluctuation. Lin Nai squinted his eyes and thought to himself, found you. Jiangzhou, they're coming down now. East exit, the only guy with a buzz cut wearing red. Lin Nai quickly reported. Got it? Jiangzhou responded, retrieving a peachwood sword and talismans from the system inventory, keeping a sharp eye on the east dormitory exit. The chaotic sound of footsteps grew closer, and a crowd of people rushed out, jostling each other. When Jiangzhou saw the crowd, her face turned pale. Ah! Jiangzhou's scream exploded in the team chat. Lin Nai's heart tightened. What's going on? Is there a problem? Lin Yushi also quickly asked. Jiangzhou, what's happening on your side? Jiangzhou's cheeks flushed red as she angrily questioned. Do all you guys like sleeping without clothes on? It turned out that more than half of the guys who rushed out were shirtless, and some were only in boxers. Jiangzhou, a pure-hearted girl raised in a family of Taoists, had never encountered such a sight. Worse, she had to stay focused to prevent the red-shirted guy possessed by the soul-eating creature from escaping. Hearing this, Lin Yushi's eyes lit up. Not wearing clothes? If I'd known, I would have swapped tasks with Jiangzhou. Sis, hang tight. I'm coming to back you up. Lin Nai coughed lightly. Jiangzhou, stay calm. The mission is what's important. I know that. Jiangzhou gritted her teeth, clutching the peachwood sword, her eyes scanning the half-naked guys. Finally, she locked onto the buzz-cut guy in red. Damn you. It's all your fault. Jiangzhou pinched a talisman between her fingers, chanting a spell. The talisman stood upright, and with a flick of her hand, it stuck precisely to the guy in red. The other guys looked bewildered, but the red-shirted guy instantly turned pale. Damn, I've been found out. Break. Jiangzhou shouted, her voice filled with anger, clearly mixed with personal grievances. Boom. This time, the explosion was real. Lin Nai saw the scene through the binoculars and finally relaxed. It went even smoother than expected. At that moment, Yang Xiaochuan stood behind Lin Nai, pulling a dagger from his pocket, staring at him menacingly, ready to strike a fatal blow. Xiaochuan, the mission's done. Let's get out of here. Lin Nai suddenly turned around. Yang Xiaochuan's expression instantly shifted from sinister to friendly. Why? Aren't there two soul-eating creatures in the school? He discreetly put the dagger away. Yeah, but I just checked. The second one isn't in this dormitory, Lin Nai said calmly, putting the binoculars back into the inventory. It's time to move on. Hey, Lin Nai. A familiar voice called out. Lin Nai turned to see his former advisor, Yang Xian, walking slowly from the end of the corridor. You've been expelled. Why are you here? Yang Xian's expression was cold. This is the academic building, usually locked at night. No one would wander here at this hour. Lin Nai didn't answer, instead using his gray nether vision again. After such a loud explosion, not just the whole Yecheng University, but probably the entire south of the city was awakened. Yet Yang Xian's soul remained calm, without a ripple. Yang Xian, it's odd for you to be here in the middle of the night too, Lin Nai said leisurely. Whether I'm odd or not is none of your business, Yang Xian sneered. But you're no longer a student here. Sneaking in at night, what are you up to? Planning to steal something? Come with me to the administration office. As she spoke, a dark misty aura appeared around young Xin, clearly not her own soul power, but something between necromantic energy and magic. Lin Nai looked at her and said, I knew it. You've finally shown your true colors. True colors? What are you talking about? Young Xin sneered. You can't escape now anyway. Then she shouted over Lin Nai's shoulder. Hey, aren't you going to make a move? Lin Nai turned his head. Yang Xiaochuan drew his dagger and thrust it fiercely toward Lin Nai's heart. The blade glinted coldly, aiming straight for the vital spot. Lin Nai's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, instinctively twisting his body to evade the attack. The sharp edge grazed his chest, merely tearing his shirt and leaving a shallow scratch on his skin. Realizing his strike had missed, Yang Xiaochuan quickly adjusted his tactics. He swiftly withdrew the dagger and followed up with a vicious hook aimed directly at Lin Nai's face. Although Lin Nai had dodged the lethal blow, he could not completely avoid the unexpected punch. With a loud thud, the fist struck his cheek, sending him staggering backward. Seizing the moment when Lin Nai lost his balance, young Xian rushed forward. She deftly grabbed a fire extinguisher from the corridor wall and swung it without hesitation, landing a heavy blow to the back of Lin Nai's head. Ugh! Lin Nai let out a muffled groan as his body swayed violently before collapsing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Young Xian tossed the fire extinguisher aside with a clatter. She looked disdainfully at Lin Nai, who lay motionless on the floor, and mocked, Hmph! So this is all the apostle of the White Reaper amounts to. This kid seemed clever at first. Had me on edge for a moment. Yang Xiaochuan also wore a contemptuous expression, saying, still, he didn't recognize me in the end. That's rich coming from you, Young Xian retorted. You couldn't even land a sneak attack properly. It's a good thing he's just awakened and isn't that strong yet, or we'd be in trouble. Yang Xiaochuan grumbled in annoyance. Damn it, if it weren't for your noise, he wouldn't have dodged my strike. Despite his words, he was inwardly puzzled. How did Lin Nai manage to evade his dagger with his level of skill? If he truly had the ability to dodge it, how was he knocked out so easily? However, his suspicion was fleeting, and he didn't dwell on it. Young Xin waved dismissively. Doesn't matter now, we've got him. I'm going to savor this soul. She licked her lips, a sinister smile appearing on her face. The soul of the White Reaper's apostle must be delicious. Once I consume it completely and take over his body, I'll become the apostle myself. As she spoke, a shadowy, black substance within her began to wriggle, as if preparing to emerge from her body and invade Lin Nai's. Hey, you're mistaken. Yang Xiaochuan interrupted sharply, his expression darkening. I found the apostle of the White Reaper and informed you. This soul should be mine. Yang Xian asked defiantly, without me, are you confident you can handle him? Yang Xiaochuan replied coldly, of course I'm confident. Even though he's an apostle of the White Death, the divine power he holds now is negligible. Even a minor evil spirit could end his life. Young Xian let out a mocking laugh. Huh? You make it sound so easy. Then why did you call me here? After a moment of silence, Yang Xiaochuan suggested, how about this we split it 50-50 and devour the soul together? Young Xian raised an eyebrow at this. Yang Xiaochuan continued, the soul of a White Death's apostle is powerful enough for both of us to share. Even if we can't control his body, our cultivation will significantly increase, at least to the level of a wraith. What do you say? Young Xian hesitated for a while before finally agreeing. Fine, that seems fair. She thought to herself that as equals among soul-devouring creatures, further conflict would be pointless. Devouring an apostle's soul takes time, and if other night watchers arrived, neither of them would gain anything, which would be a loss. But Yang Xian added a condition. I get the first bite. Of course, Yang Xiaochuan conceded. Be my guest. Yang Xian approached Lin Nai, crouched down slowly, and gently caressed his face, her eyes gleaming with greed. The soul of an apostle, heh. Black tendrils like hair extended from her fingertips, ready to invade Lin Nai's body. Just then, Young Xian felt something wrap around her feet. Her expression changed drastically as she looked down to see a shadow binding her tightly. Young Xian exclaimed in shock. Fool. Yang Xiaochuan sneered. This is an apostle soul. Consuming it alone, I can leap to the Senluo level and even take over this body, replacing the apostle. Why would I share it with you? Young Xian shouted angrily. You deceive even your own kind. You ugh. Her voice was abruptly cut off. Yang Xiaochuan waved his hand, and countless shadows enveloped Young Xian, pinning her against the wall. So what if we're the same kind? Yang Xiaochuan said, his face emotionless and voice icy. Whether demons or spirits, we grow stronger by devouring each other. In this world, the weak have no value. Once I'm done with the apostle's soul, I'll consume you too. That way, you can feel like you've participated, even if just a little. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Yang Xian's eyes widened in fury, but she couldn't make a sound. Yang Xiaochuan approached Lin Nai, a dark mist emanating from his body. Shadows extended from him, crawling towards Lin Nai. As the soul-devouring creature left Yang Xiaochuan's body, he collapsed to the ground. The black mist enveloped Lin Nai, slowly seeping into his skin. The soul-devouring creature entered Lin Nai's body, but quickly sensed something was amiss. Why did this soul not resist, but instead seem to welcome it? It had planned to attack, only to find its target more eager than itself. As the creature entered Lin Nai's body to seek his soul, it was immediately sucked into a bizarre vortex. After a dizzying whirl, the creature found itself in a dim, gray realm. The sky and sea were an eerie gray, with a haunting silence, and the cries of souls seemed to echo from the depths. The creature's eyes widened. This feels like home, doesn't it? Came a calm voice from behind. The creature shuddered at the sound. Turning around, it saw Lin Nai perched casually on a sea rock, wielding a massive silver scythe. How did you? The creature stammered, realizing it had been trapped, yet still puzzled. You're just a level 1 apostle. How can you wield the Sea of Souls? I could use this place from the moment I awakened. Lin Nai shrugged. The creature was momentarily speechless, then suddenly understood. So you planned this all along? Lin Nai lazily stood up and stretched. You just figured that out? So you knew Yang Xiaochuan was possessed by me all along? Yep. Then why didn't you expose me sooner? If I had, would you have left Xiaochuan's body? Lin Nai drew the scythe of the White Death. The soul of an apostle is indeed tempting. Now that you're home, why don't you stay? A fierce light flashed in the creature's eyes. Two won't go down without a fight, it roared, lunging at Lin Nai. Lin Nai's eyes narrowed as she leapt off the rock with the agility of a leopard. She gripped her scythe tightly and swung it forward with incredible speed. A white streak of light sliced cleanly through the body of the soul devourer, the sound of the blade cutting through the air resonating with a sharp hum. Aya! The soul devourer let out a piercing scream. Its body was neatly split in two, instantly dissolving into a misty dark substance. Countless iron chains suddenly emerged from the sea of the undead, ensnaring the dark mist and slowly dragging it into the depths. Meanwhile, the back hills of the campus were shrouded in darkness. Cha Yizhou and Tang Hongshan scaled the wall into this usually deserted area. Cha Yizhou held a Taoist instrument, resembling a compass, moving around in the dark. Tang Hongshan followed behind, inwardly questioning the reliability of these Taoist practices, feeling like a thief. This is it. Cha Yizhou suddenly stopped, glancing around. Tang Hongshan halted as well, but could only see darkness. Cha Yizhou pulled a small bottle from his pocket, pouring out white powder to draw a massive matrix on the ground, covering an area as large as a basketball court. Tang Hongshan frowned at the sight of the enormous formation. He realized that such a large matrix was capable of sealing a creature of the highest order. No wonder Cha Yizhou needed his help. The soul power of Cha Yizhou alone might not be enough to stabilize the energy of such a vast formation. Just as Tang Hongshan was about to speak, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the school dormitories. The pitch-black night was suddenly illuminated, as if daylight had descended. A gigantic mushroom cloud slowly rose, the sight terrifying. What the hell? Tang Hongshan exclaimed in shock, eyes wide. Did the school just get blown up? How many tons of TNT would it take to cause this? Cha Yizhou heard the explosion, squinting in thought for a moment, quickly piecing together the situation. I see. They want to create panic to identify any unusual souls. Quite imaginative, he remarked, turning to Tang Hongshan. It seems those kids have already started their move. As an adult, you wouldn't want to be outdone by them, would you? Tang Hongshan looked at Cha Yizhou, speaking in an even tone. I don't really care about losing to kids, as long as we complete the mission. What I want to know is, what's your plan that's got you acting all mysterious? You'll find out soon enough, Cha Yizhou replied, pointing to a corner of the matrix. My soul power can't stabilize a formation this large, so I need you to hold down one corner. Can you do that? Sure. Tang Hongshan replied succinctly, moving to the designated spot. Seeing this, Cha Yizhou quickly formed hand seals, closed his eyes, and chanted an ancient incantation. Then, he bent down and pressed his hands firmly onto the ground. In an instant, the entire matrix flared to life. A blood moon hung in the sky, and countless spirits manifested in the world. Lin Nai slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness just beginning to clear, when he heard a piercing scream. He looked up abruptly to see a shadowy figure rushing towards him like a phantom. The twisted, menacing face was unmistakably Yang Xian's. Yang Xian had completely lost her humanity, her hair wild and eyes black as ink. She lunged at Lin Nai like a ravenous beast. Lin Nai reacted swiftly, performing a nimble roll to his feet and executing 2 backflips to create some distance. Yang Xian's attack missed, and she was consumed with rage. raising her hand. Her fingers extended into countless black, hair-like tendrils that reached out to ensnare Lin Nai. This eerie ability was clearly not young Xian's own, but rather the work of the soul-eating fiend. Lin Nai understood. Such malevolent spirits could not use the host's powers until they had completely devoured the host's soul. The dark shadows surged around him like a tide, encircling Lin Nai. He dodged and weaved down the corridor, eventually forced into a corner. Just then, the office door behind him burst open. The wall cracked like a spider's web, and more shadowy tendrils emerged, dragging Lin Nai inside. Young Xian's lips curled into a triumphant smile, but just as she was about to speak, a flash of white light burst from the room. A sharp energy blade swept out, forcing young Xian to retreat several steps, a fresh cut marring her face as she stared in disbelief. Lin Nai stood holding Bai Yi, the massive silver scythe materializing in his grip. He swung it again, slicing through the black tendrils. At the sight of the death scythe, young Xian's expression changed drastically, and she crouched suddenly, pressing her hands to the ground. Dark matter spread like liquid towards Lin Nai's feet. Quick-witted, Lin Nai leaped into the air. The black liquid pursued him, but couldn't match his agility. Using the walls to move swiftly, he planted a foot on the ceiling, pushing off to swing his scythe once more. The scythe carved a graceful arc, severing the shadows surrounding young Xian. She shrieked, stumbling back, fear evident in her eyes. Lin Nai thought to himself. Before becoming undead, the soul-eating fiend is merely a minor fiend, skilled only in control and ambush. In direct combat, it's no different from any other minor fiend. It's a pity only one essence of the soul-eating fiend was drawn out. He advanced slowly, dragging Bai Yi along the ground, its blade creating a chilling sound. Lin Nai spoke casually, "Your companion's greed has ironically spared your life. But it doesn't matter. You can't escape." Young Xian, hearing these familiar words, glared at Lin Nai through gritted teeth. "Don't come any closer. My soul is intertwined with hers now. If you kill me, she'll die too." Lin Nai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so?" He continued, "Don't worry, as a night watcher, it's my duty to save you. But if I can't, I won't let emotions cloud my judgment. I'll do my best, but if I can't save you, that's not on me." Before his words fully settled, Lin Nai darted to young Xian with ghostly speed. Bai Yi flashed with a cold gleam, slicing through her before she could react, his speed astonishing. Young Xian made a guttural sound, her knees buckling. Black liquid oozed from her features, and a dark soul essence dissipated into mist, a black soul fragment emerging, floating momentarily before being absorbed by Bai Yi. A system notification chimed. Undead slain. Soul points 1. Lin Nai turned to the unconscious young Xian, whispering, "I saved your life. Not because you were once my student, but to honor the Night Watcher's name. Whether your soul is damaged or you become a fool is not my concern." Just then, Lin Nai sensed an eerie undead aura. The atmosphere grew oppressive and gloomy, reminiscent of the sea of the undead. He frowned slightly, looking up at the night sky, and was taken aback. The once bright full moon had inexplicably turned a sinister, blood red. The entire night sky was tinged with the hue of a blood moon, presenting a dark, ominous tapestry like a deeply layered oil painting. Lin Nai's mind filled with doubt. The moon wasn't this color when night began. Though he had seen a blood moon before, the sudden change was unsettling. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Nai's heart. He murmured to himself, "Something feels off." Break! A young girl's sharp shout pierced through the night sky. Immediately, the sound of an explosion thundered in the air. Below the dormitory, a large group of male college students, shirtless and in pajamas, scrambled down the stairs in a panic to escape. Amidst the chaos, a girl who bore a striking resemblance to a medicine spirit was chasing a boy in red. The boy's face was filled with terror as he desperately fled. Jiang Zhou, quick on her feet, pulled out another talisman. "Bind," she muttered, and the talisman transformed into a black iron chain, accurately wrapping around the boy's ankle. Ow! The boy in red, caught off guard, stumbled to the ground, landing face first in a humiliating fall. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhou dashed forward and delivered a fierce kick to his face. Before the boy could react or even attempt to get up, he received a solid kick, leaving a clear shoe print on his face. "Ouch!" he cried out in pain. Fuming with anger, Jiang Zhou paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the shirtless, shorts-clad male students around her, nor did she care about the expressions of the other students. She gritted her teeth, relentlessly punching and kicking the boy in red, swinging her peachwood sword with force. "This is all your fault, bastard! Damn you! Just die!" she shouted, her voice filled with fury and hatred. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, standing by in shock. Some whispered among themselves, "What kind of grudge does she have against him?" Yeah, with a fire breaking out, How deep could the hatred be? Probably an ex-girlfriend, dumped by a heartless guy? Well, he deserves it. She looked so young, such a cute girl, and he ruined her life. What a jerk. Hearing this, Jiang Zhou turned her head abruptly, glaring fiercely at the person who spoke. The crowd immediately fell silent, averting their eyes awkwardly and pretending to look elsewhere. Just then, a student suddenly screamed in terror. Why are you still watching? The fire. The fire is coming. A towering wall of flames, higher than the dormitory building, was rushing towards them, bringing with it searing heat. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. The students once again descended into chaos, scattering in all directions. Some, realizing they couldn't escape, crouched down in fear as the wall of fire loomed overhead. A chubby student, pale with fear, trembled uncontrollably, curled up in a corner with his eyes tightly shut. However, after a while, he felt no pain from the fire. He opened his eyes in confusion, noticing that the ground was engulfed in flames, yet he felt no heat. Huh. The chubby student cautiously extended a finger, touching the nearby flames. His finger passed through the fire unharmed. With a bewildered expression, he muttered to himself, "Is this fire fake?" By the time Lin Yushi arrived at the scene, Jiang Zhou was already dragging the bruised and battered boy in red out. She tossed him forward, speaking in a calm tone. "The soul-devouring demon that possessed him has been expelled and destroyed by my Taoist talisman. However, forcibly expelling it might have caused some damage to his soul and brain." Lin Yushi nodded. There was no other choice. "At least it's resolved." She then opened the team communication system and asked, "Lin Nai, we've taken care of things here, but what about the remaining soul-devouring demon hiding in the school? Do you have any other way to find it?" "I've already dealt with the other one." Lin Nai's voice came through the system. Lin Yushi was taken aback. "You dealt with it?" "Yes," Lin Nai replied, glancing at Yang Xiaochuan, still unconscious on the ground, then at Yang Xian, who had woken up but had turned into a simpleton. Yang Xian was drooling and hugging a drainpipe. Lin Nai continued, "To be precise, I handled two." Yang Xiaochuan was also possessed by a soul-devouring demon. "What?" Lin Yushi gasped, eyes wide. "How could that be?" "Don't worry, he's fine now," Lin Nai explained. "The demon didn't fully assimilate his soul and left voluntarily. He should be okay, but he's still unconscious and might be out for a while." Hearing this, Lin Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. After teaming up with Yang Xiaochuan for so long, it would be unbearable if he were to become a simpleton or lose his memory. "That's not the main issue now," Lin Nai said seriously. "Look up at the sky." "The sky?" Lin Yushi and Jiang Zhou instinctively looked up. "When did the moon turn red?" Lin Nai explained. "It's not just turning red. I've sensed that the yin energy in the entire Yeching is rising rapidly, much denser than usual. In such an environment, the frenzy level of all undead creatures in Yeching will increase more than threefold." And Lin Nai's expression turned grave. "I've sensed many undead monsters converging on our location." At that moment, Lin Nai heard the sound of something hard being chewed behind him and turned around in confusion. He was stunned, his mouth agape. Yang Xian was hugging a computer monitor, displaying a foolish grin, and chomping on it with his large teeth. "Tasty, tasty." Yang Xian giggled. So tasty." Lin Nai watched this scene and sighed helplessly. "You really are true to your word." Under the eastern night sky of the city, a greater crisis was quietly approaching. "Damn it, this is crazy." Old Zhang leaned against the patrol car's hood, irritably eyeing the unresponsive magic detector. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "We've been out all night, and haven't even seen a trace of those undead creatures." Nail, standing beside him, yawned and said, "How come these undead creatures sneak into Yi City without making a sound?" Old Zhang squinted, shaking his head in resignation. "How would I know? We're pulling an all-nighter for nothing. If we don't catch at least one undead creature, we won't even get a bonus for a midnight snack." Nail yawned again, tiredly saying, "I'd rather have nothing happen. All this fighting and killing is just exhausting." Old Zhang suddenly chuckled. "Nail, you're so young, yet you lack any fighting spirit. If you ask me, it'd be best if all those undead creatures showed up, like the other night. A good, bloody fight, that's the real thrill." Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed from the roof of the car. Boom! A massive creature suddenly fell from the sky, crashing onto the van's roof and leaving a huge dent. Old Zhang, Nail, and the other night watchman jumped in shock, turning to look. A monster, its flesh rotting and white bones exposed, lay sprawled atop the vehicle. It had sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, and drool dripping from its mouth, poised like a beast ready to pounce. Old Zhang quickly checked the system panel, his face turning pale. "It's a ghoul!" he shouted, drawing his sword. "All right, boys, it's showtime. Prepare for battle." However, Nail was already pale as a sheet, trembling as he pointed into the distance. Forget about that. Look over there. Old Zhang followed his gaze and gasped. On the eastern side of the street, over 30 ghouls emerged from every corner. The pedestrians had already scattered in panic, fleeing for their lives. The ghouls charged toward them like a pack of ravenous wolves. Holy crap! Old Zhang was dumbfounded. We couldn't find a single one earlier, and now there are dozens of them? The night watchmen were in a panic. There were only 5 of them against 30 ghouls. Roar! The horde of ghouls was already upon them. Old Zhang and Nail gripped their swords, ready to fight to the death. Surprisingly, the ghouls ignored them completely, sprinting in the same direction. Old Zhang, Nail, and the other 3 watchmen exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on? Why aren't those creatures attacking us? Nail asked, puzzled. Old Zhang frowned, deep in thought. It seems like they're being drawn to something. Enough talk. Let's report this to Captain Tang. Old Zhang quickly used the system to call Tang Hongshan. Captain Tang, urgent situation. We've spotted over 30 ghouls in East City, but they're not attacking us. They're all heading south. What did you say? Tang Hongshan's face darkened at the news. He soon received 2 more calls. Captain Tang, we've spotted a large number of skeletal wolves in the north, all heading south. Captain Tang, this is the west side. Many decaying goblins are heading your way. Be careful. Tang Hongshan hung up the phone and turned to look at Tiizhou nearby, his eyes filled with suspicion. Is this your doing? Cha Izhou admitted his actions calmly, his hands in his pockets, eyes fixed on the blood-red glowing formation. This large-scale illusion array mirrored the moon, creating the illusion of a blood moon night. Tang Hongshan stared at him, pressing, and then? Cha Izhou explained. On a blood moon night, the frenzied activity of demons, spirits, and the undead triples. They appear because they need to feed on this night to maintain control over their bodies. Tang Hongshan frowned, asking, then why are they all heading towards the south of the city? He sensed something more was at play. Cha Izhou smiled and replied, because there's something here that attracts them. What is it? The apostle of the White Reaper. Tang Hongshan's face changed drastically. Cha Izhou continued, the undead are naturally drawn to the Reaper, but if the Reaper isn't strong enough to intimidate them, they'll try to rebel and kill the Reaper. That way, they'll be completely free, without fear of being dragged back to the world of the undead. Moreover, consuming the Reaper's soul would significantly boost their power. Tang Hongshan suddenly understood everything, his anger boiling over. He lunged forward, grabbing Cha Izhou by the collar, roaring, you bastard! You used my people as bait? Cha Izhou, though grabbed, remained calm and softly said, he is a night watcher. It's his duty to protect the city and fend off monsters. Tang Hongshan's eyes were bloodshot with fury. You're insane. The south of the city is full of bustling areas, with not only the low-level, non-combatant extraordinaries from Yi City University, but also many ordinary people. Bringing so many undead creatures here, have you thought about the consequences? Of course, I have. Cha Izhou responded coolly. Don't be so hasty. Think about it yourself. How long would it take for you night watchers to clear out those undead using conventional means? A week? A month? Or even longer? What if among those undead, there are ones capable of possessing living humans, like the soul devourers? You might never find them. They could blend into our society, evolve into more terrifying creatures, and devour more souls. By then, there would be more casualties, and even the Blood Knight array wouldn't be able to draw them out. Tang Hongshan gritted his teeth, itching to punch this insufferable priest in the face. Even so, you should have at least warned us before using this array, so we could evacuate the nearby civilians. And at the very least, let us night watchers prepare. Cha Izhou replied indifferently, those undead creatures are not ordinary. They are not mindless like human skeleton warriors. They were mythological creatures with demonic or divine bloodlines in life. And even as undead, they retain considerable intelligence. If you had your night watchers set up an ambush here and evacuated the crowd, do you think those undead monsters would still show up? If you calm down and think carefully, you'll realize my approach is the most efficient and minimizes the threat. Tang Hongshan was so angry that veins stood out on his forehead, yet he had no words to counter. Just then, the system's call alert sounded. Beep. Captain Tang, the undead creatures have all entered the south of the city. I'm sending you the radar map now. Tang Hongshan turned to look at the system panel. A city map appeared, densely covered with at least hundreds of red dots, each representing an undead creature. They were rapidly moving, all converging on Yi City University. I'll deal with you later. Tang Hongshan released Cha Izhou abruptly, immediately dialing a number. Hello, Lin Nai. Yushi? Xiaochuan, can you hear me? Lin Nai, Lin Yushi, and Jiang Zhou had just regrouped when they received Tang Hongshan's call. Lin Yushi excitedly said, Captain Tang, we can hear you. I was just about to call you. We've completed the mission and dealt with those soul devourers. Forget that for now, Tang Hongshan said urgently. Get out of there quickly. A lot of undead creatures are headed your way. Lin Nai was about to respond when a fierce beast's roar suddenly echoed. A war. A giant skeletal demon wolf, the size of a truck, appeared on the dormitory rooftop, howling at the sky. The students on the dormitory ground were dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this some special effect? Lin Yushi's face changed instantly, shouting to the students still standing there in a daze. Special effect? My foot. That's a real undead bone wolf. Run if you don't want to be eaten. Before she finished speaking, the skeletal demon wolf leaped down from the dormitory rooftop. Its massive shadow loomed over the students on the ground. Ah! Only then did the students realize the gravity of the situation, scrambling to escape in terror. Boom! The skeletal demon wolf landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust, crushing two boys who hadn't escaped in time into pulp. Blood splattered around like crushed tomatoes. The roar was earth-shattering. Lin Nai dodged into a corner just in time, avoiding being crushed by the skeletal demon wolf. He immediately used the gray nether eye, seeing through the layers of dust and smoke, confirming that Lin Yushi and Jiang Zhou were temporarily safe, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. As the skeletal demon wolf searched around, its crimson, savage eyes finally locked onto Lin Nai. Roar! It opened its massive, toothy maw, raising its giant paw to swipe at Lin Nai with force. Lin Nai's heart tightened as he swiftly dodged the deadly strike. Boom! Crash! A pillar at the base of the dormitory crumbled like a brittle wafer. Walls collapsed, floors broke apart. Using his agility, Lin Nai maneuvered around the beast. Just then, a clear, delicate shout rang out. Lock! It was Jiang Zhou. Several talismans flew out, landing at the four corners around the skeletal demon wolf. From these talismans emerged thick black chains, binding the wolf's limbs. The skeletal demon wolf struggled fiercely, but couldn't break free immediately. At that moment, a dozen pink bubbles floated over, surrounding the wolf. Break! This time it was Lin Yushi's voice. Boom! The bubbles exploded, enveloping the skeletal demon wolf in a pink blaze. Lin Nai, Lin Yushi, and Jiang Zhou stood alertly, forming a triangular formation as they watched the pink explosion dust gradually dissipate before them. Within seconds, the dust settled, revealing the skeletal demon wolf, seemingly unscathed and even more ferocious than before due to the attack. Its bone-white fangs were bared, emitting a low growl, clearly enraged. Suddenly, an eerie sound of bones clashing echoed. Roar! Crack, crack, crack. The skeletal demon wolf violently struggled, effortlessly snapping the talisman chains that bound its limbs. With a serious expression, Lin Yushi spoke gravely. This isn't good. This skeletal demon wolf was at least a Chimai-level creature in life, and it seems like it's nearing the Wangliang level. We can't handle this. We need to retreat and call Tang's team and the other night watchers for support. Lin Nai's gray eyes quickly scanned the surroundings as he calmly responded. I'm afraid it's not that easy. The entire Yecheng University is surrounded by undead creatures. In disbelief, Lin Yushi glanced around, seeing countless pairs of crimson eyes glinting in the darkness, staring at them menacingly, like predators eyeing their long-awaited prey. Moments later, 40 to 50 ghouls crept out of the shadows, encircling them completely. Hiss! Lin Yushi gasped, cold sweat breaking out. Are you kidding me? How did all these undead creatures suddenly appear out of nowhere? We're surrounded. Lin Nai observed the situation calmly. Despite having been with the Night Watchers for nearly a year, Lin Yushi had never faced such a dire situation. As a level 4 extraordinary being, she had the power to protect herself, and although Jiang Zhou was young, she seemed to have awakened early and had level 3 strength. However, Lin Nai was just an ordinary person. Lin Nai. Lin Yushi called urgently. You're not part of the combat team for this mission. Find somewhere to hide, and leave this to us. Lin Nai didn't respond, but he knew things weren't that simple. Those undead creatures seemed to focus their gaze on him. Both the massive skeletal demon wolf and the group of ghouls were fixated on him. Ever since the blood moon appeared, he had sensed something was amiss, as if someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. Lin Yushi quickly pulled out a small bottle from her pocket, swallowing all the candies inside in one go. After chewing them rapidly, she spat out a large white bubble. Forming a seal with her hands, she shouted, "Ability barrier." The white bubble floated in the air, expanding rapidly under the influence of her power, eventually forming a massive transparent shield that kept the ravenous ghouls at bay. The ghouls, like rabid hyenas, frantically lunged at the barrier but were repelled each time. However, they didn't give up. On the night of the blood moon, these undead creatures were more savage than usual, their attack power significantly amplified. They howled wildly, continuously clawing at the barrier, quickly leaving it covered in scratches and cracks. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Yushi's forehead, as she wasn't sure how long the barrier could hold. She concentrated her soul power again to recharge it, attempting to mend the fractures. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhou was engaged in a fierce dance with the skeletal demon wolf. Her petite figure darted nimbly across the battlefield, her peachwood sword clashing repeatedly with the beast. "Tao, spell thunderlight curse," she exclaimed, throwing a blue-green talisman that unleashed a burst of electricity, but it only paralyzed the demon wolf for a few seconds. After several intense exchanges, Jiang Zhou was ultimately overpowered by the demon wolf's formidable strength. She was swatted away by a powerful paw, her peachwood sword snapping in the process. "Ah!" she cried as she hit the ground, rolling twice before coming to a stop. The skeletal demon wolf seized the opportunity to pounce again, its gaping maw poised to strike. Jiang Zhou lay on the ground, helpless to evade. At the critical moment, Lin Yuxi intervened once more. Ability Elastic Bubble. A green bubble appeared instantly in front of Jiang Zhou. The skeletal demon wolf's massive body crashed into it, its forepaws slamming heavily against the bubble. Yet, the green bubble demonstrated remarkable resilience and elasticity, resisting the claws. The demon wolf found itself bouncing back as if it had hit a giant trampoline. In the next moment, the indented portion of the bubble rebounded forcefully, launching the demon wolf back to its original position. Roar! The demon wolf staggered backward, retreating 7 or 8 meters before regaining its balance. Breathless and shaken, Jiang Zhou looked at Lin Yuxi, stammering, "Thank you." Lin Yuxi gritted her teeth. Her diversion to save Jiang Zhou had left the barrier on the verge of collapse. The white bubble was riddled with cracks from the ghoul's relentless assault, threatening to break through at any moment. On the night of the blood moon, these undead creatures aren't just more violent, they become significantly stronger, Lin Yuxi stated with a grave expression. Just then, the skeletal demon wolf howled into the night. A woo, its piercing cry echoed through the air, as if announcing that the battle had only just begun. It was unclear whether it was calling for its companions or signaling an attack. Lin Yuxi watched the skeletal demon wolf warily, noticing its crouched stance, muscles tense, poised to strike. In the next moment, the demon wolf launched itself with a powerful push of its hind legs, accompanied by a deafening howl, charging at Lin Yuxi like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Yuxi's pupils contracted, and her heartbeat quickened. She instantly abandoned the idea of powering up the barrier, her body instinctively leaping upward, narrowly avoiding the demon wolf's claws. At that critical moment, with a thunderous crash, the white bubble barrier finally gave way, shattered by the ghouls outside. In an instant, 40 to 50 ghouls surged in like a tide, the stench of decay assaulting her senses. They emitted spine-chilling howls, their greedy eyes locked onto Lin Yuxi. A chill spread through her body from her spine as she realized she couldn't possibly handle so many enemies on her own. "This is bad. Just one of these ghouls could tear us apart," Lin Yuxi thought anxiously. She quickly retrieved a soul energy dagger from her system inventory, gripping it tightly and holding it defensively in front of her chest. Taking a deep breath, her gaze turned resolute and fierce. "Bring it on." Seeing the dire situation, Lin Nai immediately realized there was no room for holding back. He recalled the soul power he had absorbed from over 10,000 undead at the Sea of the Undead, feeling the abundant energy within him. Although he couldn't exhaust it all at once, he knew he had to find a way to divert these creatures and ensure the safety of the two girls. With a clear plan in mind, Lin Nai quickly formed seals, gathering his soul power. "Necromancy Shadow Demon Wolf," he muttered, pressing his hands onto the ground. Instantly, a dozen or so gray-silver summoning circles appeared around him. From these mysterious formations, a dozen shadow demon wolves emerged, their forms a blend of undead and beast, shrouded in an eerie darkness, resembling swirling smoke in the night. Each wolf bore a contract mark on its forehead, closely linked to Lin Nai's mental realm. In Lin Nai's mind, these shadow demon wolves appeared as bright red dots, completely under his mental control. At his command, the shadow demon wolves shot forward like arrows, immediately engaging the ghouls in battle. Lin Yuxi and Jiang Zhou, two young women, were engaged in close combat with ghouls when suddenly a pack of shadow wolves appeared. Their faces turned pale instantly. Already struggling with the ghouls and skeleton wolves, the arrival of new undead creatures made them feel a wave of despair. However, to their surprise, the shadow wolves did not attack them but instead began fighting the ghouls. Lin Yuxi was momentarily stunned but had no time to ponder this strange occurrence. A ghoul suddenly lunged at her, its jaws wide open in a frenzied bite. She quickly raised her short, soul-powered dagger, thrusting it into the creature's mouth. The charged blade easily sliced through the ghoul's fragile flesh, causing blood and a foul green liquid to splatter all over Lin Yuxi's baseball jacket. As a night watchman, Lin Yuxi was long accustomed to such scenes. Without hesitation, she kicked the ghoul away and swiftly popped a piece of bubble gum into her mouth. "Ability Pink Explosion," she shouted, blowing several pink bubbles. With a flick of her fingers, She commanded, burst. With a resounding explosion, two ghouls attempting a sneak attack were instantly blown to pieces. Though the addition of the Shadow Wolves didn't completely turn the tide of battle, it significantly eased the pressure on Lin Yuxi and Jiang Zhou. Meanwhile, Lin Nai summoned his weapon, White Knight, a massive, silver-white scythe. He scanned the surroundings and spotted a giant skeleton wolf glaring at him, thick drool dripping to the ground. Surrounding him were over 30 ghouls, clearly drawn by the soul of the White Reaper. Lin Nai smirked. On a blood moon night, these low-tier undead have grown bolder. He recalled the time when he first awakened. Merely activating his gray nether eye was enough to instill fear in low-tier undead. Suddenly, the skeleton wolf couldn't hold back any longer and swung its massive claws at Lin Nai. Instead of dodging, Lin Nai charged forward like an agile leopard. Lin Yuxi saw this and exclaimed, "Lin Nai, don't." She couldn't believe a newly awakened level 1 transcendent dared to face a demon-level creature hidden. However, Lin Nai didn't clash directly with the skeleton wolf. Instead, he deftly maneuvered through the gaps in its claws. Swinging his White Knight scythe, he unleashed a dazzling arc of cold light. With a slicing sound, a bloody gash extended from the corner of the skeleton wolf's right eye to its nose, blood gushing out. Lin Yuxi stood in awe, amazed by Lin Nai's speed and the magical silver scythe. The skeleton wolf roared in fury, swiping its claws again, but Lin Nai easily evaded, leaping over its skull to land behind it. As a horde of ghouls closed in, Lin Nai calmly remarked, "Come on, let's settle this on another battlefield." With that, he ran in a different direction, the 30-plus ghouls and the wounded skeleton wolf hot on his heels. Meanwhile, at the Night Watcher's headquarters, Yi Wanner stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, frowning at the blood moon in the sky. She immediately recognized it as a man-made illusion, not a real blood moon. Lu He, sitting on the sofa, had just received a report from his subordinates. He issued orders to clear the undead and protect the apostles, then sighed heavily. With her back to Lu He, Yi Wanner coldly asked, "Is this how you humans do things? Using your own kind as bait?" Lu He explained that it was the independent action of the Dow Company, and they would hold them accountable afterward, but for now, they had to deal with the immediate crisis. A flicker of coldness passed through Yi Wanner's eyes. After a few seconds of silence, there was a sudden bang, and the window shattered into dust. Lu He put down his teacup and turned to see that Yi Wanner had vanished, leaving only the shattered glass and the rushing cold wind. Lu He sighed helplessly. "Ah, the window just got fixed." Lin Yuxi and Jiang Zhou stood their ground, battling the remaining 20 or so ghouls. The addition of a dozen shadow demon wolves eased the fight, but Lin Yuxi was still deeply worried about Lin Nai. She silently blamed Lin Nai for his recklessness, knowing he wasn't part of the combat team for this mission. Suddenly, a streak of white light pierced the night sky. Tang Hongshan appeared, his long blade glinting coldly as he swiftly dispatched 4 or 5 ghouls. With a graceful turn, his blade danced again as he executed the martial skill Starlit Flash, felling another 5 ghouls in a spray of blood and cries of agony. Tang Hongshan sheathed his sword with flair, standing before Lin Yuxi and Jiang Zhou, a lock of hair swaying in the breeze. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, "Wasn't that impressive?" Lin Yuxi's mouth twitched, ignoring Tang Hongshan's self-praise. She urgently said, "Captain Tang, stop showing off. Lin Nai is in danger." Tang Hongshan's expression turned serious. "I know, that's why I'm here. Where is he? And where's Xiao Chuan?" he asked, glancing at the shadow demon wolves feasting on the ghouls' corpses nearby with a puzzled look. Why weren't these undead creatures attacking them? Lin Yuxi replied briefly, "Yang Xiaochuan fainted, and we've put him somewhere safe. The priority now is Lin Nai. He lured away a Chimera-level skeleton demon wolf and over 30 ghouls." Chimera level? Tang Hongshan's brows furrowed. He knew the hierarchy of demonic creatures. From lowest to highest, they were fiend, chimera, phantom, nether, and cosmic. A newly awakened level 1 extraordinary being could barely handle a fiend-level creature, making Lin Nai's actions exceedingly reckless. Tang Hongshan decisively said, "I'll go find him. You two help the students from Yeching University evacuate." Seeing Lin Yuxi hesitate, he sternly reminded her, "Don't forget, you're a night watcher. On blood moon nights, undead creatures are 3 times more dangerous and aggressive than usual. The students at Yeching University are at most level 2 and can't possibly resist. Besides protecting our own, you also have the responsibility to ensure the safety of these civilians." Lin Yuxi was silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand." She clenched her fists, silently praying, "Lin Nai, please be careful." Meanwhile, Lin Nai was sprinting through the Yeching University campus, a large horde of undead creatures in pursuit. He had donned the White Reaper's hooded robe, significantly boosting his speed and attributes. Under the cover of night, he moved with astonishing speed, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. A quick glance over his shoulder made Lin Nai gasp. Hundreds of undead creatures were relentlessly chasing him from all directions. He darted into a teaching building, the smaller ghouls and decaying goblins following closely, while the larger skeleton demon wolves climbed outside, growling furiously. As the ghouls ascended the stairs, Lin Nai tossed a small, red glowing object at them. The ghouls hesitated as it landed at their feet, the red light flashing faster and faster. Beep beep beep. Boom. A thunderous explosion obliterated 3 or 4 ghouls instantly. This was a soul energy grenade Lin Nai had purchased from the System Mall with his Night Watcher signing bonus. Though expensive, it packed a powerful punch and dealt extra damage to demonic bloodline creatures. Looking down at the ghouls below, Lin Nai pulled out another soul energy grenade, taunting, "Come on, try coming up again." The ghouls let out raspy growls but dared not advance. Lin Nai breathed a sigh of relief, having gained a brief moment to catch his breath. Fortunately, he was somewhat familiar with the campus. This building had only one hallway, and if he could hold his ground well enough, he should be able to withstand until the main force of the Night Watch arrived for backup. Lin Nai was calculating his defensive strategy when a deafening crash suddenly erupted behind him. A window in the corridor had been shattered. Amidst the scattering glass shards, several grotesque ghouls crawled in through the broken opening. Damn it! Lin Nai cursed under his breath, instantly shifting into combat mode. He stomped his right foot down hard and gripped Bai Yi, his massive silver-white scythe, which sliced through the air in a dazzling arc swish. With 2 swift strokes, 3 ghouls fell, dissolving into a cloud of black mist. Lin Nai silently thanked his skill, Soul Reaper, which dealt extra damage to undead creatures. Coupled with his recently skyrocketing stats, dealing with these low-level undead was a breeze. However, he was well aware that this place was no longer safe. "I need to find a secure spot to hold out until reinforcements arrive," he muttered to himself, all the while pondering the larger mystery who had orchestrated this blood moon illusion. As an apostle of the White Reaper, Lin Nai could easily discern the illusory nature of the blood moon. Through the residual memories of the White Reaper, he knew that a night of the blood moon significantly heightened the frenzy of undead creatures. The fact that these undead monsters were all appearing and targeting him tonight was likely due to this very reason. While Lin Nai was deep in thought, the sound of shattering windows echoed from both sides of the corridor. More ghouls crawled in from the left and right, attempting to corner him. Lin Nai took a deep breath and tightened his grip on Bai Yi. With his current skill level, breaking through this horde of low-level undead should not pose much of a problem. Just at that critical moment, a spine-chilling aura suddenly surged in. It was a terrifying killing intent, filled with intense hatred and anger, rapidly closing in. Lin Nai instantly recognized the familiar aura. "This feels like 10 souls." Before he could finish his thought, all the glass windows in the corridor shattered simultaneously, creating a deafening noise. Amidst the rain of broken glass, a tall figure burst through the window. It was an undead swordsman, shrouded in an eerie blue glow, wielding a broken greatsword. His eyes, like burning dark ice, were fixed intently on Lin Nai. Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. The massive sword of Hmph swept across, its eerie blue light forming a blade of air that cut through with a piercing sound, its power overwhelming. Lin reacted swiftly, bending backward just in time to feel the sword's energy graze his scalp, severing a few strands of hair. The giant sword roared past, leaving a long, wide crack in the narrow school hallway, with debris flying from the walls. Lin used the momentum to retreat, planting his scythe, White Knight, firmly in the ground to stabilize himself, crouching like a leopard. He spat out dust that had entered his mouth, remaining cautious. This guy had finally shown up again. The ghouls on either side of the hallway growled warnings at Hmph, asserting their claim over the prey. However, Hmph coolly gazed at Lin, ignoring them. His white hair fluttered, and his tattered armor shimmered with a blue spectral glow. Lin could hear the chilling cries of ghosts, as if the mere proximity to Hmph made them audible. A suffocating gray-white field formed around Hmph, draining the color from everything within a 10-meter radius. Lin frowned slightly, thinking, is this the sword god's domain of murderous intent? The ghouls, unwilling to back down, lunged at Hmph. Yet, as soon as they entered the field, their movements slowed, their bodies gradually losing vitality, and they silently collapsed. Their souls were absorbed and devoured by Hmph. Lin pondered. This former sword god, despite being ravaged and left with only a fraction of his divine power, has become a creature part demigod, part demon, part undead, but remains formidable. Is this how he slowly devours other undead in the netherworld to reconstruct his divine body? Hmph swung his massive sword again, unconcerned by the confined space. The sword swept across, slicing classrooms, doors, windows, walls, pipes, and fire extinguishers in half. Lin knew he wasn't yet a match and could only retreat further. Seemingly anticipating this, Shirhan quickly redirected his sword, sweeping it across once more. This time, Lin had no escape and had to raise White Knight to block. The clash of metal rang heavily as Lin's wrist went numb, nearly losing his grip on White Knight. He skillfully twisted his wrist, causing the scythe and sword to grind against each other, sparks flying, and used the force to retreat another 7 or 8 meters. Shirhan let out a ferocious roar, leaping into the air, raising his massive sword high to strike down, with the eerie blue sword light thundering like a storm. Cold sweat trickled down Lin's face as he focused intently, sidestepping the attack. The sword crashed heavily onto the ground, shattering and collapsing the entire corridor floor. Lin felt the ground give way beneath him, losing his balance, and began to fall. On the 4th floor corridor of the school building, Shirhan's sword struck with the force of a thunderbolt, causing the entire hallway to collapse with a deafening crash. Lin Nai and Shirhan both plummeted to the 3rd floor amidst a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, damn it. This guy's really trying to bring the whole building down. Lin Nai muttered through gritted teeth, struggling to open one eye while coughing violently. Despite the swirling dust, his heightened senses detected Shirhan approaching once more. In an instant, Shirhan's figure emerged through the haze, his massive sword swinging down again. Lin Nai's eyes narrowed, his pupils suddenly turning a silvery gray. Void gaze, he muttered, his stare piercing straight into Shirhan's eyes. Those gray-silver eyes seemed like an endless abyss, calm yet filled with a terrifying power that could drag one into an infinite ocean. Shirhan, caught off guard, met Lin Nai's gaze and was immediately hit by a mental shock. His movements noticeably slowed, his deep blue eyes becoming unfocused, and his sword swings felt as though they were at half speed. With his void gaze, Lin Nai perceived the instability in Shirhan's soul. Unlike the typical blue hue of a normal soul, Shirhan's was a strange mix of black, deep blue, purple, and red, constantly shifting and bizarre. Even more startling was the complete absence of a soul in Shirhan's left chest, where his heart should be, resembling a bottomless black hole. Could that be his weakness? Lin Nai wondered, recalling what Yuaner had mentioned about Shirhan devouring numerous demons and undead, which had made his divine power exceedingly murky. However, Shirhan quickly sensed the anomaly in Lin Nai's gaze. He shook his head violently, snapping back to awareness. After all, Shirhan, who had once single-handedly defeated a Watcher squad, was far beyond Lin Nai's current capabilities. Roar! Shirhan bellowed, swinging his damaged sword down once more. Boom! With another thunderous crash, the 3rd floor's flooring shattered, and amidst the flying debris, the two continued their descent. The battle between Lin Nai and Shirhan was like a cataclysmic disaster, tearing through the building from the 4th floor to the 3rd, and then down to the 2nd. The entire structure was left in ruins as their clash shattered walls and floors, leaving deep, horrifying cracks. From the outside, a massive fissure ran from the 4th floor straight down, as if threatening to split the building in two. In the midst of the fight, an absurd thought flashed through Lin Nai's mind. Would he be responsible for paying for the damages after this mission? He couldn't help but admire himself for thinking of such trivial matters at a life-and-death moment. Shirhan swung his sword again, causing the 2nd floor hallway wall to collapse with a crash. Steel bars and supports were exposed, yet they were sliced through as easily as tofu. The entire building groaned ominously under the violent tremors. At this moment, a group of night watchmen arrived on the scene. They stood outside the building, witnessing the shocking spectacle with wide eyes and dropped jaws. What the hell is going on? Are they demolishing the building? It's Shirhan. Quick, report to Captain Tang. We found the undead swordsman with divine power at Building 7 in Zone B. Wait, who's that young man? Is he a student from Yecheng University? How can a student hold his own against such a formidable enemy for so long? No, he seems to be our newest intern night watchman, rumored to have just awakened as the successor of the White Death God a couple of days ago. What? Just awakened and already this powerful? What kind of prodigy is this? Wow, this kid's moves are impressive. Old Zhang looked up to see a white figure leap out from the 2nd floor dust. Lin Nai, clad in white robes and wielding the White Knight, appeared as a swift white shadow against the night sky. Stop bragging, Old Zhang shouted. What are you standing around for? Support him. The night watchmen snapped back to reality, quickly forming a formation and raising their soul power guns. Shirhan emerged from the dust, sword in hand, landing heavily on the ground. Open fire. With the command, a barrage of soul power bullets was unleashed on Shirhan. However, Shirhan seemed unfazed. Despite wearing damaged, heavy armor, his movements were agile and swift. He weaved through the attacks with ghostly blue shadows flickering around him, rapidly closing in on the night watchman. Even when a few bullets hit him, they appeared to cause no harm. Old Zhang took a sharp breath. No, don't engage directly. Spread out and control him, quickly. One of the night watchmen stepped forward, clasping his hands together. Martial technique demon, subduing golden bell. A massive golden bell appeared from nowhere, descending heavily and trapping Smirk inside. The loud dong reverberated painfully in everyone's ears. The group cautiously observed the bell for a while, and seeing no movement, they finally exhaled in relief. Old Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Lin Nai. Lin Nai, are you alright? Lin Nai recognized Old Zhang and the others as part of Tang Hongshan's team of night watchmen. He shook his head. I'm fine. Then he pointed to the heavily damaged building. I don't have to pay for that, do I? Old Zhang reassured him. Don't worry, tonight's mess was the doing of the Dow Company. Once the mission is over, we'll definitely file a complaint with the authorities, and they'll be responsible for all the damages. Dow Company? Lin Nai asked, puzzled. Yeah, Old Zhang grumbled. This whole fiasco was caused by Dow Company. That Taijo activated the Blood Moon formation, driving these undead creatures crazy. It's a good thing no one in our team died tonight, or I wouldn't let those Dow Company people off the hook. Lin Nai realized the situation. Taijo, huh? Suddenly, a loud noise came from the golden bell. The night watchman jumped back in shock, instinctively retreating. Cracks spread across the bell like a spiderweb, quickly expanding. Within seconds, another dong sounded, and the cracks intensified. On the third bang, the bell shattered completely. Smirk burst out, moving faster than before. Old Zhang's eyes widened as he saw two night watchmen frozen in place, with Smirk already upon them, his massive sword raised high. Dodge! Old Zhang cried out, drawing his saber and unleashing the power of a level 5 extraordinary, his soul power surging as he charged forward. Lin Nai didn't rush in but instead focused his gaze, activating the gray nether eye once more to observe the charging Smirk. Under the influence of Lin Nai's eye technique, Hmp's speed noticeably slowed, giving Old Zhang the chance to intercept. Martial skill crescent slash. Old Zhang swung his saber, confronting Hmp's heavy sword Hedon. As expected, Old Zhang's straight sword snapped with a crisp, resonating sound, sending fragments flying in all directions. Despite the chaos, Old Zhang remained calm, already prepared for such an outcome. After blocking the strike, he quickly retreated, his shoes screeching against the ground. The other two night watchmen immediately reacted, deftly moving to the sides to form a triangular formation with Old Zhang. The remaining night watchmen swiftly adjusted their positions, adopting defensive stances. Each began to showcase their unique skills. One formed intricate hand seals, causing magical light to flicker at their fingertips. Another tensed their muscles, ready to explode into action, while yet another's eyes gleamed with an unusual light, seemingly activating a special ability. In an instant, a torrent of martial arts, supernatural powers, and magic surged towards the Tin Souls. Standing at a distance, Lin Nai observed the situation with his ghostly eye of shadows, its eerie glow fixed on the gaping, ink-black void in the Tin Soul's chest. It was undoubtedly the weak point. However, to Lin Nai's confusion, even when others' attacks struck the void with precision, they appeared to have no tangible effect on the Tin Souls. Lin Nai's mind raced, pondering this bizarre phenomenon. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The void was not a physical gap on the Tin Soul's body but a spiritual void. This hypothesis explained everything. No wonder conventional physical and magical attacks had no impact on that weak point. Realizing this, Lin Nai quickly assessed his own condition. His soul energy was nearly depleted, and using the ghostly eye of shadows again had pushed him to the brink of exhaustion. However, he still had 5 points of divine power at his disposal. This was an additional benefit he had gained from devouring over 10,000 undead, which not only enhanced his basic attributes but also increased his divine power by 2 points. Lin Nai calculated his options. Normally, superhumans use soul energy to fuel their abilities or martial skills. The same applied when he used the ghostly eye of shadows. But only by using divine power could he unleash the eye's full potential. Unfortunately, with only 5 points of divine power, he could sustain the eye for just a few seconds. Worse still, once his divine power was exhausted, he would fall into a weakened state. This was a gamble, a make-or-break moment. As Lin Nai weighed the pros and cons, Old Zhang withdrew from the battle. Panting heavily, he leaned against a wall, clutching the remains of his broken sword, sweat trickling down his face. Damn it, Old Zhang muttered under his breath. This bastard is a tough nut to crack. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nai made up his mind. He turned to Old Zhang, speaking with resolute determination. Old Zhang, I need your help. Old Zhang paused, puzzled, looking at Lin Nai and waiting for further explanation of this sudden request. After listening to Lin Nai's strategy, Lao Zhang furrowed his brows, his worry evident. Are you sure about this? He asked quietly. You're only level 1. Facing that undead great swordsman Hedon seems too dangerous. Lin Nai smiled confidently. Don't worry, before you all arrived, I've been sparring with this guy for quite a while. Trust my judgment. Lao Zhang hesitated, then sighed. All right. Since Lin Nai was so insistent, he couldn't argue further. According to Lin Nai, he was the only one capable of inflicting significant damage on Shirhan here. Lao Zhang turned and whispered to the nearby night watchman. Dingzi, a Guang, a Nan, come here and listen. The men quickly gathered around as Lao Zhang gave them quiet instructions. Moments later, Lin Nai, wielding the scythe of White Knight, charged toward Shirhan. Shirhan, seeing this, had eyes that seemed to blaze with a ghostly blue flame. Ignoring the night watchman around, Shirhan dragged its massive blade to meet Lin Nai hidden. The clash of weapons echoed with a piercing metallic ring. In the direct confrontation, Lin Nai was immediately at a disadvantage. Although the scythe of White Knight was indestructible, Shirhan's strength was overwhelming, quickly overpowering Lin Nai's weapon. The heavy blade swung towards Lin Nai's face, casting a shadow over his slight frame. With his life on the line, Lin Nai activated the Eye of Grey Nether. It was his third time using this move against Shirhan, and its effect was noticeably weaker than before. Frequent use in a short time seemed to have made Shirhan resistant to this mental attack. But Lin Nai's true intention was something else. Seeing this, Lao Zhang immediately commanded, "Now, attack!" A Guang raised his soul-powered gun and fired into the air. The energy shot exploded like fireworks, forming a large azure net that descended. Lin Nai swiftly retreated as the net precisely ensnared Shirhan. A Nan clasped his hands and shouted, "Martial art decline." A white light enveloped Shirhan, weakening its strength. At the same time, Dingzi pressed his hands to the ground, declaring, "Ability Steel Spike Array." Dozens of steel spikes erupted from the ground, crisscrossing and pinning Shirhan's legs firmly. Seizing the moment, Lin Nai channeled his divine power with all his might. His eyes turned a silvery gray, glowing intensely like flickering white flames, the pupils barely discernible. He fixed his gaze on the soul void in Shirhan's heart and shouted, "Divine Art Eye of Grey Nether." This time, Shirhan not only felt a mental impact but also sensed its soul being torn by a strange force. The power seemed to pull from the void in its chest while ravenously absorbing its energy. Lin Nai heard the system prompts in his ear. Notice, absorbing unknown energy, soul power 397, exceeding your body's soul power capacity, excess soul power unusable. Notice, absorbing unknown energy, soul power 481, exceeding your body's soul power capacity, excess soul power unusable. Warning, your divine power is about to deplete. Shirhan let out a pained, ferocious howl. In Lin Nai's eyes, Shirhan's soul twisted violently, with the black hole at its heart expanding. Lin Nai's Eye of Grey Nether, like a bottomless abyss, voraciously absorbed Shirhan's soul power. Lao Zhang and the others stared in shock. WTF? What kind of ability is this? A Guang exclaimed. Lao Zhang broke out in a cold sweat, urgently warning, "Everyone, back off, and whatever you do, don't look into his eyes." Lin Nai's move was clearly not limited to Shirhan. Even those standing nearby felt their soul power being slowly drained if they were in the peripheral vision of Lin Nai's eyes. Is this guy really just a level 1 extraordinary? A Guang asked, trembling. Lao Zhang replied solemnly, "Yes, but he's a level 1 apostle." Lin Nai's divine power mode lasted only 5 seconds. The system warning sounded again. "Warning, your divine power is depleted, entering a weakened state." What a pity, Lin Nai thought regretfully. The mere 5 points of divine power were insufficient. If only he had more, he could have completely torn Shirhan's soul apart and drained all its soul power in less than half a minute. A sudden wave of exhaustion hit, and Lin Nai felt the world spinning as his body uncontrollably tilted forward. Linnai stumbled, on the verge of collapsing, but a strong arm caught him just in time. He gasped weakly, barely managing to open his eyes, and saw the stern face of Tang Hongshan. "You really never cease to amaze me," Tang Hongshan said in a deep voice, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Clearly, he had witnessed the battle just now, and the power of the apostles far exceeded his expectations. Even a level 1 extraordinary being had demonstrated such terrifying might. No wonder the strength of a nation is now measured not by nuclear warheads, but by the number of apostles. Not far away, Shirhan had already fallen to his knees, his great sword thrust into the ground, the ethereal blue glow around him dimming. Lao Zhang, Dingzi, a Guang, a Nan, and other night watchmen circled him cautiously, soul-powered guns raised, signaling to each other as they approached. Shirhan coldly observed them, seemingly still wanting to grasp his great sword and slay them all. But his strength was spent, his ghostly blue eyes slowly closed, and his body fell heavily. The great sword clattered to the ground. It was the first time he let go of his weapon. "Tang, this guy seems to have lost his strength too," Lao Zhang reported with a sigh of relief to Tang Hongshan. Tang Hongshan nodded. "Good. We've finally dealt with this monster." At that moment, A chorus of howls erupted around them. Tang Hongshan looked around and saw the ghouls and skeletal demon wolves closing in once again. A massive number of undead creatures emerged from the shadows, numbering at least in the hundreds. Tang Hongshan calmly issued orders. The blood moon should be ending soon. Let's quickly deal with the remaining undead creatures. Other night watchman teams should be arriving soon. With Hun defeated, taking care of these abominations shouldn't be a problem. The night watchmen quickly formed up, responding in unison, yes. In the critical moment, Hun suddenly opened his eyes. With everyone caught off guard, he grabbed the shattered great sword and, using the last of his strength, leaped several meters into the air, swinging the sword directly at Linnai. By the time everyone reacted, it was too late. Tang Hongshan's eyes widened, exclaiming, damn, this guy still has tricks up his sleeve. Hun let out a final, ferocious roar, filled with the rage of tens of thousands of years. It was his all-out attack. Just as the great sword was about to strike, everyone present suddenly felt an indescribable, terrifying sense of oppression. The pressure did not come from Hun, but from an overwhelmingly powerful dark force. The air seemed to be sucked away in an instant, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if an invisible weight was pressing down on them. Except for Linnai, all the night watchmen present, including Tang Hongshan, and even the undead creatures were forced to the ground by this terrifying pressure, unable to move. Lao Zhang, Dingzi, a Guang, a Nan, and others lay flat on the ground, unable to lift a finger. Tang Hongshan knelt on one knee, gripping his upright sword, barely supporting himself with his level 6 soul power, yet feeling as if a mountain was pressing on his back. What terrifying power is this? Tang Hongshan was shocked. Black feathers drifted down from the sky, like a dark snowstorm. A figure in a gothic-made outfit appeared in everyone's view. Dark red flames roared around her, her maid's dress fluttering in the wind, and a pair of jet-black wings spread behind her. Night's eyes burned with a blood-red flame, coldly watching Hun. Her long black hair flowed as her blood-red eyes in the night were filled with indifference. Slowly, she raised her slender, snow-white wrist, her 5 fingers making a grasping motion in the air. Instantly, the black and red flames swirling around her quickly condensed, transforming into countless fiery thorns that shot toward Hun like arrows released from a bow. With a sickening thud, one of the fiery thorns pierced Hun's chest, shattering his armor and protruding from his back. This was just the beginning. Countless flaming thorns rained down like a torrential storm, piercing Hun's body densely. The speed was so fast that only flickering black lights could be seen darting through Hun, as if thousands of blades were slicing him, arrows piercing his heart. Each thorn was imbued with the dark magic of the flames, adding to the danger. The sound of piercing continued incessantly, mingled with Hun's anguished howls. Roar! Tang Hongshan and others watched in horror, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and sympathy. The scene was too gruesome. They had only seen ice spikes formed from water before, never imagining that flames could become such a terrifying solid form. The relentless piercing lasted about a minute. When the attack finally ceased, Hun's body was riddled with holes. The once battered armor now hung in pathetic tatters, with a ghostly blue light flickering inside his pierced torso. Even the broken greatsword was punctured in several places. With a loud crash, Hun fell again, this time completely losing the strength to fight. Yiwanya turned her fingers, expressionless, and recalled the fiery thorns, leaving a small flame dancing at her fingertips. As the oppressive presence of the fallen angel dissipated, Tang Hongshan, Old Zhang, and the others finally managed to stand up. Yiwanya's earlier oppressive aura hadn't targeted them, so they were relatively unharmed. However, those ghouls, skeletal wolves, and other undead creatures weren't as fortunate, having been crushed into pools of blood by the pressure. The remaining magic within them turned into wisps of black smoke, absorbed by Yiwanya. For a demon, devouring their kind and absorbing magic is a shortcut to cultivation, though the magic from these undead creatures was negligible for Yiwanya. Yiwanya glanced coldly at the fallen Hun and turned to Lin Nai. Hey, she called softly, and as Lin Nai looked up, she slipped a small, translucent black bead into his mouth with her jade-like fingers. Instantly, Lin Nai felt a surge of energy, his body feeling refreshed and invigorated. A system prompt appeared. You have consumed a Black Angel Civilization's special black core crystal. Weak state removed. You have consumed a Black Angel Civilization's special black core crystal. All physical attributes are continuously recovering. Detected that your genetic race is human. It's not recommended to consume this item excessively. This was the first time Linnai had encountered such a miraculous healing item. Yiwanya's finger lightly poked his face, saying, think of it as rent for letting me crash at your place. Don't say I didn't pay you for using your bed. Linnai offered a wry smile and thanks. Yiwanya's fingers wandered across his face, finally stopping at his lips. Her crimson eyes narrowed mischievously as she said, "When we get home, you'll have to explain that maid outfit to me, won't you?" Lin Nai was momentarily speechless, only managing a confused huh. Just then, Hun, who lay on the ground, suddenly stirred, emitting a low, hoarse sound. The surrounding night watchmen immediately became alert, raising their soul rifles to aim at him. Hun struggled on the ground for a while before managing to stand with the help of his greatsword. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted, severely wounded, and his steps faltered, with his once fierce blue eyes now devoid of any murderous intent, sustained only by sheer willpower. Tang Hongshan marveled, truly worthy of being a former deity, such tenacity. Lin Nai, using his gray nether eye, saw that Hun was now like a burnt-out candle. Gripping Bai Yi tightly, he dashed forward, piercing Hun's chest with a single swift strike, the scythe blade emerging from his back. "I sympathize with your plight, Hun," Lin Nai said softly. "When we return to the Sea of the Undead, let's have a good chat." With that, he swiftly withdrew Bai Yi. Hun's body began to dissipate, the ghostly blue light gradually fading, leaving only a wisp of soul light that lingered momentarily in the air before being absorbed into Bai Yi. On the distant rooftop of the school building, Cha Ijo watched silently, his expression calm as water. A beeping sound chimed, and a data panel appeared in the upper right corner of his view. Cha Ijo answered the call. "Master, the plan went smoothly. All the undead creatures are within the Night Watchman's control. We've also taken care of any stragglers," a male voice reported from the other end. "What about casualties?" Cha Ijo inquired. "5 dead, 102 injured, with 18 critically injured," replied the male voice. "Very well, mission accomplished. You all can head back to the company," Cha Ijo instructed. Master," the male voice hesitated. "Some of the leaders at the company have expressed concerns about your approach on this mission, saying it might damage our Taoist relationship with the Night Watchman. When you return..." Cha Ijo smiled faintly, interrupting, "Don't worry about that. Just go back and do what you need to do." "Understood," the male voice responded. The battle raged on for nearly an entire night. As the Night Watch completed their cleanup, eliminating the last undead creature, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. On the campus of Yecheng University, ruins and debris were scattered everywhere, with the smell of smoke lingering in the air. The Night Watch quickly set up a perimeter, keeping the swarming reporters at bay. Camera flashes flickered relentlessly, capturing every visible detail. Medical personnel moved swiftly, carefully placing the injured onto stretchers and transporting them to the hospital. Lin Nai sat alone on a flight of steps, silently observing the bustling scene before him. In the distance, the reporters recognized him as the White Reaper's apostle, and their cameras turned towards him, flashes going off non-stop. Lin Nai seemed indifferent, as if he were an outsider to it all. "I saved your life this time. How do you plan to repay me?" Yi Wain's voice suddenly came from behind. She gracefully adjusted the skirt of her maid outfit and elegantly sat beside Lin Nai on the stone steps. Lin Nai replied nonchalantly, "I have nothing to offer but myself." "Hmph, you just want to get stepped on again, don't you?" Yi Wain retorted, feigning anger. "Sure." Lin Nai chuckled. "Lin Nai," Yi Wain huffed. At that moment, Lin Yushi, Yang Xiaochuan, and Jiang Zhou approached. Lin Yushi excitedly said, "Lin Nai, I heard you were amazing last night. It's a pity I was assigned by Captain Tang to evacuate the students, so I missed your heroic display." Lin Nai smiled wryly. "There wasn't much heroism, really. I was mostly being chased around by that big swordsman." "You're lying," Lin Yushi protested. "I saw the footage. You just glared at those 10 souls, and they fell. Plus, you're only level 1. Just awakened your sequence a few days ago, and you managed to hold your own against a divine undead for so long. That's impressive." Lin Yushi wasn't wrong. Each of the 10 souls could take down an entire Night Watch squad, and Lin Nai, a level 1 novice, managing to last that long was indeed remarkable. Lin Yushi then turned to Yi Wain, her eyes sparkling. Oh, Black Angel sister, can I have your autograph?" Yi Wain blinked in surprise. "Huh? Your performance last night was so cool." Lin Yushi gestured excitedly. "You didn't even do anything, and you had Captain Tang and Old Zhang all pinned down. Those guys always boast, but they couldn't even move in front of you." Not far away, Tang Hongshan and Old Zhang, who were smoking, fell silent and turned their heads. Yi Wain took the pin Lin Yushi offered, hesitating for a moment. Lin Nai noticed that the usually self-proclaimed queen, the bold, reedied girl, showed a hint of bashfulness. "So, where should I sign?" Yi Wain asked. "Anywhere you like," Lin Yushi said, gently tugging at her collar. "How about on my shoulder strap?" Lin Nai was speechless. Yang Xiaochuan stood by, seemingly wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. After receiving Yi Wain's autograph, Lin Yushi was overjoyed. Noticing Yang Xiaochuan's awkwardness, she nudged him with her shoulder. "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to thank him?" Why are you just standing there like a mute? Yang Xiaochuan blushed, embarrassed. Well, Lin Nai, thank you for saving my life. It's nothing, we're all teammates, and it was just a small effort, Lin Nai shrugged. Heh. Yang Xiaochuan scratched his head, inadvertently meeting Yuan's crimson gaze and shivering. The memory of being forced to play ping-pong with her was still vivid. Soon, Tang Hongshan walked over to announce, the mission's over. It's time to leave. Everyone stood up as the van slowly approached. Zhang Zhou said to Lin Yuxi, I owe you one for this. I'll repay you next time. Lin Yuxi waved her hand dismissively. No big deal. She looked around and asked, by the way, where's your master? My master had other matters and went back to the company early, Zhang Zhou replied. I see. Lin Yuxi boarded the van, turning to say goodbye. See you. See you. The van slowly drove away from Yecheng University. Inside, Lin Yuxi said excitedly, our team must have made a big contribution this time, right? Captain Tang, be sure to ask the head for a bonus when we get back. The monster hunt that night left the team utterly exhausted. Sitting in the car, Tang Hongshan felt the aches in his body while listening to Lao Zhang, who was driving, sigh. Yeah, I thought we'd be lucky to catch a few undead creatures tonight, but we wrapped it up so quickly. After a moment of silence, Tang Hongshan spoke up. Speaking of which, the reason this mission ended so quickly is all thanks to Daojia Company's Che Zhou. I've already reported the mission details to the captain. He crossed his arms and continued. Our team's mission level remains at D, but the bonus has been increased by a third. Lin Nai's mission level has been upgraded from E to C, and she's been promoted from an intern to a full-fledged night watchman. Lao Zhang, gripping the steering wheel, couldn't help but grumble. The captain sure is stingy. Lin Yuxi's eyes widened with excitement. Wow. A clevel. Completing a clevel mission on the first day as an intern night watchman must be unprecedented, right? No one disagreed. After all, during this mission, Lin Nai not only guided them but also strategized, identified the student possessed by the devourer, and participated in the fight, taking down a tin soul. Just one tin soul is worth a clevel mission on its own. Yuan, sitting next to Lin Nai, stared idly out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, lazily yawning. Tang Hongshan suddenly turned to Lin Nai and asked, by the way, Lin Nai, those shadow wolves last night, you summoned them, didn't you? He recalled the soul contract mark on the foreheads of those shadow wolves, a mark unique to contracted creatures. He also remembered that on Lin Nai's awakening night, when the number 2 space gate opened, those undead creatures, including the shadow wolves, had invaded. Later, they found out that the undead had vanished because they became sacrifices for Lin Nai's awakening to the White Death God sequence that night. Lin Nai nodded, acknowledging yes. Since Tang Hongshan had already figured it out, there was no need to hide it. Tang Hongshan pressed on, your physical attributes improved so much because of those undead that night? Yeah, Lin Nai replied tersely. No wonder, Tang Hongshan murmured thoughtfully. He recalled rumors he'd once heard about Muller, the Reaper with sequence number 13, who could harvest souls and absorb the power of the undead. It seemed the White Reaper possessed similar abilities. Curious, Tang Hongshan asked, so, does that mean you can now control a tin soul as well? Linnai rubbed his nose, looking a bit hesitant. I need to have a talk with him. That guy still has a lot of hostility toward me. His words carried a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Tang Hongshan suddenly understood, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. The White Reaper not only could control the undead but also communicate with them in his own undead realm, a truly astonishing ability. Ah, that's not important. A Guang interjected casually, his face brimming with excitement. Linnai, it's your first time completing a Watcher's mission. How about we go celebrate? Yes, yes. Anan immediately chimed in, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. After such a tense mission, we definitely need to unwind. Linnai looked puzzled. Where are we going to celebrate? A Guang hooked an arm around Linnai's shoulder and whispered mysteriously, hey, of course, we'll find a great spot and some good friends. I tell you, I was patrolling in the south of the city a few days ago and got the WeChat of several lively, cute, and beautiful college girls. They're cheerful, enthusiastic, good-looking, and great at gaming. We could invite them for an all-night gaming session at a cyber cafe. Lin Yuxi heard this and immediately frowned, veins popping on her forehead. She sternly said, hey, you guys, don't lead Linnai astray. Exactly, a Guang, as a senior, you should know better, Old Zhang said while driving, leisurely pulling out a lighter and a cigarette from his pack. Suddenly, Dingzi in the passenger seat snatched the cigarette from Old Zhang's hand. Old Zhang was momentarily stunned before yelling angrily and lunging at Dingzi. Dingzi, are you bumming my smokes again? Don't you have your own? That was my last one. Don't mess around. Old Zhang, you're driving. As a senior, you need to be steady. Steady, Dingzi exclaimed, trying to dodge Old Zhang's attack. Steady, my foot. This car has autopilot, you know that. Give me back my cigarette, or I'm not letting this go. Old Zhang grumbled loudly. Linnai watched this scene unfold, showing a helpless expression. Tang Hongshan covered his face with one hand, sighing softly. What a chaotic family. The journey was filled with laughter and playful bickering until they finally arrived back at the Watcher's headquarters. Linnai followed Tang Hongshan inside, suddenly feeling a light tap on his back. Turning around, he saw Yuaner looking at him with her red eyes, softly asking, "When are we going home?" These words stirred something in Linnai's heart, but he quickly composed himself, thinking, "Home? Yes, mainly to settle some things with you. I can't wait." Just then, a young watcher hurried over, approaching Yuaner and saying quietly, Your Highness, someone is looking for you." Yuaner frowned. "Looking for me? I don't know anyone in the human realm. Who would be looking for me?" As soon as she spoke, the young watcher stepped aside. A tall, striking woman wrapped in a black trench coat and wearing military-style boots emerged. Her features were flawless, her eyes carrying a hint of anger, exuding an aura of icy elegance and authority. Linnai was puzzled about who this woman was, but when Yuaner saw her, she gasped and quickly hid behind Linnai like a mouse encountering a cat. Linnai was baffled, as it was his first time seeing Yuaner in her readied state looking so frightened. Unfortunately, Yuaner was too late in hiding. The tall woman had already seen her and approached with a stern expression, calling out, "Yuaner, where do you think you're going to hide?" The woman stopped in front of Linnai, her stature extremely commanding, easily over 6 feet tall, and with her heeled boots, she was slightly taller than Linnai. As she passed Linnai, she glanced at him curiously, as if sensing something unique about him. Linnai met her gaze calmly. Their eye contact was brief, appearing to others as nothing more than a casual glance in passing. The woman reached out and, like picking up a kitten, pulled Yuaner from behind Linnai. Yuaner's eyes had returned to their usual obsidian hue, and she appeared timid, shrinking her neck as she called out, "Second aunt." Hearing this, Linnai's eyes widened in surprise. "Second aunt?" The scene shifted to a high-end meeting room. The woman sat with one leg crossed over the other, arms folded, her face expressionless as ice. Yuaner sat opposite her, head down, hands on her lap, nervously picking at her maid outfit, resembling a child caught misbehaving. Luha sat to the side of the coffee table, quietly sipping his tea. He had no idea what to say, the atmosphere making him feel extremely awkward. The director was out dealing with the realm barrier issues, leaving them to face this situation alone. Lin Nai, Tang Hongshan, Lin Yushi, Lao Zhang, Ding Zi, and others gathered outside the reception room, peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows to observe the scene inside. Lao Zhang stroked the stubble on his chin and exclaimed, "Wow, that beautiful woman looks only 2 or 3 years older than Her Highness Yuaner. How could she be her second aunt?" Tang Hongshan glanced at him and explained, "That's just on the surface. With our human logic, we can't judge the age of a dark angel. Her second aunt is at least 300,000 years older than Her Highness." Everyone's eyes widened in shock, struggling to digest this information. Lin Nai was taken aback, recalling Yuaner's previous mentions of her second aunt and realizing that her feelings towards her were more of reverence than fear. Just a moment ago, when the second aunt passed by him, Lin Nai suddenly felt as if he had been scanned from head to toe. He pondered for a moment and then turned to leave. Seeing Lin Nai about to go, Dingzi quickly asked, "Hey Lin Nai, aren't you going to stick around for the show?" This is a rare glimpse into the family drama of the Dark Angel civilization. Lin Nai helplessly explained, "It looks like the task reward has come through in my system. I'm going to check it out and also see if there's any change in my sequence abilities after this battle." Tang Hongshan nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. It's your first completed task, so take a good look at what's available in the system store. Weapons, potions, explosive pills, and various gadgets are worth considering. Night Watchers must always be ready for combat. Even though you have the White Death Scythe, some of the tools from the store can be quite effective in certain situations." Lin Nai nodded in agreement. "Got it, I understand." Lin Yushi smiled and encouraged, "Yes, Lin Nai, go ahead and study. With your hard work, you'll definitely become a big shot in the future." Then she turned to the others with a stern face. "Look at Lin Nai, and then look at yourselves. Aren't you bored? You're supposed to be Night Watchers, yet you behave so unseriously." Anan turned his head slowly and retorted, "Then why are you also here with us, speaking?" Lin Yushi was momentarily speechless, stammering, I am mainly here because I think that second aunt is so beautiful and elegant. I just wanted to see a beauty." With that, she eagerly squeezed to the front of the window. "Oh, don't block me. Give me some space." Lin Nai watched this scene, speechless, and could only shake his head silently. In the dim, desolate expanse of the open sea, a solitary island stands. Hun slowly opens his eyes, becoming aware of his predicament. His battered body is tightly bound by numerous black iron chains to a mountain on the island, his limbs stretched out in a cruciform position, unable to move. Lin Nai stands before Hun, a slight smirk on his lips. Indeed, the treatment of gods is something else, he muses. The lesser demons are tied to rocks at most, while this one occupies an entire island. You're awake, Lin Nai says calmly. You should be quite familiar with this place, so there's no need for me to introduce it. Shirhan lifts his cold, ghostly eyes and glances at Lin Nai. His chest rises and falls like a bellows, his breathing deep and heavy, yet he remains silent. After over 300,000 years of captivity, he knows every inch of this place intimately. Lin Nai continues, I actually sympathize with your situation. You were merely a scapegoat back then. Because of your father's failure, you and your wife and child were accused of treason against the gods. Upon hearing this, Shirhan's expression turns ferocious. He lunges forward, opening his monstrous mouth, attempting to bite Lin Nai. However, before reaching his target, the chains yank him back violently. Lin Nai observes Shirhan's eyes burning with rage and suddenly feels a sense of familiarity. He recalls his own experiences in the classroom, enduring daily mockery and pity, facing life's burdens alone, with no one to confide in. That kind of loneliness is hard to comprehend unless one has experienced it. Although I am the master of the Sea of the Undead and was one of the executors back then, Lin Nai says, it was the god King Heijuan who judged you and your family. You should realize that your true enemy isn't me. Shirhan remains silent. Lin Nai narrows his eyes. Do you want revenge? I can help you. Shirhan gradually calms down, his dry voice echoing, Carlos, what's your angle? Lin Nai scratches his face. So you haven't lost your ability to speak? I have no ulterior motives. As I said, I can help you. He explains that although the civilization of the gods has perished and Heijuan's divine body is long gone, he is certain Heijuan's soul hasn't completely vanished, possibly lingering in some other dimensional plane, much like Shirhan. Shirhan scoffs, Hmph. After all these years, what makes you so sure his soul hasn't perished? Just because you couldn't kill him completely, you think no one else can? Lin Nai elaborates on the characteristics of divine souls, and the only known way to completely annihilate them being swallowed by an interdimensional black hole. He also mentions the ordeal of the fifth god king, Gran, in the Sea of the Undead, and Heijuan's cruel torment of Gran. Because to this day, Heijuan's power still appears in the human realm, Lin Nai says earnestly. Several inheritors of Heijuan's power have emerged over the centuries in the human realm, which can only be possible if Heijuan willingly bestows it. Lin Nai then recounts the emergence of Heijuan's apostle in Jiangwo 5 years ago, leading to its resurgence. The appearance of Heijuan's apostle indicates that the soul and will of the king of the gods haven't truly dissipated. Otherwise, the apostle would have no source of power. Shirhan falls into silence. Lin Nai continues, I can help you find Heijuan and bring him here to keep you company. Then you can torment him as you wish. I can also help you find your wife, the love goddess Gulin, and your son, the gun god Keet. Shirhan's eyes flicker with interest. You can find them? Lin Nai answers confidently, of course. Wasn't it me who found you? Shirhan questions, wasn't it I who found you? Ah, it's the same thing. Lin Nai waves his hand dismissively, explaining about the second-dimensional portal. Lin Nai continues to entice, moreover, I can help you gradually restore your divine physical form. Perhaps when you see your wife and son again, you can meet them in your true form. You wouldn't want to remain in this undead monstrosity form forever, would you? Shirhan looks directly at Lin Nai. What's the catch? Lin Nai smiles, enter a soul contract with me. Become my contract spirit, and lend me your power when I need it. Shirhan contemplates, seemingly weighing whether Lin Nai's promises are trustworthy. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. The civilization of the gods has long perished. Why is it that you, Carlos, survived, able to walk in the material world with a physical body? Lin Nai hesitates, unsure how to respond. He touches his nose, feigning nonchalance. My divine body perished as well. I'm merely occupying a human body now. Shirhan frowns slightly. What kind of human body could possibly bear the soul of a god? And why does this body you found look exactly like you? He asks curiously. Or did you use divine power to alter this person's appearance? Hearing this, Lin Nai's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. She maintained a calm expression and said in an even tone, that's none of your concern. Just tell me, do you agree or not? Shirhan fell silent, knowing that he had no other choice. Although the White Death God couldn't truly kill him, refusing would mean continued imprisonment in the Sea of the Dead, possibly for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. My divine power is only 0.03 of what it once was, Shirhan said slowly. If you think this small amount of power can still be of use to you, I'm willing to make a soul contract with you, but only for 10,000 years. If you haven't found my wife and child within that time, our contract will automatically dissolve. Deal. Lin Nai's lips twitched slightly. She thought to herself that the gods' perception of time was indeed different. 10,000 years seemed brief to them. Lin Nai reached out, her fingertip lightly touching Shirhan's forehead as she gently channeled her divine power. A shimmering light enveloped Shirhan, and soon, a mark of the white death god appeared on his forehead. The scene shifted to the high-end reception room at the Watcher's headquarters. A sophisticated woman took a sip of tea and then placed the cup heavily on the table with a thud. She stared coldly at the person across from her and said, "So, tell me, how do you explain running away from home for so many days?" Luha glanced at the expensive spiritwood table, swallowing nervously. He recalled that the bureau chief had traded 100 soul crystals for it from an elder at the Confucian Company. It was indeed pricey. Yiwaner shrank her neck and said timidly, "Auntie, I was wrong." Hmph. The woman's gaze grew colder. "When I saw you earlier, you were clearly in your inner state, but you switched to your outer state as soon as you saw me. Do you think acting all pitiful will spare you from being scolded?" The young girl hung her head, mumbling softly, "No. No. Don't lie to me. I know you are." The woman said angrily, crushing the teacup in her hand. Luha sighed inwardly. That spirit carbon stone teacup wasn't cheap either. The woman snapped, "Bring her out now." Yiwaner cowered, not daring to make a sound. "It's all her fault for leading you astray," the woman said through gritted teeth. "Otherwise, with your personality, how could you do something so irresponsible? You know better than anyone how special your identity is." The girl timidly defended, "It's not her fault. I decided to escape on my own." "What did you say?" "Sorry." Yiwaner's eyes reddened, biting her lip, unable to meet her aunt's gaze. The woman remained silent for a long time before speaking again. "Captain Lu?" Yes, I'm here." Luha cleared his throat to make his presence known. The woman glanced at him, her tone sharp. "Is this how you humans treat your allies? Our people go missing in your realm, and you don't say a word? If my people hadn't left a sensing core on Warner, found her, were you planning to keep it hidden?" Luha awkwardly scratched his nose, stammering, well, it's not Captain Lu's fault." Yiwaner still kept her head down. "I told him I didn't want to contact my clan." "You." The woman was too angry to speak, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice came from outside, "Boss." Outside the reception room's floor-to-ceiling window, a young-looking male dark angel in a black suit gently knocked on the glass and walked in, approaching the woman and whispering, "There's a call from the Dimensional Warfare Company. Patch it through." A tech panel appeared before the woman, visible only to her. "Hello, this is Pabing." The woman listened for a moment, glanced at the guilty-looking Yiwaner, paused and said, "We haven't found her yet. My people, do you think you need to manage them? I'd like to know myself. If you're capable, why don't you find her yourself?" She hung up the call. Yiwaner remained quietly seated across, her head lowered, eyes slightly red, clearly upset. Pabing looked at her, her mouth twitching. Every time it was like this. She would prepare the harshest words, determined to make this silly girl doubt her life choices. But every time she saw that pitiful, almost tearful face, she couldn't bring herself to say them. How frustrating. Pabing decided not to look at Yiwaner, turning instead to Lu He, her expression neutral. "Captain Lu, let's have a private chat. I have a few questions for you." Lu He smiled slightly, "Sure, happy to oblige." The scene shifted once more. Lin Nai left the Sea of the Dead and returned to the White Death God's office. He looked serious and a bit puzzled. What did Shirhan mean by those words? Do I really look exactly like the real Carlos? "Oh master, you're back again." The skull, Mmph, said with its empty eyes flickering. "I sense that you captured Shirhan's spirit back to the Sea of the Dead. I must say, as expected of you, truly impressive." Mmph. Lin Nai slowly approached the skull, hesitating. Previously, he thought the AI assistant Mmph had mistaken him for Carlos due to sensing Carlos's divine power on him. But now, it seemed there was more to it. "What's the matter, master?" Mmph looked up at Lin Nai, its mechanical voice surprisingly stammering. This hesitant attitude, this expression of difficulty. "You're not about to confess to me, are you?" Lin Nai was speechless. Sometimes he wanted to pull out a screwdriver from his inventory and pry open this skull to see how its circuits were wired. He stared into Mmp's eyes and asked seriously, "Tell me, do I look exactly like I did before the fall of the divine civilization?" Upon hearing the question, Maz was visibly taken aback. Lin Nai noticed Ma's reaction and pondered silently. As a time traveler, he didn't originally belong to this dimension. Yet his appearance hadn't changed before and after the journey, not even his name. Now, Carlos looked exactly like him, which clearly wasn't a coincidence. Lin Nai's mind raced with possibilities. Reincarnation? A parallel world's counterpart? Or perhaps all apostles share the same appearance as their corresponding deities? He quickly dismissed the last idea. Among the 108 deities, each had multiple apostles throughout history. As far as he knew, the King of Gods, the Black Lord, had 5 apostles during the few centuries of spiritual resurgence, each from different countries and none resembling one another. The case of the White Death God was even more mysterious. Before Lin Nai, there had never been an apostle of the White Death God. After all, Carlos was a renegade god, like the 10 souls, excommunicated and not listed among the 108 superior deities. Although Lin Nai had some fragmented memories of the White Death God, they were incomplete and inconclusive. Sir, you seem deep in thought. Maz observed Lin Nai's contemplation and gently inquired. Lin Nai snapped back to reality and briefly replied, "It's nothing." He realized that both the divine civilization and the White Death God held many secrets yet to be uncovered. Shaking his head, he temporarily set these questions aside and turned his attention to the recently credited mission rewards. Opening the mission list, Lin Nai saw that the difficulty of the undead clearing mission had been upgraded to clevel, with a significant increase in rewards, 20,000 gold dragons, 200 watchman points, and the official watchman title. This title would grant him numerous conveniences across the country, including various travel permits. Lin Nai was secretly delighted, as the mission's rewards far exceeded his expectations. Jumping from a level to clevel, the bonus skyrocketed from 500 to 20,000, enough for him to purchase many useful items from the system store. Next, he opened his attribute panel. After devouring over 10,000 undead, Lin Nai's basic attributes had soared more than tenfold. Although his level remained at 1, his physical attributes far surpassed those of a typical level 1 extraordinary being. However, he was uncertain about how his attributes compared to others' levels, as personal attribute data was considered private in this world, and he couldn't casually ask others. While Lin Nai was engrossed in his attribute panel, Ma suddenly asked, "Sir, why are you still using such an old version of the system?" Lin Nai was momentarily taken aback and looked at Maz in confusion. "I mean the one you're looking at right now," Maz explained. "I wanted to ask last time, do you prefer using such a nostalgic antique?" Lin Nai's pupils contracted sharply as he incredulously asked, "You can see the panel in front of me?" "Of course I can see it," Maz replied matter-of-factly. Lin Nai's mind was in turmoil, but outwardly he remained calm and continued to probe. "Do you know what this is?" Maz, slightly offended, replied, "Sir, are you insulting me? According to my historical records, you're using the 990T system, invented by the 8th generation god of machines, Kaina, updated 8.25 million years before the fall of the divine civilization. Although your system seems to have undergone some simple modifications, its overall functionality hasn't changed much. It's still the 990T. Lin Nai was instantly enlightened, his inner shock profound. No wonder this system could analyze and interpret Bai Yi. It turned out to have such an ancient origin. This discovery gave Lin Nai a new understanding of his situation and opened a new gateway to explore the mysteries of this world. It turns out that this system wasn't created by humans, but is actually a remnant of the god civilization. Lin Nai's eyes flashed with surprise as his mind raced to comprehend this astonishing revelation. The system was likely discovered by some fortunate human after the downfall of the god civilization, and then underwent minor modifications to become the version widely used by various factions in human society today. Lin Nai couldn't help but marvel at this, realizing it might be a closely guarded secret known only to the highest echelons of humanity. He turned his gaze to the skeletal head, Hmph, and curiously asked, "And what about you? What version are you?" Upon hearing this, Hmph straightened up, a proud expression on its skull face. "I am the prestigious 4090XS, it declared, the last generation of the god civilization system." Before Lin Nai could respond, Hmph continued to speak enthusiastically. "The version you're using, although older than me, lacks the functionality and computing power I possess. Moreover, it doesn't have self-awareness, making it mechanical and rigid. Most importantly, it lacks my witty and charming soul." Lin Nai thoughtfully stroked his chin, quickly weighing the situation in his mind, and then said, "Well, actually, this system is the version used by all major human factions now. My divine power has greatly diminished, and I need to use a human identity to navigate the material world." Hmph nodded in understanding. "I suspected as much when I saw the things on your system panel earlier." The skull displayed a just as I thought expression. "In human society, that's understandable," Hmph continued. "Given their level of technology, the 990T is already like a godsend to them. But, my lord, you shouldn't bother with that. Let me upgrade you. Once you use me, you'll see how dull that thing is, and I guarantee you'll forget about that monotonous and rigid system forever." Lin Nai had gradually become accustomed to Hmph's cheeky remarks. He pondered for a moment and asked, "But if everyone else is using the 990T, won't upgrading to the 4090XS make me incompatible with the main human system? Won't others notice?" "Don't worry, my lord," Hmph replied confidently. "Their version is like a blind man compared to our noble 4090XS. We can see through them easily, but them? Huh." The skull let out a derisive laugh. "They're only fit to see our toes." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Nai made his decision. "All right, go ahead and upgrade me." Lin Nai slowly opened his eyes, awakening from the deep sleep induced by the system update. He looked around, feeling nothing out of the ordinary. At that moment, Lin Yuxi, Yang Xiaochuan, Old Zhang, Ding Zi, and the others returned. They had clearly just showered and changed, no longer bearing the bloodstains from the battle at Yecheng University. With a bright smile, Lin Yuxi handed Lin Nai a bag of breakfast. You haven't eaten yet, right? Try the handiwork of the cafeteria auntie from our night watchers. Lin Nai accepted the breakfast and thanked her. Lin Yuxi blinked eagerly, asking, so, how did it go? How much was your mission reward this time? Have you received it? Lin Nai replied calmly, 20,000 gold dragons and 200 points. Lin Yuxi's eyes widened in surprise. That much? Lin Nai was puzzled. Is that a lot? Yang Xiaochuan grimaced. Do you know how much I got for my first mission? Only 300 gold dragons. Guang explained. Typically, trainee night watchers don't get assigned high difficulty missions. Yours was an exception, with the mission difficulty jumping from a level to level. After all, that 10 souls last night, by normal human strength standards, was at least a level 6.5 extraordinary being. Yang Xiaochuan sighed. I really envy you, Lin Nai. Such good luck. Lin Yuxi promptly knocked on his head, exasperated. What do you mean, good luck? Lin Nai is just skilled. Even if you had such luck, could you handle a level 6.5 extraordinary being right in front of you? Yang Xiaochuan quickly apologized. I didn't mean it that way, Lin Nai. Lin Nai smiled lightly, indicating he wasn't bothered. Everyone relaxed and began chatting casually. Lin Nai suddenly remembered his newly upgraded system. He looked at Lin Yuxi, and a data panel instantly appeared, displaying her attributes. Lin Nai was secretly thrilled and proceeded to check the attribute panels of Old Zhang, Dingzi, Guang, Anan, and Yang Xiaochuan. Through comparison, he gained a rough understanding of his own power level. Lin Nai suddenly asked, Where's Wanner? Is she still inside? Dingzi explained. Captain Tang kicked us all out, saying it was impolite to eavesdrop on the guest's conversation. He went in himself. Just then, the glass doors of the reception room swung open. Captain Lu He, Tang Hongshan, Yi Wanner, and the tall, elegant woman emerged together. Lin Yuxi whispered, Hey, they're coming out. The elegant woman walked straight towards Lin Nai, her hands in the pockets of her black trench coat, her boots clicking crisply on the floor. She stopped in front of Lin Nai, her cool eyes meeting his. Your name is Lin Nai? Lin Nai responded calmly, yes. Pabing suddenly pulled Yi Wanner in front of Lin Nai, saying nonchalantly, My niece, she's yours now. Lin Nai looked perplexed, while Yi Wanner's face turned crimson, the blush spreading to her neck and ears. Without further explanation, Pabing turned to leave. She addressed Lu He, Captain Lu, since your director and mayor aren't here, I won't wait. I hope you can arrange everything properly. This time, consider it a favor I owe to you humans. Lu He nodded with a warm smile. Before leaving, Pabing called out to Lin Nai again, tossing him a black crystal. Catching it, Lin Nai could feel the immense energy contained within. What is this? Lin Nai asked. Pabing replied succinctly, Rent. Director Pang, dragging his weary body, returned to the Night Watcher's headquarters and collapsed into his office chair. He closed his eyes, gently massaging his temples in an attempt to relieve the day's tension. Suddenly, a gentle knock on the door interrupted his brief respite. Come in, he murmured. The door creaked open, and Lu He entered with a brisk stride, approaching the desk. Director, you're back. How's the situation with the dimensional barrier? Lu He inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. Director Pang slowly opened his eyes, meeting Lu He's gaze. Smoother than expected. Barring any unforeseen events, the new dimensional barrier should be established tonight. He paused before adding, the situation in Yecheng is unusual. A second spatial gate, appearing in a single city, is unprecedented. Fortunately, the capital sent a big shot to assist. Suddenly recalling something, he raised an eyebrow. By the way, what's going on with the Black Angels? Lu He's expression remained calm, his tone steady. An internal war has erupted in the Black Angels dimension. Yi Wanner is their most successful war weapon, but the companies responsible for her development have disagreed on her future path. The situation is complex, and negotiations have completely broken down. Director Pang nodded thoughtfully. I see. Lu He continued, Yi Wanner ran away from home, and although Pabing is upset, she sees this as an opportunity for her to lay low. She hopes to temporarily place Yi Wanner in our human dimension and has requested our protection. He then took a black magnetic card from his pocket and gently slid it across the desk to Director Pang. Pabing left this. She said installing it on the dimensional barrier would prevent other Black Angel companies from easily locating Yi Wanner. Even if they do, they can't enter the human dimension without the password. Director Pang picked up the card, examining it closely, his brow furrowing. Doing so means offending other companies from the Black Angel civilization. That's right, Lu He chuckled. So Pabing mentioned that after this, she owes Yin Nation a big favor. The mayor has already been informed, and the capital's top officials have agreed to this arrangement. Hearing this, Director Pang slowly nodded. In that case, let's proceed. Give Yuaner a legitimate identity, and try to keep her real identity under wraps for as long as possible. No problem, Luha replied. Director Pang suddenly recalled another matter. By the way, how is the White Death's apostle doing? I heard a student named Lin Nai performed exceptionally well in this mission. Luha nodded in confirmation. Yes, each apostle has a unique way to enhance their abilities. Although Lin Nai is still at level 1, his basic attributes are comparable to those above level 3. He paused, his expression slightly grave. However, there's a significant issue with the kid. Director Pang raised an eyebrow. What issue? His training aptitude is a level, Luha explained. As an apostle, his potential is limitless, but an A-level aptitude means his advancement will be extremely slow. Director Pang fell into contemplation, tapping his fingers on the desk. After a moment, he said, that's okay. Since he's an apostle, the state will prioritize his training. We can allocate more experience potions to him. With enough investment, we can cultivate this promising talent. Luha smiled. Plus, Pabing gifted him a black crystal before she left, which should compensate for his A-level aptitude. Director Pang's eyes widened slightly. A black crystal? Pabing is quite generous. That's not all, Luha added with a meaningful look. Pabing also wishes for Yuaner to stay by Lin Nai's side, without changing residences. She claims it's to respect Yuaner's wishes, but I don't buy that explanation. Director Pang chuckled. Neither do I. Time quietly slipped away, and before long, it was already 5:30 p.m. Lin Nai woke up from a nap in the Night Watcher's headquarters dormitory, yawning as he came to. The dormitory was more akin to a luxury hotel suite. After a night of intense battle and sleeplessness, he was utterly exhausted today. At that moment, the enthusiastic voice of AI Maji echoed in his mind. Hey there, sir. You're awake. It's another beautiful day. Oh, right, the day isn't over yet, but that's not important. What would you like for dinner? I can search for the best restaurants nearby, using big data to filter out places with fake reviews, ensuring you won't be disappointed. Lin Nai frowned, thinking this system was worse than the previous version. Don't be so noisy when I just wake up. Do you know how easily that can mentally scar someone? Maji seemed to ponder for a moment, then said, oh, I see. Maybe you don't like this wake-up service. Should I change the system's voice for you? Would a girl's voice make you feel more energized? How about using the voice of that black angel girl beside you? You can even customize your own wake-up voice pack in little scenarios. Before Lin Nai could respond, Maji cleared its throat, and its voice instantly transformed into Yuaner's. A soft, shy voice asked, Lin Nai, sir. What would you like for dinner tonight? Lin Nai instantly erupted in anger. You monster, prepare to die. Linnai got out of bed and opened the dormitory door, just in time to meet Yuaner coming out of the room next door. Yuaner had just finished her shower and changed into fresh clothes, with her hair still slightly damp. Seeing Linnai, she couldn't help but recall her second aunt's words, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Good morning, Linnai, Yuaner said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Linnai scratched his face, still thinking about the voice message he had just listened to. Looking at Yuaner, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Unbidden, an image popped into his mind of Yuaner in a maid outfit, her pure and gentle face blushing as she uttered those lines. What's up, Linnai? Yuaner asked innocently, her eyes as clear as water. Nothing, Linnai replied with a casual smile. Let's go get some breakfast. The two of them went downstairs to join Tang Hongshan, Lin Yushi, and the others, heading to a nearby restaurant. At the table, Lin Yushi, Dingzi, and a Guang were chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. In contrast, Yuaner, unfamiliar with the surroundings, sat quietly next to Linnai, looking a bit uneasy. Lin Yushi soon noticed Yuaner's unease and moved to sit beside her, warmly taking her hand. Sister Yuaner, are you really going to stay in Yeching with us long-term? Probably, Yuaner replied, a bit embarrassed. That's great, Lin Yushi exclaimed excitedly. Actually, I should be younger than you. I'm only 18. Lin Yushi's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I heard from Captain Tang that your second aunt is over 300,000 years old. I thought all of you dark angels were that age. Hearing this, Tang Hongshan glanced at Yuaner, secretly impressed. An 18-year-old myriad-level fallen angel. No wonder she's considered the most successful war weapon of the Dark Angel civilization. Lin Yushi continued to ask, by the way, this morning, did your second aunt mean to entrust you to Linnai? Entrust? Yuaner waved her hands in panic. No, she meant. Of course, she did, a Guang said, his mouth full of food. She even sent a dowry. Dowry? Yuaner became even more flustered, her cheeks turning crimson. No, that's not. You young folks, old Zhang burped. You should just understand it in your hearts. Why say it out loud? It's her first time dating. She's shy. You're making her embarrassed. Dating. Yuaner's voice grew smaller as she lowered her head, almost steaming with embarrassment. It's really not. Is that so? Lin Yushi looked at her in confusion. But when I first saw you two, you were holding hands so naturally. Yuaner explained softly. No, that's because Linnai said it was a symbol of trust between boyfriends and girlfriend. Oh, I see. Not dating. Just boyfriend and girlfriend. Got it. Old Zhang chuckled. You young people have your ways. I bet you have other names for each other in private, right? Okay. Stop teasing her, Linnai said, placing his hand gently on Yuaner's head, feeling the warmth emanating from her. Any more talk and she'll be done for. All right, let's get back to business, Tang Hongshan said, steering the conversation back on track. He turned to Linnai. Linnai, for the next couple of days, you can find a training ground to explore your extraordinary abilities, or you can go home with Yuaner to practice seriously. We'll handle your enrollment at the Night Watchers University. I'll come to get you the day after tomorrow and call you then. Linnai nodded. All right. Tang Hongshan then looked at Yuaner with a kind smile. Princess Yi, we've been entrusted by your second aunt to take good care of you. Even though I know your abilities surpass ours, you're still unfamiliar with the human realm. If you need anything, feel free to tell me, or if you're shy, let Linnai convey it. Don't hesitate, all right? Okay. Yuaner stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you, Captain Tang. Tang Hongshan waved his hand with a laugh. Oh, it's nothing, really. It's an honor to know someone as impressive as Princess Yi. Nearby, Lin Yushi, Anan, and a Guang whispered among themselves. The captain is putting on his serious face again. Exactly, whenever there's a fight, he's the one who gets the most carried away. That's just how these introverted guys are. The smile vanished from Tang Hongshan's face as he furrowed his brow. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways, enjoying a brief respite now that their mission was complete. Lin Yushi and Yang Xiaochuan headed back to the Night Watchers school. A Guang, a Nan, and Dingzi excitedly planned a gaming session at the internet cafe with some girls, while Tang Hongshan and Lao Zhang decided to hit the bathhouse together. Lin Nai and Yuaner walked side by side on their way home, with a subtle tension hanging in the air. Bang! As soon as the door opened, Yuaner kicked Lin Nai onto the sofa. Stunned, Lin Nai turned to see her eyes glowing with a sinister red hue. She curled her lips into a cold smile, her voice low and dangerous. Lin Nai Jage, finally, it's just the two of us. Lin Nai's eyes widened in confusion. How did you get out? I didn't trigger your protection mechanism, did I? Yuaner sneered, slowly advancing towards him. You didn't trigger it, but if I want out, it's just a matter of having a little chat with her. With each step closer, her tone dripped with sarcasm. Maid outfit? Huh? Boyfriend and girlfriend? Huh? You've been bullying her, deceiving her so many times. She's long wanted to crush you underfoot, but her skin's too thin, too shy, so she sent me to do it for her. Lin Nai could hardly believe the sweet, innocent girl harbored such thoughts. He smirked, his gaze turning sharp. Last time I hadn't awakened my extraordinary profession. This time, it won't be so easy. Before he finished speaking, Lin Nai unleashed his soul power, gray-silver flames blazing around him. He charged at Yuaner, and an intense battle ensued. Despite the fierce combat, they had a mutual understanding not to damage the home's furnishings, as they would have to clean up afterwards. The clash continued late into the night. Eventually, Lin Nai's soul power ran dry, and he collapsed onto the floor. Yuaner ruthlessly pinned him down with a foot on his chest, completely subduing him. What is that all? Are you giving up? Yuaner asked, looking down at him. Lin Nai didn't reply, just lay there in a starfish position, panting heavily, and weakly waved his hand. Damn, this is tougher than school training. Just then, 3 loud taps with a bamboo pole came from downstairs, followed by a man's tearful shout. Upstairs. I just broke up today. Don't push it. Lin Nai and Yuaner exchanged awkward glances, suddenly enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. The next morning, Lin Nai and Yuaner sat facing each other on the bed. Yuaner knelt in front of Lin Nai, holding an alcohol swab, carefully cleaning his wounds. Lin Nai occasionally grimaced, clearly in pain. That reedied girl last night was really violent, Lin Nai thought. Not only did she use physical attacks, but she also used magic. He felt a burning sensation in every wound, a result of the demonic energy seeping into them. I'm sorry, Yuaner said softly, her expression apologetic. I didn't expect her to be so harsh. Lin Nai gave a wry smile. It's fine. Getting hurt is normal in training. Yuaner continued to carefully treat his wounds, using a solution to dilute the residual magic. Does it still hurt? She asked. Just a minor issue, Lin Nai replied, trying to sound casual. Despite the tormenting feel of the magic erosion, as a warrior of extraordinary abilities, he thought if he couldn't endure this, he might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Suddenly, Lin Nai remembered, what the reedy Yi Wanner had said the previous night. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Wanner, you mentioned before that the red-eye state is your self-defense mechanism, but aside from your personality, your cognition, memory, and abilities remain unchanged, right? Yes, why? Yi Wanner blinked. Lin Nai paused before speaking again. So when she said last night that you've always wanted to trample me underfoot, was that true? Yi Wanner's face turned crimson instantly. No, it's not like that, she stammered. When my defense mechanism activates, my personality changes completely, just like when humans say nonsense when they're drunk. It can't be taken seriously. Oh, Lin Nai replied. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere slightly awkward. After a while, Lin Nai broke the silence. Actually, if you really wanted to, it's not that. I don't want to. Yi Wanner interrupted him hurriedly, anxiously gathering up the medical supplies. As she jumped off the bed, she nearly stumbled. It's getting late. I need to go back to my room and sleep. With that, she turned and dashed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Lin Nai sat there, stunned. Wait, isn't it just morning now? For the next 2 days, Lin Nai stayed home, training with Yi Wanner. More accurately, he spent the time getting beaten up. From morning until night, Yi Wanner changed into various outfit school uniform in the morning, Lolita in the afternoon, and a Chong Sam in the evening while Lin Nai was pummeled by the different personas. During these 2 days, Lin Nai only managed to sleep 3 to 4 hours each night, collapsing into bed exhausted and battered. Yet, each morning, he woke up to find his wounds and traces of blood completely gone, as if nothing had happened. Despite this, Lin Nai could feel himself improving rapidly. In just 2 days, he progressed from merely dodging and defending to occasionally counterattacking. He realized his gray nethereye had much untapped potential. Now, he could use it to perceive changes in Yi Wanner's soul and energy, predicting her next moves and attack patterns. Soon, Lin Nai mastered this skill. Smack! Lin Nai raised his hand, precisely catching Yi Wanner's incoming hand chop. A hint of surprise flickered in Yi Wanner's crimson eyes. Wow, you've improved so quickly? Lin Nai chuckled. Did you underestimate an apostle's potential? Yi Wanner gave a sly smile. Oh, really? Immediately, her speed, strength, and agility soared to a new level, and Lin Nai was once again on the receiving end of her attacks. During these days, Lin Nai also used the black crystal given by Bing for meditation training. He found that meditating with the crystal significantly increased his efficiency. Level 1.3, Lin Nai exhaled slowly, opening his eyes. In just 2 days, he had advanced 0.3 levels. Previously, this might have taken 5 or 6 years, or even longer, especially since he had only reached 0.5 level by the time he awakened, despite starting training in elementary school. The black crystal from Bing, or his second aunt, was indeed a valuable asset. Of course, his rapid progress was also due to his relatively low level. 2 days later, Tang Hongshan arrived to pick him up. The SUV's window rolled down slowly, and Tang Hongshan exhaled a smoke ring. How have the past 2 days been? Lin Nai glanced at Yi Wanner beside him. Pretty good. The training was effective, but a bit exhausting. It'll be even more intense at the Night Watcher school, Tang Hongshan said. But that's okay. Young people don't need to hold back. Come on, get in the car. Lin Nai and Yi Wanner got into the SUV. The vehicle drove along until it stopped in front of a school in the university town. The stone plaque at the entrance clearly read, Night Watcher Directly Affiliated University, Yecheng Branch. Tang Hongshan drove to the gate, and after a system scan, the mechanical doors slowly opened. He first took Lin Nai on a couple of tours around the campus to familiarize him with the environment. Lin Nai observed that the Night Watcher school wasn't much different from Yecheng University, with similar buildings like teaching blocks, faculty offices, sports fields, basketball courts, libraries, and dormitories. After the tour, Tang Hongshan took Lin Nai to the principal's office. Upon hearing that Lin Nai was the apostle of the White Reaper, the principal's eyes lit up. So you're Lin Nai. It's a pleasure to meet you, the principal said enthusiastically. I never imagined that a small place like Yecheng could produce an apostle of a deity. Having someone like you is truly an honor for our school. Huh? Lin Nai responded with a polite smile. Tang Hongshan said, Principal Wang, I'll leave Lin Nai in your capable hands. Principal Wang patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I'll ensure that Lin Nai receives the best resources and training environment. Tang Hongshan nodded and turned to Lin Nai. I'll be heading off now. Okay, Lin Nai replied. Yi Wanner also said, I'll head back home and wait for you. Lin Nai smiled, ruffling her hair gently. All right. After leaving the principal's office, Tang Hongshan pulled out his keys, preparing to head downstairs to his car. Just then, Yi Wanner spoke up. Captain Tang. Tang Hongshan turned, puzzled. What's up, Your Highness? Yi Wanner pressed her lips together. There's something I'd like to ask of you. Tang Hongshan paused for a moment, then laughed heartily and said, Haha, Your Highness Yi, there's no need to be so formal. You're a guest in our dimension, so if there's anything you need, just say the word. I'll help in any way I can. Yi Wanner's eyes brightened, and she spoke earnestly. It's about Lin Nai. Tang Hongshan furrowed his brow, looking puzzled. Lin Nai? What's going on with him? Yi Wanner explained slowly. Lin Nai's cultivation talent is rated at E level. Although he is an apostle of the White Death God and inherits divine power, apostles require more resources as they progress. His A-level talent could become a major obstacle in his future growth. Tang Hongshan was taken aback. He recalled his previous interactions with this quiet and introverted girl. This was the first time he had seen her speak so clearly and seriously. Scratching his head, he tried to console her. You don't need to worry too much about this. Lin Nai is, after all, a divine inheritor, and the state will certainly invest significant resources in his development. No, that's not the issue. Yi Wanner shook her head and met Tang Hongshan's eyes. Captain Tang, do you know what determines extraordinary talent? Tang Hongshan chuckled awkwardly. Well, Your Highness Yi, I'm just a simple man, a middle-aged guy who loves reading manga. I was the champion in the swordsmanship competition at the martial arts university back then, but when it came to academics, well, Yi Wanner interrupted him, providing the answer directly. Extraordinary talent is determined by genetics. Lin Nai's A-level talent is extremely rare among human extraordinaries. For extraordinaires, it's almost like a congenital defect. However, even among A-level talents, his is particularly unique. Tang Hongshan's interest was piqued. Oh? What makes it special? Yi Wanner elaborated. His ability to meditate and absorb spiritual energy to transform it into soul energy is among the weakest of A-level talents. But there's a reason for this. Over the past few days, while training with Lin Nai, I sensed something very unusual within him. What is it? Tang Hongshan asked. A divine core, Yi Wanner said decisively. Seeing Tang Hongshan's puzzled expression, she continued. A divine core is where a god stores divine power. Among us black angels, some refer to it as the second heart of a god. The divine core is very small, about the size of a grain of rice, yet it can store immense energy. After the demise of the civilization of the gods, several companies among us black angels found some divine cores in the ruins of the divine kingdom, but we've yet to fully decipher all their secrets. Tang Hongshan mused. Oh, is it because he awakened as an apostle? No, apostles don't have divine cores. Yi Wanner shook her head. It's something only gods themselves have. Tang Hongshan's eyes widened, and his facial expression changed dramatically. What? Yi Wanner continued. Some believe that the divine core is not an organ that gods naturally possess, but rather a technological creation developed by the gods, a type of implant similar to a human's artificial heart. However, I checked Lin Nai's genes, and they are indeed human. Normally, an ordinary human body wouldn't be able to withstand a divine core. If forcibly implanted, the human body would be torn apart by the core in less than 5 seconds, and even the soul would be devoured. The fact that Lin Nai has a divine core inside him and has lived like a normal person for so long is truly bizarre. Tang Hongshan listened silently, his thick eyebrows gradually knitting together until they almost formed a single line. Yi Wanner continued. I suspect that Lin Nai's slow cultivation speed is also due to this divine core. Perhaps the spiritual energy he absorbs during meditation isn't being converted into soul energy, but is instead being absorbed by the divine core within him. Tang Hongshan took a deep breath, his expression serious as he asked, Have you told Lin Nai about this? No. Yi Wanner shook her head. I don't dare to. Don't dare? Why? Tang Hongshan found it odd. Yi Wanner explained, some scholars among us black angels believe that a part of a god's consciousness might be dormant within the divine core. I'm afraid if I tell him, and this consciousness overhears. Tang Hongshan thought to himself. This girl is getting scarier with her words. Yi Wanner continued, I think my aunt may have noticed this too. The black crystal she gave Lin Nai that day not only helps with cultivation efficiency, but also protects his body from being harmed by the divine core during cultivation. Tang Hongshan was silent for a while before asking, So, Your Highness Yi, what is it that you wanted to ask of me? Yi Wanner replied, The black crystal is sufficient for now, but as Lin Nai grows, it might not suffice. I want to purchase some extraordinary materials to conduct some experiments. In a soft voice, Yuan'er made a request to Tang Hongshan. I would like you to help me find a job. There was a hint of hesitation in her voice. Upon hearing this, Tang Hongshan's face broke into a smile, although a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. If it's just about money, you could simply ask me, he said lightly. We're family, no need to be formal. Yuan'er's fingers intertwined nervously, and a touch of shyness appeared on her face. But, she stammered. Conducting extraordinary experiments could cost at least 100,000 gold dragons a month. Tang Hongshan's brows furrowed slightly at this figure, which was clearly beyond his expectations. Seeing his reaction, Yuan'er quickly waved her hands. I'm sorry for bothering you. Just forget what I said. Tang Hongshan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. All right, he said after a moment of thought, I'll see if there's any suitable work for you. Or perhaps a task for a high-level extraordinary individual. Yuan'er tilted her head in thought for a moment before adding, preferably something that allows me to stay close to Linnai. I'm a bit worried about him right now. Tang Hongshan nodded in agreement and was about to leave when Yuan'er called out to him again. Captain Tang. Her voice suddenly took on a serious tone. Please don't tell Linnai or your higher-ups about this matter just yet. Tang Hongshan paused, puzzled, and asked, why is that? Yuan'er remained silent, prompting Tang Hongshan to guess cautiously. Are you worried that our higher-ups might want to dissect him for research? Yes, Yuan'er answered succinctly. Tang Hongshan let out an awkward laugh, trying to lighten the mood. Princess Yi, you don't have to worry about that, he explained. He is, after all, an apostle. His potential is. Yuan'er interrupted him, her pure and exquisite face taking on a hint of coldness. Apostles are indeed rare, but not unheard of, she said calmly. But a normal human with a divine core inside them might truly be lost if not studied. Tang Hongshan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds of silence, he could only manage an awkward chuckle. Well, I think you're being a bit overly cautious. I believe you can trust us humans on this. Yuan'er looked at him steadily, meeting his gaze directly. You are human, so you understand humans better than I do, she said slowly. Do you truly trust humans completely? Silence stretched between them. Tang Hongshan felt his mouth go dry as he struggled to respond. No, neither do I, Yuan'er replied, her voice chillingly calm. I am a dark angel, which is why I know better than to fully trust dark angels. Linnai followed the principal into the classroom of Class 9, Year 1. In this world, universities don't have specific majors. Students complete tasks as a class unit, with each class requiring a diverse set of professions. As Linnai stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down, and all eyes focused on this unfamiliar figure. The principal stood at the podium, smiling as he patted Linnai's shoulder and introduced him. This is Linnai, the student you might have seen in the news a couple of days ago. He's the one who awakened the apostle of the White Reaper sequence right here in our Yeching. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz of whispers filled the classroom. The students' eyes lit up with excitement and curiosity. An apostle of the White Reaper transferred to our class? And he's a handsome guy too. He looks even better in person than in the photos. I heard he completed a clever mission right after joining the Night Watchers. Amazing. Linnai glanced around and chose a seat that was neither too far back nor too close to the front. His classmates immediately gathered around, eagerly introducing themselves. This sudden wave of attention left Linnai a bit bewildered, as he had never experienced such a warm welcome before. In his past school life, he had always been on the fringes, overlooked or even scorned. At this moment, he could somewhat understand the social anxiety that Nightfall felt. At the back of the classroom, a boy named Chinwei quietly observed the scene. He had an average appearance, wore simple clothes, and possessed mediocre abilities, someone who was easy to overlook. A glimmer of dark green flashed in his eyes, as if countless data were rapidly flowing. A system panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Chinwei typed into the information bar. Boss, Linnai really did transfer to our class. Soon, a reply came. Good, proceed as planned. Chinwei. No problem, leave it to me. The other party replied. Remember, you can take your time, but you must be careful. Even if it takes months to gain his trust, do not get caught. Chinwei responded with dissatisfaction. Boss, are you doubting my abilities? I've been an ability hacker for so long and never failed. When have you ever waited more than 3 days for an order? The other party. Linnai is different. He's an apostle, and the Night Watchers have certainly set up a firewall in his system. Chinwei smirked. That just makes it more challenging, doesn't it? The other party. You should know how severe the crime of hacking an apostle's system and stealing data is. If you fail and get caught, our company won't protect you. Chinwei sneered. I understand. You won't just abandon me, you'll probably silence me too, right? The other party. Good that you know. Chinwei dismissed the concern. Don't worry, you don't need to fret. Just have the payment ready. With that, he cut off the communication. In a dimly lit room, a slightly chubby man stared at Chinwei's message in silence before turning to the man in a suit behind him. Boss, this kid just won't listen. What if he? The man in the suit coldly interrupted. Youthful arrogance, a common trait among geniuses. Without a major setback, they tend to be overconfident. The more you warn him, the more he'll want to prove himself. The chubby man sighed. So what do we do? The man in the suit replied. Since he can move in and out of major company systems at will, he must have some skills. Let's observe for now. He might just succeed. The chubby man expressed concern. What if he gets caught? The man in the suit sneered. He should be well aware of the consequences for a failed ability hacker. Time flew by, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Linnai found that the Night Watcher school had a more intense schedule than regular universities, with stricter training, but overall there wasn't much difference. He gradually adapted to the pace of life here and began to integrate into this new environment. The overall strength of the Night Watcher school indeed surpasses that of Yecheng University. At Yecheng University, an extraordinary individual like Liang Wei, who is at level 1.9, is already considered a top student, and many students struggle to reach level 2 by graduation. In contrast, freshmen at the Night Watcher school typically start at level 3, and if they don't reach level 4 by their sophomore year, they risk being held back. By their junior and senior years, most students achieve level 5, which is already considered a significant force in Yecheng. However, level 5 is also the limit for most extraordinary individuals, with few managing to break through to level 6. In fact, as they age, their abilities might even decline. For Lin Nai, the biggest change upon arriving at the Night Watcher school was his transition from a fringe member of the class to being in the spotlight. He felt like a rare, rainbow-colored giant panda, with even senior students making a special effort to witness the charisma of the apostle of the White Death God. His classmates were overwhelmingly enthusiastic, eager to help him with errands, share notes, and someone always made it a point to sit next to him during meals. Some even suggested nominating him as class president. However, Lin Nai wasn't blinded by this flattery. His past experiences taught him to stay clear-headed, and he understood that all the attention stemmed from his awakened divine sequence. Without his apostle status, with his a-level extraordinary talent, his situation would likely be no different from before. Thus, he maintained a polite yet distant demeanor towards everyone, keeping a certain distance until he could discern who was truly trustworthy. Today was a practical training class. Lin Nai followed the group into the training room, overhearing his classmates whispering about the new instructor. Some worried they might encounter someone as strict as Instructor Huang, who left students so exhausted that getting out of bed afterward was a challenge. Suddenly, the door to the training room opened. Lin Nai stopped meditating, looked up, and was momentarily stunned. A tall male teacher walked in, followed by a pure and beautiful young girl with stunning features. "This is your new instructor for both practical and theoretical combat classes, Yi Wanner," the tall male teacher announced loudly to the entire class, standing at the front of the room. Yi Wanner stood before the students, a faint blush on her cheeks, and bowed slightly as she softly said, "Hello, everyone." Her voice was gentle, carrying a hint of shyness. Lin Nai looked bewildered, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Why is it Yi Wanner?" The rest of the class, especially the boys, erupted into excitement, their eyes bright with enthusiasm as whispers filled the room. "Wow, she's an incredibly cute girl. No way I'm skipping practical classes anymore. Oh my god. Seriously, I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. I need to take a picture and post it on social media." However, some students began to question Yi Wanner's age. "But doesn't this new instructor look way too young? I'd believe it if you told me she's a new transfer student." "Yeah, she looks so youthful, like a high schooler. Is she really an instructor at our school? I've never seen her before." Listening to the comments, Yi Wanner's cheeks turned even redder as her fingers nervously played with the buttons on her clothes. But she quickly remembered her role as an instructor, straightening her posture and trying to appear confident. The tall male teacher, noticing this, gave the class a stern look and said, "Instructor Yi is a specially appointed instructor at our Night Watcher school, and she's very skilled. Anyone who dares to be disrespectful will have to answer to me." The students quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, we're always polite. Finally, the school understands us. There's no way I'll fail practical class now. I'm telling you." "Exactly. If all my teachers were like this, there's no way I would have failed my other courses." Lin Nai thought to himself, no wonder Yi Wanner has been acting distant these past few days, always in her room preparing for something. Turns out she's become an instructor. What's she thinking? The tall male teacher continued, "Well then, Instructor Yi, I'll leave the rest to you." Yi Wanner nodded in response, and the male teacher left the practical training room. As soon as he left, the students crowded around Yi Wanner, bombarding her with questions. "Instructor Yi, how old are you? Why do you look so young? Instructor Yi, are you new to our Night Watcher school? Instructor Yi, what's your skill level? Did you study abroad in a big city? Instructor Yi, do you have a boyfriend?" Faced with the sudden barrage of questions, Yi Wanner seemed a bit overwhelmed and could only softly reply, Seeing this, Lin Nai calmly said, "It's time for class. Let's quiet down and allow the instructor to teach." Surprisingly, Lin Nai's words were more effective than any reprimand from the head teacher, and the classroom quickly fell silent. Yi Wanner breathed a sigh of relief, offering a gentle smile as she said, "All right, everyone. Let's begin today's training. Let's start with some basic warm-up exercises." With that, Yi Wanner clasped her hands together and softly said, "Ability reality." With a hum, a white light dome expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire training room. Lin Nai and all the students found themselves surrounded by this dome. and the environment suddenly transformed from a school training room into an expansive, otherworldly space. This vast, square space was composed of countless transparent blue-framed cubes, forming the walls, floor, and ceiling. Through the transparent floor, they could see what seemed like an infinite and mysterious universe below. Lin Nai was astonished to discover that Yi Wanner wasn't using magic, but rather the soul power of a human transcendent. And her soul power was at least level 8, otherwise, she couldn't have created such a realistic alternate space. The students quickly realized that this seemingly gentle and adorable girl was absolutely qualified to be their instructor, possibly even more powerful than their previous instructors. Suddenly, a massive pressure descended on everyone. Cries of distress echoed throughout the room. Nearly half of the class was instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move. The remaining students only managed to stand for a few more seconds before collapsing. Some students even had their bones crushed under the pressure, producing unsettling cracking sounds. Only Lin Nai remained standing, albeit barely, sweat pouring down his face as he gritted his teeth. Chun Wei, at the back, was also pinned to the ground like everyone else, cursing inwardly, "Damn, this is supposed to be a warm-up? You've got to be kidding." A girl struggled to speak. "Instructor, this warm-up is way too intense. We feel like we're breaking." Hearing this, Yi Wanner was taken aback, thinking, "Is the intensity too high? I haven't even started yet. I just wanted to add a little resistance." She was puzzled. Is the training intensity for first-year human students really this low? Quickly, Yi Wanner realized she couldn't hold her students to her own standards. Although the current intensity was less than a tenth of her first warm-up at 8 years old, it was clearly too much for these students. "Sorry." Yi Wanner apologized, clasping her hands together again. Lower. The pressure vanished abruptly, allowing the students to finally breathe. Many of them let out groans of pain, as the pressure had been so intense they could barely make a sound before. The students looked at Yi Wanner with eyes full of fear. This seemingly pure and serene, stunningly beautiful new instructor was, in fact, a terrifying presence. They couldn't help but think to themselves, "She's practically a demon." As night fell, Yi Wanner once again used her healing magic, casting several beams of white light over the severely injured students. Their wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and soon all the students were back to normal. However, Yi Wanner didn't completely release the pressure. She merely reduced it to 1/3 of its previous intensity. Even so, most students found it difficult to move, barely managing to stand and walk. I think I have a sense of your capabilities now," Yi Wanner remarked. "Let's officially start the warm-up training." "Huh?" A male student asked in shock. "Officially start? So what was that before?" Yi Wanner explained. "That wasn't the warm-up. It was just to make sure the warm-up wasn't too easy. So I added a little extra weight." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. "All right, let's begin," Yi Wanner continued. With a wave of her hand, she cast another spell, Energy Wave. A buzzing sound of energy filled the air, causing many to widen their eyes in fear. The sound was the result of intense energy friction. "What is that sound?" someone asked, their voice trembling. Everyone had a bad feeling, and Lin Nai squinted, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, an invisible force of energy surged from all directions. The energy waves hit like a solar storm, fierce and unrelenting. The source of the energy was invisible to the naked eye. Only the terrifying sound of the onslaught could be heard. Bang! Lin Nai felt as if a giant, invisible hammer had struck his chest. He grunted, quickly channeling his soul power to shield himself and counter the energy storm. The assault came from all sides, as if he were being pummeled by 100 people. Around him, classmates screamed. Wave after wave of energy storm battered the students. Many were knocked down in just 2 or 3 hits, with some even vomiting their breakfast. In less than a minute, out of over 30 students, fewer than 10 remained standing. Besides Lin Nai, the rest were physically robust warrior-type transcendents. At the same level, warriors had body attributes nearly double those of other transcendent professions. Old Zhang and Tang Hongshan were warrior-type transcendents. Although Old Zhang was only level 5, his physical attributes could rival a level 6 transcendent. Another minute passed, and only 2 remained standing besides Lin Nai. By the 3rd minute, Lin Nai was the sole one left standing. Everyone else had fallen. Despite this, the energy storm continued to pummel those on the ground, tossing their curled-up bodies like soccer balls. Lin Nai also struggled to endure, with sweat soaking his clothes. Many were secretly amazed at the strength of a disciple's body. At just level 1.3, he was able to withstand such a fierce energy onslaught. Finally, the energy storm ceased. Lin Nai, having held on to the end, exhaled deeply. Yi Wanner smiled. "Well done, Lin Nai." Lin Nai. The other students were utterly exhausted. Despite no visible injuries, their bodies ached intensely, and they lay on the ground, panting for a long time. A few prideful students tried to stand, but after a couple of steps, they staggered and fell again. This is a warm-up? It's more like devil training, someone complained. Yiwaner thought to herself that perhaps using the Black Angel's training standards on humans was a bit much. Coach, a female student lamented. This training method is so unfriendly to us mages with low physical strength. Yeah, another male student chimed in. Apart from warriors and disciples, no other profession can withstand this. Especially us mages, we're fragile backliners. This kind of training knocks us out in one round. Lin Nai pondered for a moment and said, actually, this training might be better suited for mages. Huh? The male student was taken aback. Lin Nai explained, the energy storm seemed to come from all directions, but I sensed that the shockwaves weren't entirely unavoidable. We just couldn't see them with our eyes. But mages have strong mental powers and can sense the outlines of these energy waves in their mental vision. So theoretically, if a mage could perfectly use their mental vision to see every wave's direction and angle, they could avoid all impacts and pass through the storm unscathed. After Lin Nai finished speaking, he looked up and smiled at Yiwaner. Coach, am I right? Yiwaner felt a strange sensation when Lin Nai called her coach. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Yes? The mages in the class were dumbfounded. Seeing each wave's direction and angle through mental vision? Easier said than done. They were only level 3, and their mental vision could only sense strong, stationary energy within a limited range. By the time they saw these fast-moving shockwaves, they'd already be upon them. How could they dodge them? Even a level 5 mage wouldn't claim to dodge perfectly. Not to mention, in this alternate space, Yiwaner had added extra weight. Lin Nai found the training quite interesting. The previous day's freshman training had been too dull for him. Coach, Lin Nai considered, could we do that training again? Sure, if you enjoyed it, Yiwaner replied. The other students were dumbfounded, staring in horror. After class, Lin Nai felt he had gained a lot. Yiwaner's training method not only effectively boosted physical strength, but also enhanced the proficiency of mental power utilization. However, the experience wasn't the same for his classmates. Chunwei collapsed on the training room floor, gasping for breath, his entire body aching too much to get up. He cursed under his breath, damn, this is literally killing me. Chunwei realized he needed to take action quickly. Otherwise, continuing this high-intensity training with the lunatic would land him in the ICU in less than half a month. As night fell, instead of heading home, Lin Nai joined his classmates to enter the alternate realm through Space Gate number 1 for a mission. As freshmen, their task wasn't challenging, just an A-level escort mission, expected to be completed by around 2 a.m. The alternate realm of Space Gate number 1 was a vast red desert with few low-level monsters. As long as they didn't venture into dangerous areas, they mainly encountered low-tier creatures. Apart from Lin Nai, the other classmates were still training night guards, so for now, they trained as a class unit. By their sophomore year, they would be recruited into squads in various districts to undertake missions above level, just like Lin Yushi and Yang Xiaochuan. Although Lin Nai was already considered a member of Tang Hongshan's Southern City Squad 3, it seemed like Tang's team was on vacation recently. Every time Lin Nai checked the WeChat group, he saw a Guang, a Nan, and Dingzi posting photos of gaming sessions with a bunch of female college students, while Tang Hongshan and Old Zhang were spending their days at the bathhouse. Lin Nai found it amusing. This might be the most laid-back group of night guards he had ever seen. Left with no choice, he tagged along with his class for some simple introductory tasks. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Lin Nai opened it to find a message from Yiwaner. Yiwaner, Lin Nai, is your mission over? Lin Nai, almost, just delivering the last batch of supplies. What's up, coach? Yiwaner, stop joking. Yiwaner, after you finish, don't go home. Come back to school. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Lin Nai, what's up? Can't it wait till I get home? Yiwaner, just come. Lin Nai, all right, but at the school gate? Aren't you worried about being seen by other boarding students? Yiwaner, true. I'll wait for you at building number 2's lab entrance. Lin Nai, honestly, it's not a big deal if we're seen. We're innocent after all. Yiwaner. After the communication ended, Lin Nai left Space Gate number 1, returned to the city, and rode the supply truck towards Space Gate number 2. It was said that Space Gate number 2 was about to open. The dimensional barrier had been established, and officials planned to send adventurers to scout and assess the risks of the alternate realm. A guy leaning against the truck, smoking, looked at the distant space gate and said, so that's Space Gate number 2? Doesn't seem any different from a regular space gate. Space gates were essentially dimensional rifts stabilized by human technology, making them look like doors. Another guy with yellow hair laughed. Once it opens, we should go in and take a look. Who knows? We might find some good stuff and get rich. A short-haired guy sighed. Honestly, if it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't want to be the first to take the plunge. Entering an unexplored space gate is too risky. Coward. Who are you calling? You're the reckless one. A fool with courage but no brains. Lin Nai didn't join their conversation but leaned against the truck, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a strange howl pierced his consciousness. Lin Nai's eyes shot open, turning towards space gate number 2. The sensation was similar to the Tin Souls, undoubtedly a divine power. However, he noticed that no one else seemed to hear it. They were still laughing and chatting away. Clearly, the sound wasn't a regular noise but a soul-based shout, only perceptible to Lin Nai. He frowned slightly, pondering. Is there another god's spirit appearing? From just that moment, he couldn't determine which god it was, but one thing was certain. This god's power was stronger than the Tin Souls. Just then, a voice came from beside him. Hello? Lin Nai snapped back to reality to see an unremarkable-looking guy standing next to him. The guy was of average height and appearance, the kind who you'd lose in a crowd and who had no presence in class. Yet, Lin Nai remembered his name Chen Wei. His extraordinary profession was the same as Yang Xiaochuan's, both being Sequence 94 network engineer. Lin Nai asked, is there something you need? Chen Wei looked nervous and embarrassed as he said, Lin Nai, hi, I'm your classmate, Chen Wei. I've actually been following you for a while. Could you give me an autograph? Lin Nai asked, puzzled. An autograph? Yeah. Chen Wei scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. You're my idol. I think you're amazing. I read about you in the news. You just joined the Night Guards and completed a clever mission on your first task. That's incredible. Someone like me with no talent might never complete a clever mission. Lin Nai looked at him intently. Chen Wei gazed at him with admiration and asked, so, can you? Lin Nai nodded slightly. Chen Wei beamed with joy, immediately pulling out paper and pen from his inventory. Lin Nai quickly signed his name. Chen Wei then asked, could we also take a picture together? Lin Nai nodded again, sure. Chen Wei happily stood beside Lin Nai, looking like an innocent boy, and opened the system's camera panel. At that moment, Chen Wei's eyes changed instantly. A flash of dark green light and streams of data flickered through his pupils. Ha, easier than I thought. Chen Wei smirked arrogantly. Linnai cast a wary glance at Chen Wei beside him. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of him, alerting him that Chen Wei was attempting to transmit an infectious Trojan virus. The system analysis revealed it to be a covert proximity transmission virus capable of infiltrating systems through iris conduction. The system kindly suggested to Linnai that Chen Wei might have been trying to transmit the virus stealthily, not expecting the advanced 4090XS system to detect it. It advised Linnai not to appear too surprised, as Chen Wei likely didn't intend to be so brazen and may have simply been careless. While Linnai pondered his next move, Chen Wei raised the system camera and snapped a couple of photos with a bright smile. Thank you, Linnai, he said cheerfully. However, inside, Chen Wei felt uneasy. The virus had supposedly been transmitted without being blocked by Linnai's security system, so why was the progress bar stuck at 99? To buy some time, Chen Wei forced a casual smile and suggested, Linnai, could we take another picture over here? My younger siblings at home really like you. Linnai smiled warmly and agreed, sure. They moved to a different spot to continue taking photos. Taking advantage of the moment, Linnai called upon his AI assistant. Maz immediately responded, expressing its unwavering loyalty. Linnai cut through the chatter and asked directly for its opinion on the virus. Maz explained that from a quick scan of human network data, Chen Wei was identified as a cyber hacker with supernatural abilities. Such hackers could transmit through an ability network and attack AI systems bound to the brains of the extraordinary. By implanting a Trojan, they could leave a backdoor in the target system, easily stealing equipment, money, and personal information, or even disrupting system signals or causing brain disorder. However, Maz reassured Linnai that this level of Trojan posed no threat to them. It even took an interest in the virus, suggesting they keep it around to see what interesting developments might occur. Linnai fell into contemplation. He hadn't expected there to be a supernatural hacker hiding within the Night Watchers Academy. This illegal profession was a shadowy presence in the extraordinary world, and invading other systems could lead to sanctions from the International Tribunal for the Extraordinary. Given that Chen Wei dared to take such a risk knowing Linnai's identity as an apostle, there must be other forces backing him. Since Maz deemed it non-threatening, Linnai decided to keep the virus for now and observe the mastermind's intentions. He told Maz, all right, if you're confident, let's keep it and see what happens. Just then, the system indicated the transmission was complete, reaching 100. Chen Wei, seeing the notification, breathed a sigh of relief. Suppressing his excitement, he said nonchalantly, thank you very much, Linnai. It's an honor to be your classmate. Linnai returned the gesture with a gentle, approachable smile, simply replying, no problem. After the task was completed, Linnai returned to the school and went to the base of Building 2 as agreed. It was a little past 3 a.m., and the surroundings were dark and silent, with no sign of Warner. He tentatively called out, Warner? Receiving no response, he called again, Instructor? Suddenly, a petite figure peeked out from the nearby woods. Under the moonlight, Warner's stunning face was faintly visible. She cautiously approached Linnai, explaining that she was worried about being seen by other students, which would be hard to explain. Linnai teased her, saying it was normal for a female instructor to meet a student at night. Yiwaner immediately retorted, saying she wouldn't fall for his tricks again. Linnai looked at her with interest, curious about why she suddenly became an instructor at the Night Watchers Academy. Dressed in a sharp black uniform, Yiwaner's appearance contrasted sharply with her innocent face. Linnai recalled how she looked in a maid outfit and couldn't help but find her current attire intriguingly different. Under Linnai's gaze, Yiwaner appeared a bit uneasy, fiddling with the buttons of her uniform as she explained that she didn't want to keep spending Linnai's money, so she took the job as an instructor. Linnai could tell she wasn't good at lying but didn't expose her, instead asking what she wanted to discuss tonight. Yiwaner, blushing, interrupted his teasing and gestured for him to follow her. She approached the lab building, placed her palm on the sensor, and the door opened. She glanced back at Linnai, signaling him to follow. Although Linnai didn't know Yiwaner's intentions, he quietly followed her. Meanwhile, a few male students, who had just completed their night watcher tasks and were heading back to the dormitory, noticed them. Seeing Linnai and the night instructor entering the lab building together, they exchanged knowing looks and smirked with a hint of playful understanding. In the dead of night, the research building was eerily quiet at 3 a.m., its emptiness echoing with an unsettling silence. Lin Nai walked with footsteps resounding through the dark corridors, following Yiwanya. He couldn't help but think that this was the first time a girl had invited him to such a mysterious place. The research building was usually reserved for the school's magic and mechanical engineering classes. Rumor had it that some labs stored rare magical creatures' corpses for dissection lessons. It was strictly off-limits to outsiders, but Yiwanya could bring Lin Nai in due to her status as an instructor. Yiwanya led Lin Nai to a laboratory, flipping on the lights with a click. Lin Nai was puzzled, unsure why he had been brought here at such an hour. The girl expertly manipulated a series of complex devices, her focused demeanor akin to a young inventor. Lin Nai was surprised by this side of Yiwanya, but reminded himself that she hailed from the Black Angel civilization, making it less astonishing. Once everything was set up, Yiwanya pointed to a chair. Lin Nai, please sit here. Lin Nai complied. I might need to tie you up for a bit, she added. Lin Nai looked puzzled but remained silent. Yiwanya fetched a bundle of colorful wires and tubes, connecting them to various equipment ports. Lin Nai, could you take off your shirt? She asked. Despite his reservations, Lin Nai obliged. Yiwanya attached the wires to him and flipped a switch, illuminating all the connections. Returning to her computer, Yiwanya's fingers danced across the keyboard. It really is a divine core, she muttered with a serious expression. Even in our Black Angel civilization, such a thing is rare, even after scouring the relics of the gods. But it's strange, Lin Nai's genes are human, so why isn't there any rejection from the divine core in his body? Yiwanya decided to conduct an experiment. She turned on a switch, and the equipment began to hum. Lin Nai, do you feel anything? Lin Nai moved his neck slightly. Tingly warm. Yiwanya activated another switch, but the response was the same, leaving her perplexed. Sensing her confusion, Lin Nai quietly consulted the system. MOZ. MOZ explained that Yiwanya was conducting a diagnostic check on Lin Nai, assessing his health and cellular mitochondrial status. The system concluded that Yiwanya meant no harm and seemed genuinely concerned. After the examination, Yiwanya removed the devices from Lin Nai. Curious, Lin Nai asked, so, is there anything wrong with my body? Yiwanya hesitated before explaining. Lin Nai, the talent of extraordinary individuals is primarily determined by TD cells in the body. A level talent has 10 billion TD cells per 1,000 milliliters of blood. A level has 30 billion and more for higher levels. Your body has at least 90 billion TD cells per 1,000 milliliters of blood, suggesting your talent should be at least level. Yet, your efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating soul power is only at an A level. That's very unusual. So, I suspect it might be due to low cell activity. Night Wanner carefully took out an exquisite vial from her pocket, the transparent glass containing a shimmering pale blue liquid. She took a deep breath, mustering the courage to say, this is a genetic serum I formulated myself. It can activate cell vitality and might help with your training. Lin Nai didn't respond immediately. Instead, he silently gazed at the girl for a long moment. His eyes seemed to pierce through Night Wanner's soul like X-rays. Finally, he spoke slowly. I was just thinking that you're really not very good at lying. Night Wanner instantly became nervous, her fingers twisting together unconsciously. Lin Nai reached out and gently placed a hand on her head. A slight smile playing on his lips. I can tell from your eyes. You usually get shy if we hold eye contact for more than 2 seconds. But when you're lying, you force yourself to look me in the eye. The girl lowered her head, filled with shame. Lin Nai's tone suddenly lightened. But I can also feel that you mean no harm and are thinking of my well-being. He gently ruffled her hair, took the genetic serum from her hand, and turned, saying, come on, Let's go home. As Lin Nai started walking, Night Wanner stood there for a few seconds, watching his back in a daze, before snapping out of it and hurriedly gathering her things to follow. They walked through the hallway for a while before Lin Nai suddenly stopped. Night Wanner halted too, looking at him in confusion. Lin Nai listened intently, remaining silent for a moment before turning to ask, "You heard it too, didn't you?" Night Wanner nodded lightly, yes. Lin Nai's expression turned cold and sharp as he shouted, "Who's there? Come out." Before the echo of his words faded, the White Reaper's scythe appeared in his hand. With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself like a cannonball towards the dark corner of the hallway, the scythe tracing a silver arc in the air. The shadow hiding in the darkness trembled upon hearing the rapid charge. His eyes widened, reflecting the image of Lin Nai wielding the scythe. Carrying a round, bulky sack over his shoulder, he clearly hadn't expected Lin Nai to act so decisively, nor could he fathom the astonishing speed at which he moved. Lin Nai swung his scythe, White Knight, with the swiftness of the wind, slicing through the air and aiming directly at the throat of the man in black. The mysterious figure was completely covered, except for a pair of watchful eyes. His pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively unleashed his soul power, leaning back just in time. The sharp blade of the scythe grazed his chest, sending a chill through the air. The sack on the man's shoulder slipped off due to his evasive maneuver and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Nai pressed forward relentlessly, swinging his scythe for another attack. The man in black quickly drew a soul-powered dagger, activating it to emit a blinding glow in the dim surroundings. The two weapons clashed violently, sending sparks flying. The man in black sensed that Lin Nai was only a level 1 extraordinary being and felt confident. However, in the next moment, his soul-powered dagger was effortlessly cut in half by White Knight. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the eerie scythe. Seizing the opportunity, White Knight left a bloody gash on his right arm. The man in black cried out in pain, feeling as though his very soul had been wounded. Enraged and humiliated, he immediately unleashed the martial skill Flame Sun Palm, gathering scorching red energy in his palm. "Watch out, Lin Nai." Yi Wanner quickly formed hand signs, casting the ninjutsu Water Dragon Bullet technique. A high-pressure water dragon roared forth, forcing the man in black to redirect his attack. With a loud explosion, the three were sent reeling back, their clothes soaked through. The man in black looked at his smoldering right hand, cursing his bad luck. His eyes hardened with determination to silence them for good. He swiftly injected a vial of genetic serum, instantly boosting his abilities. Lin Nai's system analysis revealed that the man's combat power had surged to nearly level 5.5. Yi Wanner stepped forward, unleashing powerful spells like Fireball and Thunderbolt in quick succession. The corridor erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, forcing the man in black to retreat, his clothes singed and tattered. Stunned by the girl's formidable power, he decided to flee. The man in black tossed a smoke bomb and made his escape, with Lin Nai and Yi Wanner splitting up to pursue him. Yi Wanner, wielding a fire axe, chased him through the smoke without hesitation. The man in black was terrified, but as he turned a corner, he ran straight into Lin Nai, who had been waiting in ambush. Hoisting White Knight over his shoulder, Lin Nai grinned and said, "I've been waiting for you." Lin Nai, holding by Yi, launched an unhesitant attack on the man in black. The scythe sliced through the air, its cold gleam cutting through the night. The man in black, already battered from Yi Wanner's relentless assault, was too wounded to evade the sudden strike. The sharp blade slashed across his chest, leaving a deep and bloody gash that immediately began to bleed profusely. With bloodshot eyes, the man in black roared, "I'll fight you to the death." Despite the excruciating pain, he raised his right hand to unleash his flame palm. However, Yi Wanner had already silently moved behind him. She gripped her fire axe tightly, lifted it high, and brought it down with all her might onto the man's back. With a sickening thud, the fire axe, though not as sharp as Bai Yi, still tore easily through the man's flesh under the force of the girl's strike. Blood splattered, revealing glimpses of white bone. The depth of the wound was shocking. The man let out a piercing scream, his gathered energy dissipating immediately. His body convulsed violently before collapsing like a marionette with its strings cut, right in front of Lin Nai. Lin Nai watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile wryly. Wanner, it's usually a good idea to keep suspicious thieves alive." Yi Wanner, unfazed, elegantly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and calmly replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He won't die." Lin Nai remained silent for a moment, his gaze complicated as he looked at Yi Wanner. Sensing his eyes on her, the girl glanced up, her demeanor instantly reverting to a shy one as she awkwardly asked, Is there something wrong?" Lin Nai shook his head gently. "Nothing." Meanwhile, the man in black was still struggling on the ground, trying to get up. Lin Nai quickly stepped forward, pressing his foot on the man's head while holding the scythe to his neck. "Trying to escape? he asked coldly. With the man subdued and unable to move, Lin Nai flicked his wrist, deftly slicing through the mask on the man's face. Revealed was the rugged face of a middle-aged man, likely in his 30s or 40s. Lin Nai frowned slightly, recalling that he had seen this man at school, possibly as an instructor teaching martial arts at the Night Watchers Academy. In a calm tone, Lin Nai asked, "Sneaking into the school's lab in the dead of night to steal monster corpses, care to explain what you need them for?" The man did not answer, simply offering a cold smile. Suddenly, his lips twitched as if he had bitten through something. Lin Nai's expression changed instantly, realizing the danger, and he quickly bent down to force the man's mouth open. But it was too late. The man's eyes rolled back, and a pungent chemical odor emanated from his mouth. His body convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth. Within seconds, he stopped breathing and died. Yi Wanya analyzed calmly. It's cyanide mixed with dark and wood elements. This poison is hidden in the teeth, and once bitten, even a superhuman can't survive for more than 5 seconds. Lin Nai released the man's jaw, his brow furrowed in thought. He murmured to himself, "Such decisive suicide. It's suspicious. Normally, stealing some lab corpses wouldn't warrant this." After pondering for a moment, Lin Nai activated the system communication panel. "Hey, Captain Tang. Sorry to bother you so late. We've got a situation here. Wanya and I caught a thief stealing monster corpses from the school's lab too, but he committed suicide by poison as soon as we captured him. Worse, he seems to be a teacher from the Night Watchers Academy." Meanwhile, Chinwei returned to his home, a modified bridge underpass. Although it was less than 10 square meters, it was crammed with various computer equipment and hacking tools, with a network of tangled wires running throughout. Despite having the means to rent a larger place, he found this secret base incredibly cool. Kicking back, Chinwei lazily opened the system communication panel. "Hey, boss, it's me." He spoke with confidence. "Do you even need to ask?" Of course, it was a success. "When have I ever failed a job?" He continued to brag. "You all praise the Night Watcher's security as top-notch, but I hacked in with just an iris transmission. Didn't even need auxiliary tools, it was a breeze." Though his tone was relaxed, he shifted gears quickly. "Don't worry, I may seem easygoing, but I'm actually very cautious. You said not to alert them, and I listened. If I encountered even a hint of a security barrier while transmitting the Trojan, I would have pulled back. No hidden confrontation. Damn it. Why don't you believe me?" A voice exploded in the dimly lit room, filled with anger and frustration. The speaker continued to roar. "I've told you, haven't I? My Trojan virus is already in. Don't believe me? Want me to send you a screenshot?" After a moment of silence, the person seemed to calm down a bit, with a hint of threat in his voice. "All right, let's put it this way. If I really screw up, I'll eat every single computer screen in my hackerspace." He then spoke with full confidence. "Look, I've already got the attribute data of the White Death Apostle, and I've left a backdoor in his personal system center. I can access his system anytime, even remotely control it without any issue." He paused, seemingly waiting for a reaction. "So, have I proven my skills now? Don't worry, once your plan starts, I'll easily control him. I'll send you the data in a bit, just make sure to pay the remaining amount." The scene shifts suddenly. In another dimly lit room in the southern part of the city, a slightly chubby man turned to a tall man standing in the shadows and said, "Boss, we've got the data on the White Death Apostle." The tall man in a suit asked in a low voice, "And?" The chubby man's fingers flew over the keyboard as he replied, "According to the data stolen by Chinwei, Lin Nai's attributes are just average among the apostles." The man in the suit was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "That's expected. The 108 superior deities are ranked by strength, except for the White Death, so its power has always been a mystery. The records left by the divine civilization don't clarify its strength compared to the 108. The chubby man agreed. "Yeah, maybe the White Death isn't as powerful as we imagined. It's just that its serial number is 0, which sounds impressive." The suited man mused. "If its power really is at sequence 0, then the King of Gods wouldn't be the Black Sovereign, but the White Death Carlos." At that moment, a notification sound interrupted their conversation. The chubby man's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the new message. "What happened?" the suited man asked. "Number 56 is dead." The chubby man replied gravely, "He poisoned himself." It seems his actions were exposed, discovered by the night watchman. The suited man's face darkened. "I told you before, this number 56 wasn't reliable." He paused, then added, "No matter, the night watchman won't guess what we're up to anyway." The chubby man tentatively asked, "So, our plan?" "The plan goes ahead as scheduled," the suited man said decisively. "On the official side, the second space gate is about to open for free passage. Now that the cyber hacker has successfully left a backdoor in the Apostle's system, everything's in place. Capturing the White Death Apostle will earn us major recognition from the higher-ups." The chubby man then reminded, "But there's one more thing to consider, boss. There's a very special girl with Lin Nai. According to our intel, she's a demon spawn and quite significant. With her around, it might not be as easy as we think. The suited man raised an eyebrow, speaking softly. Oh? Before dawn, Lin Nai crouched beside the corpse of the man in black, meticulously searching through it. His nimble fingers explored every pocket, hoping to find some valuable loot. Unfortunately, apart from a soul-powered dagger, there was nothing of worth. Lin Nai sighed and sat down heavily next to the body. In this era, most people stored their valuables in a system inventory, only retrieving them when needed. This rendered the traditional method of looting a dead body pointless. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Nai. He swiftly turned, grabbed the man's head, and gently pried open his eyelids. Lin Nai activated the system's scanning function, carefully reading the iris patterns to try and retrieve the man's identity. Moments later, a stream of data appeared in Lin Nai's consciousness. Name, Wang Lei. Age, 39. Level, 5.0. Status, deceased, vital signs lost. Intrigued, Lin Nai issued a command to the system. Maz, can you hack into his system security and show me what's in his inventory? Maz replied confidently, of course. With our superior 4090XS, those using the outdated 990T systems can't hide any secrets from us. Maz then initiated the intrusion into the man's system. The progress bar slowly advanced, accompanied by system notifications. Decoding target security system. Encountering obstacles. Target system firewall activated. Our side is breaching the target's firewall. Current progress, 3. Estimated time remaining, 35 seconds. Breach successful. Target security defenses have collapsed. You now have access to the system. Suddenly, Lin Nai was presented with an unfamiliar system homepage. This was the personal system of the man in black. Overcome with excitement, he began to examine the panel's contents. The layout of the system's homepage was typical, featuring sections like inventory, skill tree, and contacts. Lin Nai eagerly opened the inventory. It contained quite a few items, but the wallet balance was only 7,500 gold dragons, which seemed rather meager. Lin Nai promptly transferred the money to his own account and continued to rummage through the other items. He amassed quite a haul. A level 4 soul-powered pistol, 3 fully charged soul energy clips, 5 regular soul grenades, 4 advanced poison smoke bombs, a blood-stained black soulstone broad-bladed battle axe, and a variety of gene potions in different colors, alongside various extraordinary materials like yellow carbon stone, black leaf grass, and red demon flower. Lin Nai carefully examined the attributes of the gene potions, finding them to have powerful effects but equally daunting side effects. He added these potions to his blacklist, deciding never to use them. Nevertheless, he collected all the items into his inventory. Pondering the situation, Lin Nai wondered if the man in black's possession of so many banned substances, all linked to a gene company, indicated some connection. But he quickly dismissed the thought, as gene companies monopolized many industries, and these items could easily have been acquired on the black market. He pulled out the blood-stained broad-bladed axe and handed it to Yuaner, who was sitting on the steps. Here, keep it as a weapon for self-defense. In the human realm, it's best not to use magic often. It can attract trouble. Sometimes, a weapon is more useful than extraordinary powers. Yuaner took the axe, holding it in her arms. The axe was larger than she was, creating an amusing contrast. She said, actually, my aunt told me the same thing before she left. That's why I used soul power against the man in black earlier. In the human realm, it's best to avoid using magic if possible. Lin Nai chuckled and asked, by the way, aren't you a dark angel? How come you have human soul power? Yuaner replied innocently, I just learned it a couple of days ago. When you came to the night watch school, Captain Tang assigned me as your instructor. I thought using magic would be too conspicuous, so I picked up some soul power. It might not be very strong, but it's enough to teach freshmen. Lin Nai's mouth twitched. Just picked it up? And all those extraordinary skills, martial arts, ninjutsu, magic, and abilities you know, who taught you those? I learned them online, Yuaner explained. The principles behind those skills are pretty simple. After watching a few videos on incantations and hand seals, I could basically figure them out. From their hand seals and incantations, you can roughly guess how soul power flows in the body. Lin Nai was speechless and could only say, I stand corrected. Lin Nai meticulously examined the contact list of the man in black, hoping to uncover clues about the forces behind him. However, the list was empty, leaving only a call record with an unmarked number. Just as he was about to give up, the number suddenly jogged his memory. Wait a minute, this number? Lin Nai murmured to himself, quickly opening his own contact list for comparison. Sure enough, it matched the number of the slightly overweight man in a suit from the gene company who had tried to recruit him before. Lin Nai narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. It seemed the gene company was becoming more and more suspicious. As dawn broke, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Unintentionally, Lin Nai rested his head on Yuaner's shoulder and soon drifted into a light sleep. Yuaner froze instantly, Lin Nai's hair brushing against her neck, causing her heart to race. Her eyes subtly turned crimson, and she glared at Lin Nai in annoyance, but ultimately did not push him away. Not long after, Tang Hongshan arrived on the scene with several leaders from the Night Watchers Academy. They solemnly examined the body, confirming that the deceased was Wang Lei, the Academy's martial arts instructor. Tang Hongshan approached Lin Nai to inquire about the situation. Lin Nai briefly explained the events and shared his suspicions. Captain Tang, I suspect the Gene Company might be the force behind this. Seeing Tang Hongshan's puzzled expression, Lin Nai presented the genetic drug he had found on Wang Lei as evidence. Although this illegal drug could have leaked from the black market, Lin Nai added, Warner and I also overheard him mentioning the Gene Company during a phone call. Tang Hongshan nodded thoughtfully. All right, I understand. I'll report this to headquarters. Before leaving, Tang Hongshan gave Lin Nai and Yuan a knowing look and teased. You two really know how to have fun, huh? This made them both blush and left them momentarily speechless. With Tang Hongshan's departure, the long night finally came to an end. However, a greater storm seemed to be brewing on the horizon. For the next week, Lin Nai's life continued as usual, attending school, training, and honing his skills. With the help of the genetic potions concocted by Black Crystal and Yuan, his strength increased at an astounding rate, reaching level 1.5 in just 7 days. As for Tang Hongshan and the mysterious figure in black who stole the body, Lin Nai heard nothing about them, leaving the progress of the investigation a mystery. During combat training, Yuan remained the instructor. In the alternate dimension, Lin Nai's classmates were already exhausted, lying on the ground, battered and gasping for air. Only Lin Nai stood firm, single-handedly resisting the energy storm created by Yuan. Instructor, Lin Nai said, rolling his neck, you could actually increase the power of the energy blast. I can easily withstand 3 rounds of energy storms now, so a higher challenge shouldn't be a problem. His classmates were incredulous at his words. Yuan thought for a moment before replying, Lin Nai, your physical strength far exceeds that of your peers. Increasing the level might be too much for your classmates to handle. Only then did Lin Nai turn around to see a group of classmates huddled in the corner, looking at him with pitiful eyes. All right then, Lin Nai conceded. But could you give me some extra training after class? I want to try something more challenging. Yuan averted her gaze, fiddling with her fingers as she agreed. In the corner, the classmates exchanged glances and someone whispered, why does it feel like I'm witnessing a love story during combat training? After the last class of the evening, the counselor came to announce, our class has been assigned in a level mission. Everyone needs to participate, and we will meet tomorrow at noon. The mission details have been updated in your task list. Lin Nai opened the system task list to find the mission. Enter the A1 area through Gate 2 and transport a batch of equipment to a designated location. The reward was 500 gold dragons and 5 watcher points. The classmates started discussing, with some worrying about safety, while others explained that the A1 area was a secure zone explored by officials, likely for establishing an interdimensional base. Lin Nai carefully studied the map of the alternate world through Gate 2, memorizing every important location. Although a level mission posed little challenge to him, he remained cautious, preparing for any unforeseen events. At that moment, a group of attractive female classmates gathered around him. The class president, Chu Mingyao, enthusiastically invited him. Lin Nai, how about exploring the alternate world together after the mission tomorrow? The study committee member, Su Qiaolin, chimed in, yeah, the new realm must have lots of treasures waiting to be discovered. Lin Nai, can we team up with you? I'm a support class and can buff you. Surrounded by the enthusiastic girls, Lin Nai felt a bit overwhelmed. They were standing close, occasionally brushing against him, which made him uncomfortable. He recalled his days at Yecheng University, where he was often left behind or had to follow quietly, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. In the back of the classroom, Chunwei watched the scene expressionlessly, twirling a tech-enhanced dagger in his hand. Before him was a chat panel. Patron, proceed as planned tomorrow. We'll signal when we need you. Chunwei, got it, patron. You better double-check everything. Is the setup flawless? Chunwei sneered, oh, come on boss, you're so naggy. Don't worry, I'm more cautious than you think. If you guys mess up, at least you've got the company backing you. I'm just an ordinary guy with no background. If I get caught as a cyber hacker, I'll end up in the International Court for Supernaturals. Patron, you better be. Chunwei's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lin Nai. A prodigy, a golden child. He muttered under his breath, Hmph. I've always hated you golden children. With that, he plunged the tech-enhanced dagger into the desk. The next day at noon, Lin Nai and his classmates arrived at the entrance of Space Gate number 2 by bus. To his surprise, Yuan was also there. In addition to her, 2 teachers accompanied them. Teacher Wu, a level 5.6 extraordinary being, and Teacher Chun, a level 5.4 extraordinary being, from the warrior and soul gunner disciplines, respectively. Teacher Wu briefly introduced the day's mission. We are going to enter the exotic realm of Space Gate number 2. Since this realm hasn't been fully explored by the authorities, there are unknown safety hazards. Teacher Chen and I will be accompanying you for protection, but we won't intervene unless a student is in life-threatening danger. As for Instructor Yi, she will also enter the realm, but her task is to explore deeper areas, so don't count on her for protection. On the bus, Yi Wanner sat next to Lin Nai, with only an aisle between them. Lin Nai quietly asked her why she took on the task, and Yi Wanner explained, in the human dimension, my identity is that of a night watch instructor, so naturally, I have to take on missions. After getting off the bus, a gigantic armored transport vehicle came into view, eliciting awe from the students. The vehicle was as large as 2 basketball courts, over 40 meters long, and 8 meters high, resembling a moving fortress. Lin Nai thought to himself that such a transport vehicle in his previous life would probably only be used for carrying rocket-grade aerospace equipment. A male student sighed with relief, saying, with teachers accompanying us and this steel fortress, this mission should be quite easy. A female student agreed, yeah, although it's our first time entering the exotic realm of Spacegate number 2, this setup is much safer than when we enter Spacegate number 1. Chen Wei, standing at the end of the line, smirked slightly, seemingly skeptical of these comments. Around Spacegate number 2, there were stationed dimensional troops, night watch members, construction workers, and staff busy transporting building materials. Additionally, a long line of adventurers waited in line. These adventurers were mostly lone wolves who hadn't been hired by companies after graduating or dropping out. Some would form teams, but trust among them was often lacking. Next to the space gate was a mission hall, where a large screen continuously updated with tasks issued by the authorities and various companies and sections. Adventurers could freely take on missions here and explore the exotic realm. Although occasionally someone might find a rare treasure and get rich overnight, most adventurers entering the realm met a fate akin to cannon fodder. Yi Wanner observed the mission hall for a while, gently tugged on Lin Nai's sleeve, and quietly asked, Lin Nai, it seems those adventurers are generally below level 2. Some even less than level 1. Do they really dare to enter Spacegate number 2? Wouldn't they be walking into their deaths if they encounter monsters? Lin Nai nodded calmly, yes, but that's the fate of low-level extraordinary beings. These people have poor talent, remaining at level 1 even after graduation, unable to break through, and are destined not to be hired by companies. Without formal jobs and school subsidies, they face huge societal pressures like aura taxes, gene taxes, and interdimensional communication fees. They can only take on odd jobs at the city's mission hall, even if these tasks are far beyond their capabilities. They have no other choice. If they don't take risks and complete missions, they can't survive. The only solace might be the slim chance of finding treasure in the realm and turning their lives around, but that's the luck of a few, like hoping to win the lottery jackpot. This is the fate of low-level extraordinary beings in this era. No one understands the struggles of the lower class better than those who live it. Lin Nai's eyes drifted to the window, and his thoughts wandered back to his parents. Weren't they the very definition of the working class? If it weren't for joining the Dimensional Army back then, they might still be paying off the mortgage on their small apartment. Lin Nai couldn't help but wonder, if he hadn't been chosen by the White Reaper and awakened as an apostle, would he now be among the eager adventurers ready to set off? His gaze swept over the faces filled with nervous anticipation, and he felt a mix of emotions. After listening to Lin Nai, Yi Wanner remained silent for a long time. A flicker of complex emotions crossed her bright eyes, and she whispered, so, the human world is just as cruel. Before long, all the cargo was loaded. Lin Nai and his classmates filed into the armored transport vehicle and fastened their seatbelts. The doors slowly closed, and the engine roared to life. Through the window, Lin Nai took one last look at the familiar world, unsure if he felt excitement or trepidation. The armored transport vehicle slowly drove into the massive, distorted interdimensional portal. In an instant, the surroundings became blurred, as if they had entered a dark, twisting tunnel. Lin Nai instinctively gripped his seat, feeling the vehicle jolt through the spatial passage. About 10 minutes later, they emerged into a sudden brightness. However, it wasn't the bright world he had imagined. Although it was daytime in Yi City, the other side of Portal 2 led to an alien world shrouded in eternal night. According to official reports, this newly discovered world is perpetually cloaked in darkness. Lin Nai was captivated by the scene before him. Although he had read some information on the official website about the bizarre flora in this realm, witnessing it firsthand was far more astonishing than he had anticipated. Before him lay a vast, endless dark forest. Every tree was incredibly massive, with even the simplest plants standing several meters tall. The towering trees were truly awe-inspiring, reaching heights of at least a kilometer. However, it wasn't just their size that was striking, but their twisted growth patterns. Not a single plant grew straight. Trunks twisted and coiled like giant serpents, while vines snaked and climbed as if alive. They intertwined and connected, forming a complex ecological network. The dense canopy completely obscured the sky, like a giant black curtain, The entire forest was enveloped in an eerie dark hue. The tree trunks were as black as ink, and even the flowers and grass had a sinister dark purple tinge. This monochromatic and oppressive palette instilled a chilling sense of dread. In this pitch-black forest, the only light came from small creatures clinging to the inky tree trunks. They emitted a faint green glow, like countless fireflies scattered about, adding an air of mysterious beauty to the dark world. Lin Nai held his breath, overwhelmed by the impact of this alien world. He knew an unknown adventure awaited them. The class president, Chu Mingyao, gazed out of the car window, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions as she stared at the bizarre world outside. Everything in this realm appeared enormous, as if they had inadvertently stumbled into a land of giants. The trees towered into the clouds, the blades of grass resembled giant swords, and even the dust floating in the air seemed much larger than them. Her classmates exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and unease. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, with shadows cast by the trees concealing countless watchful eyes, sending chills down their spines. With arms crossed, Teacher Wu spoke calmly. The world of the unknown shouldn't be compared using the concepts of the Blue Star world. The alien realm of Gateway Number 1 in Yecheng is relatively normal, which makes this place seem particularly strange to you. In reality, there are even more incredible realms out there. Lin Nai nodded silently, his gaze sweeping over the bizarre landscape outside the window. The transport vehicle continued to move forward, navigating through this unfamiliar and perilous land. As night fell, Warner prepared to get off the vehicle. She whispered to Lin Nai, "Brother Lin Nai, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself." Although aware of the girl's remarkable abilities, Lin Nai still advised, "You too, be careful." Warner acknowledged with a nod and quickly disappeared into the darkness of the dense forest. Lin Nai closed his eyes, feigning sleep, as his consciousness entered the sea of the undead. Hmph was meditating, a broken greatsword planted beside him, its blade seemingly partially restored. Lin Nai asked with a smile, "How's it going?" Hmph opened his eyes, his tone indifferent. "Thanks to you, in about 100,000 years, I might be able to restore a third of my divine body." Lin Nai shrugged. "Then I'll aim to live another 300,000 years to witness the day you regain your former glory in the divine realm." Hmph inquired about his wife and child, and Lin Nai reassured him, "Don't worry, I promise to find them within 10,000 years." Hmph was silent for a moment, then skeptically remarked, "I have a feeling you're just stringing me along." Lin Nai feigned righteousness. "How could you say that? Do I seem like that kind of person?" Shifting the conversation, Lin Nai asked about the method to restore the divine body. Hmph explained that as an undead, he could possess weapons and restore his divine body through battle. Lin Nai nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Warner was swiftly traversing the dark forest. She paused on a massive tree trunk, surveying her surroundings. "Using magic here shouldn't be a problem, right?" she mused aloud, then unfurled a pair of magnificent black wings from her back, soaring several kilometers in an instant. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed. Warner stopped, landing on a coiled branch, sensing divine power closing in from all directions. Her eyes turned crimson, black flames igniting in her hands as she coldly demanded, "What creature dares to confront me? Show yourself." In an explosion of power, Warner unleashed the terrifying aura of a myriad-level demon, sending black feathers flying and engulfing the surrounding kilometer of vegetation in dark flames. The invisible presence hesitated, then retreated. Warner sneered disdainfully, "Coward." Back on the transport vehicle, Chenwei discreetly observed Lin Nai, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, curious about what he was doing. Chenwei opened his system panel, intending to monitor Lin Nai's every move using a previously implanted Trojan virus. At that moment, in the office of the White Death, Mo's voice sounded, "Sir, that kid is trying to spy on you." Lin Nai paused his reading, looking up at the speaking skull on the wall. Mo added, "It's the same kid who attempted to send you a Trojan before. He's now trying to use it to access your chat logs." Lin Nai felt a bit speechless. This situation seemed all too familiar. Moetzi reported, "Sir, that kid attempted to spy on your attribute data with a Trojan virus last time." Lin Nai glanced at Moetzi. "Didn't you capture that Trojan? He shouldn't have gotten any real data, right?" "Of course not," Moetzi replied smugly. "I just generated some fake data with AI and gave it to him." Lin Nai yawned nonchalantly. "Since he's so keen on spying, let's just generate some fake chat records for him this time too." He wasn't planning to expose Chenwei just yet, thinking, "Catching a small fry like him is no fun. If I'm going to catch something, it should be the big shark behind him." "Understood, sir," Moetzi replied, then shifted the topic. "By the way, do you remember the Trojan virus we captured?" Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Nai showed interest. "How's it doing?" "It's right here. Take a look," Moetzi said, displaying an image in front of Lin Nai. In the image, A data-wrapped supernatural Trojan virus was spinning rapidly in a cage. It's very obedient now, really well-behaved. I've named it Little Zero. Oh, how obedient? Lin Nai asked with interest. Moetzi's skeletal head grinned. It's completely turned against its original owner and only follows our commands. Even if we ask it to bite back at its original owner, it wouldn't hesitate. Lin Nai tilted his head. So I could use it to infect Qin Wei's system without his security system noticing? Absolutely, Moetzi explained. In fact, there's no need for active infection. That kid has been receiving information from Little Zero, which means his system is already infected. Lin Nai pondered for a moment. Can I see his chat logs and browsing history now? Certainly, you can monitor his system in real time. As Moetzi spoke, the display in front of Lin Nai suddenly changed. The new interface had a completely different style, with a wallpaper featuring a character in black stockings. With a casual swipe, a bunch of 2D waifu images dropped from the top of the screen. Lin Nai thought, this is clearly Qin Wei's system interface. Qin Wei was seen opening the panel to control the supernatural Trojan virus, peeking at Lin Nai's system interface. Lin Nai mused, is this a nesting doll situation? I'm watching him spy on my system, but what he's seeing is fake information. Qin Wei, who was spying, stared in shock at his screen. He thought only someone as plain-looking and mediocre as himself would look at such things. He never expected someone as seemingly proper as Lin Nai to have even more resources. What left Qin Wei utterly speechless was the chat logs. This guy is actually involved with Instructor Yi, and also with Chu Mingyao, Su Qiaolin. Qin Wei's pupils dilated, his eyes reddening, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Chu Mingyao was his dream girl. Although she always looked down on him, Qin Wei believed that one day he would make her see him differently and conquer her with his abilities. But Lin Nai, that jerk. Lin Nai was dumbfounded as he looked at the auto-generated chat logs by Moetzi, completely taken aback. What on earth did you send? There's no way I would send such embarrassingly cringy messages. Moetzi awkwardly defended. Those were all auto-generated by AI. It's not my fault. Lin Nai snapped. Aren't you the AI? Just then, a loud crash came from the front of the transport vehicle, as if it had hit something. Everyone inside lurched forward with the impact, and someone spilled their entire cup of water on their pants. If not for the seatbelts, they might have been thrown out of their seats. What happened? A bewildered guy asked. Mr. Qin frowned, unbuckled his seatbelt, and went to the window to check. Suddenly, a fierce, raging beast roared and slammed against the window, coming face-to-face with Mr. Qin. The students inside the vehicle were startled. Mr. Qin also jumped back in surprise, instinctively stepping back. The creature looked bizarre, as if it were a patchwork of different beings. It had the head and mandibles of a spider demon, but its body was covered in thick fur. Its claws were as sharp as those of a werewolf, and it had enormous wings reminiscent of a nightmare. Rising from the back of its head were a pair of massive, curved horns, typical of a purebred demon. Among its 6 legs, the front 4 resembled those of a werewolf, while the back 2 were like the springing hind legs of an insect demon. This monster was like a terrifying chimera, impossible to categorize. Monster attack, someone shouted in alarm. Mr. Qin quickly regained his composure and reassured everyone, there's no need to panic. Our transport vehicle is very sturdy. Ordinary monsters can't break through. As a level 5 transcendent, he had extensive experience exploring otherworldly realms. Encountering monsters in such places was commonplace, and nothing to be overly concerned about. Mr. Wu sneered in agreement. Exactly, he said, casting a disdainful glance at the creature, snarling at them through the window. These are just low-level fiends. If it weren't for the window, I could crush them with 2 fingers. However, the class representative, Su Qiaolin, looked pale and pointed outside with a trembling hand. But sir, there are so many of them. Linnai's expression grew serious. Outside the window, amidst the twisted, winding trees, countless pairs of crimson eyes glowed coldly, watching them. The number of eyes multiplied rapidly, closing in on the vehicle. The sheer mass of them was suffocating, easily numbering in the hundreds at a glance. But the reality was even worse. Linnai activated his gray abyss vision, allowing him to see places others couldn't. It looks like there are at least 1,000 of them, he said gravely. Hiss. Even the 2 teachers responsible for protection couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this one area supposed to have been officially explored, with almost no monster activity? One of the teachers asked, bewildered. How could such a massive group of monsters suddenly appear? Faced with such a massive swarm of monsters, even the 2 seasoned teachers couldn't help but show signs of panic. The atmosphere inside the carriage instantly grew tense. Teachers, what should we do now? Asked the class representative, Chu Mingyao, her voice trembling as she tightly gripped the armrest of her seat. Mr. Wu gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm, and said, don't panic. Our transport vehicle is very sturdy. No matter how many of these creatures there are, they won't be able to break in. We might have accidentally stumbled into their habitat. As long as we get out of this area, they should stop chasing us. He turned to the driver's seat and ordered loudly, "Floor it, max out the power, full speed ahead, break through." The driver, an older man, was shaking all over and stammered, "Why wise?" He gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed his foot on the accelerator. Meanwhile, Lin Nai frowned, thinking to himself, it's probably not that simple. As a student with extensive theoretical knowledge, he had read all about the various types of monsters worldwide, but he had never seen such a peculiar species. Something was definitely off about these creatures. At that moment, through the system's real-time monitoring, Lin Nai noticed Wei chatting with someone labeled as Sponsor. "Sponsor, it's your time to shine. Impress me, and don't let me down." Wei, "Haha, no problem." Lin Nai glanced at Wei, who was sitting diagonally across from him, pretending to be nonchalant. What is this guy up to? He then looked out the window at the monsters relentlessly attacking the transport vehicle. Could it be that someone is controlling these creatures? Suddenly, with a click, all the lights inside the carriage went out, plunging it into complete darkness. Except for Lin Nai, everyone else wore expressions of shock. Wei's lips curled up slightly as he swiftly manipulated a system interface only he could see. Today, I'll show you why an ability hacker is the most feared profession by the International Association of the Extraordinary. Wei thought to himself. Taking advantage of the darkness, Lin Nai quietly unbuckled his seatbelt and left his seat. "What's going on?" Mr. Wu shouted, who turned off the lights in the carriage. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Chun," the driver exclaimed. "The vehicle, it's out of control." Mr. Chun rushed to the driver's seat. The screen was flashing with garbled data, and finally, an image of a hooded figure wearing a clown mask appeared, flipping them off with both middle fingers. "What's happening?" Mr. Chun asked anxiously. The driver, sweating profusely, said in a trembling voice, "It's a hacker. An ability hacker has breached our vehicle system." "How is that possible?" Mr. Chen was stunned. Who could crack the Night Watcher's vehicle system security code? Mr. Wu quickly joined them at the front, attempting to operate other screens. But soon all screens were filled with garbled data, eventually replaced by the clown figure's mocking gesture. He typed furiously on the keyboard, trying to forcibly reboot the system, but couldn't escape the flood of garbled data. "Damn it!" Mr. Wu cursed, slamming his fists onto the console. "Don't panic. Activate the emergency antivirus system." Mr. Chun suggested. "Our antivirus system is advanced. It should recover given some time. Take a look outside." Mr. Wu shouted. "Time is the one thing we don't have." With loud thuds, over a dozen monsters leaped from the tall trees, landing heavily on the vehicle's windows. They clawed at the windows with werewolf-like talons, unable to break through but leaving countless scratches. These bizarre creatures swarmed the massive transport vehicle like a hive of bees, quickly surrounding it. The windows were covered with their terrifying maws, blocking the view, and the oppressive roars of the pack were suffocating. The students inside were drenched in cold sweat, with the girls trembling in fear, some unable to hold back their screams. Even the two Level 5 Night Watcher teachers had never encountered such a situation. The transport vehicle, out of control, couldn't turn and ultimately crashed into a large boulder. Boom! The massive vehicle flipped, spinning 720 degrees in the air. It landed with a thundering crash, forming a cracked pit in the ground. The momentum carried it sliding forward dozens of meters, the off-road tires carving deep gouges in the earth. Dust flew as many of the monsters clinging to the windows were thrown off. Inside the carriage, alarms blared. Most people, having fastened their seatbelts, weren't thrown out, but the violent impact left them dizzy. Although the vehicle's exterior was sturdy, the interior lights, ceiling equipment, students' backpacks, laptops, water bottles, and tools from the supply boxes were scattered everywhere due to the rollover. Cough, cough, Mr. Chen, having used his sole power to anchor himself during the airborne moment, stood up, holding onto a table. "Is everyone okay?" The students, regaining their senses, shook their heads, clutching their dizzy heads. "And no, just a little dizzy. What about those creatures?" Mr. Chen looked outside, noticing the monsters that had been clinging to the windows were gone. He thought, with such a violent crash, a vehicle over 40 meters long flying hundreds of meters, those creatures must have been flung off. Just then, the lights inside the carriage suddenly came back on, restoring brightness. Chu Mingyao's eyes lit up. "Has the vehicle system recovered?" Mr. Chen was about to speak when a voice suddenly echoed through the vehicle's system broadcast. "Listen up, everyone in the vehicle. Get out quietly. Hands on your heads and don't resist." Everyone was taken aback. Mr. Wu's face changed dramatically. "Who is it?" "Teacher, look outside," a female student exclaimed. Mr. Wu looked out the window to see about 20 figures wearing bandit masks slowly surrounding them. The tall figure at the front held a walkie-talkie, clearly the one who had just spoken through the vehicle's broadcast system. Humans? Mr. Chen was stunned, his brow furrowed. The term, interdimensional bandits, flashed through his mind. Indeed, there were such illegal organizations among humans. They formed teams to specifically rob lone, weak adventurers, and some powerful groups even dared to target large companies' convoys. The risk was greater, but so were the rewards. Mr. Chen quickly moved to the driver's seat, peering out through the wide front window. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breath caught. The creatures that had been fiercely attacking them moments ago hadn't disappeared. Instead, they stood neatly behind 20 or so bandits. They were scattered around the surrounding tree trunks and rocks, as quiet as a pack of tamed wolves, waiting for their master's command. Can these bandits control the creatures? Mr. Chen murmured to himself, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Mr. Chen, what's happening? Chu Mengyao's trembling voice came from behind. Mr. Chen and Mr. Wu exchanged a grave look, each seeing the other's thoughts. In Yin country, there were only a handful of interdimensional bandit organizations daring enough to target night watchmen. Clearly, this was a carefully orchestrated ambush. Worse yet, there might be a traitor among the intern night watchman team. We have no choice but to fight for our lives, Mr. Chen said quietly, reaching to open his system inventory. Right? Mr. Wu replied, also starting to operate his system. However, their weapon download progress stalled at 1. Damn it. Mr. Wu gritted his teeth. Even our personal systems have been hacked by a psychic hacker? When did this happen? Hearing this, the students checked their systems, their panicked voices rising. Only Qinwei remained expressionless, but inside he sneered, "Fools, your systems were hacked by me a month ago. Everyone calm the hell down and stop whining." Mr. Wu's angry shout brought silence to the vehicle. At this moment, the tall bandit leader picked up a walkie-talkie and said leisurely, "Night watchman inside. I advise you to stop hiding. It's useless. Your onboard systems have been compromised by us. Did you really think this metal shell could protect you? And resisting with force is futile too." Before he finished speaking, the tall bandit leader unleashed a surge of soul power, the wind howling. Following that, 2 other bandits also demonstrated their strength. All 3 were clearly level 6 or higher transcendents. Mr. Wu and Mr. Chin's faces changed drastically. Without weapons, they were no match for these 3 level 6 transcendents. "I'll give you the length of 2 song lyrics to think it over," the tall bandit leader taunted. "Or else we'll force our way in." The time for 2 song lyrics passed in a flash. The tall bandit leader gestured, and one of his men stepped forward, quickly hacking the door with a computer and toolbox. Bang! The tall bandit kicked the door open. "Die!" Mr. Wu roared, charging forward. The tall bandit leader gave a disdainful glance, easily grabbing Mr. Wu by the throat. "Foolish," he sneered, kicking Mr. Wu hard in the stomach. Mr. Wu flew back like a broken kite, crashing into the wall and collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. "Anyone else want to try?" The tall bandit leader scanned the people inside the vehicle with contempt. After a moment of silence, Mr. Chan raised his hands. "We surrender." "Good, you're much smarter than him." The tall bandit nodded in satisfaction. "Don't worry, we don't kill. We're just after money. Cooperate and you'll be safe." The bandits then flooded into the vehicle, tying everyone up. The tall bandit leader exchanged a knowing glance with Qinwei in the corner. Just then, a bandit hurried over and whispered in the leader's ear, "Boss, there's a problem. The target apostle, Lin Nai, isn't in this car. He's missing." The tall bandit leader's face suddenly darkened. "What did you say?" he demanded harshly, then turned to scan the group of bound students. Lin Nai was indeed nowhere to be seen. "You must be joking," the leader roared. "We went through all this trouble to capture Lin Nai, and now he's missing?" He scowled, quickly pulling up the system panel. "Chunwei, where is Lin Nai?" the leader interrogated. Chunwei finally snapped back to reality, his gaze sweeping over to Lin Nai's former seat empty. "He was just on the bus," Chunwei defended. "And where is he now?" the leader pressed. Chunwei stammered, "I don't know, before the lights went out, he was right there, and then he was gone in a blink." The leader gritted his teeth. Could he have sensed something was wrong and jumped off the bus? He pondered, considering the vastness of this strange realm. If Lin Nai had indeed jumped off, how would they find him? Chunwei hastily reassured, "Don't worry, he's still on the bus. I can track his system location. He's just hiding." The leader breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the kid was pretty shrewd to hide at the first sign of danger. No matter, though the transport bus was as big as a cargo ship with plenty of hiding spots, as long as he was on board, he couldn't escape. "Send me his location," the leader commanded. After receiving the coordinates, the leader thought for a moment, then summoned a male bandit with a level of 6.0. "Go fetch that kid." At that moment, Lin Nai was hiding in the warehouse of the transport bus, keeping a clear track of the situation inside the vehicle through Mosey's system. 3 level 6 bandits, 5 level 5, and a dozen or so level 4. along with a horde of malevolent creatures. The situation was dire. Sir, they are tracking you. Should I distract them? Mosey inquired. Lin Nai pondered. No need. They're only sending one person. With that, he retrieved a level 4 soul-powered handgun from his inventory, loading it with a fully charged magazine and attaching a silencer. But the opponent is level 6. You may not be a match, Mosey expressed concern. Then I won't fight Hedon, Lin Nai replied calmly. Since he can find me through Chun Wei's signal, shouldn't Xiao Zero be able to infect him? Mosey's eyes lit up. I understand your plan. The steel door of the warehouse slid open, and the level 6 bandit stepped in, his combat boots clicking sharply against the floor. Kid, stop hiding. I know you're here, he sneered, his right hand forming a blade of ghostly blue soul energy. The warehouse remained silent. The bandit scoffed and lunged toward the system-indicated position, only to find nothing. At that moment, a low buzz sounded a signal that Lin Nai had emerged from a blind spot, both hands gripping the level 4 soul gun firmly, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A deep crimson beam of soul energy burst forth from the gun's barrel. The massive recoil of the level 4 soul energy gun hit Lin Nai like a raging beast, slamming into his body. His arms were involuntarily thrown upward, and he staggered backward, as if pushed by an invisible force. Lin Nai had anticipated the formidable power of the level 4 gun, which is why he opted to hold it with both hands. Yet, even with this precaution, the impact left his arms instantly numb, as if struck by an electric shock. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, inwardly grateful. If not for his basic attributes being comparable to a level 3 extraordinary being, a mere level 1.5 would have rendered his arms completely useless from this shot. As Lin Nai grappled with the recoil, the deadly beam had already hit the unprepared level 6 bandit squarely in the chest. A cry of agony tore through the air. Even with level 6 strength, taking such an unexpected hit was enough to make him suffer greatly. The bandit's body slammed heavily against the container behind him, producing a dull thud. Suddenly, Lin Nai's view was interrupted by a system panel notification. Alert! Your arms have been affected by powerful soul energy recoil. Alert! Your arms are in a paralyzed state. Duration: 15 seconds. Damn it! Lin Nai cursed internally. His original plan was to follow up the shot with another attack immediately, but the 15-second paralysis had completely disrupted his strategy. In a life-and-death battle, 15 seconds could easily turn the tide. Meanwhile, the level 6 bandit had recovered from his initial shock. Clutching his chest, he felt a metallic taste in his throat and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid splattered on the ground like a blooming blood flower. Damn, an apostle, the bandit muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. A level 1 extraordinary being managing to fire a level 4 soul energy gun. That's insane. He spat out the remaining blood from his mouth, his anger intensifying. Clearly, being ambushed by a lower-level extraordinary being was extremely infuriating. However, he quickly flashed a sinister smile, as if to say, the real show is just beginning. But the level 6 bandit slowly straightened up, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. This is as far as you go. Lin Nai thought to himself. This guy really noticed the numbness in my hands. In a split second, the level 6 bandit gathered a ghostly blue energy blade in his right hand and swung it at him with deadly force. The energy blade was exceptionally sharp, slicing through the air with a noise that was both piercing and chilling. The bandit's speed was astonishing, his level 6 warrior attributes far surpassing Lin Nai's, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. With his hands numb, Lin Nai could only retreat hastily to dodge. However, his opponent's speed was superior, and the physical prowess of a level 6 warrior completely overwhelmed him. The energy blade ultimately left a deep gash on his shoulder, cutting down to the bone. Lin Nai felt the left shoulder blade being mercilessly sliced open, the searing pain spreading through his body instantly. The level 6 bandit said grimly, the boss was right. Given 10 years, maybe none of us would be your match. But unfortunately, before he could finish, he attacked again, the energy blade slicing across Lin Nai's chest. Although not as deep as the shoulder wound, blood still seeped out. Lin Nai gritted his teeth against the pain and summoned Bai Yi. Unfortunately, his right hand was numb, and he could barely grip the scythe's handle. 10 souls. Lin Nai muttered through clenched teeth, invoking the necromantic summoning. In an instant, the whispers of the undead filled the air, and the surroundings lost all color, turning black and white. A towering ghostly spirit appeared behind Lin Nai and then merged into Bai Yi. The surface of the silver scythe was enveloped with a faint blue glow. The system indicated that the spirit had possessed Bai Yi, greatly enhancing Lin Nai's attributes. More importantly, with increased strength and muscle fortitude, the numbness in his arm was relieved. The level 6 bandit pressed forward, swinging his energy blade. Lin Nai immediately twisted his right wrist, raising Bai Yi to counter. With a sharp clang, Bai Yi and the energy blade collided, producing a shrill metallic ring. The bandit was taken aback. Your right hand isn't numb? Lin Nai didn't answer, swinging Bai Yi to attack again. The bandit felt the powerful soul force emanating from the weapon and dared not take it heeded, sidestepping a few steps before using a skill, martial art whip blade of chi. With a flick of his right hand, the energy blade extended into a whip-like blade over 10 meters long. The whip blade moved with a speed at least 3 times faster than before, its attack trajectory unpredictable. Yet Lin Nai instinctively swung Bai Yi, the massive silver scythe moving with ghostly agility in his hands, deflecting the whip blade with a series of rapid clangs. The bandit was bewildered. What the hell? How is this kid reacting so fast, like he's got some cheat on? After several defenses, Lin Nai suddenly pushed off the ground, wielding the scythe to launch an attack. The bandit didn't expect Lin Nai to charge instead of fleeing. Kid, you've got guts. Just as he was about to gather soul power again, a sharp pain surged through his head. A piercing buzz filled his ears, as if a nerve in his brain was vibrating violently. His vision blurred, and his system display was filled with static. The system was directly connected to the Transcendent's brain. Once the system was disrupted, the opponent's brain was also affected. The bandit frowned deeply, the dizziness and pain lasting 3 or 4 seconds before subsiding. Yet, in the heat of battle, life and death are often decided in less than a second. Lin Nai seized this fleeting opportunity, gripping Bai Yi like a swift leopard, and without hesitation, slashed down. The silver scythe turned into a cold gleam, swiftly cutting across the bandit's neck. Ugh! The bandit's eyes widened in shock, trembling as he clutched his throat, his palm filled with vivid red. He tried to swallow, but midway through, he couldn't continue. A mist of blood erupted from his throat. The bandit slowly fell to his knees before collapsing heavily. Even in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, unable to comprehend how he, a level 6, was defeated by a level 1. Lin Nai crouched down, carefully checking the bandit's condition, confirming that he had stopped breathing and his pulse had ceased. Lin Nai exhaled heavily, clutching his wounded shoulder. Although he had dealt with one enemy, his left arm was completely numb, and the excruciating pain in his shoulder continued to assault his nerves. Lin Nai quickly retrieved an emergency healing potion from his inventory and injected it into his neck without hesitation. Inside the carriage, over 30 students and 2 level 5 teachers were tightly bound in a corner, fear and anxiety hanging heavily in the air. The tall leader of the bandits stood with his arms crossed, tapping his military boots on the floor occasionally, his brow slightly furrowed. He thought to himself, this is taking too long. How can dealing with a level 1 extraordinary take so much time? Despite his annoyance, he wasn't overly worried. After all, the young apostle's system had been hacked, and his hiding place exposed. A few students whispered nervously among themselves, "Hey, why do I feel like someone is missing? Did anyone see Lin Nai? Huh. Yeah, he was just next to me a moment ago. Sure. Keep it down. Don't let the bandits hear us." Moments later, the bandits approached with cameras, beginning to take photos of the bound hostages. Teacher Wu glared fiercely at the bandit holding the camera but quickly quieted down after receiving a hard kick. The tall bandit leader sneered, "Take good photos of these people and send them to the Night Watcher school. Tell them to pay the ransom to save them, or we'll start killing hostages." He then waved his hand, displaying an account panel in front of the hostages, his voice carrying a threatening tone. "Now, disable the anti-theft security mode on your systems and transfer all your money and valuables to this account. Anyone caught hiding anything, well?" Everyone exchanged nervous glances, aware of the ruthless nature of these outlaws. They had no choice but to obediently unlock their system's anti-theft and surrender their valuables. Facing bandits capable of controlling magical creatures, they knew the formidable power backing these criminals, and none dared to use their Night Watcher status or family connections as leverage. Teacher Chin, mustering courage, asked, "Who are you people? How can you control those magical creatures?" The tall bandit leader stroked his chin, a smug smile on his face. "Why? That's a good question. It's because our research on magical creatures is far more advanced than you Night Watchers. You people are still using outdated methods from the initial stages of the spiritual energy resurgence 300 years ago. That's long obsolete, you know?" Teacher Chen frowned, pondering for a moment before realization struck. "Are you from the 5 Elements Society?" Among the major powers in Yin country, only the 5 Elements Society had been persistently researching the control of magical creatures. Although others had attempted it before, they all failed, leaving only the 5 Elements Society to continue. "That's right, you guessed it," the tall bandit leader admitted with a chuckle. "We are from the 5 Elements Society." Teacher Chun was taken aback by the leader's frank admission. The 5 Elements Society was a mysterious organization, akin to ancient dark sects, operating beyond official control, acting with impunity, yet possessing formidable strength and numerous experts. Their influence spanned the globe, leaving even the International Association of the Extraordinary helpless against them. At that moment, a bandit approached with a tablet, handing it to the leader for review. The tall bandit leader glanced at it, a sinister smile gradually forming on his face. So, we have someone who values money over their life. He strode over to a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who immediately looked terrified. Without a word, the leader kicked him hard in the stomach. The boy barely had time to scream before his hair was grabbed, and his face was smashed with 3 brutal knee strikes. His glasses shattered, frames askew, blood gushing from his nose as he collapsed on the ground in agony. You were hiding over 100 energy crystals in your system inventory, planning to save them for your coffin? Huh? The tall bandit leader sneered. Fine, since you like keeping them. I'll use them to buy you a fancy porcelain casket after you're dead. How about that? With that, he grasped the boy's throat, lifting him high. No, please. The boy's feet dangled helplessly, panic overtaking him as he desperately slapped at the leader's arm. Don't kill me, I beg you. Ha, I gave you a chance, the tall bandit leader said coldly. No. The boy's voice trembled. I can give you information. Don't kill me. There was originally another person in this carriage. After the crash, he disappeared, probably hiding. He's an apostle, a divine inheritor. He must have a lot of money and extraordinary materials, resources. And he's more valuable. Go find him. Don't kill me, please. The tall bandit leader fell silent. The other hostages, including Teacher Chun, sighed softly at the boy's words. Well, are you ready to hand over everything now? The tall bandit leader asked. I will. The boy nodded frantically, and with a thought, transferred all the items hidden in his inventory. Hearing the notification of receiving new items, the tall bandit leader chuckled. Good. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Although I'm your enemy as a night watcher, what I despise the most are traitors and those who sell out their own. Before the words were fully spoken, the tall bandit leader's wrist twisted sharply. The boy's eyes widened, nearly popping out, his mouth agape but unable to make a sound. With a sickening crack, his body slumped to the ground, blood pooling around him. Someone handed the leader a tissue, and he meticulously wiped the blood from his hands, as if killing had sullied them. Just then, his system received a message from a level 6 bandit. Boss, I've dealt with that apostle kid. Come to the warehouse. The tall gang leader frowned at his phone, looking utterly baffled. He had just received a message from Daofeng, claiming to have dealt with the kid, but without bringing him in. As he was about to question further, another message came from Hmph, saying Daofeng had encountered trouble. Alarm bells rang in the leader's mind. Daofeng was a level 6 extraordinary being, so how could he possibly run into issues with a mere level 1.5 kid? It was as absurd as an elephant being trampled by a mouse. Yet, Hmp's message demanded his attention. You guys, stay here and watch the hostages. The rest, follow me. The leader's expression was grim as he led most of his men toward the warehouse. The remaining gang members exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, the students in the carriage whispered among themselves, trying to guess what was going on. Could it be something Lin Nai did? Su Chaolin's eyes lit up with hope. No way. How could a level 1.5 even make a dent in front of so many high-level extraordinaires? A boy scoffed. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Chu Mingyao immediately retorted. Lin Nai is special. The boy's face flushed red, and he fell silent. In the corner, Chun Wei clenched his fists, his expression dark and brooding. He silently cursed. After all the effort I put into hacking the system and marking the location for these idiots, they still can't get it done? What a bunch of useless teammates. Meanwhile, the situation in the warehouse had dramatically changed. Hmph pushed open the door and caught a whiff of blood. Following the trail, she found Daofeng's body. Just as she was about to investigate, she noticed a gas smoke bomb tucked in his arms. At that moment, a silenced gunshot rang out, precisely hitting the smoke bomb. A dark green toxic mist rapidly spread. Although Hmph reacted quickly, she couldn't avoid inhaling some of it. She immediately felt dizzy and weak. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Nai sprang from the shadows, wielding a silver scythe aimed directly at Hmp's vital points. Hmph barely dodged the first strike and tried to cast an illusion, but Lin Nai interrupted her. Under the dual effects of the poison and system virus, Hmph ultimately fell under Lin Nai's scythe. Not taking any chances, Lin Nai struck Hmph twice more to ensure she was completely incapacitated. Blood trickled from the corner of Hmp's mouth as her life force rapidly faded away. A few minutes later, the tall gang leader received a new message. Boss, there's been a problem with that kid. You need to come to the warehouse. The leader instantly realized something was wrong. He rushed to the warehouse with his men, filled with doubt. Could something really have gone awry? Is that apostle truly this formidable? The tall leader of the bandits arrived at the warehouse with a dozen men, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk. Red Snake, Blade, he called out in a deep voice, but there was no response. The air was thick with a familiar scent, a lingering trace of toxic gas grenades, mingled with a faint hint of blood. Stay alert, everyone, the leader commanded, gripping his soul-powered handgun tightly. Take an antidote for the advanced toxic smoke grenades now, a level 4 bandit asked, puzzled. Boss, why? Just do it. No questions, the leader snapped. The bandits quickly swallowed the antidotes. The leader took the lead, moving with steady steps and staying vigilant to any sounds around them. They navigated through the vast containers, the tension palpable. Suddenly, a message flashed on the system panel. Red Snake, boss, you're here. I can see you. Blade, boss, I see you too. Red Snake, boss, I'm right above you. Look up. The leader chuckled coldly. Trying to spook me, huh? He looked up without hesitation. A ghoul descended from above, its jaws wide open. The leader didn't flinch, catching the ghoul by the throat. With his muscles straining, the ghoul's head burst, spraying viscous fluid everywhere. Boss, why is there a ghoul in this transport truck? The level 4 bandit asked, baffled. The leader knelt to inspect the corpse, as dark green smoke slowly rose from it. The group stepped back, but relaxed upon recognizing the familiar scent. Good thing you had us take the antidote, remarked the level 4 bandit. But how did one of our company's toxic smoke grenades end up inside this ghoul? Have you not figured it out yet? The leader scoffed. It's all Lin Nai's doing. Red Snake and Blade have likely already fallen into his trap. Before he could finish, over 30 ghouls and shadow wolves burst forth from all directions, some leaping from ventilation ducts, others springing from containers, and more charging in from outside. Don't panic, they're just a bunch of evil spirits, the leader said calmly, shooting down a shadow wolf. Several shadow wolves lunged at him, but he unleashed his lightning whip leg technique, sending them flying. He grabbed the last wolf by the neck, only to discover it had a soul energy grenade in its mouth. Damn! The leader's pupils contracted. Boom! The explosion was deafening. Meanwhile, Lin Nai had quietly slipped back into the passenger carriage. Through the system infected by Shao Zero, he could monitor every move of the bandits. He gently opened a ventilation window and saw Chu Mingyao and others tied up in a corner, with only 5 bandits remaining in the carriage. Lin Nai took out a regular smoke grenade and tossed it down. The sound alerted the level 5 bandit. Someone's here, the bandit began. But the smoke grenade detonated, filling the carriage with white smoke. Everyone coughed uncontrollably. Squinting, Chu Mingyao asked in confusion, what's happening now? Lin Nai jumped down from the vent, landing in front of them. Chu Mingyao exclaimed in surprise, Lin Nai? Is it really you? Lin Nai sighed, class rep, I was trying to rescue you under the cover of smoke, but you're making sure those bandits know we're here. Realizing her mistake, Chu Mingyao apologized. Sorry. The bandits, recovering from the smoke, shouted. That kid's trying to rescue them. Stop him. Several bandits brandished their weapons and charged at Lin Nai. He squinted his eyes, glanced back and thought, no big deal, it's just a few of them. Unhurriedly, Lin Nai approached teachers Wu and Chun, saying, let me untie you first. He summoned Bai Yi, but teacher Wu quickly protested. No, Lin Nai. These ropes are specially made to bind extraordinary beings. Anyone below level 10 can't break free. You should hurry. Before Wu could finish, Lin Nai raised Bai Yi slightly and slashed down forcefully. Snap. The rope broke instantly. Teacher Wu was stunned. Lin Nai looked up, bewildered. What did you just say? Before Wu could reply, a shout came from afar. It's that Lin Nai. What's going on with him? Didn't the blade take care of him? Capture him. 5 bandits emerged from the smoke. Lin Nai said to the teachers, I'll leave these bandits to you. I've used up too much soul power, so I'll sit back for a bit. By the way, your system virus should be cleared now, and it should work fine. Teacher Chun opened the system panel and confirmed it was back to normal. Teacher Wu, having waited long enough, glared at the advancing bandits with a dark expression, clenching his fists. Great. I've been waiting for this. Orange soul energy ignited around him as he dashed forward. Teacher Chen took out a level 5 soul-powered gun from the inventory, a uniquely shaped long gun with a large caliber, resembling a shotgun with a scope. He closed one eye to aim and used the gun technique tracking barrage. The gun barrel unleashed a massive soul energy orb that dispersed into hundreds of tracking bullets, showering down on the bandits like a storm. Lin Nai continued to free the others, by effortlessly slicing through all the ropes. Su Qiaolin, in tears, tried to hug Lin Nai but was pulled back by Chu Mingyao. The two whispered arguments while Chen Wei remained silent, his expression complex. Teachers Wu and Chen teamed up to fight the 5 bandits, taking some effort to finally bring them down. Teacher Wu had a cut on his forehead, which he pressed with a tissue while panting heavily. Lin Nai retrieved a black crystal from his pocket, feeling its energy flow into him, slowly restoring his depleted soul power. The injury on his left arm was also healing, allowing him to lift it slightly. Teacher Chen approached to thank Lin Nai, though he couldn't comprehend how someone at level 1.5 could escape from so many high-level bandits. Lin Nai reminded, "Don't relax just yet. The danger isn't over." No sooner had he spoken than a cold voice rang out, "That's right. Don't think you can escape so easily." With a bang, the iron door of the carriage was kicked open, and a ghoul's corpse flew in, landing at Lin Nai's feet before dissipating into a soul. The tall bandit leader entered, his face smudged with black soot and his clothes slightly damaged, but his presence was intimidating. Lin Nai used the system to check and found the leader nearly at full health. Clearly, the traps involving several evil spirits and soul energy bombs weren't enough to deal with this level 6.3 bandit leader. A dozen more bandits followed behind the leader, weapons pointed at Lin Nai and his group. The leader glared coldly at Lin Nai. "I admit, you're more troublesome than those talentless fools, but it won't help you. None of you are leaving today." Lin Nai remained expressionless. Teachers Wu, Chen, and the other night watch students drew their weapons, gathering soul energy, ready to fight. Although still at a disadvantage, their position was much stronger than before. Teacher Chen discreetly sent a distress signal to headquarters. Suddenly, a series of monstrous screams echoed from outside the carriage. Everyone was bewildered, unsure of what was happening outside. Lin Nai listened intently, realizing it was the stitched-together monsters crying out. He activated the gray nether eye and saw a powerful and invisible force surrounding the area, rapidly devouring the thousands of monsters. The tall bandit leader's face changed drastically. What's going on? Could it be Night Watch reinforcements? Even if they cracked Chen Wei's Trojan virus and sent a message, they shouldn't have arrived this fast. "Look outside the window," Chu Mingyao suddenly exclaimed. Outside the carriage, an eerie black mist surged in from all directions, swiftly enveloping the transport vehicle like a tidal wave. The mist seemed alive, greedily devouring the surrounding evil creatures. One by one, the creatures were swept into the mist, letting out blood-curdling screeches, yet utterly unable to resist. Though the mist appeared insubstantial, it exuded a menacing aura. In an instant, the screams vanished, replaced by the unsettling sound of chewing, as if the creatures were being consumed bit by the mist. The atmosphere inside the carriage froze. Both the night watchmen and the bandits alike wore expressions of bewilderment. Even the tall bandit leader frowned, muttering under his breath, "What on earth is this thing? The number 2 space gate just opened recently, and even our genetics company hasn't fully grasped the nature of that world." Lin Nai squinted, deep in thought. "This power," he murmured to himself, "it's exactly like the divine force I sensed during the last mission from the number 2 space gate. Could it be another god's spirit?" Just then, Su Qiaolin screamed, her trembling finger pointing at the carriage door frame. "The black mist is seeping in through the cracks." Sure enough, thin tendrils of black mist began snaking in through the door cracks. Soon, the windows, vents, and air conditioning outlets were all infiltrated by the mist. Chaos erupted inside the carriage. Teacher Chun shouted sternly, "This isn't good. Don't let the mist touch you. Move back." The group retreated until they had nowhere left to go. Teacher Wu quickly came up with an idea. "Quick, hide in the inner storage room." Before he finished speaking, Chen Wei had already charged out of the carriage. Lin Nai clicked his tongue in surprise, thinking that Chen Wei was quite adept at running for his life. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed, rushing into the passageway. "Boss, what should we do?" a level 4 bandit asked anxiously. The tall bandit leader gritted his teeth and said, "What do you think? Run, of course. Are we supposed to wait around to be swallowed by this strange mist?" Faced with a common threat, the night watchmen and bandits temporarily set aside their hostilities and fled down the passage together. However, the transport vehicle was ultimately limited in space, and the black mist outside had already surrounded the entire vehicle. Where could they possibly escape to? They ran through the passage and reached the storage room, only to find that the mist had already infiltrated it. With no choice, they changed direction and dashed towards the dining area. During this brief escape, several people were caught by the mist. A few night watchmen, students, and bandits were dragged into the darkness, their cries of despair echoing. Help! Let me go!" Chu Mingyao's voice was filled with terror. "Teacher, Lin Nai, help!" Yet the black mist, like countless large hands, swiftly pulled her into the darkness. Her voice abruptly ceased. Lin Nai frowned slightly, realizing the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Su Qiaolin stopped in her tracks, her face pale as she watched Chu Mingyao being consumed by the mist. Lin Nai ran past her, expressionless, and said, "If you don't want to die, keep moving." Trembling all over, Su Qiaolin's legs shook uncontrollably, but the instinct to survive drove her to follow the others deeper into the vehicle. Finally, Lin Nai and the others managed to fight their way into the dining area, the central part of the transport vehicle. theoretically the hardest place for the mist to reach. However, by this time, only a few survivors remained. Lin Nai, Su Qiaolin, Teacher Wu, Teacher Qin, the tall bandit leader, Qin Wei, and 2 other level 5 bandits, making a total of 8 people. Teacher Wu slammed the door shut, panting heavily. A level 5 bandit immediately clasped his hands together and shouted, "Power shield." Instantly, a white shield enveloped the entire dining area, temporarily holding back the mist. Teacher Chan wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to speak when a sharp pain suddenly pierced his chest. The tall bandit leader had somehow gotten in front of him and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The blow was so forceful that Teacher Chin flew back several meters, crashing into tables and chairs before passing out. Teacher Wu was taken aback, yelling at the bandit leader, "Hey, at a time like this, you still want to fight?" The tall bandit leader snorted coldly, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Hmph, we're trapped here, and this shield won't hold off the strange mist for long. Although I can't be sure of the mist creature's exact strength, it's definitely something none of us can handle. Since we're bound to die here eventually, I might as well kill you damn night watchmen to avenge my grudge." Teacher Wu was slightly taken aback, then frowned and asked, "You have a grudge against us night watchmen?" "Ha ha ha, good question." The tall bandit leader laughed a few times, then said coldly, "Of course I do. And it's a grudge you high and mighty night watchmen wouldn't even remember. Do it." This was clearly directed at someone else. As soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from behind Teacher Wu. He turned around in shock to see Su Qiaolin already on the ground, knocked unconscious by a stun gun. The one holding the gun was none other than Qin Wei. Teacher Wu was both shocked and furious, glaring at Qin Wei. You're the traitor?" Qin Wei sneered. "Me? I'm no traitor. From the day I joined the Night Watchman, I've been waiting for this moment." Mr. Wu was stunned, repeating in disbelief, "What did you say?" "Why?" Lin Nai quickly stepped in as a translator, explaining, "Mr. Wu, he means he joined the Night Watchers for revenge." Qin Wei nodded in confirmation, adding sarcastically, "It's easy talking to smart people." The tall bandit leader impatiently waved his hand and harshly ordered, "Enough talk, finish him." 2 level 5 bandits moved in response, charging at Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu's heart tightened as he quickly assumed a defensive stance. However, the previous battle in the carriage had left him severely injured, making it even more difficult to face 2 opponents simultaneously. After just a few exchanges, he was overwhelmed, struck heavily, and sent crashing into a wooden table, smashing it to pieces. The tall bandit leader gave Lin Nai a long, incredulous look, saying, "You're not going to help?" Lin Nai shrugged, his expression calm. "A fight between level 5s? What can a level 1.5 like me do?" The leader snorted. "Level 1.5? That's too modest. Didn't you take down Red Snake and Blade?" Lin Nai explained. "They were careless, and I caught them off guard. In a direct confrontation, without the element of surprise, I'm out of tricks." The leader snorted again, his gaze growing more profound. He clearly didn't believe Lin Nai's words, thinking to himself that without real skill, there was no way he could have taken down 2 battle-hardened level 6 warriors. He scrutinized Lin Nai cautiously, noting the young man's calm demeanor and lack of panic, and thought to himself that this kid had many tricks up his sleeve and should not be underestimated. In reality, Lin Nai wasn't lying. When he dealt with the 2 level 6 fighters earlier, he had summoned a large number of undead creatures, depleting a significant amount of his soul power. Coupled with a shoulder injury, he was truly struggling to perform at his best. He understood that acting rashly now would be suicidal. It was better to let Mr. Wu hold them off as long as possible. Lin Nai quietly gripped the black crystal, working to restore his soul power and heal his injuries. His left arm was starting to regain mobility, but he knew he couldn't expend all his energy on these bandits. The black fog and the divine spirits outside could break through the barrier at any moment, and he needed to save his strength to deal with them. "Actually, I know you're not from the 5 Elements Society." Lin Nai suddenly spoke up. "You're with the Gene Company, right?" The tall bandit leader's face changed dramatically. "How do you know that?" "Because I hacked into your system," Lin Nai calmly replied. "Otherwise, why do you think Red Snake and Blade sent you those messages earlier?" Qin Wei couldn't hold back anymore, glaring at Lin Nai. "You're the one who cracked my Trojan and helped them with the antivirus? How did you do it? Are you an ability hacker too?" He couldn't accept that his hacking skills had been defeated so easily. Lin Nai was unfazed. "Something like that. Actually, when you first used the iris scan to invade, I detected it. Your system had already been counter-hacked by me. You just didn't realize it." "Impossible!" Qin Wei roared. "When I tested your system, I didn't trigger any security defenses. How could you possibly detect my ability virus?" Lin Nai shrugged. "If you can't accept it, just think of it as your own mistake." He then asked, "By the way, you do know that being an ability hacker is strictly prohibited by the International Association of the Extraordinary, right?" And you should know the consequences of getting caught. Chenwei sneered. So what? People like you, who are born with the divine sequence, can't possibly understand. The International Association of the Extraordinary? Screw them. Do they really see us low-level ability users as human? The monthly resources for cultivation aren't even enough for beggars. Those aura taxes, gene taxes, communication fees, they might not mean much to prodigies like you. Your schools and companies are all eager to pay for you. But what about us? Lin Nai remained silent. Chenwei, emotionally charged, pointed to himself. Becoming an ability hacker is my proudest achievement. It's all thanks to my own hard work, not some stupid innate talent. I'm level 3 now, and if it weren't for making money as a hacker to buy cultivation materials, with my talent, no matter how hard I worked, I'd probably still be level 1 now, barely scraping by in a regular university. I'm not satisfied. Why should talent completely negate my efforts? Why are you born to be adored and cherished by everyone? Lin Nai's expression remained unchanged, his gaze steady. You might not believe it, but I understand what you're saying better than you think, and I've experienced even more. Chenwei glared, cursing. What the hell do you know? The tall bandit leader stepped forward, placing a hand on Chenwei's shoulder. All right, that's enough. Go cool off. I've lost a lot of brothers to the Night Watchers too, but I don't whine as much as you do. He pushed Chenwei aside and slowly approached Lin Nai, slipping a knuckle duster onto his right hand. Red Snake and Blade were my earliest comrades, and today they died by your hand, the leader said, staring intently at Lin Nai. We might all die here today, but I will personally take you down, to avenge them. Lin Nai chuckled, rotating his left shoulder and flexing his fingers. Then come and try. Die, the tall bandit leader roared, his entire body engulfed in soul power flames, as he launched a powerful punch at Lin Nai. As Lin Nai watched the tall bandit leader charge with beast-like agility, he didn't hesitate to throw a soul energy grenade. The leader's eyes narrowed, and a sneer curled at his lips. Do you really think this will work on me? He scoffed, catching the grenade with his bare hand and squeezing it tightly. A cracking sound ensued as the veins on his hand bulged, and the iron shell of the grenade began to fracture, finally exploding in his grip. Boom! The explosion echoed, sending dust and smoke billowing. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the tall bandit leader stood unharmed, with only a few more holes in his clothing. Lin Nai had anticipated this. Using the smoke as cover, he leaped into the air, brandishing Bai Yi and striking at the protective shield around the restaurant. 10 souls. Lin Nai summoned the 10 souls, imbuing Bai Yi with their power. A ghostly blue aura enveloped the scythe, slicing through the air like a streak of light across the sky. The tall bandit leader's eyes widened as he understood Lin Nai's intent. This kid's insane. He wants to let the black fog in and take us all down with him. The level 5 bandit, confident in his abilities, said, Don't worry, boss. This is a level 5 shield. He's just a level 1. There's no way he can't. Before he could finish, Lin Nai's strike cut through the air. Buzz the white shield was instantly sliced open, creating a straight cut. The black fog poured in like a flood, shattering the white shield. The level 5 bandit's jaw dropped, his expression frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? Even the boss couldn't break my shield in one hit. The black fog surged like a wild beast, quickly engulfing the 2 level 5 bandits, their terrified cries swallowed by the darkness. Chenwei's eyes widened as he saw the black fog approaching. He turned and fled in panic. He didn't want to die, but the entire restaurant was now consumed by the invading fog, leaving him nowhere to escape. Soon, he was ensnared by the fog, dragged into the darkness. No, Chenwei clawed at the ground, desperately trying to crawl out of the fog. His face was filled with defiance, his desire to live vividly apparent in his eyes. No, Lin Nai I one tiled, but his figure slowly disappeared into the darkness, his voice fading away. Lin Nai glanced at him before turning his attention back to the tall bandit leader. Now, it's just the 2 of us. The black fog was closing in, the space available to stand shrinking to less than 10 square meters. The tall bandit leader's gaze darkened as he spoke menacingly. Then let's settle this. His hands clenched into fists, muscles bulging, as crimson soul energy gathered in his palms. Martial technique dragon-piercing charge. He lunged forward, his knuckles transforming into a dragon-shaped burst of soul energy, roaring fiercely. There was no room for Lin Nai to dodge. He swung Bai Yi to face the attack heat. The clash of Lin Nai's scythe and the bandit leader's strike resonated with a heavy sound. The power of a level 6.3 warrior was overwhelming. Lin Nai barely took a single blow before he felt a tightness in his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The force was too great. Facing a level 6 Hedon was indeed reckless. Yet, Lin Nai gritted his teeth, holding on, his hands gripping the scythe tightly, blood seeping from his palms. At this moment, the translucent form of the 10 souls rose behind Lin Nai, lifting a massive, incomplete sword and swinging it with tremendous force. The tall bandit leader's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected a spectral creature to appear behind Lin Nai. Engaged in battle with Lin Nai, he had no spare limbs to counter the attack. Instinctively, he withdrew his power and dodged backward. The sword's edge merely grazed his chest, tearing his clothing. However, the bandit leader's retreat took him directly into the black fog. Damn! He realized his mistake too late, his expression changing drastically. But it was already too late. The fog, like countless hands, grabbed him, pulling him in. His bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Lin Nai until his body was gradually consumed by the fog, his head, face, and eyes completely swallowed, disappearing from sight. Lin Nai plunged his scythe into the ground, one knee on the floor, his chest heaving with exertion. Taking a hit from a level 6 warrior had nearly shattered his insides. The black fog crept over him, like invisible hands starting to drag his limbs. Lin Nai glanced at the fog climbing over him. Eager, aren't you? The fog soon engulfed him entirely. The restaurant was completely devoured by the fog. Lin Nai seemed to vanish into the darkness. But after a few moments of silence, divine art gloomy eye of the nether, the fog that had consumed everything suddenly retreated from the center. Lin Nai's eyes turned a pure silver gray. Divine power, like silver-white streams of light, swirled around him, a stark contrast in the fog-filled restaurant. The fog reacted as if seeing its worst fear, retreating all at once, stopping at a distance of several meters, not daring to come closer. Lin Nai's eyes slowly returned to normal. Fog god, Kaiying, aren't you going to show yourself? He asked coldly. Silence reigned for a few seconds. The fog churned, inky black. Finally, tendrils of fog coalesced into a humanoid form. A cackling laugh echoed. An elderly figure, shrouded in black, appeared. He looked at least a century old, with sunken eyes, cracked lips, and wrinkled skin marked with spots. A bony hand gripped a black wooden staff, and his white hair flowed with the fog's wind. Lord Carlos, it's been a while. The black-robed elder leaned on his staff, emerging from the fog with a kindly yet eerie smile on his wrinkled old face. Linnai watched the old man before him with an expressionless face. This was Kaiying, the second-generation fog god. Renegade deity convicted for stealing divine secrets. His experience far surpassed that of Shirhan, and his imprisonment in the Sea of the Dead had lasted far longer. When the former White Death god cast him into the Sea of the Dead, Carlos wasn't even born yet. In terms of seniority, even Shirhan's father might have to call him an elder. Linnai scrutinized the fog god's form. Compared to Shirhan, who initially appeared incomplete and monstrous, Kaiying's divine body was nearly restored to its original state, almost identical to Linnai's memory of him. It really is you, Kaiying the fog god, Linnai said. The divine power fluctuations I sensed in the second-dimensional gate anomaly in the human realm earlier, that was you, wasn't it? Kaiying burst into laughter at this, his wrinkles forming a kindly old man's visage. Stroking his goatee, he jovially admitted, yes, that was me. At the time, I was devouring a wraith-level undead creature. Like me, it had been unexpectedly transported here from a non-material world due to spatial disturbances. That creature had considerable power, and it took me quite some effort to consume it. He continued to chuckle. Oh my old bones, in a state of undeath, almost choked on it. I just managed to burp. I didn't expect Lord Carlos to notice my apologies. Linnai frowned, becoming wary. This seemingly amiable old man was not to be underestimated. Kaiying's power was likely far greater than Shirhan's, as evidenced by the completeness of his divine body. The ability to consume a wraith-level creature, along with his recent effortless subduing of 5th and 6th level bandits, all attested to his strength. Compared to Shirhan's battle with Tang Hongshan and Lin Yushi, Kaiying's prowess was evidently superior. Worse still, the area was completely enveloped by black fog, leaving no room to maneuver. Linnai couldn't rely on outmaneuvering as he did with Shirhan. Although the gray mist powered by divine energy could penetrate the fog, Linnai's reserves were limited and might be depleted before he could escape, leaving him weakened. Clutching the White Knight tightly, Linnai pondered strategies, seeking a way out of this seemingly inevitable defeat. Kaiying gazed at Linnai and suddenly spoke. I must say, I'm quite surprised to see you here. I can't fathom how you, Lord Carlos, managed to survive the apocalypse of the gods and still walk the material world in the flesh. Before Linnai could respond, Kaiying scrutinized him further and realized, oh, have you taken over a human body? Something like that, Linnai replied tersely. Amazing, Kaiying marveled, that a fragile human form can bear the soul of the White Death god. How did you manage it? After a moment's silence, Linnai said, in terms of seniority, I should probably call you an elder. Oh, don't mention it, Kaiying said with a warm smile. I've long since retired and become a prisoner scorned by my kin, while you remain the current White Death god, So you are naturally the superior. Linnai felt something was off. They had just been in fierce combat. So why was this old man suddenly engaging in casual conversation? He looked at Guy Ying, paused, and tentatively asked, "We don't have any grudges, do we?" Linnai thought to himself that this old man was different from Shirhan. Shirhan's family was designated as renegades by the Black Lord and was captured and imprisoned in the Sea of the Dead by Lenino, by Carlos himself. But Guy Ying was a relic of millions of years past, imprisoned by the second-generation White Death god before Carlos's time. Carlos had often chatted with this old man during his tenure. Guy Ying seemed puzzled by Linnai's question and replied, "Of course not. How could we have any grudge?" Still wary, Linnai squinted and asked, "Then are you trying to devour my divine power to restore your own body?" "We gods are not like demons," Guy Ying said with a chuckle. "If gods could be devoured, there's no way I would have survived this long, given how many wanted me dead back then." Linnai frowned, skeptical. "Then what are you here for?" Guy Ying replied, "I'm here to turn myself in." Linnai was momentarily speechless, utterly confused. Guy Ying sighed and explained, "You wouldn't understand. Ever since leaving the Sea of the Dead, I've been terribly lonely. When a god gets old, they fear solitude. After the extinction of the divine civilization, the undead had nowhere to go, forced to wander the non-material world. It's dreadfully boring. Nothing compares to the comfort of the Sea of the Dead, where every imprisoned demon and deity was talented, and they all spoke so well." Linnai asked incredulously, "You caused all this chaos, devoured so many, just to turn yourself in?" "Well, not exactly." Guy Ying scratched his head. "Initially, I was just a bit hungry and wanted to find something to eat. I stumbled upon over 1,000 bizarre-looking creatures. I wondered at the time if these were a new species from the demon realm. But I didn't care. Food is food, no matter how it looks. So I released the black fog and devoured them all. Then I realized, this new species tasted quite good." Linnai was dumbfounded. Guy Ying continued, "Later, I discovered there was food in the human's transport vehicle and thought I'd have some dessert. At that moment, I sensed a faint yet familiar divine power and realized you were here, and not in a state of undeath." "Oh, how excited I was." Guy Ying slapped his thigh with enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Ah, what a coincidence. I thought, I've finally found my people." Linnai, after hearing this explanation, felt it was utterly absurd, his face full of disbelief. Linnai stood frozen, his mind blank. He could never have imagined that the old man before him was an actual deity. This self-proclaimed mist god, who called himself Guy Ying, had just nonchalantly devoured his classmates and teachers. Linnai couldn't help but wonder if this was some trick of a demon, but he quickly realized the thought was baseless. The aura emanating from the old man was pure divine power, not demonic. "What's wrong, my lord?" Guy Ying tilted his head, puzzled by Linnai's vacant expression. Linnai forced a wry smile. "It's nothing." After a moment of silence, he spoke with difficulty. "But among the people you consumed, many were my classmates and teachers from the human realm." Guy Ying suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. No problem. I'll just spit them back out." With that, he tapped his black staff on the ground twice. The surrounding black mist seemed to come alive, swiftly gathering around him, some merging into his black robe, others into the black wooden staff he held. Linnai looked around and saw the tall bandit leader, his two henchmen, and people like Qin Wei, Teacher Wu, and Teacher Qian being released. However, they remained unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Linnai exhaled deeply, his emotions mixed. He had originally thought encountering a god spirit would lead to a fierce battle, but it ended in such an unexpected way. "All right, my lord, hurry, hurry, take me back to the Sea of the Dead," Guy Ying urged eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. Linnai was at a loss for words and quietly began to prepare. About an hour later, Chu Mingyao slowly opened her eyes. "Am I still alive?" She groggily got up from the ground, only to be tightly embraced by a soft body. "Mingyao, I'm so glad you're all right," sob sob. Su Qiaolin cried. Chu Mingyao realized she was still in the transport vehicle's compartment. Her classmates were gradually waking up around her, some having been conscious for a while, others just coming to, their faces filled with confusion. The bandits and Qin Wei were tied up in the corner, with Qin Wei's mouth taped shut, wriggling like a worm, making muffled sounds. "Linnai, it's all thanks to you that we were rescued," Teacher Wu said excitedly, patting Linnai on the shoulder. "You're the savior of us all." Linnai modestly replied, "You're too kind, Teacher Wu. We were all a team on this mission. There's no need to talk about saving anyone." Teacher Wu looked guilty. "Sigh, this mission was supposed to be our job to protect you newcomers, but instead, we ended up being protected by a newcomer. It's really embarrassing." Shortly after, the Night Watchers emergency support team arrived. Tang Hongshan led Yang Xiaochuan, Lin Yushi, and a squad of Night Watchers in a hurry. Bang! Tang Hongshan kicked open the transport vehicle door, shouting aggressively, Linnai, the captain is here to save you. What kind of interdimensional bandits dare? Huh. Seeing the peaceful scene inside the compartment, Tang Hongshan was stunned. Isn't everything fine here? Where are the enemies? The students inside the compartment all turned to look at him. Tang Hongshan felt a bit awkward and quickly lowered his sword. Linnai stepped forward and briefly explained the situation. Tang Hongshan, Lin Yushi, and Yang Xiaochuan followed him to the corner, where a corpse of a demon lay. What kind of creature is this? Yang Xiaochuan asked in surprise. A spider demon's head, demon horns, werewolf limbs? I've never seen a demon like this before. Linnai explained. This demon was artificially created. He gently sliced open the demon's belly with white night, revealing complex technological devices, circuits, and a magical engine inside. This is a tech-based demon? Yang Xiaochuan's eyes widened. Linnai continued, earlier, our transport vehicle was attacked by thousands of these tech-based demons. These bandits aren't interdimensional bandits. They're people sent by a genetic company. Tang Hongshan, Lin Yushi, and Yang Xiaochuan exchanged looks of surprise. A genetic company? Are you sure? Tang Hongshan pressed. Positive. Linnai glanced at the bandits in the corner. We've captured so many of them alive. We should be able to extract a lot of useful information when we get back. Tang Hongshan remained silent for a long moment before placing a hand on Linnai's shoulder, his expression serious. Linnai, it seems you've earned yourself another great merit. In the depths of the alternate realm, Ewainer flew through the night, venturing into the heart of the second realm. This dark forest was indeed a treasure trove of rare resources, far surpassing the outer regions. The area was teeming with mystical plants and herbs, their auras shimmering in the air, while the seemingly bizarre black vegetation contained profound secrets of the universe. However, danger walked hand in hand with opportunity. As Ewainer pressed forward, she encountered over 100 demon-level creatures and even sensed the presence of higher-tier entities. Fortunately, she unleashed her full power at the myriad level, intimidating all around her. The creatures, sensing her formidable strength, retreated in fear. Ewainer was secretly amazed. She hadn't expected such high-level spiritual plants to thrive in a small city like Yecheng. As a war machine of the Black Angel civilization, she was not only skilled in combat, but also well-versed in various fields. Identifying rare treasures had been one of her mandatory childhood lessons. With a glance, she immediately recognized a 14th-level extraordinary material, the demon blood agate, a rarity usually found near demonic realms, now appearing here. There was also the millennial black ginseng, a rare elixir that could enhance human soul power. Ewainer thought to herself that these could be taken back to make tea for Lin Nai, though she wondered if his 1.5 level constitution could handle such potent supplements. She smiled innocently as she collected these natural treasures into her consciousness space. Yet, she sensed something amiss. The level of extraordinary resources produced in this alternate realm seemed far beyond what a 5th-tier city should have. Everything she encountered was around level 15, comparable to what might be found in a 2nd-tier city's realm. As Ewainer pondered, a faint, peculiar humming sound approached, growing clearer, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. She frowned and closed her eyes, using her psychic abilities to probe. Beyond the sound, she detected a strange energy fluctuation emanating from underground. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, cracking, sinking, and collapsing. Fissures quickly expanded from small gaps into a bottomless chasm, toppling the towering black trees. Alarmed, Ewainer swiftly spread her black wings and took to the air. Looking down with her keen eyesight, she saw, about 1,000 meters deep, an enormous, terrifying, dark dimensional rift. No, its scale was beyond that of a rift. It was more like a dimensional black hole. Terrifying suction waves emanated from the depths of the dimensional black hole. Ewainer felt her blood rushing downward, her magic and soul power rapidly draining as if being pulled into the void. She realized this was no ordinary earthquake. The entire alternate realm was likely in grave danger. Suddenly, thinking of Lin Nai, her expression changed. She flapped her wings with all her might, leaving the perilous area as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Nai was leisurely leaning against a black tree, stretching lazily. Supplies had been delivered to the designated interdimensional base, where staff were busy unloading from transport vehicles. Tang Hongshan approached Yang Xiaochuan, who was examining a demon corpse. Yang had a laptop on his lap, connected to the dissected demon. As he reviewed the data, he typed quickly, his expression complex. The technology controlling these demons is unlike anything I've ever seen. These prosthetics aren't even models from our country, not even found on the black market. The demon's original organs have been almost entirely replaced with mechanical prosthetics, and there's a device that perfectly simulates a demon's magic power organ. Tang Hongshan snorted. That's typical. Gene companies are multinational. It's not surprising they'd import illegal prosthetics from other countries. Lin Yushi chimed in. Gene companies have been getting bolder these past 2 years. These demons are full of contraband, and now we finally have evidence against them. Lin Nai didn't join the discussion. Instead, he walked over to the tied-up tall bandit leader, crouching down to meet his gaze. Although the leader appeared calm, Lin Nai could sense his guilty conscience. Lin Nai said, "Don't bother with tricks. They won't work." As he spoke, he grabbed the bandit's hand, which was tied behind his back, prying open each finger to reveal a small blue blade. The special soft steel rope binding the bandit's wrists had already been half-cut. Holding the blue blade, Lin Nai waved it in front of the bandit leader. "Your Gene Company's high-tech gadgets are quite something. But now it's mine." The tall bandit leader had nothing to say, his face etched with despair. Lin Nai tucked the blue blade into his coat, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. The tall leader of the bandits stood not far away, his gaze complicated as it rested on the young man. As a seasoned level 6 warrior, he had set foot on dimensional battlefields, worked as a mercenary, and navigated the treacherous politics of high-magic worlds for over a decade. Yet here he was, outmaneuvered by a mere novice. The leader took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Losing to you doesn't feel unjust?" Lin Nai nodded slightly. "You're too kind." After a moment of silence, the leader asked calmly, "My system's item space was completely looted. Was that your doing?" Lin Nai smirked. "What do you think? Turns out, you're not just an apostle inheriting divine power, but also a cyber hacker with special abilities?" The leader squinted. Lin Nai shrugged, acknowledging the accusation. "So, are you going to expose me?" Lin Nai asked, glancing at Chen Wei, who was curled up in the corner. The leader snorted. "I wouldn't bother with something so trivial. But even if I don't say anything, someone else surely will. When that happens, how will you explain yourself to the higher-ups? Being labeled a cyber hacker is a much graver offense than you might think." "It doesn't matter. There's no evidence anyway," Lin Nai replied nonchalantly. The leader raised an eyebrow. "You seem confident that you can evade scrutiny." He paused, then continued, "To be honest, I never thought much of you so-called prodigies. But you, I genuinely respect. It's a shame we're on opposing sides." Lin Nai remained silent. The leader sighed. "Could I ask you a favor?" "What kind of favor?" "Kill me." The leader's eyes flashed with determination. "I have no desire to be captured and humiliated by the Night Watchers." "No." Lin Nai refused without hesitation and turned to leave. Shortly after, a staff member from the Night Watcher base came running with a tablet to report. "Captain Tang, Teacher Wu, Teacher Chun. All the goods have been unloaded." "Thank you. I'll make sure to report it to the system," Captain Tang replied. Teacher Wu clapped his hands and called out, "We're done here. Mission accomplished. Everyone get on the bus and head home." The students cheered and gathered around. The mission had been thrilling and dangerous, nearly costing them their lives, but they had completed it. As trainee Night Watchers, they'd faced numerous magical creatures and formidable interdimensional bandits for the first time, and it would surely be an exciting story to tell back at school. Suddenly, a student exclaimed, "Teacher, come look at this bandit." Everyone turned and gathered around, only to see the tall bandit leader, his skin flushed red, blood vessels bulging, blood streaming from his orifices, and his eyes wide open, filled with bloodshot veins, looking terrifying. Tang Hongshan quickly stepped forward to examine him, his expression serious. "He's dead? How did he die?" Lin Yushi asked. After a careful observation, Lin Nai explained, "It's a self-destructive martial technique that shatters the internal organs using soul force. It's an excruciatingly painful process." Everyone exchanged glances, awed by the bandit's ruthlessness. Teacher Chun clenched his fists in frustration. What a waste. He must have known a lot of inside information. Tang Hongshan reassured him. "It's okay. With so many bandits captured, we'll surely get some information." At that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. Initially, it was barely noticeable, but the tremors gradually intensified. Lin Nai crouched down, placing his hand on the ground to feel the vibrations. "Lin Nai, what's up?" Lin Yushi asked curiously. "Do you hear that?" "It's an earthquake." Lin Nai squinted. As soon as he spoke, the ground shook violently. Rocks bounced, leaves rustled, and Yang Xiaochuan nearly fell. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky, landing in front of everyone. It was Warner. "Warner, you're back from your mission?" Lin Nai asked. Warner anxiously replied, "Forget the mission. We need to get out of here. This dimension might collapse at any moment." Lin Nai was taken aback, and the others gasped. "What? Are you serious?" Teacher Chun stared blankly at Instructor Yi, his voice slightly trembling. "Instructor Yi, what do you mean by saying this alternate realm is going to collapse?" Before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently. A massive fissure opened up in the earth, rapidly spreading from a distance as if it intended to split the entire continent in two. Even those with extraordinary abilities above level 3 struggled to maintain their balance amidst the violent tremors, falling to the ground one after another. Young Xiaochuan barely managed to steady himself, cold sweat streaming down his face. You've got to be kidding, right? This power. It feels like at least a magnitude 10 earthquake. Yi Wanner, her expression grave, explained. This isn't just an earthquake. It's a spatial disturbance. Dimensional rifts are formed by the collapse of space. Severe spatial disturbances can lead to the entire alternate realm collapsing. Teacher Chun gasped in shock. Tang Hongshan furrowed his brow, realizing the severity of the situation. He immediately used his level 6 soul power to issue a loud command. Everyone, get in the vehicles immediately. We must leave this alternate realm at once. The message spread quickly. Not only did everyone present hear it, but even the night guards at the base stumbled out, panic-stricken, asking, Captain Tang, what's happening? Tang Hongshan responded concisely, there's a spatial disturbance in the alternate realm. Use the system to notify everyone at the base to evacuate as quickly as possible. The night guard hesitated. But what about the base? There's so much equipment. Tang Hongshan snapped. Forget the equipment. If the space collapses, nothing will matter. Save yourselves first. The night guard finally realized the gravity of the situation. Oh, right? Turning to Lin Nai and the others, Tang Hongshan urged, stop dawdling and get on the vehicles. Everyone hurried onto the transport trucks. Tang Hongshan took the wheel himself, flooring the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward at maximum speed towards the spatial gate. Many hadn't even fastened their seatbelts before they were thrown around by the sudden acceleration. Despite its massive size, the special armored transport was extremely powerful, equipped with a soul energy propulsion system at the rear, allowing it to outrun many professional race cars. The tremors continued unabated, growing more intense. Through the window, Lin Nai saw vast areas of space twisting in the distance, with several dimensional rifts appearing out of thin air. Yi Wanner's assessment was indeed correct. This was a spatial disturbance. The transport truck sped onward, yet it struggled to maintain stability, nearly plunging into the fissures that had opened in the ground several times. Terrified screams echoed inside the vehicle. Tang Hongshan, too, was drenched in sweat but remained focused on driving, knowing that any slowdown could cost everyone their lives. Against an enemy, there was always a chance to fight back or escape, no matter how powerful. But with a cataclysmic natural disaster like this, not even someone as powerful as Yi Wanner, a Myriad-class demon, could do anything. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed from the sky. Thousands of meters above, a narrow rift in space slashed toward the earth like a bolt of lightning, as if tearing the sky apart. Eyes wide, Tang Hongshan recognized this sight from the night Lin Nai awakened her divine power. But this rift was unmistakably larger. More terrifyingly, the rift was heading straight for their vehicle. Tang Hongshan quickly swerved the steering wheel. If the vehicle plunged into the rift, they could be transported to an unknown dimension, or even be torn apart by the distorted space. The transport truck made a sharp turn, even executing a drift. However, the terrifying energy waves emanating from the rift disrupted all the equipment inside the vehicle, causing them to malfunction. Worse yet, the truck was being pulled toward the rift by its powerful suction. Panic-stricken, Tang Hongshan shouted, "This is bad," as the warning lights inside the truck flashed ominously, signaling the imminent danger. Tang Hongshan urgently shouted, "Xiaochuan, come quick and help." The carriage shook violently as young Xiaochuan stumbled over to his side, nervously asking, "What's going on, Captain Tang? Is the system malfunctioning?" Tang Hongshan gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. "It must be the energy waves from that interdimensional rift affecting us. You need to find a way to restore the system." Young Xiaochuan frantically worked the control panel, but after several attempts, he shook his head in frustration. "It's no use, Captain Tang. The onboard system won't start at all." Everyone inside the vehicle turned pale, panic setting in. They had just escaped the threat of bandits, only to be caught in another spatial disturbance. Voices filled with fear echoed around them. "This is just too unlucky." Tang Hongshan's face was ashen, and no matter how he tried, the system remained unresponsive. A thought of despair flashed through his mind. This might really be the end. At this critical moment, Lin Nai calmly activated his own system and communicated with Mosey. "Mosey, can you repair the onboard system?" Mosey responded immediately, "Of course, my lord. This interference is caused by interdimensional disturbances, which the 990T system can't handle. However, our 4090XS has updated plugins for this. I'll help them fix it right away." A few seconds later, the onboard system suddenly came back to life, the screen on the control panel lighting up again. Tang Hongshan was momentarily stunned and turned to ask young Xiaochuan, "Was that you?" Young Xiaochuan looked bewildered. "It wasn't me. Who cares?" Tang Hongshan gritted his teeth and sharply turned the steering wheel. the transport vehicle making a swift turn and speeding away from the dangerous interdimensional rift. Both Tang Hongshan and Yang Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief, but the crisis wasn't over yet. Lin Nai suddenly heard a dragon's roar, as if it resonated directly in his mind. He quickly turned to look out the window, his pupils widening in shock. A massive black dragon soared across the sky, its body stretching for kilometers, its expansive wings almost blotting out the entire sky, casting everything into darkness. Lin Nai was stunned for a moment, and when he blinked, the colossal black dragon had vanished into thin air. The sky remained filled with dense, twisted black trees, blocking out the sun. It was as if the gigantic black dragon had never existed. Lin Nai furrowed his brow, staring at the sky, his mind filled with questions. What on earth just happened? The transport vehicle finally broke free from the strange realm and returned to the human dimension. Tang Hongshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, leaned heavily against the seat, and let out a long sigh of relief. His face still bore traces of lingering fear. Lin Nai approached Tang Hongshan and asked, Captain Tang, have you ever encountered a spatial disturbance before? Tang Hongshan shook his head, his voice tinged with lingering fear. Of course not. Experiencing something like this, even once in a lifetime, is quite ridiculous. It's a spatial collapse, equivalent to a mass extinction event that happens once every tens of millions of years, and we just happened to run into it. He paused suddenly, turning to Lin Nai with a meaningful look. But I think you might have a knack for being like Conan. You've only been on a few missions and already encountered 2 unexpected incidents. Maybe you'll get lucky and see another one. Lin Nai didn't respond, instead turning to look at the number 2 space gate behind the vehicle. The effects of the spatial disturbance were still visible, with colors flickering through the cracks in the gate, indicating the internal space was still unstable. In his mind, Lin Nai recalled the fleeting sight of an enormous black dragon in the sky. He couldn't help but wonder, was it just an illusion, or did it really exist? Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, Director Pang stood by the window, his tall figure blocking most of the sunlight, casting the office into shadow. His expression was grave, his brow furrowed. Lu He burst into the office, anxiously reporting, Director, something major has happened, the number 2 space gate. Director Pang interrupted him, I'm already aware. I've received 800 reports about it in the past hour. Lu He was momentarily speechless, then asked, what's the situation with the apostle? He's fine, Director Pang replied. Lin Nai and Tang Hongshan were among the first to escape from the strange realm, and none of them were injured. Director Pang sighed, blaming himself. 2 space gates appearing in one city should have alerted me that something was off. I was careless. I shouldn't have opened the number 2 space gate for exploration so soon. Lu He offered a wry smile in consolation. You can't say that. The number 2 space gate had always been stable before. With such a unique realm, anyone would want to explore it for treasures. Who could have predicted a sudden spatial disturbance? Director Pang shifted the topic. I heard that besides the spatial disturbance, Lin Nai and his team also encountered some bandits in the strange realm? Lu He became serious, yes? From what we know, these bandits were sent by the Gene Company. According to the interrogation of those captured, their real intention wasn't robbery, but to kidnap the apostle. Director Pang narrowed his eyes, murmuring, the Gene Company? Huh? A few days later, in the early morning, Lin Nai was still asleep. A gentle fragrance wafted into his nose, the scent of a young girl. Yi Waner stood by his bed, gently shaking his shoulder and softly calling, Brother Lin Nai, wake up and take your medicine. Lin Nai didn't respond, turning over to continue his slumber. Yi Waner sighed softly, her eyes gradually turning crimson. Reedy Yi Waner smiled mischievously, her eyes glinting with amusement. She kicked off her slippers and stepped barefoot onto Lin Nai's bed. Suddenly, Lin Nai felt a weight on his face, his breathing obstructed, forcing him to breathe through his mouth. He opened his eyes abruptly to see Reedy Yi Waner standing at the head of the bed, arms crossed, looking down at him. Hey, how long are you going to sleep? Get up already, Reedy Yi Waner said. Lin Nai rubbed his eyes, confused. Why is it you? Don't scare people early in the morning, it's not good for the heart. How did you come out? Where's my sweet and innocent Waner? Yi Waner squinted and retorted, Hmph. Since when did my sweet and innocent Waner become yours? Lin Nai yawned and replied, your aunt said so. Yi Waner didn't respond to that, so Lin Nai asked, why are you waking me up so early? Yi Waner explained, of course, it's to make you take your medicine. I went through a lot of trouble to gather it from the strange realm. You need to take it for a week straight to see the real effects. Your sweet and innocent Waner called you gently for a long time, but couldn't wake you up. It had to be me to get you up. Lin Nai scratched his nose, puzzled. What did you do to me? Illusions? I just had a strange dream. Was it your doing? Odd. The dream felt so real. I can still feel a cold sensation on my nose. Reedy Yi Waner's face flushed slightly, but she feigned nonchalance. I didn't do any weird illusions on you. It's probably just you, a perverted human, having some strange dream. Enough talking, get up already. Lin Nai grinned playfully. Is this how Instructor Yi usually wakes people up? Ugh. Reedy Yuaner, flustered and angry, kicked Lin Nai and then jumped off the bed. Lin Nai and Yuaner sat across from each other, enjoying breakfast. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the dining table, adding a touch of coziness to the peaceful morning. Lin Nai was focused on his bread, but then suddenly looked up and called out, Waner. Yuaner looked up, a bit puzzled, with a dab of white cream on the corner of her mouth, making her look especially endearing. At that moment, she was the gentle and sweet girl with dark eyes. Lin Nai hesitated for a moment before asking, a few days ago, when we escaped from the alternate realm, did you see anything strange in the sky? Something strange? Waner frowned slightly, trying to recall. No, I didn't. Why do you ask? She tilted her head curiously. Did you see something? Nothing, Lin Nai replied absent-mindedly, though he was deep in thought. Just like everyone else, even Waner hadn't seen it. The massive black dragon, with its colossal size and the deafening roar it made, should have been impossible to miss, even if it appeared only for an instant. It seemed he was the only one who could see it. But why had it vanished so quickly? After breakfast, Yuana returned to her room to continue her experiments. She had been conducting various extraordinary experiments lately. Whenever Lin Nai inquired, she would mumble something vague. When Lin Nai reached the door of Waner's room, he was once again taken aback by the sight. The 10 square meter space had been transformed into a miniature laboratory. The room was packed with experimental equipment, leaving just enough space for a bed. Waner, dressed in a lab coat with a mask and goggles, was intently typing away on her computer. The equipment around her was connected with wires and tubes to various extraordinary materials, occasionally emitting unstable soul energy glows. Lin Nai couldn't help but worry that the materials might suddenly explode. After a while, Waner felt Lin Nai's gaze and turned to look at him. Her face flushed red, and she shyly ducked her head, asking, Is something wrong, Lin Nai? Lin Nai scratched his ear, softly saying, It's nothing. Then he turned and went back to his room. Once in his room, Lin Nai began to inventory the rewards from the mission a few days ago. Originally just an A-level cargo transport task, unforeseen events had elevated it to a clevel mission based on the strength of the bandits they encountered. The rewards included 30,000 gold dragons, 300 night watcher points, and 3 bottles of low-level soul energy potions. However, these weren't Lin Nai's biggest gains. He had looted a large amount of supplies from the system spaces of the 20-some bandits, including 3 level 6 bandits, amassing over 200,000 gold dragons in total. Combined with previous missions, Lin Nai now had 300,000 gold dragons of fortune that was unimaginable to him just a month ago, as 1 gold dragon equaled a regular person's 2 to 3 months' salary. Lin Nai took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. He reminded himself that this was just the beginning. He continued to tally his other gains. Over 80 gene potions and more than 90 soul energy potions. The gene potions, with their severe side effects, were of little use to Linnai, and he considered selling them later. The soul energy potions, known among students as experience potions, had been consumed by Lin Nai like water in recent days. Although they were low-level potions, when combined with the medicinal soup made by Waner using Millennium Black Ginseng, Lin Nai's level had advanced rapidly. In less than a week, he had reached level 1.9, just shy of level 2. It typically took most people over half a year to progress from level 1 to 1.9, but Lin Nai had done it in 2 weeks. Additionally, he had acquired various gadgets, weapons, equipment, and extraordinary materials. Basic extraordinary materials like yellow carbon stone, white iron, black leaf grass, red magic flower, and yellow crystal, 10 high-grade poison gas smoke bombs, 25 regular smoke bombs, over 30 soul energy grenades, 10 soul energy incendiary bombs, 10 thunderstorm grenades, 35 low-level trap talismans, and several soul energy short blades, 12 level 2 soul energy pistols, 5 level 3 soul energy pistols, 2 level 4 soul energy guns, and 1 level 5 soul energy sniper rifle. Lin Nai picked up a low-level trap talisman, finding it intriguing. These talismans could be activated to set up simple traps, perfect for someone like him who enjoyed ambush tactics. Finally, he hefted the level 5 soul energy sniper rifle. The gun was extraordinarily heavy, and even with Lin Nai's strength, lifting it was a challenge. Unlike regular gunpowder sniper rifles, this soul energy sniper had a barrel large enough to fit an adult's fist with room to spare. Lin Nai studied this powerful weapon, contemplating the opportunities it might bring in the future. The body of the gun was covered in energy slots designed to channel soul power, emitting a faint blue glow. The magazine was cylindrical, resembling a giant battery, yet each magazine could only fire a single bullet. This design severely limited the weapon's flexibility and margin for error. However, the power of the soul-powered sniper rifle was undeniable. A single precise hit could instantly kill a level 6 transcendent, and even a level 7 strongman would find it hard to avoid severe injury from a direct hit. Lin Nai cradled this immensely powerful weapon, a wry smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. To him, the sniper rifle was practically useless, a tool that was neither practical nor disposable. Despite its immense power, he couldn't handle it. Recalling his experience with a level 4 soul-powered handgun, just one shot had left his arm numb. Let alone this level 5 soul-powered sniper rifle. In fact, a level 5 sniper rifle was typically tailored for soul gunslingers of level 6 and above. Soul gunslingers, being specialists in firearms, had a natural advantage in wielding soul-powered guns. For transcendent individuals of other professions, even level 7 strongmen found it difficult to fire consecutively. This was because the recoil of a soul-powered sniper rifle was far beyond ordinary. Unlike conventional firearms, its propulsion came from soul power rather than gunpowder, and the massive recoil could cause inexperienced users' soul power to become disordered. A level 7 warrior, if attempting to use a level 5 soul-powered sniper rifle without specialized training, would not only miss due to the recoil but might also injure themselves. During long-range combat, they would struggle to hit targets and be harmed by the gun's recoil. In close combat, the weapon would be even more redundant for a warrior. Therefore, the higher the level of the soul-powered gun, the more impractical it was for non-soul gunslinger transcendents. Carrying a high-level gun, firing it might injure your wrist and fail to hit anything beyond 10 meters, achieving nothing but losses. Other than soul gunslingers, transcendents of other professions would typically carry only a low-level soul-powered gun, rarely purchasing high-level firearms. A level 4 transcendent with a level 2 handgun was sufficient for everyday needs. Lin Nai gently caressed the cold barrel of the sniper rifle, his mind continually pondering how to deal with this powerful yet unsuitable weapon. His fingers traced the intricate patterns on the gun's body, as if searching for an answer. In the days that followed, Lin Nai's life seemed to be on repeat. School, homework, completing tasks, and private training sessions with night instructor filled his days, one after another. Yet, amidst this seemingly monotonous routine, Lin Nai's abilities were rapidly improving. He had reached a point where he could barely withstand 5 rounds of energy storm impact training. But the process was far from easy. The first time he successfully endured 5 rounds, blood seeped from his nose, eyes, and ears, and he fainted, ending up in the infirmary. For an entire day afterward, he was bedridden, relying on Yuaner for all his needs. Once recovered, Lin Nai wasted no time in challenging the 6th round of energy impact. By this time, he had left his classmates far behind in their training progress. Tang Hongshan was even considering discussing with the school about promoting Lin Nai to the sophomore class. In the freshman classroom, Yuaner had to create a barrier in a different dimension to separate Lin Nai from his classmates, allowing him to train individually. His classmates watched through the barrier, dumbfounded, thinking he was crazy. To them, there was no need for someone at Lin Nai's level to push himself so hard. With time, his abilities would naturally increase. However, Lin Nai had his own reasons. During his last mission, he was able to withstand a blow from a 6.3 level warrior largely due to Yuaner's soul impact training. The same applied when he used the level 4 soul power gun. Lin Nai understood that aside from harvesting souls, Yuaner's energy storm training was the best way to enhance his physical strength at the moment. As Lin Nai struggled through 5 rounds of energy storm, Yuaner couldn't help but advise, "Lin Nai, don't push yourself too hard. You should take a break." She explained that, by human standards, each additional round of energy storm she created doubled in power. 6 rounds were a significant challenge even for a level 6 extraordinary human, and Lin Nai was not even level 2 yet. For an average person, 10 seconds in the storm would be enough to tear them apart. Despite this, Lin Nai couldn't withstand the 6th round, eventually collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, with blood once again trickling from his nose and ears. Oh no! Yuaner rushed over, popping a pill into Lin Nai's mouth and gently wiping his nosebleed with a tissue. "Lin Nai, you really shouldn't overdo it." His classmates exchanged glances, their eyes filled with knowing expressions, and they began to tease. "Lin Nai? Night instructor, did you just slip up? Wow, I think we've stumbled upon something interesting." Realizing her slip, Yuaner's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "No, it's not like that. I just misspoke. Night instructor, did you know Lin Nai before you came to our school? How old are you? Really? I've always thought you looked quite young. Are you and Lin Nai dating?" Yuaner was even more flustered, waving her hands. No, don't misunderstand. Hee. You guys are just figuring this out?" The other night, around 3 in the morning, after a mission, I saw Lin Nai and Night Instructor going into the lab building together. "What? Seriously? Tell us more." Yuaner lowered her head, her cheeks burning as if steam could rise from them. Just as the classmates were whispering among themselves, the temperature around them suddenly rose. Looking up, they were stunned. Yuaner's eyes had turned crimson, her expression amused yet disdainful. "You all seem quite idle, huh? Do you think just because I'm usually nice to you, you can gossip about your instructor? Dark flames erupted around her, quickly forming a scorching vortex that enveloped everyone. The students, Sigma, Lin Nai sighed. Why do they have to dig their own graves? After class, Lin Nai looked at the training room filled with classmates lying around, charred and drained of soul power, unable to stand, and shook his head. He opened the system panel to contact the infirmary. Hello, is this teacher Jiang at the infirmary? Could you send over 35 stretchers and 35 medical staff? Our class is completely wiped out. It's not that there was an accident during a mission, it's just, we got completely wiped out. Today's practical training session was just a tad too intense. Oh, and please grant Class 9 of freshman year a week's rest. They probably won't be able to get out of bed for a week. Except for me, that is. In the afternoon, Lin Nai headed alone to the black market district in Yeching to sell off some goods. He had gathered a lot of supplies, weapons, equipment, and tools from interdimensional bandits, but many of the weapons were unnecessary. Although the system marketplace had features for selling and auctioning items, the origin of these goods couldn't be revealed, and selling them openly would surely raise suspicions. After some thought, the black market seemed like the best option. To keep a low profile, Lin Nai donned a simple disguise. A black hoodie, hood, mask, and even colored contact lenses to avoid iris recognition. Navigating through the black market district, he wandered from shop to shop, finally stopping at a place called Black Shark Cigar Experience Shop. Inside, the decor looked like any ordinary cigar shop, but Lin Nai knew it was just a facade. The real transactions took place in the back. Behind the counter, a man in his 50s sat polishing a whiskey glass. The man had dark skin with small eyes set wide apart, giving him a rather sinister appearance, almost like a shark. He looked Lin Nai up and down. Despite Lin Nai wearing a mask and hood, it was clear he was young. The man smirked. Young man, are you here to try a cigar? Lin Nai replied blankly. I heard you buy goods here. I'm looking to sell something. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Oh, he thought. Most people who came to the black market were rogue adventurers, or wandering mercenaries with no guild or company. Seeing Lin Nai's age, he doubted there was anything of value to offer. Nevertheless, he lazily said, all right, show me what you've got. Lin Nai raised his hand, and a dozen soul energy guns clattered onto the bar from his system inventory. The sight left the man stunned, momentarily speechless. So many soul energy guns? He picked one up to inspect it closely and then looked at Lin Nai with suspicion. You didn't steal these from the Dimensional Army's arsenal, did you? Lin Nai calmly replied. Take a closer look. They're not the Army's models. The man checked each one with his system and nodded. You're right. Then, with curiosity, he asked, where did you get these? Lin Nai, expressionless, said, I don't need to tell you that, do I? Just let me know if you're buying. The man grinned at Lin Nai. True. People who sell here often have goods with questionable origins. He then picked up another soul energy gun. Examining it with interest, these are mostly over 70% new. I can offer 2,000 gold dragons each for the level 2 guns, 5,000 for level 3. You even have a level 4 gun? Quite impressive for someone your age to have acquired such a piece. Lin Nai frowned slightly. The price seems a bit low, doesn't it? The man replied seriously, it's not low. That's the going rate on the black market. You can check any shop on this street. I guarantee none will offer more than I do. Seeing the man's attitude, Lin Nai figured he wasn't bluffing. In fact, the price was slightly higher than he expected. He only pretended to be dissatisfied as a negotiation tactic. I have more items, Lin Nai said, but they won't fit on this counter. The man raised an eyebrow, giving Lin Nai a long look. All right, follow me inside. Sure. The man opened a door behind the bar, leading them into another room. It was a classic cigar lounge, with vintage cabinets on either side and 3 rustic leather sofas around a large coffee table. The man sat on a sofa. Have a seat. Young man. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. You can call me Black Shark. As for you, if you don't want to reveal your identity, just give me any name. Lin Nai thought for a moment and said, call me Tang Hongshan. All right, Mr. Tang. Black Shark offered him a cigar with a smile. Care for one? Lin Nai shook his head. He didn't smoke, especially not from a stranger. In these times, one had to be cautious. Black Shark chuckled, putting the cigar away, then clipped and lit one for himself. Let's see what else you've got, Mr. Tang. With a wave of his hand, Lin Nai unloaded the rest of his inventory. A cascade of extraordinary materials and colorful gene serums spilled across the table like a waterfall of candy. Black Shark drew in a sharp breath. While the extraordinary materials were basic, the gene serums caught his attention. Picking one up and examining it, he quickly recognized them as products that only internal members of a gene company would have access to. Are you with a gene company? Lin Nai nodded. That's correct. Black Shark replied. That explains a lot. His gaze on Lin Nai became more complex. To join a gene company at such a young age suggested significant talent, likely having an extraordinary profession sequence number within the top 100. And even for a Gene Company member, obtaining so many serums was unusual. Unsure of Lin Nai's background, Black Shark rubbed his hands together and said, "These gene serums are of good quality, and I can also buy these extraordinary materials. Altogether, I'm willing to offer 300,000 gold dragons for the lot." How does that sound? Lin Nai's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't realized these gene serums were so valuable. From the 20-odd bandits he had encountered, he had only managed to collect a little over 200,000 gold dragons. He hadn't expected these items to fetch 300,000. "Deal," Lin Nai replied, maintaining a stoic expression. "Besides these, I have one more item." Linnaeus gently placed the level 5 sniper rifle on the table, causing Black Shark's eyes to light up instantly. "Boom Dragon," he blurted out, recognizing the powerful soul energy sniper rifle's name. Black Shark carefully cradled the gun, his fingers brushing over its cold surface as he marveled. "I didn't expect you to have such a treasure hidden away." He quickly began to appraise it. "For a level 4 handgun, I can offer you 10,000 gold dragons. As for this level 5 sniper rifle, I can offer 100,000. Black Shark added, "That's the black market price. If you were to sell it in the official system marketplace, a level 5 soul energy sniper rifle in this condition could easily fetch 200,000 gold dragons." To his surprise, Linnaeus shook his head. "No, I'm not selling this sniper rifle." Black Shark was taken aback. "Huh? You're not selling it?" "I plan to use it myself," Linnaeus calmly replied. "And I want to purchase some level 5 sniper rifle accessories from you." "What kind of accessories?" Linnaeus meticulously listed them. Attachments to reduce soul energy recoil and kickback, and those that enhance the stability of soul energy impact. After a brief pause, he added, "Since my extraordinary profession isn't a soul marksman, I can't recharge the soul energy rifle at will, so I'll need to buy 20 spare soul energy battery magazines." Black Shark stroked the stubble on his chin, his expression turning serious. "If your profession isn't a soul marksman, I wouldn't recommend using a soul energy sniper. The cost of magazines and accessories is too high," he explained. "Modifying the sniper rifle and adding attachments can indeed reduce the recoil of a level 5 soul energy sniper. But those attachments are very expensive. Plus, for non-soul marksman professions, you can't recharge the battery magazines, meaning once you fire a shot, the magazine is spent. You have to keep buying more. A level 5 soul energy sniper battery is particularly pricey. It's not something you can afford unless you're really wealthy." He paused, his tone becoming more friendly. "Of course, that's just my suggestion. If you're determined to use it, I can help you with the modifications, and I won't charge you for it." "Consider it a gesture of friendship." Suddenly curious, he asked, "By the way, if you don't mind me asking, what's your level? To have the guts to use a level 5 soul energy sniper, you must be at least level 6 or higher, right?" Black Shark continued to analyze on his own. Reaching level 6, with some modifications, a soul energy sniper can be used, albeit barely. He thought to himself, to be this young and already at level 6, how many experience potions did the genetic company feed him? Linnaeus's response, however, shattered all of Black Shark's assumptions like a heavy blow. 1.9, he said casually. Black Shark was instantly stupefied, his face filled with disbelief. Black Shark stared blankly at Lin Nai, his expression silently questioning, "Are you kidding me?" Lin Nai met his gaze calmly, with a hint of determination in his eyes, as if to say, "Do I look like I'm joking? Level 1.9? Black Shark blinked, as if checking if he heard correctly. His mouth twitched involuntarily, and he couldn't help but say, "Kid, are you out of your mind? With your physique, not even at level 2. The recoil of a level 5 sniper rifle's soul energy would turn your body into a bloody mess in an instant." Lin Nai remained unfazed and calmly replied, "That's not your concern. Just help me with the modifications." Black Shark took a deep breath, a complex look in his eyes. He originally thought Lin Nai was a big shot, but now he suspected the boy might just be an overconfident fool. He'd seen many young hotheads, full of arrogance, thinking they were invincible. But since Lin Nai was willing to pay, Black Shark didn't bother to argue. He turned around and brought out a toolbox, laying out a heap of parts neatly in front of Lin Nai. He began to introduce them one by one. "This is a muzzle compensator, which increases the stability of the bullet trajectory. This is a soul energy stabilizer, reducing recoil during firing. This is a gunner's special rune engraving, used to enhance charging power and soul energy stability. This is a cheek rest, which reduces recoil. This is a charging battery auxiliary line." After the introduction, Black Shark looked directly into Lin Nai's eyes, speaking seriously. "A full set of parts, excluding the charging battery magazine, costs 150,000 gold dragons. I have to make the price clear to you up front, so you won't accuse me of ripping you off later." Lin Nai winced at the price. This set of parts far exceeded the value of the Dragon Blaster itself. But considering his current lack of long-range attack capabilities, he gritted his teeth and made the decision. With a wave of his hand, he said with feigned bravado, "Got it, install it." Seeing Lin Nai's determination, Black Shark said no more. As a black market merchant, he only cared about business. He immediately got to work assembling the parts onto Lin Nai's Dragon Blaster. An hour later, the modified level 5 Dragon Blaster Soul Energy sniper rifle lay quietly before Lin Nai. The gun was now larger and more imposing, resembling a small artillery piece rather than a sniper rifle. Lin Nai asked, "What about the charging magazines?" Black Shark brought over a large box and patted it. 20 tubes of charging battery magazines. Each tube costs 10,000 gold dragons. Lin Nai's eyes widened. 10,000 for one tube? He quickly calculated. A soul energy sniper rifle shot consumes an entire tube of the battery. Does that mean each shot costs 10,000 gold dragons? Even the wealthy can't afford that. Black Shark chuckled wryly, explaining, "That's the price for level 5 sniper rifle batteries. The official models in the system store are even more expensive. That's why I advised you earlier, if you're not a soul gunner, the cost is too high. Soul gunners can recharge the batteries, so for them, a 10,000 gold dragon battery can be reused. Without gun control techniques, it's hard to handle such a powerful sniper rifle. It can easily take down enemies a level or two higher, but if not mastered, it's quite cumbersome." Lin Nai was silent for a moment, then checked the system store to confirm Black Shark's words. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. "No problem, I'll take the 20 rounds." He ran his hand over the box and asked, "But since these batteries aren't official, their power won't be compromised, right?" "Of course not," Black Shark assured him. Lin Nai nodded, paid the money, and received a business card from Black Shark, who told him to come back if he needed anything else in the future. As he left the shop, Lin Nai thought to himself that it was the first time he'd spent so extravagantly. Just then, his system panel popped up, showing an incoming call. It was Tang Hongshan. Lin Nai answered, "Hello, Captain Tang." Tang Hongshan got straight to the point. "Lin Nai, come to the Night Watch headquarters in 2 hours." "Got it," Lin Nai replied, then hung up. 2 hours later, Lin Nai arrived at the Night Watch headquarters on time and met Tang Hongshan. Tang Hongshan immediately reported the latest developments. The interdimensional bandits have mostly confessed. They admitted they were hired by the Gene Company, but claimed they were just mercenaries. Only their leader had deeper ties with the Gene Company. Lin Nai knew the leader Tang Hongshan referred to was the tall bandit chief who was already dead. He asked, "What about the Gene Company's response?" Tang Hongshan shook his head. "The head of the Gene Company's Yeching branch denies everything, demanding we provide evidence." Lin Nai thought for a moment and asked, "And what about Chen Wei?" According to the bandits, Chen Wei doesn't seem to be a formal employee of the Gene Company, but he's had multiple dealings with one of their supervisors. However, that guy's tight-lipped, refusing to talk no matter how we interrogate him, Tang Hongshan added. And since Chen Wei is a rogue hacker, the International Association of the Extraordinary has gotten involved. Our task now is to find the supervisor behind them and secure solid evidence. Lin Nai listened, a glint in his eye and a slight smirk on his lips. "Leave it to me." "Huh?" Tang Hongshan looked puzzled. "Leave it to you?" The headquarters of the Night Watch is located 10 floors underground. This is where they temporarily detain the criminals they capture. Chen Wei had already spent over a week in this 10 square meter solitary confinement room. The walls of cold, solid metal surrounded him, with only a bed and a toilet as the room's amenities. 3 surveillance cameras and a system security alarm watched his every move, installed specifically to prevent him from using his hacker abilities. On the surface, Chen Wei appeared to spend his days lounging on the bed, seemingly idle. However, with his eyes closed, he was constructing a vast network map in his mind. Every network node, terminal location, and equipment line distribution within the Night Watch headquarters was vividly clear in his mental world. In the span of a week, Chen Wei had completely mastered the security system network of the headquarters. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he thought to himself, "This is what they call an advanced security system. It's hardly a challenge." His next task was to crack the codes of various key access points, including the cell door, security passage doors, elevator, and the final firewall. For Chen Wei, cracking the passwords wasn't difficult. The real challenge was doing so without triggering any alarms. After a week of meticulous preparation, Chen Wei finally acquired the keys to all the locks. He exhaled in relief, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Now, he just needed to wait for the night shift change of the Night Watch, and he'd be free. Chen Wei opened a communication panel and contacted the financial backer from the Gene Company. Their brief conversation confirmed the escape plan. At 2:15 a.m., someone would be waiting for him at the exit of the Night Watch building, but they would only wait for 1 minute. Meanwhile, in a room somewhere in Yeching, a slightly overweight man reported Chen Wei's escape plan to his well-dressed boss. After a moment's thought, the boss decided to give Chen Wei one last chance. After all, hackers who could break out of the Night Watch headquarters were rare. As night fell, the seconds ticked by. At 2:08 a.m., Chen Wei's eyes shot open. He quickly got up, electronic glints flickering in his pupils as data codes flashed across the system panel before him. Instantly, the surveillance cameras and security detectors were disabled. Chenwei approached the iron door and easily cracked the electronic lock. Then, using a single strand of hair enhanced by his abilities, he picked the physical lock in just 2 seconds. Piece of cake, Chenwei thought. If my extraordinary talent reached a level, those so-called prodigies would be nothing. After leaving the cell, Chenwei moved stealthily through the corridors, effortlessly avoiding the patrolling night watch. He swiftly reached the security passage, entered the elevator, hacked the surveillance, and controlled the elevator to ascend. Everything was going more smoothly than expected. Chenwei's lips curved into a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, as the elevator doors slowly opened, his smile froze. Standing at the entrance was none other than Lin Nai. Lin Nai leaned against the wall, yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes, saying, "Out for a stroll so late?" Chenwei's pupils contracted, fear creeping onto his face as he involuntarily stepped back. Lin Nai crossed his arms, looking at him lazily with a playful expression. "You're keeping me up all night just because you don't want to sleep? What a bother." Well, the hacker game is over now. At 2:15 a.m., the streets of Yecheng were shrouded in the silence of the night. A black sedan quietly parked across from the Night Watch headquarters, its window slowly lowering. In the driver's seat sat a young man, Xiao Shun, sent by the portly man to assist. He kept his eyes fixed on the security exit of the Night Watch building while updating his communication device. "The guy hasn't shown up yet?" Xiao Shun counted to 25 seconds, ready to report again. When the security door suddenly swung open, Chenwei dashed out, sprinting across the empty street towards the car. Xiao Shun was momentarily stunned, then quickly informed his boss, "He's really made it out." Chenwei soon spotted the familiar black sedan and recognized the Gene Company's license plate. He swiftly slipped into the back seat, and Xiao Shun immediately started the car, leaving a black streak on the pavement as they sped away. In the back seat, Chenwei was pounding his chest, gasping for air, his clothes soaked with sweat. As Xiao Shun drove, he glanced at Chenwei through the rearview mirror and asked, "Were you seen when you escaped?" Gritting his teeth, Chenwei replied, "It was Lin Nai again. Just as I was about to make my escape, he returned from his mission. Fortunately, I had a trick up my sleeve and used 2 gas grenades to get away." Hearing this, Xiao Shun grew concerned and checked the rearview mirror again for any followers. Sensing Xiao Shun's worry, Chenwei reassured him, "Don't worry, he wasn't prepared and inhaled my gas grenades. You know the power of high-grade gas grenades. They can easily take down even a level 9, let alone someone below level 2. By the time the other Night Watch members react, we'll be long gone." Despite Chenwei's reassurances, Xiao Shun remained vigilant. He drove out of Yecheng and switched to a prearranged vehicle with a completely different appearance in the suburbs. On the way back to Yecheng, he circled the desolate plains for at least 6 hours to ensure they weren't being tailed. As a former reconnaissance soldier from another dimension, Xiao Shun's extraordinary profession excelled in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. No one below level 10 could follow him undetected for so long. And there wasn't a level 10 extraordinary person in all of Yecheng, which was precisely why the portly man sent him to assist Chenwei. When they finally reached the Gene Company's secret base, it was already the next morning. Xiao Shun led Chenwei to meet the head of the Yecheng branch, referred to by the portly man as the boss, a man in a suit. In the dim room, besides Chenwei and Xiao Shun, there were 3 others: the head, the portly man, and a tall, thin man. The head slowly turned around in his office chair, coldly addressing Chenwei. "This time, you failed. You assured me you wouldn't." Chenwei shrugged indifferently. "Everyone fails. To err is human. You should blame yourselves. The mercenaries you hired were too weak. A dozen were defeated by a kid not even level 2. Look at the people you hired." The head's eyes narrowed, pressing his fingers hard on the armrest of his chair. "And you have the audacity to speak? Aren't you the one who claimed to be Yecheng's top extraordinary hacker? Yet you couldn't breach their system and got counter-hacked instead. If it weren't for your blunder, would we have failed?" Chenwei just smiled, offering no rebuttal, seemingly unfazed. At that moment, the portly man's system phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his eyes widened. "What's wrong? Who's calling?" the head inquired. "Boss, it's Lin Nai." The portly man explained, frowning. "I once tried to recruit him to the Gene Company, and we exchanged numbers. He later joined the Night Watch, and I thought I'd never use his number again. But he's calling now." The head raised an eyebrow, and the portly man continued, "Boss, those interdimensional bandits we caught earlier confessed. The Night Watch has been suspiciously investigating us. I suspect this kid is calling because of Chenwei's escape tonight." "No worries," the head replied calmly. "We have the company's backing. Without evidence, even the Yin country authorities can't touch us. Answer it. Just deny everything." The portly man nodded and answered the call. Lin Nai's voice came through, "Hello?" After a brief silence, the portly man put on a sly smile. "Oh, Lin Nai. Didn't expect you to call. Are you thinking of leaving the night watch and joining our gene company? Cut the act, Linnai said calmly. I know you took Chinwei. The portly man chuckled. What are you talking about, Linnai? I have no idea what you're saying. Ignoring him, Linnai continued. Those interdimensional bandits who attacked us were sent by you, weren't they? They've confessed. Their goal wasn't to rob, but to capture the apostle, which means me. The portly man squinted, smiling. Linnai, you need evidence for such claims. The night watch is officially employed, and you should present evidence, right? Evidence? It's right in front of you, Linnai retorted. The portly man didn't understand Linnai's words, frowning slightly. What do you mean? He slowly lifted his gaze to see Chinwei smirking at him. The portly man's pupils widened as he seemed to realize something. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Someone rushed in, panic-stricken, and shouted, Boss! A lot of night watch members have surrounded the place. The supervisor suddenly stood up, his face changing dramatically. What? His voice was filled with disbelief. This base is strictly confidential. His eyes scanned the room as if searching for any clues of a leak. Even among the official employees of the Gene Company's Yeching branch, only a few know about this place. The only ones who know are my trusted confidants. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed the supervisor's mind. He spun around, his angry gaze locking onto Chinwei. Was it you? He roared, grabbing the revolver from the table and pointing it directly at Chinwei's chest. How dare you betray me? Without a moment's hesitation, the supervisor pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the room. A purple flame mixed with a soul power beam shooting from the barrel. At that critical moment, the sound of shattering glass broke the tense atmosphere. Tang Hongshan leaped in like a shadow from outside the window, his trench coat billowing in the moonlight. The white straight sword in his hand gleamed coldly as he unsheathed it. Tang Hongshan quickly positioned himself in front of Chinwei, precisely deflecting the incoming bullet with his blade. With a metallic clang, sparks flew, and the bullet was effortlessly blocked. The supervisor's face turned grim. Night Watcher, he said through gritted teeth. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. He then shouted loudly, Get him! No sooner had he spoken than 4 or 5 suited bodyguards rushed out from the shadows. However, before they could get close, a series of glass-breaking sounds followed. Lao Zhang, Dingzi, Aguang, Lin Yushi, and other night watchers broke through the windows one after another, swiftly subduing the supervisor's bodyguards. Xiao Shun, the slightly chubby man, and the tall, thin man were also pinned to the ground, long knives held against their throats. Lao Zhang licked his lips and sneered, Don't move. We night watchers don't like unnecessary killing, but if you resist to the death, there's nothing we can do. Understand? The slightly chubby man nodded repeatedly in fear. The supervisor looked at the situation before him, his expression extremely unpleasant. He stared at Chinwei, unable to comprehend why he had been betrayed. However, an even greater shock was yet to come. Chinwei smiled and raised his hand to form a seal. Disguise off. His facial skin peeled away like a snake shedding its skin, revealing another person's face. Anan pulled off the last bit of skin and laughed. Didn't expect Lin Nai to guess everything right. It seems the brains of young people are indeed sharper. But after this mission, we should be able to get a lot of vacation time. Haha. The supervisor was dumbfounded, unable to accept what he was seeing. At that moment, Lin Nai walked into the room calmly. As the mastermind behind the entire plan, he appeared exceptionally composed. Tang Hongshan looked at the young man who had joined the Night Watchers less than a month ago, feeling a surge of emotion. He had been considering whether to promote Lin Nai from freshman to sophomore or junior, but now it seemed this small city might soon be too small for him. The fighting in the base soon subsided. Yang Xiaochuan entered with a tablet to report, Captain Tang, everyone in the base has been subdued. We found many semi-finished tech monsters being manufactured here. This is definitely their experimental base. The supervisor's face grew even darker. Tang Hongshan said coldly, Jiang Wentao, according to our investigation, the upper management of your gene company claims to be unaware of this. You have been conducting research on tech monsters and hiring people to kidnap apostles on your own initiative. Of course, I don't know if what they say is true. Do you have anything to say? The supervisor remained silent, suddenly raising his revolver to aim at Lin Nai. Lin Nai remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the dark barrel pointing at him. Just as the supervisor was about to pull the trigger, Tang Hongshan sprang into action. Martial skill star flash. A flash of blade light, and the revolver was cut in two. Zhang's right hand split as well. He fell to his knees, blood flowing, emitting a painful wail. Tang Hongshan waved a hand. Take him away. Everything went even more smoothly than Lin Nai had imagined. A few days later, Lin Yushi informed Lin Nai that Supervisor Jiang had confessed to everything, taking full responsibility and claiming that the kidnapping of apostles, hiring of superpowered hackers, and the creation of tech monsters were all his actions alone. unrelated to the company. The foreign headquarters of the Gene Company also responded, stating that Jiang Wentao was only a temporary supervisor and had been dismissed, now to be dealt with by the Night Watchers and the Supernatural Association. Lin Nai chuckled upon hearing this. Well, this response seems familiar. TSK. I guess the face of capital is the same no matter where you are. A few days later, Lin Nai was attending class as usual at the Night Watchers Academy when a group of unfamiliar, haughty men entered the classroom, some of them foreigners. The leading man with slicked back hair presented his credentials, expressionless. We're from the International Supernatural Association. We're here to see Lin Nai. We have a few questions for him. The classmates all turned their heads in unison, their gazes laser-focused on Lin Nai. He remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Calmly, he stood up and walked out of the classroom with steady steps. What's this about? Lin Nai asked nonchalantly as he sat down in an empty classroom, his eyes meeting those of the leaders of the Extraordinary Association. They exchanged glances, each with a different expression. The leader, a young man with slicked back hair, looked sullen and was about to speak when a striking red-haired woman stopped him. She shook her head slightly, signaling him to stay calm. The red-haired woman sat gracefully in front of Lin Nai, a professional smile on her lips. Hello, Lin Nai, the apostle of the White Death God, the heir of divine power. No need to be nervous. We just want to ask you a few simple questions. Lin Nai leaned back casually, crossing his arms over his chest with a slight raise of his eyebrows. Do I look nervous to you? The red-haired woman chuckled softly. Point taken. Go ahead with your questions, Lin Nai said directly. The red-haired woman took out a tablet from her bag, her fingers gliding smoothly across the screen. We heard that 2 weeks ago, during a mission to transport supplies in the otherworld by the Night Watchers of Yi City, you unexpectedly encountered some interdimensional bandits. That's right, Lin Nai replied succinctly. The other side had a psychic hacker, reportedly very skilled with the psychic virus, who directly hacked into your classmates' home systems and disrupted your vehicle system, preventing your weapons from downloading. The red-haired woman continued, her eyes fixed on Lin Nai's expression. Yes, Lin Nai confirmed tersely. The red-haired woman put down the tablet, her gaze piercing as she looked at Lin Nai. The question is, were you the only one not affected by his psychic virus? Lin Nai frowned. It seems so. Why? The red-haired woman pressed. Lin Nai countered. Why ask me? Shouldn't you ask the psychic hacker? Hasn't Xinwei already been handed over to your International Extraordinary Association? The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze searching Lin Nai's face for any hint of deceit. That's true. Xinwei said his psychic virus was countered by you. He couldn't hack into your system and was instead repelled by it. You also helped your classmates neutralize the virus. She paused, then continued. So the question is, how could you neutralize the virus? You're just a newcomer to the Night Watchers, with only a basic firewall in your system, upgraded once, and no premium updates. Why were you unaffected? The red-haired woman added. We're not accusing you. We just want a reasonable explanation. Lin Nai pondered for a moment and asked, what if I were the psychic hacker? The red-haired woman looked at Lin Nai seriously. If you were, under international extraordinary law, we have the right to detain you. Even as an apostle and heir of divine power, you're not exempt. This is international law, and Yen country has no authority to intervene. Too bad. I'm not. Lin Nai shrugged, appearing relaxed. The red-haired woman was silent for a moment, then asked, so, how did you help your classmates break the psychic virus? Lin Nai spread his hands, looking innocent. Who said I broke the virus? I didn't do anything. I transferred to this class later. By then, Xinwei had already hacked my classmates' systems. Maybe he just didn't get to mine. The slick-haired young man behind the red-haired woman snorted, his tone skeptical. The bandits aimed to kidnap you. Would they act without hacking your system first? Lin Nai responded calmly. I don't know. Maybe Xinwei messed up. The slick-haired young man pressed on. What about your classmates and teachers' systems? Why did they suddenly recover? Lin Nai replied helplessly. I told you, I don't know. I'm clueless about systems. I activated mine only a month ago. Before that, I didn't even know such high-tech stuff existed. Do you expect me to learn psychic hacking while training, attending classes, and doing missions in less than a month? Is that even possible? The slick-haired young man and the red-haired woman fell silent, exchanging a glance. Clearly, they had thoroughly investigated Lin Nai's background before coming. Lin Nai had no suspicious background. His parents were war casualties from the Dimension Army, the lowest tier of extraordinaries. Before awakening as an apostle, Lin Nai was just a 0.5 level underachiever. How could someone like that be a psychic hacker? With a 0.5 level soul power, he couldn't even control a psychic virus. The red-haired woman contemplated for a while before saying, for thoroughness, we need to check your security system. We hope you'll cooperate, Lin Nai. She quickly added, rest assured, Lin Nai, our actions are entirely legal and won't invade your personal data. We just want to check your security system for any psychic viruses. We've reported to Yen country and have an official witness here to oversee our actions. She gestured to a middle-aged man beside her, who nodded at Lin Nai. Lin Nai glanced at him, looking indifferent. He shrugged and said, "Go ahead, check all you want." The red-haired woman said no more, signaling the other Foreign Association members. They immediately opened various cases, revealing complex equipment. They skillfully connected colorful wires and tubes to Lin Nai, then started testing on their screens. The test results left the foreigners exchanging puzzled looks, clearly baffled. There was no virus reaction. "He's really not a psychic hacker," one of them murmured. Lin Nai yawned, sounding a bit impatient. "Are you done? Any more questions?" The red-haired woman remained silent for a long time, her brow furrowed. She couldn't help but wonder if she had misunderstood Lin Nai. Yet, a persistent question lingered. If it wasn't Lin Nai, then who in this alternate realm had the precision to sabotage the system and even clear the inventory space? Lin Nai raised his head, meeting the red-haired woman's gaze, and asked calmly, "So, can I leave now?" She nodded slightly. "You can." Lin Nai stood up and walked out of the classroom without another word. The foreigners from the Extraordinary Association exchanged glances, but did not stop him. They could only watch as Lin Nai's figure disappeared through the doorway. The slick-haired young man showed a hint of reluctance in his eyes and muttered, "We're just letting him go?" The red-haired woman replied sternly, "Let it be. Don't act rashly. After all, we're in Yin country, and as an apostle, he's under the protection of the official forces. Without concrete evidence, we have no right to take him away." The slick-haired young man grumbled in dissatisfaction, but said nothing more. After leaving the classroom, Lin Nai glanced back and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although he had narrowly escaped this time, trouble was already at his doorstep. Recalling the critical moments in the alternate realm, he had no choice but to use Morse to crack Chenwei's virus and infiltrate the bandit system. Facing several level 6 bandits alone, he would have had almost no chance of survival otherwise. Lin Nai reminded himself to be more cautious when hacking into others' systems in the future. Otherwise, if the Extraordinary Association targeted him again, it might not be so easy to evade them. He was well aware that in this world, powerful forces constantly monitored ordinary people. There were countless examples of exceptionally talented individuals who ultimately became puppets of corporate interests. Even a war machine like Yuaner was merely a tool cultivated by the corporate groups of the Black Angel civilization. Lin Nai thought to himself that until he grew strong enough to contend with them, being too conspicuous would be self-destructive. He took a deep breath and walked away. Meanwhile, in the meeting room at the Night Watcher's headquarters, Lu He was organizing the documents in front of him. It had been 2 weeks since the spatial disturbance in Realm 2. Although the portal to the alternate dimension remained open, allowing adventurers to enter, the information department observed 16 minor spatial disturbances and 3 major ones in the past 2 weeks. This alternate realm might have entered an apocalyptic phase, making it unsuitable for adventurers. The meeting room was filled with high-ranking officials of the Night Watchers, all showing signs of regret. The appearance of 2 portals in a city was a rare opportunity, and they had hoped that City could rise to become a second-tier or even first-tier city. According to the intelligence from Yuaner of the Black Angel clan, the depths of Realm 2 contained abundant rare treasures and extraordinary materials, comparable to many top-tier second-tier cities. If officially exploited, City's overall strength and status would significantly improve. Director Pang clasped his hands under his chin, speaking with a heavy tone, "It's unavoidable. We should temporarily close Portal 2 and suspend adventurer entry." Lu He nodded in agreement, understood. At that moment, Tang Hongshan knocked and entered. Seeing the many leaders in the meeting room, he was secretly surprised. Such a high-level meeting usually wouldn't involve someone of his rank. Director Pang gestured for Tang Hongshan to take a seat. "Xiao Tang, you're here. Have a seat." Feeling a bit uneasy, Tang Hongshan understood that his presence in this high-level meeting must be related to him in some way. Lu He got straight to the point. "Old Tang, we called you here to discuss something about Lin Nai." Tang Hongshan asked in confusion. "Lin Nai? What about him?" Lu He picked up a tablet, swiped on it, and explained. "Lin Nai is your team member. We know he joined the Night Watchers just a month ago, but he has already accumulated 800 points. His contributions in the Undead Invasion mission, the Alternate Realm Materials mission, and finding the secret base of Gene Company's manager Jiang are all significant. According to the Night Watchers regulations, 800 points qualify him to apply for a team leader position." Tang Hongshan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the regulation. Achieving 800 points in City's Night Watchers wasn't easy, and many had worked for years without reaching that score. For example, Old Zhang, who was still at 700 points. Lin Nai reaching 800 points in just a month was nothing short of miraculous for a small city like City. Hearing Lu He's implication, Tang Hongshan eagerly rubbed his hands together. "Are you suggesting promoting Lin Nai to team leader?" Lu He confirmed with a nod. "Since he's your team member, we wanted to hear your opinion." Tang Hongshan didn't hesitate to express his support. "I absolutely agree. Lin Nai is exceptional, and I believe he has what it takes to be a team leader. However, a balding leader interrupted. Hold on. While Lin Nai's progress is indeed impressive, being a team leader isn't solely about strength. We should have a more rigorous evaluation process. Another leader with a large belly chimed in. Indeed, a night watcher is just a warrior, focused on fighting and following orders. A team leader, however, holds the fate of the entire team, requiring leadership, intelligence, and experience. This young man has only been with us for a month. I think this decision might be premature. Hearing this, Tang Hongshan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. What's so inappropriate about it? He said with a touch of discontent. We can't just rely on someone's age and experience, right? Actually, I agree with the leader's opinions. At that moment, Luha spoke, his voice steady and powerful. In fact, as a team leader, experience and the ability to make on-the-spot decisions are often more important, with strength being secondary. He glanced around, noticing the nods of agreement from the leaders in the meeting room. Luha continued, but Lin Nai's performance in these recent level missions has completely proven that he is capable of taking on this position. He began to elaborate on Lin Nai's excellent performance, starting with the first mission to eradicate the undead. During the first mission to eradicate the undead, Lin Nai and several night watchmen were responsible for clearing out the Soul Devourer. The plan to locate the Soul Devourer was entirely his own idea, Luha said with admiration in his voice. What's even more impressive is that when he discovered his teammate was possessed by the Soul Devourer, he didn't rashly expose it. Instead, he patiently waited for the right moment, cleverly devising a plan to draw out the Soul Devourer, saving his teammate's life. This shows his quick thinking and composure. Director Pang nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Indeed, I read the report on that mission. If someone with a more reckless personality had been in his place, they might have exposed it on the spot. If that had happened, Yang Xiaochuan might have been, well, he didn't finish the sentence, but everyone present understood his meaning. Tang Hongshan, hearing this, wore a proud smile. Back then, we were all in the vehicle, and Lin Nai's acting was top-notch. He not only fooled the Soul Devourer, but even tricked all of us. Even that Taoist with the surname Cha didn't notice anything, he exaggerated. I suspect that even if someone had a god's eye view, they still wouldn't have seen through his disguise. Luha chuckled at Tang Hongshan's exaggeration and jokingly scolded. You, Lin Nai might be your team member, but don't overpraise. How could someone with a god's eye view be fooled? They'd have to be incredibly naive. Tang Hongshan rubbed his chin and chuckled. You never know. Luha didn't dwell on the topic and continued examining the documents in his hand. Moving on, the second mission involving the interdimensional bandits. Honestly, I still can't imagine how Lin Nai, a transcendent below level 2, managed to single-handedly take down over 20 bandits. Tang Hongshan became even more smug at this point. He glanced at the leaders in the meeting room and provocatively said, let's not talk about anything else. I just want to ask, when those bandits were on the vehicle, with 3 level SIXS, 5 level 5s, and over 10 level 4s, who among you could have taken them all on at level 1.5? Stand up if you can. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hongshan sensed something was off. Looking up, he saw the leaders in the meeting room glaring at him with dark expressions, their teeth clenched. He realized his mistake and awkwardly laughed. I didn't mean to mock the esteemed leaders here. I meant that all of you are so wise, insightful, and highly knowledgeable. Surely you wouldn't be biased against Lin Nai just because of his age and experience, right? The leaders remained silent, still glaring at him. One balding leader held a pen in his hand, which suddenly snapped with a crack. Seeing this, Tang Hongshan swallowed nervously. Luha gave him a light smack on the back of his head, saying, all right, don't get too carried away. Director Pang remained silent for a moment, looking at the documents before him, and slowly said, although I've seen many geniuses who can challenge above their level, a level 1 taking on so many levels 6s, 5s, and 4s is unheard of. I must admit, if we were in that situation, none of us here would have had any solutions. Everyone fell silent. With Director Pang's words, they couldn't argue further. Luha continued, and finally, the plan to locate the Gene Company's secret base was also devised and executed by Lin Nai. His composure, strategy, combat ability, leadership, and adaptability are all exceptional, even outstanding. I believe that despite his young age and limited experience, his remarkable achievements make him fully qualified to be a team leader. Tang Hongshan crossed his arms and nodded, agreed. Luha looked around the room, asking, any other opinions from the leaders? The leaders exchanged glances, but no one objected. No objections from me, nor from me. Great, Luha smiled. Then it's settled. Meanwhile, at a large entertainment plaza near the school, Lin Nai and Yuaner were enjoying a steaming hot pot meal. Considering the demonic girl's incredible appetite, Lin Nai wisely chose a buffet. 2 hours later, Lin Nai was completely full, while the girl continued to eat. Staring at the mountain of plates on the table, Lin Nai was lost in thought, while the restaurant staff looked on in disbelief. Lin Nai let out a loud burp, leaned back, and rubbed his slightly bloated stomach. Watching Yi Wanner still devouring the food, he suddenly spoke. By the way, Wanner. Lin Nai sat idly in the hot pot restaurant and casually asked the girl beside him, "What's the situation like in your hometown? Can you tell me about it?" The girl paused her meal, a ring of bright red chili oil still clinging to her lips. She licked it off with her tongue, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. My second aunt mentioned that the top companies of the Black Angel civilization have completely fallen out, and the civil war is getting more intense. Quite a few people have died on both sides, and it seems neither is willing to back down." Lin Nai frowned and asked, "So, does that mean this war will last a long time?" Yi Wanner shook her head, wiping her mouth with a napkin as she explained, "I'm not certain. But the world in the Black Angel dimension is much broader, and the companies have more substantial reserves. If neither side is willing to yield, based on past experiences, a war could last hundreds of thousands of years." Hearing this, Lin Nai couldn't help but be taken aback. Resting his chin on one hand and holding a soda can in the other, he mused, "It seems that no matter the dimension, war is always the main theme of history." Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and a group of young people walked in together. They looked like university students, around 17 or 18 years old. In the center of the group was a stunning girl, dressed in a beige dress with her hair in a neat ponytail, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. However, the most captivating feature was her enchanting eyes, which seemed capable of mesmerizing anyone with just one glance. The moment she entered, she drew the attention of every male in the room. Some of the guys dining even stared blankly, chopsticks suspended in midair, until their female companions scolded them back to reality. Lin Nai noticed something unusual. Although the girl was indeed beautiful, it shouldn't have caused such a stir. He discreetly activated the gray nether eye, his pupils turning a silvery gray. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. A demon spawn? Lin Nai was slightly stunned and turned to look at Yi Wanner. Coincidentally, Yi Wanner was also looking at him, their gazes meeting in the air, silently confirming each other's suspicions. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.